one more. You could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep. Close combat onto a Bogish. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultima.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Blue skies, high tides, and chill vibes are what you think of in the great state of California. But before we head to Anaheim for Worlds, we take a trip to NorCal for the 2025 Sacramento Regional Championships alongside the one and only Will Dunphy, also known as Speediest Chief, also known as the face of the Pokemon Go Championship Series. What's up, guys? Chris Reisner joining you on the cast this weekend. And Speedy, I feel like there's so many storylines heading into this weekend, maybe none bigger than an unbanned electric mouse.
That's a great point to make, Rise. I know that Pokemon in particular is hangry for success, and I gotta say, that intro was so sweet, it's gonna be hard to beat. But let's take a look at our regional schedule so far, because as you said, we're here in Sacramento. We're pretty close, geographically speaking, to Anaheim, but there is a long road ahead for these trainers to compete, including Toronto, San Antonio, the recently announced Atlanta as well. Which one are you most hyped for?
Atlanta getting added to the schedule, a new city to explore. It's certainly going to be exciting. Milwaukee's my hometown, so I can't wait for that one as well. And then we wrap it up with those big-time events, New Orleans and Anaheim at the end.
Let's take a look at what these trainers are playing for. These are the championship points breakdown. First place nets you 350 championship points. And take a look here at the cutoffs as well. Top 75 US and Canada, top 50 in EU. It's not just about reaching that 500 point threshold, Rise. You have to stay at the top of these leaderboards.
We see the top 75 from North America fighting for their place in the World Championships, many of which will be here today trying to acquire those championship points as we move forward onto the season.
Well, speaking of fighting for championship points, let's take a look back at our most recent NA regional. This is Louisville, where Arrow took on Lyle Jeffs in the finals.
Hello, Pokemon trainers! Softo here to recap the 2025 Louisville Regional Championship. At the second North American tournament of the season, we saw the meta continue to develop. Familiar Pokemon like Dunsparce and Clodsire dominated Day 1 usage, but on Day 2 it was Malamar, Shadow Drapion, and Kanto Marowak who took the spotlight. Arrow made waves in the winner's side of the bracket, unleashing unconventional core breakers such as Registeel and Shadow Quagsire against his opponents en route to the winner's finals. Meanwhile, Lyle Jeffs III swept both of his opponents to reach the winner's finals, where he defeated Arrow 3-1.
Can you get to an Arctotail? Through the sideways. Box out for Lyle Jeffs.
On the loser's side of the bracket, former champions including S. James P21, Out of Pocket, Richie 1409, and Dunebug 97 had made it to the star-studded top 16. However, it was NiteTime Clasher who persevered, winning 5 straight matches to reach the losers finals. In a series that came down to a decisive Game 5, Arrow finally ended NiteTime Clasher's streak to reach his 3rd career Grand Finals in a rematch against Lyle Jeffs. In the Grand Finals, Arrow quickly swept Lyle Jeffs to reset the bracket. However, in Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, the momentum started to shift in Lyle Jeffs' favor as he made a game-winning catch to finish the game with Drapion. Lyle Jeffs III won the 3rd game of the series in a sweep to claim his 3rd career regional championship at one of the most stacked North American regional championships of all time. If you want to join in on the action yourself, head to Pokemon.com/compete to find events near you.
And a clash of the titans it was. These are our top 3 finalists. Lyle Jeffs, our champion of Louisville, Arrow, and NiteTime Clasher to bring it up. But look at these teams, though, Rice. What's going on? We've got Guzzlord, Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow Kanto, Marowak, and a lot of Galarian Moltres as well.
All different styles from these trainers. Arrow, of course, known for his obscure picks. Lyle capturing his 3rd regional title. And I know Arrow is more hungry than a Morpeko to capture his first. He's been runner-up a few times now, looking to move forward.
Our top 12 has shifted quite a bit in recent weeks, and we've got an awesome snapshot for you later on in the intro, so stick around for that. But look at this top usage. Malamar almost at 69%, and Azumarill coming in second. As recently as LAIC, Azumarill was in that #1 slot.
Lots of poison types here. Toxapex, see how high that usage rate was back then. Speedy, I don't know if Toxapex, Drapion are going to see the same type of usage rate today as we've seen in the past, but the poison types were in full effect in Louisville. Will they still be in full effect in Sacramento?
I don't know. I think one of our casters on the team this weekend actually brought Diggersby to LAIC as well, so I don't know if there's much play for Diggersby, Rise. Hint, hint, but we'll find out. That being said, we do have some champions that have already been crowned in the North America region. Some big names like you and I were talking about just before the camera started rolling, Rise. Wadaj and Lyle Jeffs, it doesn't get any more staple NA than these two.
2 of the GOATs, you could say, in our game. 2 of the biggest names capturing the first 2 regional titles. Here in Sacramento, we have so many big names, and one of the smaller tournaments registration-wise, right? Less than 128 competitors, so we're going to have only 4 pods, and these groups are so stacked, Speedy.
I've seen some of those pairs rise. It's going to be insane to watch. Let's take a look at our NA leaderboards, though. Elam, or as you'd like to call him, ILQM, is leading the pack with over 1,000 championship points. NiteTime Clasher competing on multiple continents in second place, and then Lyle Jeffs bringing up with 915. I just want to reiterate again, you have to keep on earning these points throughout the season to make that threshold for Worlds.
Elam, just such a consistent battler. I don't know if anyone has a higher top cut or top 8 rate that competes as many regionals as he has. An insane battler, and the list on that graphic right there, just so many great trainers.
Tell you what else is insane, Rise. Our grand finals in Gdansk. Let's take a look back at these champions, because we have Tonton Batus, Z Swilis, and Scafo as our top 3. I honestly, sincerely feel that Tonton and Swilis are the 2 most ingenious team builders in the EU and possibly the world.
It's not often you see 12 unique Pokemon in a grand finals, and Tonton and ZZ, 2 of the spiciest team builders around. With that alone, Eradicate, I think you might have to give Tonton the nod for the spiciest team to win a regional championship.
As Weiler said in the pre-grand finals interview, he's seen a few movies about French cooking, and sometimes a rat is involved. Let's take a look at our top 12 from Gdansk. Gastrodon coming in at a strong 5th place. Clodsire starting to kind of flop its way back up the charts and into the meta. That's a 50% usage for that Pokemon, as well as Pangoro coming in on a quarter of these top cut teams.
With the introduction of Primeape and Annihilate, the Panda may be on the downswing, but we have seen it go to great effect. I know Tomahawk has also had great success with the Pangoro this season.
That's exactly right. Speaking of Tomahawk and some of our other talented EU trainers, let's take a look at our chart. These are some of the top players that have won regional championships already. We've got Kazim33, Boom, and Tonton Batus. We talked a lot about Tonton, but Rise, which one of these 3 is the most impressive in your mind?
I've got to go with Boom for the simple fact in his first ever regional, he captured the title. How impressive is it to go against big names? He ended up facing Colin 6, who they called the final boss in the grand finals. He wasn't intimidated. He kept his composure and was able to take down one of the best trainers in the world. As we take a look at the European leaderboard, Tonton Batus right now sitting at number 1. Some big names like Tomahawk UK, Neza Beethan captured the Buenos Aires regional, and Colin 6, who we just mentioned, sitting there at number 4.
Yeah, exactly right. Colin is pushing his way up the charts. Other impressive trainers like our 2022 world champion M.E. Weedle also climbing up those leaderboards. There are lots of tournaments after the new year, so make sure to check out the website for those upcoming locations. But I'll tell you what, Rise, we had one of the best competitions of the entire season just last weekend. Let's take a look back at LAIC in Sao Paulo.
It's time for a quick recap of the Latin America International Championships 2025. I'm Tomahawk UK, and I was in Sao Paulo when Mato Galde took Brazil by storm against many of the best Pokemon Go players in the world. Famous for its electric atmosphere, LAIC was a showcase of some of the best talent, support, and sportsmanship that Pokemon Go has to offer. Dominating the scene were meta staples, including Clodsire, Azumarill, and Shadow Feraligatr. However, LAIC was also ripe for spice, as Primeape, Jumpluff, and even Shadow Alolan Marowak found their way into trophy placements. Championship Sunday kicked off with a face-off between friends, which saw fan favorite Marto Galde take a quick victory over his teammate Richie1409. Richie dropped into the losers finals for a sensational set of 5 against local hero 12 Vitorello. In fascinating fashion, Vitorello and his Galarian Moltres recovered from a 2-game deficit to secure his place in the LAIC Grand Finals. Vitorello went on to stun the crowd as he steamrolled his way through the first 3 games against Marto Galde, resetting the bracket and leaving everything to play for. In one of the most closely fought finals the game has ever seen, Marto Galde and Vitorello took the series to a final game of 5. An immensely climactic charge attack priority event saw Azumarill and Galarian Moltres exchange heavy blows, with Marto Galde coming out victorious.
Marto Galde is your 2025 Latin America International Champion! Give it up for the Tercero del Mundo!
Off the back of his 3rd place finish at the 2024 World Championships, his 1st place finish at the 2025 Lima Special Event, Marto Galde sealed his name as a legend of the game, as he became the 2025 Latin America International Champion. Make sure to keep up with all of the incredible action and Pokemon champions this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
It just brings a tear to your eye. LAIC had everything you could ask for in a Pokemon tournament. Reverse sweeps, grand finals bracket resets, decisive game 5s. It was one of the best competitions of the season. Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico all represented on Championship Sunday. What a thrill, Rise.
I was there in person, Speedy, and how happy to see Marto capture another championship, his first international. He has been such a fan favorite in the community, such a nice guy, as well as Richie, terrific trainer, one of the nicest people you'll meet. And Vitorello, maybe lesser known than the other two, but making himself known is what happens at these regionals. New players, new faces going on big runs.
It's really, really impressive to watch. Some trainers that you expect and other trainers are a pleasant surprise. We've got a lot of other competitors that came from LAIC competing in Sacramento this weekend. They're looking to continue their rise up the championship point ladder. Speaking of rising, we've got a few Pokemon we want to spotlight. The first one being Alolan Sandslash. This Pokemon was all over Championship Sunday and the latter part of day 2 at LAIC. Rise, what makes this Pokemon so special?
That Steel Ice typing and the ability to shut down Ariados, which we have seen be so effective so far this season. We've also seen some people opt for Shadow Claw recently. A little bit better matchup against Azumarill, which has been a staple in the meta so far.
I remember Game 5 of the losers finals. Vitorello and Richie both leading their Sandslashes. Like you said, Shadow Claw, Sandslash for Richie, Powdered Snow for Vitorello. But there's also a Shadow Feraligatr lurking in the waters. This Pokemon was the headliner coming into the Max Out season. And guess what? It's back, baby.
If you are coming to a Pokemon Go regional, you need to have a plan for Shadow Feraligatr, especially on the safe swap. It's been the main strategy for a lot of players. It is so dangerous, up energy. You got to have a plan for the Gator, or he's going to say, see you later.
I hope everyone claimed their LAIC drops and got pockets for Alligator from that special research. But there's some other Pokemon that are on the downswing. Dugong seems to be kind of gone, as our co-caster Alpha Phoebe likes to say. I haven't seen much of it. It seems to be overtaken by Pokemon like Dunsparce or like Ariados in that safe swap role.
Once again, with the introduction of Primeape and Annihilape, some fighters, Dugong may be a little bit more hesitant to be brought by some of our trainers. Also more Pekko. Yet to be seen whether we're going to see much of it this weekend, but that hard-hitting Aura Wheel, that electric typing will make the Dugong go bye-bye. So definitely it'll be interesting to see whether it's brought here this weekend.
Speaking of Pokemon that have gone bye-bye, Diggersby is a ground type, and it is so deep in the usage numbers, it might as well be in the ground itself. Diggersby was very prominent, a great Clodsire core breaker, probably one of the best Clodsire answers in the entire meta. Rise, I know some people still believe in it, maybe like yourself, but I don't know if there's a spot for Diggersby this weekend.
I still like Diggersby. I think it's bulky. I think it has the ability to soft lose certain matchups against maybe Azumarill, set up the farm down. Some some people are skeptical of the Diggersby, but I think it's still a strong Pokemon.
Well, Rise, we were worried, or maybe not even worried, maybe just more concerned that we were going to be overtaken by the Apes, Primeape, Annihilate. Let's take a deeper dive at those two Pokemon because they had a pretty strong performance at LAIC. I think that Rage Fist was a massive upgrade for those Pokemon. Annihilate probably got a little more shine than its Primeape counterpart, but I do think it is a viable counter user. Will we see it here in Sacramento?
You know, we haven't seen it as much as maybe perhaps we thought, but Primeape is so spammy. 4 karate chops to the Rage Fist. Suddenly you keep on boosting, and you're winning matchups. Theoretically, you have no business winning against Clodsire among some other Pokemon. So hopefully we see a little more shine from Primeape and Annihilate.
We will see. Only time will tell. But speaking of time, there's a special event going on this weekend you need to capitalize on. This is the Wild Area featuring Toxtricity. We did have an event this week, and there's tons of bonuses that you should capitalize on. Those bonuses are very similar this weekend during the special event. We will continue to talk about this throughout the stream because there's literally so much. For example, Rise, did you know you can TM your Feraligatr to Hydro Cannon this weekend? Did you know that there are mighty Pokemon appearing at specific times? I mean, it's crazy. This event is wild.
I've heard lure modules are lasting 2 hours. In this venue, people will be catching Pokemon when they're not competing. And I need to take a look at my storage, Speedy. I'm sure there's some great Pokemon I can TM to some valuable charge attacks.
Let's take a closer look here. We've got Dialga Origin Form in Rays. We've got Palkia Origin Form as well, with a chance to get Spatial, Ren, and Roar of Time. We also have Toxel debuting in Eggs. You know what? I heard a rumor, Rise. Toxtricity might actually be eligible for the tournament this weekend.
If we see one, that will be a treat. I think Toxtricity running Poison Jab, Power Up Punch, and is more attack weighted than a Primeape. So if we see that thing in action, it's going to be a treat to watch.
Well, it's electric and poison typing, so good thing we're not in a ground type meta. Good thing there's no Gastrodons, no Shadow Kanto Marowak, no Diggersby, no Clodsire. I already named 4 Pokemon, but it's going to be interesting because if you can qualify for Worlds with a fun Pokemon like that, it just adds a little bit more shine to that accomplishment. Speaking of Worlds qualified trainers, let's take a look at our boards because we have some trainers that have already etched their place into that qualification bracket. We got Yakai, our world champion, Inadequence, our runner-up. Marto Galde, who is actually now triple qualified, Rise. He qualified via the World Championships last season. He won Lima this season, and then he won LAIC as well. And who can forget about Beelzeboy in 4th place as well.
So many great names on this list, and to have that accomplishment, to have that qualification so early is just a little bit of a sigh of relief, not fighting till the end of the season to get that qualification. So these trainers are so talented, and they have a little bit of a head start maybe planning on what they're going to bring to Worlds.
Anaheim is going to be a photo finish for our next world champion, but let's take a look at the season snapshot so far. This is the max out season, September 1st through December 1st. 3 Pokemon in particular, Rise, I think have really been the story of this meta. Shadow Feraligatr, Clodsire, and Azumarill. And we've got a bunch of champions on our list as well. Do you want to spotlight any of these trainers in particular?
You know, Wadaj here in North America took a little bit of a hiatus, and when he returned, he won his first tournament back. This trainer just has so much confidence right now, and when he makes another return, he's going to be one to look out for, of course. But you can't go wrong with any trainers on that list, and especially Marto. What a dominant season he's had. He set his goals, right? He set his goals of winning a regional, getting top 4 in an international. Did it in a couple months to start the season. That is some high expectations to set, and to deliver is even more impressive.
Speaking of delivering, the Sacramento Regional has delivered as well. These trainers are registered. They are here. They are ready to throw down. We've got Ramberto, Abhinav, and it's Axon, our previous world champion. Any one of these can take it all the way, right, Rice?
Of course. Ramberto has put together lots of impressive performances here on the West Coast, especially. Abhinav, a regional champion from the Chicago area, can't count him out. And it's Axon. I mean, what can you say? He was known as Mr. Top Cut, then he was an international champion, then he became world champion. You always have to highlight his name on the bracket.
Speaking of highlights, NiteTime Clasher, who's been competing on multiple continents. I promise, he's either competing in NA, competing in LATAM, competing in EU. He is all over the place. Call him Mr. Worldwide. NiteTime Clasher with a Araquanid apparently this weekend. Tell us a little bit more about this trainer.
You know, Speedy, 2 years ago, I was standing in line, and This person said hi to me at the Arlington Regional Championship. He said he had a team with a Tokenomaru, and he wanted to get some advice. Now he's one of the best trainers in North America. So NiteTime Clashers come a long way, and he'll be competing here this weekend.
Got one more trainer to spotlight. Let's talk about real quick the CTU. He actually had a 9-game win streak at LAIC. 5 of those games in the loser side of the bracket. I mean, this trainer is so impressive, kind of flying under the radar for a lot of our community. Maybe not are too aware of him, but I think the C2U definitely has what it takes to succeed. Mandabuzz is one of my top picks for core breakers for this current meta, and I'm really, really excited to see him competing this weekend. Let's talk about predictions, though, Rise. We have some Pokemon we think could steal the spotlight. I'm going to lead in with Miltank and Morpeko.
I went with the Wigglytuff as an obscure pick with the poison types. I don't know if it's the smartest pick, to be honest, but I felt like it was something that could shut down Morpeko and Primeape as well as Annihilate.
Well, we have Alpha Phoebe with 4 Shadow Pokemon, and meanwhile, DeFi, I think the only grass type on this graphic outside of Shadow Jumpluff with Superior. I think Superior is one of the most polarizing Pokemon in the meta, and you and I will definitely discuss that as the cast goes on, but I'm really excited to see if that Pokemon will succeed this weekend. Of course, each one of those Pokemon is only a piece of the puzzle. These trainers need to build a full team of 6 and then choose 3 of those Pokemon to compete during their battles this weekend. I'll tell you what, Rise. People want to follow along, you can head over to Pokemon.com. You can also check out all of our socials. Use that hashtag PlayPokemon on your social posts. We saw an awesome one during LAIC, an illustration of the cooking scene that we did during the broadcast, and it really just warmed everyone's hearts. If you are enjoying the tournament, make sure to share those social posts no matter where you are, and use that hashtag PlayPokemon.
It's going to be a great weekend. Looking forward to it. And I think we're just about ready to send it over to our co-casters.
Absolutely. DeFi, Alpha Phoebe, lead us in.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that wonderful intro. I am Alpha Phoebe, joined here by DeFi 250, otherwise known as Stephanie Christine. How are you feeling this wonderful Saturday morning?
Well, I am definitely hungry for a tasty treat. Like Will said, I think we might have something fun to showcase, a fun Pokemon that is just legal today for the first time, and a battler that is known for running some spicy electric types. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what this tournament is all about with our format video.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon Go matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Grey League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokemon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Thank you so much, Will, for that great introduction to our tournament this weekend. We know a lot about what is going to be happening here. Let's see what these players are actually fighting for. That is prizes. We have $2,500 for first place, cascading down all the way for top 16 for tied for 9th.
And 108 booster packs, all for placing 1, 2, and 3. That is a lot of fun pack opening that these trainers can take place in as well as part of their prizing.
And let's go ahead and take a look at the top 12 usage here. This is going to be the meta for day 1 in Sacramento, and not really a big surprise at the top is Clodsire, overtaking Azumarill from LAIC, which I think was first place with about 60% usage there.
Yes, but all of those Pokemon that Will mentioned in that seasonal snapshot, the Clodsire, the Azumarill, and that Shadow Fur Alligator, being extremely extremely popular. I'm thinking that that little baby Sandshrew, I think it might be that Alolan Sand Slash that we saw so much of at LAIC, because there are so few fighters in the meta. Take a look. Annihilape's all the way down there at number 12.
Yeah, we don't see Primeape here in the top 12. It's really interesting. The Alolan Sandslash usage has opted from being in past seasons, the Shadow variant, to the non-Shadow now. That a little bit of extra bulk helping it out. And typically, I like thinking about Shadows being extra useful if you don't really care about fast attack damage being done to you, which is the case for a Pokemon that's double weak to fighting, but with fighting types not being in the meta, that Shadow advantage there hasn't been quite as impactful, and I think that's why we're seeing players opt for the non-Shadow variant this season.
Well, there are a couple fun Shadow Pokemon on the teams that these trainers are battling, but I'm interested in a couple shinies that specifically our trainer on the right is going to be bringing. I am so excited to start talking about our first matchup of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one indeed. It's not too hot here in Sacramento, a little bit of a cool weather storm coming in, but I think these battles are going to heat up the tournament field for sure.
Oh yes, well when it rains, I believe electric type Pokemon tend to do quite well both in the video game, that's when they get their weather boost, as well in Pokemon Go. And we have a very special electric type Pokemon that we're going to get to see, Toxicity. Can you tell me a little bit about that Pokemon, Nick?
Well, as was mentioned in the intro, it is a electric and poison type Pokemon. It's going to have a little bit of a tough time in this meta. Will was kind of alluding to it. This is a ground-dominant meta. We have ground types galore. We have Clodsire. We used to have Swampert. Swampert's not really the ground type of the meta anymore. We have that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which some people have been opting for that fast attack damage, and we have our trainers up on stage as well, but I don't think either of those two are ground types.
No, and they really don't need much of an introduction either, but let's go ahead and talk about, we've got Elite on the left, and we have 2-0 Butters on the right. Elite, very much known as kind of a king in California, taking regional championships, placing so highly throughout California regional championships throughout the seasons. And then we have our fellow co-caster 2-0 Butters taking place. I believe this is his very first competitive tournament. We have been asking Butters to compete. He loves bringing a lot of really fun Pokemon. We are so excited to see him on the other side of the desk for once.
We'll have to see if he lives up to his name, of course, 2-0 being a call out to his ability to potentially 2-0 the trainers, but what a match to start off with Elite being so decorated, so dominant. Here we go into game number 1.
And we can see Elite bringing that Ariados into the Malamar on the side of 2-0 Butters, and there it is in the back, Toxicity. But is it going to have any targets on Elite's side of the field?
It's going to really need to avoid that Clodsire. Lunge coming through. This is generally a pretty favorable matchup for the Ariados, able to get to 3 lunges before getting knocked out. However, the Malamar is able to put in so much damage with the Psy-Wave, super effective damage that comes through. It's able to nearly farm all the way down in the 2 shields and potentially switch out and catch a final lunge on a different Pokemon.
2-0 Butters deciding to protect the Malamar at the cost of both of his Protect Shields, really perhaps wanting to secure switch advantage to perhaps give that Toxicity an opportunity to do well, maybe help it avoid that Clodsire. Oh, makes a catch.
Yeah, very important here. This lunge would have knocked out. It's double super effective against that Psychic and Dark type of Malamar. In comes the Walrein, a king of old times. 0 shield matchup looking pretty solid. However, Elite has secured the appropriate alignment. That Toxicity is not looking good against Clodsire in the back.
This crunch is going to connect with the Walrein. It is not. Oh, Kenneth, I thought it might have been able to hang on. I thought that maybe that Earthquake, but no. Shadow Drapion with that 20% boost to its attack being a Shadow. But here it is, Toxicity Toxicity. It runs a Poison Jab, Power Up Punch, and Wild Charge. Let's see how tanky this Pokemon is. I know it's a bit of a glass cannon. We're about to find out for the very first time. Oh my goodness! The Crunch nearly knocks it out.
And swapping to catch this Aqua Tail, Butters is going to be not liking this final Pokemon as it comes in. Actually, Elite opting to stay in, maybe opting to land another Aqua Tail or force the energy out from 2-0 Butters. Instead, Butters recognizing that this endgame is looking really tough, not throwing a charged attack, and in comes the Toxicity. Be curious to see if Elite decides to show his third Pokemon. No, actually opting to switch to the Gyarados.
Yeah, but he's got that entire full health Clodsire. Elite gonna try to just work to maybe not show it. This power-up punch, will that be enough? It is going to be neutral damage. Not quite. I think the Drapian's going to knock it out. Elite not even having to show the Clodsire in the back, which would have certainly spelled disaster for 2-0 Butters anyway.
We got to get a little bit used to the damage calculations from this Toxicity. It is brand new, just introduced last Monday into eggs. I have not even had the opportunity to see battles with this Pokemon before, so it is brand new to all of us here in the Play Pokemon circuit.
Yes, and it was really interesting to see 2-0 Butters making this catch, allowing the Malamar to stay around. However, I think really needed to knock out the Shadow Drapion with that Earthquake.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shadow Crunch is doing a little bit more damage than maybe Butters was expecting, getting that crucial knockout into that Walrein. Even the Walrein wasn't the Shadow variant, just not quite bulky enough to be able to hold on.
What is 2-0 Butters hoping that Elite brings? What is he hoping to see if he's going to continue to bring that Toxicity?
I'm not, frankly, all that sure. My best guess would probably be that Galarian Moltres, because electrics into flying types generally are advantageous. However, the Galarian Moltres relies on that dark type fast attack damage to deal most of its damage.
And we have a battle of spiders to start off. Ariados into that shiny Araquanid. We see 2-0 Butters deciding to bring in that Walrein, kind of using it as a safe swap for this team. The Walrein looks really good across the board into Elite's team.
Elite going for the lunge instead of the Trailblaze is totally fine because it does great neutral damage. It looks like 2 would be able to knock out, and I doubt a singular lunge would have been able to knock out. Icicle Spear coming back again, and it's going to be a charge attack tie here. Elite still knowing, after all the changes to Icicle Spear, still knowing all the counts perfectly. Trailblaze gets shielded.
Ooh, and we can hear that attack boost guaranteed every time you use Trailblaze. 2-0 Butters looking to get rid of the Ariados, but Elite going to protect it. As these Poison Stings, you can see they start to do more and more damage as these Trailblazes continue to pop off.
I expect Butters to no shield here. Oh, actually opting for the shield, maybe going to try to catch a charge attack later because Elite can very cleanly shield here, and I don't think a Powder Snow down is going to be possible here. The Ariados is just a little too bulky.
Ooh, bringing in the Toxicity, but it is going to be met with the Clodsire. You can see Butters. He's like, oh no! This is exactly what he doesn't want to see. Elite giving a giant grin, knowing one attack from this Clodsire is going to absolutely knock out this poor Toxicity. It's beautiful though. Look at this shiny.
Wild Charge coming through. Every single charge attack and fast attack is either single resisted or double resisted. Wild Charge double resisted because of the ground typing. Power Punch resisted because of the poison typing. And even Poison Jab double resisted because of the ground and poison typing of Clodsire.
Elite not even going to waste his time with the super effective Earthquake. A Stone Edge is all that is needed. Toxicity, unfortunately, not really making the debut it wanted to in the Pokemon Go competitive circuit. But here we have a Araquanid, another Pokemon that we don't see really often. How is this going to play out?
A great catch from Butters there onto the Walrein. Although it's still super effective damage, it does help shore up that Araquanid in the end game, giving it a bit more of an energy advantage into this Clodsire. Now able to barely reach an Bubble Beam at the same time as the Stone Edge, but Butters actually opting not to throw right on that charge attack tie.
and instead being able to really absorb a lot of damage from that Stone Edge. Araquanid is a large Pokemon, and it is also very bulky. So it can take even a lot of super effective charge attack damage. Bug Buzz not going to be very effective, but it's just this Araquanid just not going to be able to hang on after this Stone Edge. 2-0 Butters just recognizing this. I don't think it's going to work out for me.
It's a bit of a tough team composition for 2-0 Butters. I think he did a really great job building his team around the Toxtricity because he has a bunch of Pokemon that help answer Clodsire. He has the Malamar, he has Walrein, he has a Shadow Drifloon. However, Elite building his team quite well as well, able to answer each of those counters with a counter of his own. Drapion looking really good as a coverage Pokemon to help that Clodsire out with any of those polarizing matchups.
Unfortunately, 2-0 Butters was not able to secure the 2-0. It was the 2-0 was for his opponent, Elite. Congratulations. We are so excited that this was such a fun way to kick off the Sacramento tournament, seeing these two California battlers starting off the tournament and seeing a debut of Toxicity. Like, we get to learn what moves it has, kind of how much damage it can take. Turns out not a lot.
And we got to see one of those electric type Pokemons. We're going to have to see if the Morpeko makes a showing here as well. Into the highlights we go. We got to see how Butters was really relying on Walrein as a safe swap, and it looked really good. No real answers on the side from Elite's team.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Consistently bringing it in as the swap, but just wasn't really able to leverage it, having to protect it against things like these Trailblazes from Ariados. Ariados is such a powerful Pokemon. It really, we started to really see it after Louisville.
Yeah, with the absence of steel types in the meta, even though, as we all know from the 2023 NAIC, Ariados does beat Registeel, right? It's able to shine so well, and in addition to steel types not really being in the meta, flying types aren't in the meta as well. You know, if Butters happened to bring that Drifblim, it would have been a really strong answer to that Ariados, but Butters feeling maybe Drifloon didn't have the best matchup here against Elite.
And we know 2-0 Butters for his love of those spicy electric type Pokemons, not necessarily of the Ghost, but I agree that Drifloon would have been really, really fun to see.
It did quite well over in LAIC. I believe one of the strongest proponents of it was Dunebug, and he made quite a showing with it. It's a little tough in a meta that also has a lot of Shadow Drapion, where Shadow Drapion is going to be one of the more flexible, faster pacing Pokemon in the meta. Only 4 Poison Stings to get to those Aqua Tails.
It is so spammy being able to just dish out those charge attacks. A Pokemon that we just saw that isn't very spammy but very bulky is that Araquanid. Araquanid really made its debut with M.E. Weedle, winning the Juniors Championship with it in Pokemon Go in its inaugural season in the competitive circuit. Why is it making a little bit of a comeback now? Because I've heard some whispers of Araquanid, not just from 2-0 Butters.
It's because bug typing is going to be the premier typing to resist ground, and ground is such a strong typing in this max out meta. Additionally, as a bug and water type, it also resists water type damage as well as ice type. So it does really well against Feraligatr if that Feraligatr is opting to run Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam instead of running Crunch. So it has a lot of good anti-meta play into a lot of the common meta strong Pokemon. The downside to it is, as you pointed out, is that it's really slow to its charge attack. Bug Bite not being the best energy generating fast attack, it does have the option to opt for Infestation, but people typically like the harder damage of Bug Bite.
And a Pokemon, you just mentioned some Pokemon that are really strong, really meta. That was a lot of Elite's team. Let's go ahead and check in with Rise to Occasion and Elite in that winner's interview.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm here with the reigning, defending Sacramento Regional Champion, Elite. Elite, take me through what went through your mind. First, when you saw 2-0 Butters as your first opponent, and then when you saw Toxtricity on the team sheet.
What's the word for it? I got like intel that he was running Toxtricity, and then he ended up confirming it to me. So what I did is I looked up the the moves that it gets because I did not know that it was even in the game. But yeah, when I saw his name, I was so scared. I was so nervous to play him. But yeah, it was a good match.
Did you find yourself with that electric poison typing, having to think to yourself, like, what moves do I throw with this? What are my answers for this thing?
Yeah, actually, I had to like think it 3 times over if Moltres could do neutral damage with Sucker Punch, and the answer is it does. But yeah, I was thinking about the typing and it like messed me up.
Now, you've been deemed the California King. You've had so much success in these regionals on the West Coast. Take us through a little bit of your preparation here for Sacramento and this new meta. What went into your team building for this?
I think my prep for Sacramento was not really actually scrimming. It was more doing the daily adventure incense. And I finally got a Moltres this week, and I'm running it this weekend. That was like the most prep that I did. The actual like in-game practice that I did was like 3 hours total for this tournament. Yeah, I didn't really put much prep into this, but I mean, I'm here to play, so.
A very entertaining first matchup to kick things off here in Sacramento. Ali, best of luck. And before we let you go, anybody you'd like to shout out as we move forward this weekend?
Yeah, I got to give one shout out. It's to my boy Frank, Onion Frank. I'm wearing this shirt in your honor.
Shout out to Onion Frank from Elite and Rise. Back to you, Stephanie and Nick.
Very styling interview there from Mr. Rise to Occasion and Elite. I always find it interesting when trainers talk about how much they're prepared versus like how some trainers, they spend a lot of time thinking about their teams, and some trainers roll in saying, I built my team last night. We'll see how it goes.
And I found it very interesting that he said most of his preparation was actually like playing the main portion of the game. He went out on those adventure incense walks, trying to get that Galarian Moltres. Glad he finally got one. I'm still looking for one myself, but it just goes to show all the very interesting ways that the game kind of can play into PvP for the Championship Series or the Go Battle League, however you'd like to approach.
Yeah, one really good tip, if you see the Galarian Moltres out there and you're like, I want one, one Pokemon that you can actually obtain right now during this Go Wild event is that Origin form Dialga with Roar of Time. You can actually extend your daily adventure incense to be able to have more opportunities to collect those Galarian birds, especially Moltres.
Another pro tip, if you have multiple Master Balls like me, you can use them if you see them. But I'm sitting on 2 Master Balls right now, so still waiting to get lucky and have one of those incense Galarian Moltres pop up for me.
Yes, and I have heard that if you are lucky enough not just to see a Galarian Moltres, but to see a shiny one, you can catch it not with a Master Ball. Like, it's not going to run from you, is a rumor that I've heard.
Ooh. Actually, that's like one of my favorite things about those 3 birds is that their shiny variants are like the same coloration style as the original versions. And I think that's like, I think they look really, really cool as their standard forms, but their shiny forms, I love the callback. It's great.
I do as well. One way too, so you're out there, you're going on these walks to collect those Galarian birds. Maybe you can also stop by your local Pokemon leagues, Nick.
Yeah, locals are a great first step into competitive Pokemon. You can play all sorts of Pokemon games there, the video game, the trading card game, as well as Pokemon Go. Go ahead and scan that QR code that's on the screen to find a league near you. Have you had the opportunity to go to many local events this season, Stephanie?
I have not, but I'm looking forward to going to a couple after the holiday season.
Yeah, I have had an opportunity to go to 1 or 2 myself, and I'm sure a lot of the players have been, who are out there right now, have been grinding their local scenes. I know Texas has a lot of top-tier battles in there. Maybe one of our co-casters is a frequent to those local scenes.
Yeah, Rise to Occasion, actually leaving Wisconsin, like the home state for both of us, but moved to Dallas and has really gotten to benefit from the strong local scene there. Has really boosted his competitive play.
He was like, oh, let me scooch on by you and move all the way down to Texas to take on the locals down there. We have some predictions from us as to the battlers that we think are most likely to go to day 2. And starting off strong there, Will with a lead, already securing a round 1 win.
Yeah, and Rise's pick, Pokemango, is also 2024 NAIC Top 16 is a big achievement. Really looking to claim a great title there today here in Sacramento.
And I'm really surprised, honestly. Looking at this list, why didn't Rise put Softo if Softo is Rise's coach?
I don't know. I know he's pulling for her to do well in, as well. So I am so excited to see Soph here competing. When she is on her game and is ready to go, like, I don't think there's any stopping her. She's only done 2 competitive regional events, has done very well in both of them. I'm really excited to see how far she makes it. Something else I've noticed, so she casts, she competes, but also you hear her name often when trainers are giving those thank yous, like who do you want to shout out, who do you want to thank you? Soph Toph and her community Tophtown often comes up, so I feel like we hear about her all the time. I'm excited to see her performance this weekend.
She does it all. And the last person on that list, of course, my pick was Abhinav, the winner of the 2024 Portland Regional Championship. And I'm hoping that he makes a strong showing here and makes his way to day 2.
We can see our 2 trainers approaching the stage, getting ready to go. Speaking of casters, we have many of them competing this weekend. We just talked about Soph. We just saw 2 Butters. NiteTime Clasher over on the left-hand side. Will called him Mr. Worldwide. Travels all over the world to compete and is here in Sacramento competing this weekend. Also bringing a Araquanid.
Well, he looks pretty well rested after that long trip back from LAIC. I myself am a little bit dreepy, but here in Sacramento, we are actually significantly, I think it's 5 hours difference from Brazil time. So it is actually pretty significant. That's about the same time difference between the East Coast and Europe.
So hopefully NiteTime Clasher is not feeling jet lagged going into this battle against MysticMamba over on the right-hand side. MysticMamba representing his SoCal Swablu team with his jersey. SoCal Swablu's are a very strong team here in California. Lots of like sub-teams. They have a really strong group of battlers. So MysticMamba looking to have a strong performance here today.
Yeah, and he's been in the community for a really long time as well. I think from basically the beginning of Grassroots. So I know he's going to have a lot of fans out in the crowd, a lot of friends out in the crowd rooting for him, trying to keep the Sacramento Regional Championship here in California.
I know, I've casted a lot of MysticMamba's battles way back in early Grassroots, so definitely a name that stands out to me. We'll have to see how these 2 trainers are going to leverage the teams that they brought today, as looks like they are just now going to swap their team sheets, and once they put their headsets on, we can really dive into and start analyzing what they are bringing to the table.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like any more toxicity for us, but maybe we'll have a little bit more of that later on in the day.
Yes, one Pokemon, just taking a look at the Pokemon themselves, Shadow Kanto Marowak is going to be making an appearance on both teams. Again, a Pokemon that really came into the spotlight after Louisville.
Yeah, that Mud Slap just deals so much damage, and with that additional Shadow bonus, you can really farm down Pokemon that you might not expect because ground typing into a lot of the meta is actually just neutral damage, unless you're talking about like Clodsire or maybe a Alolan Sandslash, but for something like Ariados, it's just neutral. But if you have an energy advantage, if you're able to get to 3 charge attacks before they do, you're able to very cleanly knock out, or if it's even chipped down a little bit, you could just farm all the way down.
So other Pokemon that they have similar on their teams, I see Shadow Kanto Marowak on both. I see Azumarill on both. But I think the similarities end there. I love the Araquanid pick, the Toxapex pick from MysticMamba, a really good Pokemon if you're targeting something like that Azumarill.
Yeah, Toxapex has actually been a little bit absent from the meta in the past couple of regionals. We've seen so much ground pressure that I feel like Toxapex has been pushed away, and Azumarill really opened up and was able to fully flourish in the meta, especially in a tournament like LAIC where it had 60% usage. I do really love the pick, though, for MysticMamba, Shadow Sableye with Power Gem. Power Gem recently buffed in the max out meta, able to do a lot of good neutral damage across the board, but also potentially super effective damage if it lands against that Araquanid.
What other Pokemon? I'm seeing that Shadow Jumpluff. Jumpluff is a Pokemon that when I saw it initially, I was very underwhelmed by Jumpluff initially in this season, but we've had trainers like Marto Galde have a lot of success with Jumpluff. Will MysticMamba be able to replicate some of that success here in Sacramento?
I think it looks pretty solid against NiteTime Clashers team. You, of course, want to avoid the Alolan Sandslash. That is not a good matchup, but you do a great, you have a great matchup against so many of the other Pokemon. And the reason why I really like Jumpluff in this meta is because of Fairy Wind. Fairy Wind doing a little bit more damage now means that you're able to shore up a matchup like that Malamar with its Dark typing, which takes super effective damage from Fairy Wind. It makes that matchup a lot more dominating for Jumpluff.
Let's see which trainer is going to dominate here in the arena. We have Group B, winners round 2, and we have Araquanid into Dunsparce. Dunsparce, one of the few Pokemon that can deal some super effective damage into Araquanid with its fast attack pressure. We see NiteTime Clasher safe swap a Clodsire, weak to ground typing in a ground type meta. This Shadow Kanto Marowak is looking really strong. Hasn't even thrown a charge attack yet, but the Clodsire is already down to almost half health. Does have to take this Earthquake before it is able to start throwing these Bone Clips. Has 2 already.
Yeah, same type of attack bonus Earthquake coming from Clodsire, doing a good chunk of damage, but that Kanto Marowak is quite bulky. One more Mud Slap, able to knock out Sludge Bomb, unable to be thrown. There is a good amount of energy left on this Marowak, and I feel like NiteTime Clasher has to bring in the Azumarill here because a Rock Slide is going to really threaten that Araquanid.
Yes, then look at how much damage these bubbles are doing to the Kanto Marowak. I think it's just 2 bubbles away from being knocked out. That will give MysticMamba enough time to fire both of these charge attacks. These Bone Clubs just not feeling like they're doing as much damage here. They're just going to be able to slowly chip away at the Azumarill. What are we going to see MysticMamba bring in next?
I have to imagine it's going to be that Shadow Sableye, even though it's not in the best matchup against Azumarill. Because the Azumarill is already at half health, I think it would be able to threaten with Shadow Claws and Play Rough. 2 shields I expect to be used if NiteTime Clasher stays in against the Sableye, but an immediate switch out into the Araquanid makes sense, but MysticMamba able to throw potentially a Power Gem and then switch out into that Dunsparce, which has a good amount of energy already loaded.
Yeah, Dunsparce doesn't really pack much of a punch, but is really going to be relying on the fact that it can throw super effective damage here into the Araquanid. Again, Dunsparce is not attack-weighted as a Pokemon. It's known for being bulky and nice and consistent. Looks like NiteTime Clasher using Bubble Beam wants to soften the impact of these super effective fast and charge attacks that we're going to be seeing from the Dunsparce.
And really interesting, NiteTime Clasher is opting for double water for charge attacks there. Bubble Beam and Water Pulse really keying into the fact that this is a ground type meta. However, kind of removing some play against something like for Alligator not having any neutral hits, but I guess Bug Bite being dominant enough so that it's not really that big of a deal. I would expect to see MysticMamba no shield here, recognizing, hey, this Araquanid's almost gone. I'm not threatened by any of those remaining charge attacks, and looking to be able to paste a double foul play here before Azumarill can get off 2 charged attacks.
Yeah, Shadow Sableye. A lot of time when we're used to seeing Sableye, we're seeing the purified version with Return. Shadow Sableye going to be able to pack a lot more of a punch with Shadow Claw and is going to be using Foul Play and Power Gem as its 2 charged attacks.
Foul Play coming through, able to pick up the knockout, and it's going to look like a Shadow Claw down from here. Araquanid not quite able to make it to another charge attack, and NiteTime Clasher is going to have to think about how he's going to be able to deal with that Shadow Sableye. Looked so good in game number 1 there.
Yes, one thing that really shocked me about NiteTime Clasher was using the Clodsire as a safe swap when there was that Kanto Marowak on the other side of the field. It doesn't feel as safe against MysticMamba's team.
Yeah, that's a great call. In most matchups, it's a pretty safe swap. Even into something like Shadow for Alligator, you're able to take a Hydro Cannon and threaten a shield with an Earthquake. But against something like that, that Shadow Marowak, you get farmed down, and you take 2 Bone Clubs into your Azumarill, and the Azumarill's half health.
Yeah, it just did not work out, so I'm interested to see how NiteTime Clasher is going to respond. I think the Clodsire still looks really good, just has to mostly avoid that Shadow Kanto Marowak matchup.
And it's a bit tough. I talked about how the Shadow Jumpluff is a great answer for that Malamar. But you also have a Azumarill, so Malamar, another Pokemon which against a lot of teams is very safe, doesn't feel that safe into MysticMamba's team. So I'm struggling to think of a really solid team combination from NiteTime Clasher that it feels safe into MysticMamba's team.
One Pokemon I want to see is that Alolan Sandslash that I think looks really good into MysticMamba's team. Maybe isn't like perfectly safe against everything there, but can hit just about everything for at least neutral damage. And we know that Alolan Sandslash, it's an attack-weighted Pokemon. So even if it's not a Shadow, it is going to pack quite a punch. Pokemon not really throwing punches. We're going to be seeing some bubbles and we're going to be seeing some rollouts here to start off game number 2.
And it looks like NiteTime Clasher is on the same page as you, bringing that Alolan Sandslash. I'm really curious to see if it's running Powder Snow or if it's running Shadow Claw. We saw a little bit of variance in LAIC. The Powder Snow variant does a lot better into the ground types, such as Clodsire, or even the grass types, such as Shadow Jumpluff. However, it does a lot worse into something like Azumarill, which MysticMamba has brought into this game.
Yeah, NiteTime Clasher opting to leave the Araquanid on the bench this time, maybe not performing the way that he was hoping, not being able to align it onto something like that Marowak. Instead, opting for that Alolan Sandslash that I'm very interested to see bringing it in the back. Azumarill is great at being able to absorb all of this damage coming from the Dunsparce. Even though it paces to its charge attacks fairly quickly, Azumarill just able to absorb so much damage, leaving the Dunsparce with just a sliver of HP. Azumarill's going to be able to tank this just fine. NiteTime Clasher has to decide, do I value the health on the Azumarill right now? No, just wants to be able to secure this first matchup. Actually swapping, making an aggressive swap really into this Alolan Sandslash after securing the lead matchup.
And I really like this play from NiteTime Clasher because of how safe that Alolan Sandslash is, able to switch in it pretty safely. And unfortunately now, we see MysticMamba has switched out, which means that Clodsire is potentially faced up. Oh, excuse me. I was going to say it was going to be faced up against the Alolan Sandslash, but the Alolan Sandslash is on NiteTime Clasher's team anyways, so that's never going to happen. But Clodsire into that Shadow Sableye does look pretty good in that endgame.
Yes, Clodsire, again, so bulky and able to just fire really powerful charged attacks. One thing Clodsire doesn't really have is a bait move. It doesn't have a move that's like really cheap and spammy to throw, so every attack that it throws, you're going to have to be sure that you can calculate, can I tank this damage? Just like this Alolan Sandslash is able to very easily tank all of these charged attacks from the Azumarill, something you're not often able to say about an Alolan Sandslash, that it can tank any attack, really.
The Drill Run is coming through here, not going to be shielded, not quite threatening a knockup, but a simultaneous swap from both trainers. The Azumarill is going to be knocked out, and I think NiteTime Clasher is one more fast attack away from another Drill Run, so he does have an Ice Punch loaded. I am assuming he comes in with the Clodsire. I feel like it's a little more safe. Issue being he's running Sludge Bomb instead of Stone Edge on this Clodsire, so his cheaper move is going to be resisted by that Ghost typing.
Yes, and MysticMamba has an advantage here with Protect Shields. So like I was mentioning, Clodsire, it throws kind of these heavier hitting charge attack, but MysticMamba can simply double shield this Shadow Sableye. Sableye with 2 shields is a phenomenal endgame strategy.
Foul play coming through. NiteTime Clasher has to make a decision here. Does he want to shield at this point or later? He goes for the no shield. Not quite threatened by a knockout yet. He does have the option for a combo player here. Oh, actually, oh, the Sludge Bomb's caught onto the Azumarill. That's really unfortunate for NiteTime Clasher.
Yeah, NiteTime Clasher kind of recognizing, he's like, you can kind of see him throw up his hands and like, I don't really have an option here to deal with these Pokemon. All of the NiteTime Clasher's Pokemon, the remaining two, just have a slither of health, and that bubble that landed on the Clodsire was really impactful. Kind of left Clodsire without enough health to really do anything else.
And I almost thought that NiteTime Clasher was going to go for a simultaneous swap there to try to farm down the Azumarill with that, farm down the Azumarill with that Alolan Sandslash, but instead, maybe second-guessing himself, went for the Sludge Bomb, gets caught, and that really is the end of the game there because he no longer has enough health to fight and utilize his last shield that he had saved.
Yeah, so you can really see that moment of frustration there at NiteTime Clasher. MysticMamba just really able to kind of make a quick play to be able to take away NiteTime Clasher's remaining win condition.
Yeah, it was really forward thinking from MysticMamba. Great team composition here back in game number 1, able to recognize how strong the Kanto Marowak is into NiteTime Clasher's team if it's able to align properly.
Yes, and taking a look at this, again, that Araquanid, we talked about it earlier, double water, really keying into that ground-type meta, but I don't know, it just really didn't give the impact I think that NiteTime Clasher was hoping for.
Shadow Sableye, a key pick for MysticMamba in both games 1 and 2, and importantly, in that second game, NiteTime Clasher was able to win switch advantage, give it up, but the Azumarill, the health that was left on it wasn't that impactful in the end game, especially because I think NiteTime Clasher switched in the Azumarill at kind of an awkward point in the mid game, and it just got farmed down.
Coming in here, we can see that farm down coming in from that Shadow Sableye. Taking a look at game 2, we talked about how the Clodsire had a lot more play here. However, you're going to see that switch in there, and you're going to see this bubble damage connect.
Sludge Bomb being caught was that nail in the coffin for NiteTime Clasher here. Shadow Sableye able to get the farm down and just really showing how strong it can be in the right matchup. There isn't a lot of fairy damage in the meta. You have Fairy Wind from something like a Jumpluff. You have Play Rough from something like Azumarill, and not really much outside of that.
No, we haven't really seen like the Wigglytuffs, the Clefables. We haven't really seen a lot of those fairy-type Pokemon come in to be able to bring it to charm us with their damage.
It's really tough, right? It's a ground meta, but it's also a poison meta, which is kind of funny because obviously poison types are answered by grounds, but Clodsire being the dominant Pokemon, I would say maybe the second most dominant Pokemon in the meta after Shadow for Alligator. It really pushes those fairy types away, which frees up that Shadow Sableye to be a interesting pick here. And we haven't seen a lot of it lately, but I'm really excited to see it here in Sacramento.
I am also really excited to see MysticMamba here in Sacramento. I believe this is only his third competitive tournament, the first one this season. I'm looking forward to hearing more from Will and MysticMamba here in this winner's interview.
All right, everybody, I'm here with MysticMamba, who just took down NiteTime Clasher on stage. Levi, you said that this was your third competitive tournament in the Play Pokemon circuit. Is that correct?
Third like regional like this, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Awesome. Well, MysticMamba, I know you from the grassroots circuit, very, very talented trainer, lots of Show 6 experience, and you've got an awesome team here with you today. Can we hear from the Swablues over here? Absolutely, absolutely.
Actually, I wanted to shout out, I mean, not to feed his ego more, but Dre helped me a lot on team building, and I was like really conflicted on this team like in general, and I was like, oh, this team sucks, and he like talked me back into it, and so props to him for like kind of, I don't think I would like be winning, I don't know, a match versus NiteTime Clasher for him, so yeah.
That's a really good point. I wanted to ask you about one Pokemon in particular. Tell me about the Shadow Sableye pick.
Sure. So I thought about it as soon as like Primeape and Annihilate got their buff,
because before it was kind of assumed that Rage Fist wasn't going to be great. But then when it got updated, as they always do, Sableye just kind of stood out to me because I just love like its like aggressive nature as far as like farming things down, but also like it's a very like flexible mon, and that's like my bread and butter. I don't like being stuck in like really bad matchups most of the time unless I have like a read on the opponent. So yeah, I was like, oh, if I can use it, I'll use it. Yeah.
Talk about matchups. You just took down NiteTime Clasher. Is there anyone here at the venue at the tournament that you really want to play? Dre Flames? Would you be excited to pair against him?
Absolutely not. No, that'd be terrible because he knows like the ins and outs of my team. Not necessarily. I'm just kind of going in with like no expectations. Just I kind of put like too much expectation on myself. Like after my first performance, I did like poorly my second performance. So I'm just trying to have fun and go out there and see what happens.
Awesome. MysticMamba, thank you so much. Best of luck in your future rounds. We're going to go back to DeFi and Alpha Phi. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Will. It was great to learn more about MysticMamba and that supportive SoCal Swablu team that has come to support all of their trainers. Today we actually have another group ready to go right away for Winners Round 2 Group B. We have Iomero and Blepnir.
And some interesting Pokemon on both sides here. We see a standard Abomasnow as well as a Shadow Typhlosion and also a standard Sableye instead of a Shadow. Would be curious to see if it's running Return or if it's running Power Gem.
I don't believe this is a purified Sableye. I think it's just a standard Sableye from what I'm looking at. So it'll be running Foul Play and Power Gem, but it's not going to have that 20% boost to its attack power as a Shadow.
It's a bit interesting. You could run a purified Sableye as well that has Power Gem. So you lose a little bit of the mind games with the standard Sableye because they don't need to look at their team sheet to know what the secondary charged attack is.
Well, true, and with open team sheets, you lose a little bit. You lose a little bit of the mind games there, but very interesting, kind of going for the middle ground on that Sableye. Taking a look at Blepnir's team, the standout Pokemon for me there is that Shadow Typhlosion. We were talking actually before the broadcast started today, just about how Shadow Typhlosion beats for Alligator and how that just doesn't seem right, Alpha Phi.
Yeah, water types losing to fire types,
consistently.
Consistently and frequently on even energy. What can you say? But looking at these teams, I'm really curious to see how Iomero is going to answer that Shadow Typhlosion because he only has 2 answers, and for a Pokemon as potent as Shadow Typhlosion, it's not looking amazing. He's going to have to line up that Quagsire and that Toxapex appropriately in order to mitigate that heavy damage coming from Incinerate from a Shadow Pokemon.
Let's see which Pokemon is going to put out the most damage in this matchup. We have Quagsire versus Mandibuzz. Quagsire known for being able to put out a lot of really good charge attack damage. It has that spammy Aqua Tile. Mandibuzz, not so much, just being known as a damage sponge, able to absorb a lot of the damage in the meta, especially because there's no fairy typing, but there is rock typing in that Stone Edge, taking Mandibuzz almost down, but not quite to half health.
Dark Pulse coming through, going to be able to do good neutral damage to this Quagsire and doesn't quite put it in health, so able to comfortably take another Dark Pulse here without being threatened by a knockout, and switch might be very key here. Toxapex lurking in the back actually does pretty fine against both of the 2 remaining Pokemon, and that Shadow Sableye, or excuse me, the standard Sableye, not Shadow, that was last game. I think we're going to see Iomero choose to preserve shields here because of how well Sableye does with shields.
This is going to be an interesting matchup with the Shadow Typhlosion and the Toxapex. Again, you think water type into fire type. However, look at how much damage that Thunder Punch does. Toxapex already being down into half health. Hasn't even thrown a charged attack yet.
Brian coming through, going to be able to pick up a knockout. Shield up from Blepnir, going to try to preserve this Shadow Typhlosion. We'll see if he's able to switch out after this next Thunder Punch, or if he's going to be threatened. Actually, no. Iomero opting to no shield. This Thunder Punch might threaten close to a knockout.
And it doesn't hang on. No, I thought it might hang on with just a sliver, but the Toxapex is knocked out. Iomero hanging on. Can the Quagsire get to its attack? No. Typhlosion has such a high attack, it is going to win any cap tie just about in the entire meta. And here we have the final matchup with just Sableye into that Shadow Drapion. Now, Drapion has a lot of advantages. Eomero, though, does have an extra Protect Shield. Do you think that's going to impact this matchup at all?
I think it will, and that's a great no-shield call from Eomero because you want to be able to no-shield the first one in case the Crunch does get a debuff. Power Gem coming through, going to be shielded up, and it does not quite look like a fast attack down will be possible here from these Poison Stings. Another charge attack type, but Sableye wins this in the head-to-head against Shadow Drapion. Power Gem will be enough to pick up a knockout here.
Almost, but not quite. Gonna need a little bit more damage. Eomero finally gonna get an opportunity to use a Protect Shield protecting up against this Aqua Tail. Shadow Claw is, we actually see the Typhlosion gonna try to get a Incinerate in, but that damage didn't apply.
Really important that 2 Shadow Claws knocked out there. If it was 3, I think Blepnir might have been able to get a fast attack down here. Going now for an Aerialist, but knocked out in a singular Shadow Claw. 1 Aqua Tail loaded, but a shield still on the side for Eomero, so the Shadow Claw down is possible, and that's going to be game number 1 going. Blepnir had a really, I think, heads-up play there, trying to get that fast attack damage in with that Incinerate, but unfortunately fainting to 2 Shadow Claws.
Yeah, really, I'm hoping you can kind of walk me through how 2 Shield Sableye really took that endgame matchup.
It's just that damage. Shadow Claw is such a good fast attack. It's not like Counter, which was recently lowered in energy generation. You're able to get to those charge attacks. Power Gem not quite able to pick up the knockout, which I was a little bit surprised by, but it is not the Shadow Sableye, which I think was very key there in that endgame.
Yes, another thing I think was very key in the endgame was the damage from Incinerate not applying. I rely on you for the math, Alpha Feed. Can you tell me a little bit why that Incinerate damage from Blepnir did not apply?
Absolutely. The only reason it didn't apply is because that second Shadow Claw was able to knock out, which is 4 turns, which is usually when the damage applies. However, the damage applies from the Incinerate, excuse me, but the damage from the Shadow Claw will take priority because it ends on the 4th turn, so it would apply 1 turn before on the 3rd turn, on the end of the 3rd turn, or some people will say the beginning of the 4th turn, whereas Incinerate is the end of the 4th turn or the beginning of the 5th turn.
Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than 2 + 2 is 4, which is less than 5. Just a little bit.
Sure.
Okay.
5 - 2 - 2 is 1, which is the exact number of turn differences between those moves. But here we go into game number 2. This is a great lead for Blepnir. The Cresselia is going to be one of his best answers for that Quagsire, having super effective Grass Knot damage.
And we're going to see that matchup of Sableye into Azumarill. Azumarill, being very bulky, is going to be able to handle these Power Gems just fine. However, Sableye really needs to watch out for that play rough damage. Even though this isn't a Shadow Sableye, it's going to have a little bit more bulk, but that Fairy type attack is still going to sting this Dark and Grass type little Goblin Pokemon.
I think this is where Eomero would have preferred to have the Shadow variant. I think this matchup is a little more tough for the non-Shadow. We see another no-shield from Blepnir. I think he's pretty comfortable reaching a second play rough here and going to be able to pull both shields if Eomero decides to want switch advantage. Shield goes up. It's going to be a Shadow Claw down afterwards, or Blepnir does have the option to swap. And there's going to be a lot of energy for this Sableye. The question is, where is it going to go? And my guess is going to be that it has to be into that Mandibuzz, but super effective Power Gem.
I think this damage is going to go straight into the 2 Protect Shields that Blepnir has remaining. So the shield advantage really has swapped from the last game where Eomero saved that Shadow Sableye and 2 Protect Shields. Now he has a bunch of energy on the Sableye and is going to be working to kind of peel away these Protect Shields before he can do any real damage.
The different thing for Iomero, though, is that his answer in the back for the Cresselia isn't that strong. And actually opting to switch into the Quagsire, this is very interesting because he's not going to be able to reach a Stone Edge before the Grass Knot. This is not a Shadow Quagsire, however, so I think this might be a little shy of knocking out.
Let's find out. Grass Knot, it is just a little shy of knocking out. Cresselia not exactly known for its attack stat, especially with that Grass Knot being not same type attack bonus coming from a Psychic type Pokemon. We have Cresselia can't even really threaten a Psycho Cut down, is going to really need to throw another charge attack here to knock the Quagsire out.
Frankly, I think Bluffnir's going to go for it.
He's going to go
I
for
think
it.
he's going for the Psycho Cut down. Stone Edge coming through, not quite getting the knockout, but it's going to be 4 more mud shots to the Aqua Tail. And it looks like barely able to pull the farm down here. The Cresselia is loaded, but I don't think it's going to be able to get off 2 charge attacks because of how little health it has.
Yeah, that energy isn't really going to get to go too many places. I thought for sure that is a non-Shadow Quagsire. I thought it could tank a few more Psycho Cuts than that. We see the Abomasnow come in. It can do so much damage with these Icy Winds, but it's going to have to tank an Aerial Ace. Abomasnow can do a lot of damage, but it has so many types that it is weak to Flying being one of them. And here is that second Aerial Ace coming through.
I would have preferred Bloodmere to do another fast attack there, even though he would have taken a charge attack before. I guess it's an Icy Wind, so I take that back. If it was not Icy Wind, I think the better play would have been to do a Snarl. However, Icy Wind would have lowered the damage from that Aerial Ace. Now, I think he's going to be able to get the farm down here. No, actually reaching the Aerial Ace instead. Is the Sableye able to get a Shadow Claw down here against this Mandibuzz is the question.
The Sableye was really low. It's going to have to use its attack power gem. Now that, here's the question. The Cresselia left with a lot of energy. It should be able to fire it right away. The Sableye doesn't have its energy dry. If the Sableye had a charge attack available, would have been able to very easily knock out that Cresselia. But because Bletmere had a charge attack available, able to knock it out, that was a game of very, very close.
Yeah, Iomero needed to go for the farm down there, but I think he made the right call. The Mandibuzz would have been able to reach a charge attack before it was able to get the Shadow Claw down, so throwing there in order to secure the knockout at the very least was his play, and I think that had, although it's not necessarily playing to the absolute win condition, I don't necessarily think there was a win condition in that endgame.
Yeah, it is tough. I'm excited to be able to get a chance to look back at it. So we are now going into a decisive game 3 of Iomero versus Blepnir. And again, you could see the different advantages switch. You could see the first game, Iomero, the Shadow Sableye, 2 shields on his side. Then he burned both shields very early on in this game.
And it's really interesting, he left the Toxapex on the bench, which I felt like was one of his key Pokemon in that game number 1. Maybe a little bit afraid of, I'm not even sure. There's like, just the Quagsire, I guess, really. But Blepnir didn't bring that. Because the Cresselia is not running Future Sight, it doesn't have any hard-hitting, same type attack bonus charge attacks.
I'm looking back at this replay. I'm not sure that Psycho Cut down was necessary from Blepnir. He really only needed that one final charge attack. He didn't need both of them. So a little risky, but it paid off for him.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that I feel like if you start to go for it, you really need to stick to your guts and like push all the way through. Once you've made the decision to go for the farm down, just stick with it. If you don't get it, it's unfortunate, but if you are able to get it, you put yourself in such a dominant position. Although I said it might only be able to get one of them off. If the charge attack picks up a knockout, then you're able to get both of them off, right?
What we are going to see here is a Quagsire into the Cresselia. We saw earlier that Quagsire can tank a Grass Knot from Cresselia, but it's certainly not comfortable. We see Iomero pivot right into this shiny Abomasnow. And is there what's the strongest counter on the side of Blepnir is obviously going to be Shadow Typhlosion, but Shadow Typhlosion is on the bench this time. I
cannot imagine safe swapping Abomasnow into a team with Shadow Typhlosion. Iomero is off of the rails here, but it's going to be working out because Blepnir's team has no answer to this Abomasnow. Maybe a bit of a mind game coming from Iomero here, because if your opponent expects you to never bring a Pokemon, maybe they play a little bit weak to it.
And that is exactly what Blepnir has done in this particular line of 3. Iomero is recognizing this and using a Protect Shield on the Abomasnow. There's the Mandibuzz, and because the Abomasnow had a little bit of energy, it's going to outpace Mandibuzz to its first attack and be able to land this Icy Wind, unless Blepnir is going to opt to use a Protect Shield, does in the last moment. Then we can safely bring this Quagsire back, and Mandibuzz now is stuck in this matchup with an attack drop.
Dark Pulse coming through. We saw that the Quagsire was able to very comfortably take 2. It looks like with the attack drop, it's able to take 3. And very importantly, it's able to avoid that really tough matchup against Cresselia. The Cresselia is quite low health, and if it comes down to a moment where both of the Pokemon, if the Cresselia comes back in with a charge attack, the Quagsire is going to be able to win a charge attack tie there.
Yeah, really the last thing that, if Iomero wants to win this, really just has to contend with this Pokemon, which is a full health Azumarill. And really being, but now that there are no Protect Shields on the side of Blepnir, all of these charge attacks are going to connect. It just takes quite a few of them to get rid of an Azumarill.
It's very interesting that Blepnir opting to switch out there, maybe calling for the Sableye in the back, or maybe just saying, hey, there's no super effective damage into my Azumarill. I'm pretty comfortable with you, with pivoting away my Mandibuzz from this matchup.
So instead, Iomero could have gone for that super effective attack from the Abomasnow. If he really wanted to, could have saved up, done the Energy Ball, but instead is going to rely on the Sableye. Has to use the Protect Shield here if he wants any damage to apply from his Sableye. We're going to see the Ice Beam bounce off the Protect Shield, and then we're going to start seeing, oh, there's the Mandibuzz, and here comes a super effective Power Gem.
Yeah, able to avoid the super effective Stone Edge, but still being hit with the super effective Power Gem. Going to do a little more than half the remaining health from that Mandibuzz. Sableye with its Dark subtyping, able to resist or take neutral damage from the Dark Pulse's Aerial Ace coming through, going to do less than half of the remaining health and throwing immediately in order to avoid a charge attack from the Sableye.
Yes, Aerial Ace a little cheaper, able to build up to those 2 and fire them off quickly, but that gives Iomero a little bit of time before he knows that the Mandibuzz is nowhere near a charge attack now. Allows him to farm up a little bit, get a little bit of energy on the Sableye. Mandibuzz goes down. He's got a very low health Cresselia, and then a medium health left Azumarill left. What can Blepnir do to contend with this Quagsire and the Sableye? Are we going to see a swap? No. Iomero throwing on good timing with the Power Gem. How much damage is this going to do?
Does not quite pick up the knockout. There is no move loaded on the Quagsire. Quagsire going to take this Ice Beam and be knocked out. The question is, how much energy is left on the Cresselia? The Sableye is low on energy. Does the Cresselia have enough to be able to make it to another charge attack? Actually, no! 2 bubbles able to pick up the knockout, and Blepnir is able to win game number 3.
That is a 2-1 victory for Blepnir. A very close end game there in game number 3. Iomero going to be heading down to the loser side of the bracket.
I am shocked. I thought that Iomero had that. The amount of energy generation that Sableye was able to do, the energy management that Iomero had, I thought was really, really solid, and it put Blepnir in a really tough position. However, bubble damage just added up over time. No super effective attacks were able to hit that Sableye, and it was able to pick up the knockout with the extra pressure from all those Aerial Aces.
Yeah, Blepnir really pivoting to rely on the Azumarill in games 2 and 3, consistently bringing the Mandibuzz for every single game.
Yeah, really just trying to answer that Sableye, I guess, making sure it has nowhere to go, even though it's able to hit back with these super effective Power Gems and neutral Power Gems into something like Azumarill, just not quite enough to pick up a knockout.
No, maybe the Shadow could have been able to pull that off. However, I really liked how Iomero relied on that Sableye for every single game, really building his team around it.
it still is very shocking to me. Safe swapping a Pokemon that is double weak to Incinerate instead of Sableye. It makes sense if you're expecting your opponent to build a team that's very strong to Sableye, as we saw Blebnir do time and time again there. Very risky, but it paid off. Just not enough to get him that third game.
No, I would be so frightened to bring my Abomas knowing that that Shadow Typhlosion could potentially be on the other side. So that was a fantastic team read from Iomero, but again, just not really enough to secure the game victory. However, Iomero not out of this yet. This is a double elimination bracket, so Ken does still have the opportunity to make a loser's bracket run.
What a start. Sacramento is showing up. Lots of spice, lots of meta. Let's go ahead and watch some highlights here as we toss it over to our other co-casters.
Wait, is that shiny?
Yeah, it is.
That's sick.
Man, I'm just trying to have fun with electricity. I knew you were gonna run.
He swapped it. He swapped it, and then like.
Well, yeah.
All right, I am here with Heydonis, Actual, and Elite, and I've got some awesome questions to get to know them just a little bit better. Heydonis, we'll start with you. Question number 1. What are you most excited for this weekend?
I would say I'm most excited for hanging out with my chill friends this week, so it's going to be a really, really great weekend.
Elite?
Hayden kind of stole my line. I was going to say I'm excited to hang out with my friends. Yeah, I'm ready to have fun this weekend.
Well, we know you're both just a couple of really chill guys, so that's going to go really, really well. If you could be a Pokemon, which one would you be, Heydonis, and why?
If I could be a Pokemon, I would be a Charizard, because I could fly. Yeah.
If I could be a Pokemon, it'd have to be Darumaka. It's just the way it jumps. It really,
show us.
Yeah, I'll show you. Look.
Yeah.
All right, both fire types. I can dig it, though. I can dig it. Question. All right, next question. What is your favorite competitive format of all time? That could be Go Battle League. It could be Play Pokemon. Your favorite meta, if you could call it that. Heydonis, you're up.
I would say Open Great League. So, yeah, play Pokemon.
I'm the exact same. Open Great League, play Pokemon.
Awesome. Next question. What is the coolest Pokemon you have ever caught?
Probably Darumaka.
Shadow?
Shiny.
Oh, wow. Shiny. That's awesome.
What about you?
I'm going to go different here. I'm going to say it's Beware. Beware is definitely the coolest Pokemon that I've ever caught.
Beware is super cool. Does have superpower, stomp, and a bunch of other awesome moves. So this is a question for each of you. Heydonis, I know that Elite already gave his answer, but if he was a Pokemon, which one would he be?
I mean, Darumaka fits him perfectly. He did the dance pretty well. He did the dance pretty well, I would say.
We're one and the same.
Yeah. How you do it? Wait, what would I be then?
After doing that dance, I got to say you're going to be a Darumaka, too.
All right. Oh, Galarian.
Yeah,
you could be the Galarian.
Because I'm a chill dude, ice.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Okay, Sacramento is the city of trees. So what's your favorite grass-type Pokemon? Elite, we'll start with you.
First one that comes to mind is Rowlet. I think it's just a cute Pokemon.
Maybe like a little bit industrial vibes too, so I would say Ferrothorn.
Ferrothorn, nice. I like the grass and steel typing. Does not like Talonflame, though. Next question is, what would you say to your future self if you win this weekend? Heydonis.
I'd finally beat Elite. California King. Yeah.
I would just say good job.
Good job, me. I did it, me.
Yeah, short and sweet.
Wow.
Okay, fair enough. All right, next question. Would you rather, A, win one regional per season but never hit Legend in Go Battle League, or hit Legend every season in Go Battle League but never win a regional?
I'm going to have to go with option 1. I mean, big prizes, so yeah.
I personally care much more about regionals than I do about Go Battle League, so I'm going to say win a regional every season.
Awesome. Good answers. We are in agreement. If you could only attend one international championship per season, which one would it be?
I've only been at NAIC, but I'm going to say EUIC. So
I was going to say the exact same. I've been to NAIC as well, but I have a lot of friends in EU, and I love to meet them.
What about you?
It would be LAIC for sure. Oh, wow. The crowd is insane. If you haven't been, you really should go. We filmed a whole segment on it.
NAIC is getting neglected here.
It is, it is. But LAIC is the first one and also the most hype. So that's just my opinion. Okay, final question. Who is the best player in the Pokemon Go Championship Series?
I'm going to say Elite.
Should I say myself? No, I'm going to go with my good friend, Lyle Jeffs III.
All right, everybody. I'm here with Mormon Matt. Matt, I would say you are one of the most creative team builders in the entire Championship Series circuit. Can you talk to me about open team sheets and how they help to inform you and your strategy when you're going into play?
I think open team sheets on a baseline allows you to set up your Pokemon for success, such as noticing the different type of moves your opponent is running. I think a Pokemon like Sand Slash is really important, understanding that if they're running Powder Snow or if they're running Shadow Claw, that can impact the way that you're going to play some matchups. It makes some Pokemon like a Dunsparce or some Pokemon like a Feraligatr a lot better if they're running Powder Snow or Shadow Claw in a way. When you're using unconventional Pokemon, like I like to use, it's kind of recognizing the strengths that they have in the open team sheets, such as if you're running a Pokemon that's getting released this weekend, like Morpeko, that's an application where Sand Slash, if it's running Shadow Claw, is a lot worse than if it's running Powder Snow. And so being able to take advantage of the not necessarily faults, but differences in your opponent's teams allows you to maximize your own Pokemon's potential.
Absolutely. Matt, can you give us just one example of maybe a time when you went into a tournament match and you noticed a particular moveset and you said, this Cresselia has Future Sight and not Moonblast. It makes my Latios with Luster Purge a lot better. That's a very specific example, but I think you'll recognize it. Can you tell us about one example that it helps you in your own gameplay?
I think Speedy hit the nail on the head here. In my first round at Portland Regionals, I had a Shadow Latios, Pokemon that's not that common in the meta, I would say. And my opponent ended up running Future Sight and Grass Knot on their Latios. And so that gave it a lot more play. And their team in general was fairly weak to it. It had a Registeel with not a lot of fast move pressure, it had a Skeledirge, had a Lantern. And those type of Pokemon are where if you notice and you're reading the team sheet and you notice that they're running a different moveset than what's common, normally runs Moonblast, my Latios was very safe, despite being a very glassy and very unconventional Pokemon.
And one more tip, Matt, or actually as many as you want to give, what would you say to new players who are using open team sheets for the first time? Because it can definitely be overwhelming to see the fast attacks, the charge attacks, and how can they kind of process all that together and decide what team they should play in their matchup?
I think something that helps me a lot is you normally know what certain Pokemon are going to run, such as you know that a Feraligatr is always going to probably run Shadow Claw and Hydro Cannon. So mainly it's try to focus on the third move, the one that can change, I think is the mainly important thing. Certain Pokemon are always going to run like a Licky will always run Body Slam, or a Dunsparce will always run Rock Slide and Drill Run. But some Pokemon like we talked about earlier, Sand Slash with the different fast move, or you have Cresselia with the different charge moves. Understanding like those Pokemon allow you to play a little bit better and capitalize on those situations.
Awesome, Matt. Thank you so much. That's great advice. Best of luck to you this weekend, and we'll catch up with you pretty soon. There we go.
I feel like a lot of big weaknesses right now is deck selections. A lot of players do be playtesting a whole lot with their decks, with their play groups, and then decide last minute, this may not be the best choice. And so they switch when they should have probably went with their gut feeling.
I think the biggest weakness players have is kind of getting too focused on the metagame. I think it's more important to play something you're comfortable with, because you'll always do better with something you're comfortable with rather than something that's just strictly meta.
In these regionals, it's definitely nerves. And you can fix that by scrimming, knowing your typings, and also making sure you hit the right move. And shield alignment, that's always a big one too.
I would say that the big weakness that players mostly have would be overthinking. And the best way to fix that is to just slow down, take a deep breath, and rethink your original thought, because your original thought is probably the best thought you had.
I would say the biggest weakness would be trying to memorize archetypes and patterns to specific mons and not realizing that every player is a different person. So therefore, the best way to overcome it is not to just stick to one strategy for the same team, but to diversify your own mindset going in, knowing that each player will come with their own type of biases and skill sets, and you just have to adapt in a reasonable way to allow yourself some more wiggle room and not be so stuck to one thing.
Araquanid, Abomasnow, Mandibuzz, Shadow Kanto, Marowak, and Toxtricity. We are already putting on a showcase of the meta here in Sacramento, California. I'm so humbled and excited to join you, Speedy's Chief 2, with my illustrious co-host, Rise to Occasion.
You're too much. I have been so excited with these early matchups. We started things off with a bang. I'm amped up. I feel the Toxtricity with some of these spicy picks. And we have a great matchup in store coming up shortly.
We've already seen some really talented trainers like NiteTime Clasher on stage, as well as our co-caster 2-0 Butters. How awesome was that to see him on stage? Unfortunately, he was paired against Elite, the reigning Sacramento champion. That is a tough draw on day one of the tournament, but make sure to follow along with his run through that loser's side bracket. As you said, Rise, two impressive trainers coming up here. One actually coming from LAIC, turning right around and competing here in Sacramento.
StudMuffins, a 9th place finish at the Latin American International Championships. This is a trainer that you see a lot in practice tournaments. He just can't get enough of preparation in scrims. People have their different ways going about preparing for a big tournament. Some people are more about theory crafting. Some like to get reps and reps. StudMuffins is one of those trainers that gets a ton of reps in preparation for every tournament.
That's like me, right? I mean, back when I was, competing more in the grassroots, I wanted to see every single potential look. I wanted to play against a wide variety of opponents and then kind of boil down what people were likely to do against my team. I heard that you're the opposite. You don't like to overscrim. You don't like to overthink things.
I've tried a lot of different methods of preparation, Speedy, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe it's ambiguous what works for depending on the trainer. But we take a look at the teams here. StudMuffins taking on Khaleesi Fitzy. And we take a look at StudMuffins' team first. Pretty standard meta. I mean, we've been spoiled a little bit thus far with some crazy spice picks, but this looks pretty standard to me. This is Galarian Moltres. We see the Shadow Kanto Marowak, Azumarill, Shadow Feraligatr, Ariados, and Clodsire.
Yeah, I think the only difference here on the team for StudMuffins is that at LAIC, he did bring Malamar and Galarian Moltres, as well as Ariados. Dunsparce was on his team. He has dropped the Dunsparce for that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And Khaleesi Fitzy, if you've been following the championship series, you know she is a Lapras enjoyer. But Lapras is not on the team here today. Instead, opting for a different ice type in Arctibax.
Khaleesi, a very capable trainer. I remember earlier this season in Louisville, I believe, she took a game off of Itzaxin and running a very similar team with the Shadow Donphan in Charjabug core. The Shadow Donphan in Charjabug gave Itzaxin fits in their previous matchup, and he was barely able to scrape by Khaleesi Fitzy. She brought it back, a signature pick perhaps, and that Donphan, Speedy, is a Pokemon that can be really oppressive. And honestly, looking at StudMuffins' team, I think it has some serious play.
Shadow Donphan is one of those Pokemon that not a lot of trainers are familiar with. They don't know the matchups that well unless they have played it in Go Battle League or really studied deeply into the meta. So it's going to be interesting to see if StudMuffins is ready for this curveball that Khaleesi Fitzy is tossing his way to start off the day. Number one here in Sacramento. I don't know. I think Shadow Donphan is a must for Khaleesi in this first game. What do you think for StudMuffins? How does he respond? Does he just leave Clodsire on the bench?
You know, the Shadow Feraligatr safe swap we've talked about as such an effective strategy. And we do have Khaleesi with the Charjabug and the Serperior as some answers. However, you can maybe set up a farm down, and we are ready to go. We are locked in for this matchup. StudMuffins taking on Khaleesi Fitzy. It's going to be Shadow Marowak in the lead against the Arctibax.
We got a couple questions and a couple of answers. We do see the standard moveset on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Icy Wind Arctibax means that Khaleesi's going to pace just a little more quickly. It is going to hit less hard than an Avalanche, but it will slow down this Marowak's momentum.
And this is good information to know for StudMuffins because he doesn't have to worry about that hard-hitting Avalanche, but you do have to be aware of the debuff potential. And this is interesting. Khaleesi going for the resisted Icy Wind. You may be wondering, why is this? Well, this is to debuff this Feraligatr to try and help secure this matchup. But Feraligatr so fast, already reaching the Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, it only takes a few seconds, 10 to be exact. Feraligatr firing the Hydro Cannon. Khaleesi Fitzy going to give up the Arctibax here. Does hang on. No, excuse me, does not. not hang on and does get knocked out. So she did not achieve shield advantage or switch advantage. Going to come in with the charge bug. Can she get the Volt Switch down? I don't think so.
We're going to see a parting Hydro Cannon before the Volt Switch down. This is going to chunk at the health of the Charjabug, the shiny Charjabug. But you know what, Speedy? I really like how Khaleesi has played this because now she has not switch locked herself. If the Marowak comes in, she is free to maybe throw a charge attack or just pivot and get out of there. She's going to throw the X-Scissor immediately, and I think Marowak's going to hold on, but it's going to put it really low.
I really appreciate the mechanical awareness here from Khaleesi Fitzy as well. The 4-turn Volt Switch would have allowed the Marowak the Mud Slap plus the charge attack. She tries to get rid of that Marowak, swaps into the Azumarill, and here comes Galarian Moltres. I think that the protection advantage might be StudMuffins' main factor here.
Yeah, a positive matchup for the Azumarill. However, up a Protect Shield. Galarian Moltres is such a strong Pokemon. It may be able to flip this scenario against the Azumarill. Keep in mind, StudMuffins always has a Bone Club banked for the end game if he needs it. So the Protect Shield advantage plus the Bone Club stored might be hard. We see a Brave Bird coming through, and it's going to connect on the Azumarill.
That's massive. This is a bait situation, right? I mean, there's still a shield for Khaleesi Fitzy. It would have been really, really expected for StudMuffins to go for the Ancient Power bait. Instead, he just YOLOs that Brave Bird, and it does connect. Now this Azumarill is really, really weak, but this Galarian Moltres is debuffed.
No Protect Shields remaining, but the switch is available. We see the Ancient Power coming through. Khaleesi with no choice but to use that final Protect Shield. Has the Ice Beam loaded, but you know Marowak has the move. Going to switch and anticipate, and a catch for Khaleesi.
That's incredible. Khaleesi thought that the Marowak might come in or the Ancient Power was ready, and she got the latter. Ancient Power connects, KOs the Charge Bug. It's all up to Azumarill. Will StudMuffins make a switch of his own? He's going to fire off the Deep Sucker Punches and the Ice Beam coming through, but isn't enough here, Rise.
It's going to be enough to knock out the Moltres, but StudMuffins does have that Bone Club banked, I believe, on the Marowak, and it's going to be unleashed. 1 HP on the Azumarill, but no dream as the Bone Club is going to knock out, and it is going to give StudMuffins game number 1.
Not a dream, more like a nightmare, right? Coming so close there, but I just want to call back to what you said before the game started. Khaleesi Fitzy pushed our previous world champ to the limit. She just took StudMuffins down to the absolute wire in this game number 1, and she's so close. I really think that a game number 2 win is well within the realm of possibility.
Khaleesi coming off a 33 placed finish in her last competition, but sometimes when I watch her play, I am extremely impressed with some of the decision making, and she has taken down some big names, competing a lot on the Championship Series circuit. Khaleesi has defeated names like Out of Pocket in previous tournaments, has some big names on her resume that she's taken down, and is going to try and do the same to StudMuffins here. We take a look at the instant replay. That Brave Bird landing was big for StudMuffins, allowed him to go for just the cheaper energy cost Ancient Power. We see the catch, but StudMuffins was aware, even if she catches this, I still have that energy banked on my Marowak, so he was okay with this. And then we see the Azumarill come in, getting off this Ice Beam. You had to throw it before going down, but it was just too little, too late. The energy banked on Marowak ends up taking game 1.
I'm telling you, the awareness by StudMuffins to build in multiple avenues to win that first battle, whether it be the stored energy on the Shadow Kanto Marowak or the Galarian Moltres landing that Brave Bird, and then the double Ancient Powers to try to get the knockouts there onto Charjabug and Azumarill respectively. I mean, the way that he built, like, basically an insurance plan for himself. He says, you know what, if Galarian Moltres can't pull through, at least I have the Kanto Marowak, and you called that out beautifully earlier.
It's a simple strategy, right, but it can be so effective banking a move for the end game, especially when you know your Pokemon can win the charge attack priority. Azumarill, of course, one of the more defense-weighted, bulky Pokemon in the game. Shadow Kanto Marowak always going to win that charge attack priority, even if the Azumarill had an Ice Beam banked there.
Well, let's see what we get in game number 2. My eyes are on that Shadow Donphan, but we didn't see the Clodsire target in game number 1, so Khaleesi might have altered her strategy. We're going to get Azumarill versus that shiny Charjabug.
And look at this, StudMuffins ABA weak. He's going to swap directly into his hard check, the Clodsire, but now the problem is, How do you get rid of that Charge Bug later? Khaleesi greets the Clodsire with an Artifact. This is going to be relatively neutral, even though you have the super effective Icy Wind. I mean, you see how much that Sludge Bomb does to this dragon.
Yeah, we saw Khaleesi Fitzy consulting the open team. She did not see Stone Edge available for that Clodsire, so no need to shield the Sludge Bomb there. Gonna drop the first Icy Wind, like we talked about. Slow down this Clodsire just a little bit, but I don't see any world where she doesn't shield the Sludge Bomb here.
Well, she has a decision to make. Sludge Bomb coming through. Khaleesi going to let it go. I guess it's a world that she sees, Speedy, because she's going to give up switch advantage, knowing that once the Clodsire is gone, perhaps the Charge-a-Bug is free to roam. And we're actually going to see StudMuffins preserve the Clodsire, giving up switch, maybe can reach a charge attack later on, and this is going to bait out the Charge-a-Bug against the Azumarill here.
This is so clever, right? Because Khaleesi does have some extra energy on that Charge Bug. She might be anticipating a Shadow Kanto Marowak as the third Pokemon. She has no idea it's another Feraligatr, so she's got a lot of flexibility here in terms of her team composition as she fires off the Discharge.
Nice timing there, throwing after 2 Volt Switches. Sometimes these 4-turn fast attack users can be a little bit tricky to time with that animation. But Khaleesi playing on point here. Second Discharge being unleashed. StudMuffins going to put up the first Protect Shield to protect this Azumarill.
Now, I think StudMuffins is in a tough spot, right? Forced to shield there, going to fire off the Play Rough into the Charge Bug. It's going to deal a lot of damage. Khaleesi Fitzy unwilling to shield this. She's really been hanging on to those Protect Shields late into the game. But as we see the Volt Switches connecting, trying to farm down the Azumarill. She does get to the X-Scissor and banks it, but he received the counter Sludge Bomb.
Banks a charge attack, but now has a decision to make. Azumarill's gonna take this super effective Sludge Bomb, putting it at about 50% health, but the Azumarill has so much energy here, and if you start firing off Play Rough against that Shadow Feraligatr, it's gonna have to use that final Protect Shield at some point. Keep in mind, though, StudMuffins does still have his own Azumarill for a potential catch opportunity here in this endgame.
First Play Rough coming off here from Khaleesi Fitzy. This will deal a lot of neutral damage to the Shadow Feraligatr, but the bubbles are resisted, so this Feraligatr can hang on through a ton of fast attack pressure, but Azumarill's already queued up for another one. Going straight for the Play Rough Rise, not even going for the Ice Beam.
No nonsense. Disregarded the timing, wants to get this Play Rough off as soon as possible, maybe look to pivot when possible, has the Discharge, and it's going to connect, and this is going to knock out the Feraligatr.
That's a combo play. Alley-oop, Azumarill to Charge Bug. Discharge connects, Feraligatr goes back into its Pokeball. Azumarill hops out of its own Pokeball and goes right back in as well.
We are all evened up at 1 game apiece. Speedy, huge fan of how Khaleesi played that game. We were on the same page. We were thinking, okay, you had such a positive lead. You want to maintain that switch advantage. But no, Khaleesi said, I'm content letting this go because once the Clodsire has been dwindled, once it's out of the picture, Charge-a-Bug is free to go off. And that's exactly what happened. Even played really aggressive in that end game with the swap out and then the combo play to secure game number 2.
There have been some really bold plays here. This reminds me of earlier on in the stream when Eomero safe swapped an Abomasnow into a Shadow Typhlosion team. We saw StudMuffins hard swap his Clodsire into a Shadow Donphan team. So these trainers are really trying to keep each other on their heels. And Khaleesi Fitzy said, you know what, StudMuffins? You banked that Bone Club to win game 1. How about I bank the Discharge and I show you I can do it too.
StudMuffins has a problem with that Charge-a-Bug. He has 3 Pokemon weak to Electric with the Azumarill, the Feraligatr, and the Galarian Moltres, perhaps limiting his lines, maybe forcing him to take some risks and go ABA weak to the Charge-a-Bug like we just saw. Does he change it up a bit? We haven't seen the Ariados yet, and Ariados with some solid play against Charge-a-Bug, against Azumarill, maybe it's time to make that pivot if you're StudMuffins. Consider bringing the Spider.
Yeah, I think at that juncture, right, game number 2, he had 2 Water-type Pokemon on his team. He was looking for that energy advantage, for that Protectional advantage. He tried to eke out some kind of ground so that he could fire off the charge attacks against the Charge Bug and get the KO and overcome that typing disadvantage. But Khaleesi Fitzy, like we talked about a few times, unwilling to give up those Protect Shields, holding on until the last moment, and it really paid huge dividends for her in game number 2.
The Clodsire Say Swap was quite bold as well. When there's a Shadow Dawn fan lurking on the other side. If that thing gets a big farm down, you are in some major trouble. But we are all knotted up at 1. Game number 3 to see who moves on. And it's going to be the Clodsire into the Azumarill.
Full team here for StudMuffins. Clodsire lead with double water types in the back in Azumarill and Shadow Feraligatr. Khaleesi bringing that trusty Charge Bug in the back as well as Arctivax. I would love to see her maybe invest a Protect Shield in Arctivax this time because I think the neutral play is very, very valuable.
This is so interesting, Speedy. I think StudMuffins may look to pivot out here, knowing that if the Charger Bug is in the back, he needs to draw it out, and that's exactly what happens. A beautiful catch, textbook, 1 Poison Sting in swap onto the Ice Beam. That is resisted damage taken by the Feraligatr.
And look at Khaleesi. She doesn't give him the Charger Bug. She goes into the Arctivax instead, recognizing the Azumarill might be in the back and keeping the Dragon away from it. That is a 5-head play.
I love this. I love this. This play right here. This decision may keep Khaleesi Fitzy in the game, and they're going to go for a big farm down here, not before Feraligatr reaches the Hydro Cannon. Arctivax should be able to hang on here, but this is going to do some major damage, putting Arctivax very low into red health.
This is absolutely astounding. She recognizes that Arctivax can hang on. It does have a Dragon Claw and 2 Dragon Claws banked. Gonna go for the Icy Wind here. Now, Dragon is double resisted by Fairy, so firing off the single resisted Icy Wind still gets you that stat bonus, plus it slows down the Azumarill.
Now, Azumarill going to be able to resist everything here. It's going to be debuffed to Oblivion, but here's the problem that Khaleesi still faces. The Clodsire still has both Protect Shields to hide behind, and I don't know if the Azumarill is going to have enough in the tank to get rid of this Clodsire, because Charger Bug absolutely doesn't want to see the Clodsire. At least there's no Stone Edge for the Charger Bug to worry about.
Khaleesi recognizes exactly what you said, because she's going to fire out the X-Scissor here to try to chip down that Clodsire, to try to give Azumarill a helping hand, and now she's kind of forced to stay in the matchup a little while longer to expel some of this energy. She doesn't want a Sludge Bomb and a half loaded on Clodsire, just staring down her Azumarill. Here comes the swap.
Here's the pivot, and Azumarill, unfortunately, is going to get outpaced. The Sludge Bomb is going to be reached before the Ice Beam. Khaleesi is forced to put up that final Protect Shield, but StudMuffins still has both Protect Shields to hide behind here. This Clodsire is just putting in so much work, and I expect the first Protect Shield to be put up against this Ice Beam.
I think the name of the game here is the bubble damage from Azumarill. Bubble is going to chip down the Clodsire, but the swap comes in as well. StudMuffins is not going to allow it to happen. The switch timers are massively displaced. That allows him to send out the Azumarill here, and things are looking a bit grim here for Khaleesi in the final moments of Game 3.
Play rough unleashed. It is going to just barely do enough to knock out the Azumarill. There are no Protect Shields remaining on the side of Khaleesi Fitzy, and StudMuffins, with a very well played game number 3, is going to take the victory here and move on to the next round.
Yeah, I just really admire StudMuffins' bravado in bringing that Clodsire repeatedly to all 3 games, if not mistaken, because he recognized that the Shadow Dawn fan, while a powerful counter to the Clodsire, is a risky proposition against his Double Water Galarian Moltres team, and I think that he really had the bench pressure he needed to keep that threat at bay.
StudMuffins made the pivotal play at the beginning, right? Understanding if Charger Bug's in the back, I have to lure it out, and kept that Clodsire around. Sometimes we talk about catches, right? A big part of this game. Sometimes they may be overrated. Sometimes you catch, but you just give your opponent switch advantage, and not a catch, Speedy, out of bounds. But sometimes they may be overrated. That was a pivotal catch. It absorbed the Ice Beam, the not very effective damage onto the Feraligatr, and was huge in allowing StudMuffins to secure that matchup.
I think it's also a testament that you can make the right team reads and you can make all the right plays, but sometimes your opponent's team composition is just a little bit too much to overcome. Going in Arctivax into that safe swap in game number 2 was such a pivotal move. So hanging on through this Brave Bird and shielding up the Ancient Power, getting the Ice Beam in game number 1, all these things are good, but it's just so tough to overcome someone like StudMuffins, who finished so highly at LAIC just a week ago.
So many strong Pokemon on StudMuffins' squad. It felt like he could have opted to go in multiple avenues, and he really liked that double water. And it just goes to show you how strong some of these Pokemon are, like Feraligatr and Azumarill, even when in disadvantageous matchups, still able to output some nifty work. and really make things difficult for that Charger Bug, because even when Khaleesi found the Charger Bug in positive matchups, it wasn't like it was dominating. It was having to work hard to maintain the advantage in those situations.
I think you nailed it, right? A dominant matchup could be a Mud Slap user into a Clodsire, or Galarian Moltres and something like a Malamar. Those are more dominant, but the Charger Bug does struggle a little bit in terms of damage output, and it has to whittle down its foes. I really appreciate as well, we did our season snapshot during the pre-show. Azumarill, Shadow for Alligator, and Clodsire are the 3 we spotlighted. Guess what is on StudMuffins' team?
All three, the trifecta. And a big topic of conversation is Sludge Bomb or Stone Edge on the Clodsire. With the increase in area dose, it seemed like Stone Edge started to become more popular yet again. However, in this particular matchup, the Sludge Bomb was so nice for StudMuffins, really helping secure that Azumarill matchup, and it made it just such a nice core breaker for both the Azumarill and the Charger Bug on Khaleesi Fitzy's side.
I'm telling you, that Sludge Bomb was relentless. It is the lowest energy cost charge attack that Clodsire typically runs outside of the Stone Edge or Earthquake, and it really showed, because a few poison stings here, a few poison stings there, these Sludge Bombs were raining down on Khaleesi Fitzy, either dealing super effective or neutral damage across the board.
StudMuffins has been mightily impressive. One of many trainers that maybe a season ago perhaps we weren't as aware of, but has consistently improved, has been grinding out more and more tournaments, and has been finishing towards the top, as we mentioned, coming off that 9th place at LAIC. So StudMuffins, looking forward to see how he progresses on in this tournament.
StudMuffins is definitely very impressive, and it was great to see Khaleesi Fitzy on stage as well. A powerful, powerful trainer. Keep out for her journey as she makes her way through that loser side bracket. But for right now, we're going to hear from StudMuffins himself. Stephanie, take it away.
Thank you, Will. I am here with StudMuffins after an impressive win in a 3-game series. How are you feeling? You just got back from Brazil. Any jet lag yet?
I'm a little sick. It was like a really long flight, so I'm still recovering.
Well, it looks like it didn't impact your performance too much. I noticed a couple changes to your team after LAIC. It looks like you dropped the Dunsparce. Tell me a little bit more about how you think the meta has changed, or how you think you're going to capitalize on some of this.
Yeah, I thought there would be like more Annihilate and Primate, so that's why I decided to drop Dunsparce. And then I think because Morpeko is now allowed, so I added a Mud Slapper to my team to prepare for it.
Makes a lot of sense. Didn't see it in this matchup. What you did see was a Charger Bug, and I noticed you brought double water into it. You brought the Feraligatr, brought the Azumarill. Were you nervous about that electric bug in the back?
Charger Bug looks pretty solid against my team, so I wanted to run like a ABB team to it, so weak to it. So I was trying to bait it out, but she was like very smart, and she kind of kept it. But I was able to maneuver around and still able to pull out the W.
Yes, and it was very exciting to watch. Thank you for taking a minute with me here, and good luck with the rest of your battles today.
Thank you.
All right, Will and Rise, back to you.
Always intriguing to hear the thought process that goes into these matches from some of these top trainers, and StudMuffins articulated some of the ABB style strategies that went into his match there, and able to take the victory against Khaleesi Fitzy, who is still alive in that loser's bracket.
It's also validating in a sense, right? Because you and I will make comments, and then when StudMuffin says, oh yeah, she was really smart about the swap, sending out the artifacts instead, Rise and I look at each other, we're like, yeah, we actually made a good call, which is probably a little more impressive for me, not for you, because you're a competitor, you're in the thick of it. I mean, 3-time regional champion, everyone knows Rise.
I appreciate it, you're too much, but StudMuffins articulating the ABB style strategy is interesting, as well as we talked about the spice picks from Khaleesi. Sometimes when you are getting used to these meta picks over and over again, and when he's someone that gets in a lot of reps, maybe he's getting used to the same particular matchups over and over, being able to navigate and come up with on the fly, right? Be creative in navigating a team with a Shadow Dawn fan and a Charger Bug that you're not used to seeing.
Exactly. I mean, if you call back to other sports, right? They say in American football, not every play is a touchdown. Sometimes you just have to work your way through a matchup. You can't get kind of overzealous. You can't overreact. You have to be patient and methodical in your approach. I think StudMuffins did that very, very well. And I expect a lot of those trainers that came from LAIC just a week ago, the experience they gained there, playing against international competition, that's so incredibly valuable. They're bringing that to Sacramento, and they're going to be seasoned and ready to go. Even though he wasn't feeling his best physically, you could tell his brain was on 100%.
You can't always swing for the fences and hit a home run. Sometimes you got to just hit that single into right field. As we get ready for our next matchup here, this is Out of Pocket, Speedy, one of the biggest names in North America, taking the stage against Athi. And I can let you talk about some of Out of Pocket's accomplishments, but some backstory here. These two played each other at NAIC 2 seasons ago. It was early on. It was round number 2, I believe, and Out of Pocket fell to Athi early on. Now, I know Out of Pocket is such a competitor, and he took that loss very hard. So I'm not 100% sure if this is the first time they have played since then. But Out of Pocket, with how competitive he is, I know he certainly remembers that. And I know he may be looking to enact some revenge, perhaps, in this matchup.
It's one of those things, for example, having interacted with Wadaj or Arrow or any of these really talented North American trainers, they just have such a high bar that they set for themselves. And they say, you know what, I need to win the matches that I believe I should win, but then I also need to win against competitors that are my equal or maybe even better than me. I need to be able to seize those moments and those opportunities. And when you're a trainer like Out of Pocket, with all these eyes on you, with all this pressure, all these accolades, it's great to reflect on your success, but it also brings a sort of burden with you. If you suddenly don't perform as well, does that mean that you are no longer the Pocket of old? Does that mean that you're, on the downtrend? It can be very, very interesting to see how these trainers weather those storms. And meanwhile, Athi, having taken down Pocket once, he's probably saying, I can do this. I can do it again.
There's a certain amount of mental toughness and mental fortitude that goes into it. I was at LAIC, Speedy, and I was talking to LNDS Hardjeff, and he was talking to me about all the success he's had, the championships he's won. It's at a point where if he doesn't top 8, if he doesn't top cut, people are asking him, hey, Hardjeff, what happened? Yes. What happened out there? And he just says, I lost. There's a lot of talented trainers that can beat anyone on any given day. Athi is one of those trainers. He's proven he can beat Pocket in the past, and now Pocket is going to try and get the win this time, obviously. And if we look at his team, running the Araquanid, which we've seen a couple of times today, as these trainers have locked in game number 1. It's going to be a positive lead for Out of Pocket. Azumarill into Galarian Moltres.
A positive lead, but I'm going to be honest with you, Rise. I don't know if I'm an Araquanid believer yet. Both of these trainers have these Shadow Kanto Marowaks on their team. Meanwhile, that Sand Slash, which Out of Pocket disposed of from Ashton-Ash at NAIC last year, and we saw rise to prominence at LAIC this year, is on his trio for this game number 1.
Going directly for the Ice Beam, gets shielded immediately. Didn't bother building up to the play rough, just wanted to go immediately for that super effective damage. Brave Bird coming through, going to connect on the Azumarill, doing some massive damage, and now the pivot into the neutral Dunsparce, but Out of Pocket has a solid answer with his Shadow Kanto Marowak, shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak.
I mean, what a flex, right? A lot of us are just lucky enough to have one of them, but Out of Pocket does have that shiny Shadow, and I'm sure it's got great stats as well. We're gonna see the Drill Run connect into the Shadow, shiny Kanto Marowak. Did that 3 times really quickly. Dunsparce has another one, and Out of Pocket just keeps on slapping.
I wouldn't consider this a hard counter matchup for the Marowak, more of a soft counter, because you're able to resist the rollout damage, and these Bone Clubs are very solid damage output against the Dunsparce. As this Dunsparce is approaching the next Drill Run, we may see Out of Pocket forced to fire off another Bone Club, because I don't think one Mud Slap is going to knock out, so there we have it. Throws on the charge attack priority against the Dunsparce.
Pocket's doing something really clever here as well, because he's gathering this extra energy. Yes, he took the Drill Run. Yes, he spit the shield, but he's so much closer to the rock side here, and that will probably allow him to take a shield back from that Galarian Moltres if it comes in.
This extra energy is going to be really valuable here. Out of Pocket, going to just throw this Rock Slide immediately. Wants to get this damage off right away. Put the pressure on Athi. Forced to make a decision. Shields the Rock Slide at the last minute. Are we going to see a pivot out? No. Out of Pocket, just going to play this safe. Going to allow the farm down. But now this Moltres has a lot of energy.
Out of Pocket has a decision to make. 2 Pokemon that can beat the Moltres. It is a Powder Snow, a Alolan Sandslash, and whether or not this is Ancient Power or Brave Bird, Alolan Sandslash does resist both of these charge attacks, so Out of Pocket lets it through, and those 2 Powder Snows are going to be huge, Rise, because now here comes the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
And what a team call, coming in with the Sand Slash to absorb the energy better. Now going to fire off the Ice Punch and perhaps look to pivot out into the Azumarill here, but this Marowak already at the Bone Club. Do we see Out of Pocket put up the final Protect Shield? Yes, and you know, Speedy, I think he's going to look to go for a full bubble down here and to potentially fire off a winning move against the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, throwing a charge attack does cost you a turn, so that bubble did come through. Shadow Marowak was so weak, it got bubbled down, and now the Galarian Moltres comes out. Here comes the Play Rough. I'm getting LAIC Grand Finals vibes. Play Rough, Azumarill into the Galarian Moltres. Here it comes.
Play Rough connects, and Galarian Moltres goes down. Game number 1 goes to Out of Pocket in this series.
Impressive plays. I really want to zero in on that moment when he did lose his Shadow Kanto Marowak to the Galarian Moltres, and he looked at the team sheet. He looked at his 2 Pokemon that were available. He says, where do I need energy? How can I best prepare myself for that 3rd unknown Pokemon? Sending in that Alolan Sandslash that you see on screen here was the pivotal play in my mind.
We use the term ABB often as a strategy in Pokemon Go PvP, meaning that your A Pokemon, the Pokemon in the lead, is weak to something, and you have 2 B Pokemon in the back that can help counter what you don't want to see.
Yeah.
That was the structure there from Out of Pocket. He led the Azumarill, weak to the Toxapex, had 2 answers for it in the back, the Marowak and the Alolan Sandslash. You see these top trainers come with teams that are safe, that have answers if they're going to potentially lose the lead. But for Pocket, he was able to keep the alignment, keep the positive matchups all the way through.
If I'm looking at these teams a little bit more closely, I feel like that Dunsparce from Athi is pretty much unchallenged, right? I mean, the worst matchup I think you see is against that Shadow Kanto Marowak, but it can take shields and really whittle down almost anything else here. It's got a surprising loss to Clodsire depending on the moveset, but it does put in a lot of work with the drill run pressure as well. So if I'm Pocket, I'm looking across the board, and the one sure thing in my mind is that Dunsparce.
Agreed. That's a good point, Speed. The Dunsparce is awfully safe. Pocket's going to have to maneuver for it. And this time, we're going to see a positive lead for Athi. It's going to be Galarian Moltres against the ground type, the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
It's not just positive. That is an overwhelmingly positive lead. And now we see the Alolan Sandslash versus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But the difference now, even Protect Shields, almost even energy. This Sandslash might be struggling here.
Ice Punch being unleashed. Athi with a decision to make. Lets the Ice Punch go. Now if you're Out of Pocket, do you consider maybe shielding this Bone Club and trying to flip the switch advantage? That's exactly what he's going for. Shields the Bone Club. I expect 2 Powder Snows to now knock out the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and all of a sudden Out of Pocket has found himself with the alignment.
100% agree, Rise. One more thing. This energy on the Sandslash can go everywhere on the team. There is no Pokemon on Athi's side that resists both charge attacks. It's such a clever move here by Pocket, and out rolls the Dunsparce just like we talked about.
Although he flipped the switch advantage, he is down a Protect Shield, and we talked about this Dunsparce, right, Speedy? Its energy can go pretty much everywhere. We're going to see Out of Pocket fire off another charge attack. A little bit surprised to see the Ice Punch, because I think he might only get to 1 charge attack. Perhaps was afraid of the potential catch on the Galarian Moltres, but now this is going to be a big rollout down. Doesn't quite get to the next Ice Punch.
Yeah, that rollout damage does finally knock out the Alolan Sandslash. In comes the shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak, and Athi's going to fire up these drill runs fast and furiously. Athi does not know that 3rd Pokemon that's lurking in the back, so he sends in the Galarian Moltres. In comes the Clodsire.
And this Clodsire is running the Sludge Bomb, which isn't quite enough to knock out the Galarian Moltres, but after all these poisons things start to add up, it will start to threaten. And look at this, Athi going directly for the big, brave bird, and it is going to connect through the shield.
Clodsire can absorb it, but it's not comfortable. Now Out of Pocket's in a tough position. He does have that Protect Shield, but that Clodsire is the key Pokemon to help him topple this Galarian Moltres. He needs to strip these shields. He needs to deal some damage and try to put it within Rock-Slide range.
The Moltres is now debuffed, going just directly for the Ancient Power as the health is so low for Out of Pocket's Clodsire. Going to let the Ancient Power go, gonna hang on, and going to get off this parting Sludge Bomb. Now, this is gonna force the final Protect Shield. Out of Pocket has energy on the Marowak. Can he connect on a Rock Slide to knock out this Moltres. He's not there yet, but we see the switch. But we still have a shield to hide behind. Wait a second.
Yeah, wait a second. Hold on. We have the Dunsparce firing off the drill run, but that shiny Shadow Ketsa Marowak is going to shield up the drill run. Can he get the full Mud Slap down? Dunsparce is out of energy. Here it comes.
He's got to go for it. He got the farm down. He has the Rock Slide. The question is it going to be enough? It's super effective against Moltres. Shiny, Shadow, Kanto, Marowak, Rock Slide going to be unleashed, falling down, and it is going to knock out the Moltres. Out of Pocket is going to take game number 2.
That was a scary lead for Pocket. That Shadow Kanto Marowak lining up against Glaring Moltres, but it got its revenge, and you saw Pocket take out that headset. He has all business here in sunny Sacramento.
After the negative lead, Pocket was certainly going to have to do some dancing around. We saw the Alolan Sandslash safe swap. That's usually not a safe swap.
Yeah.
If there's a fire type, if there's a fighter on the opposing team, you don't want to swap that, but it was relatively safe against Athi's team. What was his best answer? Perhaps the Dunsparce, the Marowak? Probably the Marowak.
Well, you could say Malamar up energy, but that's like so oddly specific because the superpower asset, right? It's pretty good.
Absolutely, and Pocket just able to maneuver so well. Looked very locked in, looked very focused, and we see this replay, the farm down. This is from game number 1, actually, and just the awareness, taking the energy where he needed to take it, preserving the Azumarill's health, which allowed him to close out in the end, and Out of Pocket has just become so consistent. I think there was a period of time where he had these really high caliber finishes, but also a lot of low placings. And that just hasn't been happening anymore. He's just been so much more consistent and has been placing highly in tournament after tournament.
Pocket hasn't really gone anywhere, but if you're a Pocket fan watching the stream, let's get some "We Are So Backs" in chat, because Pocket definitely looks like he is back here in Sacramento. And I really think, Rise, you and I talked about this yesterday, I really feel like that NAIC victory pushed Pocket to a new level. He had never won an international before. He had his ups and downs in the regional circuit, but after that NAIC victory, I think he kind of thought of himself differently. He felt so empowered. He said, you know what? No matter what competition, what level, I can do it.
There's so much confidence and mental that goes into this game. And, you know, Speedy, we're in the great state of California. A legend, the late, great Kobe Bryant, he used to say that basketball is 90% mental. I don't know if that's exactly true, because it helps when you're 6'6" and really athletic.
I'd say when you're already gifted, yeah.
But there is some credence to the fact that the confidence to know I'm going to make this shot goes into that. And I think when you have someone like Out of Pocket that was able to deliver, start winning championships, the confidence just goes to a new level, and you start to not second guess your decision making. And he certainly has the instincts, as we've seen, to go all the way.
There's one proverb that I really like, but I'm going to say it in the context of Pokemon. The trainer who says that they can and the trainer who says that they cannot are both correct.
Absolutely. And for some more words of wisdom, we're going to talk to the man himself. Take it over, Alpha Phoebe and Out of Pocket.
All right, thank you, Butters. Pocket was about to run away from me, didn't really want to take the interview. I gotta ask, you know, your friend Elite mentioned that his fit was inspired by Onion Frank. Is your fit inspired by anyone?
I would say it is inspired by Onion Frank. He's a very inspirational person, and I've always wanted to follow by his example.
And I want to ask you, I don't think we saw a Raccoon in there. Are you also running the double water charge attack moveset?
Yes.
Ooh, very spicy. And then in those games, what would you say your MVP was? Which Pokemon did you feel like balanced out your team the best?
It's a very tight race in just that match between the Shadow Marowak and the regular Sandslash. Both were very safe and also formed a pretty solid core into his team. But I will say that in the second game, that like Sandslash getting me back alignment was the key to that game.
And last question for you. Sandslash. Usually in past seasons it was the Shadow variant. Now we're seeing it's the standard variant. What's your take on why that is the case?
The survivability of regular Sandslash is very key for quite a few matchups. One that I can name off the top of my head is Drapion. Shadow Drapion with the energy advantage can sometimes crunch Aqua Tail or double Aqua Tail to regain alignment. But with the regular Sandslash, they are basically forced to double crunch, which gives it a lot more options in that matchup.
Some wonderful insight from the man himself. Congratulations on the win. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. Let's send it back to the casters.
Absolutely great to hear from Out of Pocket himself, and I mean the stare down to start off the interview as well. You can tell he's totally locked in.
That was intimidating, and some of the key insights with those matchups I always enjoy hearing. The reasons for the regular Sand Slash as opposed to Shadow. We used to see Shadow, it was almost a given. If you're running a Alolan Sand Slash, you're running Shadow Alolan Sand Slash. Not the case anymore. A few key matchups. He talked about the Drapion and Azumarill. The extra bulk, I believe, also helps you a little bit in that matchup.
When we were doing our rehearsal for the show opener this morning, I literally said Shadow Alolan Sand Slash when the card came up, but it was just regular Alolan Sand Slash. So yeah, you're exactly right, Rise. I think we kind of expect certain things. Shadow for Alligator is also a very common Shadow variant, and we've had tons of those throughout the seasons. So Shadow Machamp is another good example, right? So some of these Pokemon are what you expect, but these trainers are looking at the matchups in detail. Our co-caster and friend Martine likes to say that the regular Alolan Sand Slash hangs on from a Clodsire Earthquake, no problem at all, but the Shadow one hanging on by just a claw when that attack hits.
Peoria Regional Champion, NAIC Champion, top 6 at Worlds last season. Out of Pocket has such a stacked resume, and he's going to look to try and add on to it this weekend here in Sacramento. So looking forward to seeing more from the youngster, the talented trainer that is Out of Pocket.
Let's see some more from some other trainers as well, because our new competitors are on stage. We've got Trainer Rem versus Bogish, and this is going to be a good one. Look at that. Bogish giving us the look here.
Bogish, like to see these two all smiles. I feel like whenever I see Trainer Rem, he is always all smiles. He is a content creator in the community, and he just has such a positive energy and vibe. Good to see him out here competing and running a fun team. We see Primeape making an appearance and Annihilate on the other side. These two fighting-type Pokemon finally getting some screen time here in Sacramento.
Let's just get all the puns out of the way, Rise. It's the Planet of the Apes, and they're about to go bananas, all right? Let's just say it. Clodsire on both sides, Gastrodon there on the left for Trainer Rem. Galarian Moltres has been an outsized performer in the Championship Series. I highly recommend everyone to pop those daily adventure incense and try to encounter one of your own. Because I've seen, for example, in Baltimore, I saw Galarian Moltres with like 1470 CP, 1468 CP. If you have that Pokemon, it is so much better than just not having it. So definitely catch it and give it a try.
Although they run different fast attacks, Primeape and Annihilate, Karate Chop being preferred for the Primeape, Counter being preferred for the Annihilate, both of these Pokemon can be very dangerous when given Protect Shields to invest in. With that new exclusive move, Rage Fist, it is going to buff that attack every time the Rage Fist is thrown, and before you know it, your Primeape starts to boost. Suddenly you find it winning matchups. You feel like it has no business winning against things like Clodsire, maybe even beating Mandibuzz as well.
And when you pick a Pokemon like Primeape, like Trainer Rem did, you're probably expecting to walk into a target-rich environment, you know, Sand Slashes, Dunsparces, maybe some Dugongs. But as we take a closer look at Bogish's team, Annihilate, Mandibuzz, Clodsire, those Pokemon handle that Primeape relatively well. And then he's got other powerful assets like the Aerial Ace potentially on Superior and the Hydro Cannon on Feraligatr. So if Trainer Rem does bring that Pokemon, he needs to be very, very selective about how he positions it.
3 water types on the side of Trainer Rem. So the Superior for Bogish is also going to be something to watch out for. Maybe limits the lines that Trainer Rem can bring. It's going to be tough to bring both the Feraligatr and the Gastrodon together unless maybe you try to lure out that Superior with the Feraligatr. Trainer Rem and Bogish about to lock in here for game number 1. And what do we have here? It's going to be the two apes going head-to-head in the lead. It's going to be a boxing match. Primeape versus Annihilate.
Let's go. The gloves are off. Annihilate does have the slight edge in this matchup, but it looks like Trainer Rem is going to stay in. He knows he's going to pace faster to the Rage Fist. Goes for the first one here. This is super effective, but I think the rule of thumb, though, Rice, is not to shield the first one.
Correct. It'll do the least amount of damage, although it's not very comfortable. You see that super effective Rage Fist damage and a catch immediately onto the Clodsire. Very nicely done to start things off here by Trainer Rem.
I'm telling you, these trainers just can't stop grinning no matter what. The game's already started, and Bogish is all smiles, even though that catch was a nifty one. We're going to see Shadow Feraligatr come in. Now, that Rage Fist might actually put the Clodsire closer to Hydro Cannon range.
Good point. Although it was a nice catch, now a single Hydro Cannon may threaten to knock out this Clodsire, and Bogish is going to be building up lots of energy, and this energy is going to be so threatening to whatever comes in. Hydro Cannon unleashed. If you're Trainer Rem, you can't really afford to Protect Shield this because they have another Hydro Cannon banked already. And now, what do you come in with? Is it going to be the Galarian Moltres or is it going to be the Primeape? Neither one of these want to really deal with this energy from the Feraligatr as Primeape decides to come in.
I think it has to be the Primeape here. You hope that you can get the KO with the Karate Chop action, but he throws the Rage Fist here to try to take away the shield or get the knockout. He gets the former from that Shadow Feraligatr and Bogish.
Perhaps a slight miscalculation from Bogish. Maybe would have preferred to throw that Hydro Cannon first, but instead allowed Trainer Rem to fire off his charge attack first, then was forced to use the Protect Shield, and now is going to look to pivot out. You can't afford to give Primeape that farm down. And look, this is an Air Slash Mandibuzz, opting for that super effective flying damage in this meta against things like Primeape right here, against things like Ariados, but a close combat is going to deal some massive damage to Mandibuzz.
Absolutely massive, and now we have the dark flying types on the field. Galarian Moltres definitely does not have the edge in this matchup when it's a fair fight, but now that the Mandibuzz is deep into the yellow, it's so weak. I do think this Galarian Moltres has a chance.
If this was a Snarl Mandibuzz, I think this game would be over, but these Air Slashes are slowly but surely adding up some damage. We see an Ancient Power being unleashed. This should be just about enough to knock out the Mandibuzz. Bogish going to let it go, and down goes Mandy.
Absolutely great calculation, Rise. That was enough. Now we see the Annihilate come in, but it's taking those neutral sucker punches, and they're really chipping down. Can it get to the Rage Fist? No. Here comes another Ancient Power, forcing away that final Protect Shield.
Final Protect Shield is put up, but you have the Rage Fist loaded. You're going to fire it off immediately, and this is going to come down to whether the Feraligatr can reach the Hydro Cannon before it gets sucker punched down. Here we go. Feraligatr swaps in. Does it get there? Yes, it does! Shadow Feraligatr for the win is going to deliver this Hydro Cannon, knocking out Galarian Moltres in a dynamic battle to start off this series.
It was only 2 away, 2 Shadow Claws away, and if Trainer Rem is able to just land one more Sucker Punch, it could be a different story. If Bogish switches in at the wrong time and takes an extra Sucker Punch worth of damage, it might not have turned out that way, but he just nailed it, absolutely nailed the timing, nailed the pacing, and was able to nail a Game 1 win on the board.
Even with the slight miscalculation in the mid-game when we saw Bogish allow the Primeape to get off that Rage Fist against the Feraligatr when he probably would have preferred to throw his charge attack first, it ended up allowing the extra energy that he needed in the end to secure the win. And we take a look at the instant replay. Ancient Power just enough to knock out Mandibuzz. And this is one of these endgames where we're like, this could go either way.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, I just want to sing the praises of Trainer Rem here as well because he played a really airtight game, just unable to get that final Sucker Punch through. Only 2 Shadow Claws difference, and that's all that Bogish needed to get off the Hydro Cannon and win the battle, but it came perilously close. Just look at that Feraligatr. It's barely still on the field.
An example of a Pokemon that was completely meta irrelevant for multiple seasons. You give it Shadow Claw, you give it Community Hydro Cannon. It's now one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, and Bogish able to showcase it there in that one. Both these trainers do have the Shadow Feraligatr on their squads, and we'll see if Trainer Rem can make the necessary adjustments to try and even up this series in game number 2.
There's so much variability, so many things that could go either direction, but I think the one sure thing I've identified here is that Air Slash Mandibuzz from Bogish looks so good into most of the Pokemon here. It's neutral or super effective across the board, and there's really nowhere that Trainer Rem can hard wall it. And honestly, Rise, I had a lot of experience with Air Slash Mandibuzz as of late, playing it a ton in the Willpower Cup. I borrowed a team from Though Tactical, and it just absolutely went insane, climbing a ton of points in Go Battle League. So if Bogish is anything like me, maybe he played that Air Slash Mandibuzz in Willpower Cup and said, you know what, this thing is the real deal.
It looks extremely safe in this matchup. There is not really a hard check to it on Trainer Rem's side. And it's always a nice confidence boost when you know you have a safe Pokemon that you're free to bring every single game. And here we are, game number 2. We're going to have a mirror match to start things off. It's going to be the Clodsire mirror.
I'm just realizing that the Clodsire on Bogish's side, the shiny one, kind of looks like it's been like in the sun too long. It's kind of washed out, right? That shiny is really cool. And we're going to get some pretty important information here. Who wins the Charge Attack priority tie? It will be Trainer Rem on the left.
Trainer Rem opting for the Earthquake. Will we see any Protect Shields invested? Winning that Charge Attack priority is really nice in this mirror match because 2 Earthquakes, as we can gauge with the damage, is going to be enough to knock out this Earthquake as well will be taken by Trainer M. Do we see a pivot from Bogish? Now, here's the tricky thing, Speedy. Now you have the opportunity to potentially catch. Do we see the catch attempt on the Mandibuzz? But no, Trainer M too smart. He knew it was coming. Nice patience on display from Trainer M.
Dude, Rise, you absolutely nailed it. I mean, a double resistant Earthquake into a flying type would have been absolutely devastating. Would have put Rem really far behind, but he sniffs out that play before it happens, and now he's going to bring in the Galarian Moltres. Again, the dark flying types, but this time, again, the Galarian Moltres has the health advantage.
Just such a better matchup with Air Slash here as opposed to the Snarl. The Aerial Aces are very underwhelming in terms of the damage output here against Moltres, but when you have the Air Slashes adding up, it becomes much better. Ancient Power coming through here, super effective damage, but the bulky Mandibuzz will be able to hang on. Ancient Power connects, boost? No.
No boost this time. There's always a small chance, and it's exciting to see what it does happen. We're going to see an Aerial Ace get fired up here by Bogish, and Rise, you've been on the money about those Air Slashes too. Look, suddenly the Galarian Moltres is down into the red because these 3-turn fast attacks are chewing it up, and here comes a Clodsire swap into the Ancient Power.
Huge catch, able to preserve some energy on the Mandibuzz that could be useful for later, and you have energy here on the Clodsire, but we see a combo play from Trainer Rem. The Earthquake, this obviously will be enough to knock out from this range. So we see a Protect Shield put up from Bogish, but now his Clodsire has the energy advantage. So even if Trainer Rem was to shield this Clodsire will outpace, so Trainer Rem is going to let it go. Dude, and we see a little look to the camera.
Look at it. Look at his face. He knows what time it is. We know what time it is. I think that Primeape is going to hit the field in just a second, and those Rage Fists are going to start flying because he needs to figure out a way to take down the Clodsire and steamroll the back line, and here it comes.
Oh, man. Sludge Bomb is going to be unleashed here. This is going to put up the first Protect Shield from Trainer Rem, but don't underestimate the power of the Primeape. It's already at a single Rage Fist, and you want to throw this as soon as possible. Now that Bogish is switch locked, and here's the thing, Speedy. Trainer Rem is going to reach a second Rage Fist now before this Annihilate even gets to its first Rage Fist.
Exactly. I think that the Primeape needs 3 Rage Fists to win this game. He needs to break that shield, KO the Annihilate, and here comes that shield. The next step is getting to the 3rd Rage Fist, but will this Primeape hold on long enough to do it?
This is a charge attack priority. Bogish forced to put up the Protect Shield. This is the final Protect Shield as well for Trainer Rem. And now he's in a situation where these counters are really going to start chunking, so he's got to throw energy here very quickly. Throws it immediately, but here's the thing. There is still a Mandibuzz lurking for Bogish.
And the Mandibuzz does have Air Slash, which is absolutely going to chunk down this Primeape. Now it is triple boosted with these fast attacks, and the Karate Chops are adding up. We see the counter swap into the Galarian Moltres. Here comes the Aerial Ace. Is it enough for Bogish? Is Bogish going to win this game?
I think it's going to be enough, and I think the Primeape is so low, I'm not sure if it's going to be able to knock out this Mandibuzz. Here we go. Primeape comes back. It's going to have to settle for the Rage Fist. This is going to connect. I don't know if it's enough to knock out. Mandibuzz is so bulky.
It's going to be a lot of damage from that Primeape. It is only the first stage. Is it enough? Yes! Here comes the Clodsire. It's the last Pokemon remaining. Oh, it's got so much HP, and that Primeape just can't get it done. Bogish outlasting the Rage Fist Pokemon in the end.
Extremely dynamic gameplay from these two trainers. That was a heck of a series to watch and really well played, I think, on both ends. But the MVP of that series had to be that Air Slash Mandibuzz.
Hey, I mean, I'm saying it's not the flashiest Pokemon, right? It's not as fun as a Primeape, but it gets the job done. It's efficient, it's reliable, and I really want to call back to Trainer Rem looking at the camera. That was a main character moment. He said, Primeape's coming out. I'm going to do everything I can with it and just see where the pieces fall when it's all done.
I think it's a really clever pick, Speedy. I think it's a really clever pick when you think about the current state of the meta. You think about Ariados, you think about Galarian Moltres, which we just saw. You think about Primeape, Annihilate. That flying, consistent damage output from the Air Slash proved to be so valuable, especially in that matchup. And a clever pick from Bogish as we saw the Moltres really go off in that series.
Moltres absolutely went off, paired up against the Mandibuzz quite often and did get the better of it at least once. The Clodsire mirror match was also really interesting, and I just want to zero in again on how the meta has shifted. We went from Clodsire for Alligator to Diggersby Dunsparce to Malamar Ariados, and now we're all the way back in this circular pattern back to the Shadow for Alligator Clodsire core, and it looks stronger than ever.
Clodsire Mirror, although Trainer M was able to win the charge attack priority in that lead scenario, it ended up not mattering. Bogish was able to take the series in the end, and we saw the Ape versus Ape in the end. Primeape, although it's faster, it has the double resisted karate chop damage, whereas the Primeape, the Annihilate, excuse me, did enough counter damage to put this Primeape so low that the Mandibuzz was able to close things out in the end. Ragefist just barely enough to knock out, but still had the Clodsire. 2 poison stings, all it took to knock out the Primeape. And Bogish is going to be moving on the winner's side of the bracket.
That's the challenge, right, with Primeape is you have so much offensive potency, but so little HP in which to get to those charge attacks. And I think that Trainer Ram pushed it about as far as he could, just could not get it done when it mattered the most against Clodsire. But Bryce, it's been an awesome first rotation with you. I think we're going to take a look back at the past 3 series. So if you got up to get a snack and you're just coming back to the couch, we've got a great refresher for you, and we'll be right back after this.
Very good games.
Good game, dude. I didn't even think he had the Hydro Cannon. I was like, there's no way he has another one ready, right?
Yakai, now being on the winner's side of the grand finals. What a journey.
有过在去年世界赛的时候，我一度误在比赛开始前认为，练习心态在大型比赛也是非常重要的，这才能保证你能够像平常练习一样。我把这次比赛的每一场比赛都当做平时在 GBL 打的一场在普通部的对战，不过不同的是这次是我知道对手的后排有可能有拿5只，所以让我可以更好的去。My team involved some safe Pokemon like Charger Bug, Electric, and Bug provides amazing coverage, and also the Autoria with its full fast move Dragon Breath gives a lot of pressure to a opponent when the Dragon Breath is doing neutral damage, which allows me to gain back the alignment that I need. I chose Annihilate as my counter user. It gets to a nice slash pretty quick in just 5 counter, and also the Shadow Ball gives it amazing in coverage just because it goes her most typing neutral damage, provides a lot of closing in power potential. 在我看到对手最后2-1只派出来的时候，我知道我的
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, but it's not enough.
队伍剩下的2只拥有非常大的优势，所以
He's cooking.
决赛时刻以及第一次上台来直播被不同人所看到的是的经历，而且我也通过这次比赛被更多人认识。我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
I'm here with Caleb Peng, who just traveled from Sao Paulo, Brazil, all the way to Sacramento. Caleb, how was your LAIC experience?
It was fantastic. You know, past 2 years I went as a commentator, but this time went as a competitor. And the thing that always sticks out to me for LAIC is the crowd, the hype, The cheers, the energy is just unmatched. Honestly, North America, we need to do a little better on our own crowd. So hopefully there's a little bit more excitement for Sacramento, but always a great place to be.
What was your favorite moment of the tournament?
I got to say it's probably Marto winning it all. Obviously, I think that's a lot of people's favorite memory, especially probably for him too. But for me, he's just been one of the longest standing PvP players since the OG grassroots days. And he's always been just a superstar. And when I saw that happen, I just reflect on that second season where he didn't qualify for World Championships. He went to Yokohama just to spectate, right? And I'm sure that was probably something that he wished that he could have competed in, but he came back the following year, got third place at Worlds, won Lima this year, already qualified again, and then qualified again at LAIC. Like, he's just stealing all these guaranteed invites on his end. But hey, if you can't beat him at a regional, you can't beat him at Worlds. So got to give the props to him, but really well deserved for him too. So really happy to see that happen.
Let's say you're talking to a friend who has never been to LAIC before. How would you convince them to go?
Yeah, I mean, besides just the energy too, I mean, the food is amazing. Just everything is really fresh there, and the culture's nice. And, you don't even have to know Portuguese. You could just use Google Translate and stuff, and everyone there is really, really helpful. So it's a great experience. Definitely recommend. And, again, the crowd hype is unmatched. It's super exciting to watch, and nothing beats, like, watching the battles in person.
All right, final question. You competed in LAIC. You're competing here this weekend. How has your team changed?
A lot. I didn't do so well at LAIC because I literally went in with zero prep, and I had no answers to Azumarill, which was only like 75% usage. So and it was 100% usage into my team whenever I faced. So I brought some Azumarill counters. We'll see. By the time this interview comes out, I might have already been knocked out, but I feel a little better about the team for this weekend.
Awesome, Caleb. Well, it's great to hear from you. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll catch up with you later. All right, I'm here with
the C2U.
C2U, you came from LAIC to Sacramento. What was your LAIC experience like?
Well, I decided to go to LAIC to see what I could get done. It was a chance to see a new place that I'd never been, and I just thought it would be really exciting, and I had friends that I was going with. I didn't really expect a lot to happen, but and a lot ended up happening for me.
What was your favorite moment of LAIC this year?
LAIC, just playing some of the amazing players like Lyle Jeffs or Desync, some players I really look up to and look for what they're reading into the meta and how they adjust and how they play the game, and it was kind of otherworldly.
So what would you say to a friend that is thinking about attending LAIC but is maybe on the fence and not sure if they should go?
I'd say as long as you have some friends going with you, you're bound to have a great time because it's such a beautiful place and there's a lot to see. And when you're spending that much time with friends playing Pokemon, what could go wrong?
Final question. How has your team changed from LAIC to Sacramento this weekend?
It's hard to say for sure. I was really impressed with the performance of Sandslash in LAIC, and I feel like I might need to take a little more precaution towards that.
Awesome. C2U, thank you so much, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Will.
Thank you so much, Will, for interviewing trainers who were just in Brazil last weekend and then came all the way here from Sacramento. Nick, I think we were talking earlier, that's like a 5-hour time difference.
It is, and it's an even longer flight. 10 hours for me, and I'm not even the farthest north.
Yep, but you are here. You were in Brazil last weekend as well. How was that experience for you? I don't think Will is going to get a chance to interview you this weekend.
It was great. I loved being able to play there. The people, the crowd, always top tier in LATAM. The food, wonderful as well. Got maybe a little more steaks down there than I would normally get up here in the U.S., but always really tasty. Going to like a churrascaria for just endless meat on sticks.
Ooh, You mentioned top tier food. We've got a couple of top tier battlers who are going to be duking it out on stage here in Sacramento. We saw earlier MysticMamba take down NiteTime Clasher. That was one of the first battles that we got to broadcast for this tournament. The winner of this upcoming matchup is going to face MysticMamba in the winner semifinals for this group. I'm very excited to see which trainer it is going to be. We have Soph on the left. We have Ramberto on the right. We've talked a little bit about Soph. This is only her third competitive tournament because she's everywhere else, right? She's casting, she's in the crowd supporting, but this is only her third tournament. She's doing quite well. And then we have Ramberto, who is a regional champion of San Diego in the 2023 season. I believe, though, this is his first tournament since Worlds, where he had a very strong finish.
Yeah, being able to win a regional in the California region and come back to another one, trying to defend the area. And Soph is also a California local, so it's a bit of a California versus California here. Looking at the teams, I'm a bit surprised to see only one Sand Slash. I thought maybe we'd see a bit more here, especially given how strong it had a showing at LAIC, but Soph does have some really strong answers to it on her team as well.
Yeah, and both trainers actually are going to be bringing Jumpluff today. Again, a Pokemon that I have been consistently underwhelmed by, but I think these trainers are really starting to show just how good that Pokemon can be. No Jumpluff in the lead, though. We have a shiny Primeape versus a Shadow Dropion.
I'm going to have to imagine that we see... Oh, actually, no. Because of the team composition Soph has chosen to bring, I think she's going to have to stay in here. She's brought a team that's a bit ABA weak to a fighter. She's got a Dark Poison, so it takes neutral damage, but the amount of damage that this Primeape can put out with a close combat will be massive. Instead here, actually going for a Rage Fist bait, will Soph decide to call it?
She calls it! The Rage Fist, not very effective, just doing a little bit of chip damage, and the Dropion has another Aqua Tail ready. Ramberto doesn't want to give up on this Primeape quite yet, uses a Protect Shield because there's just so much energy on this Primeape. Is going to be able to throw another 2 Rage Fists. Now this one will certainly knock out the Shadow Dropion because the attack is boosted this time. So what is Soph going to bring in? There is still a lot of energy on this Primeape.
Yeah, I was going to say, bringing in the Dunsparce would be interesting, especially if Ramberto did not recognize that it was a normal type and still went for the Rage Fist. However, I do like the bring in of this Feraligatr. Shadow Feraligatr with energy is able to beat so many things in the meta, and because of that energy advantage, Ramberto's actually pressured to bring in his own Feraligatr as opposed to the Jumpluff, the Grass type. You would expect a Grass type to come in to meet a Water type, but because of the energy advantage, Soph would have been able to reach multiple Ice Beams.
Yes, and Ice Beam is absolutely devastating for that Grass and Flying type Pokemon. We have now the Dunsparce into the Shadow Feraligatr matchup. Dunsparce really benefits from its normal typing here. A lot of times normal typing is often ends up hurting a Pokemon. However, here, being able to resist the Shadow Claws really helps Dunsparce in the matchup.
A bit of an interesting play there. Ramberto going for optimal timing. Soph could have actually snuck in another Drill Run before that Hydro Cannon and would have been able to pull a good chunk of this Feraligator's health away. This is actually been really close to knocking out at this point.
And there it goes. All that Ramberto has left is this Jumpluff. There are 0 shields remaining. If Soph can land an Ice Beam, that will devastate this Jumpluff, especially now that it has been softened up. And they get there, and it is a charge attack tie. Soph is able to launch this Ice Beam. You are going to see, let's go ahead and boom, the Jumpluff goes down.
As our co-caster across the pond might say, brrr! That Ice Beam froze out that Jumpluff. Double super effective damage, able to pick up the knockout. That was really precarious endgame. Soph almost put herself in a losing situation there. Had she stayed in any longer with that Dunsparce, the Jumpluff would have been able to outpace that Feraligatr, and she would have been one hit knocked out by the Grass-type charge attack. So really close endgame there, but Soph recognized how far away she was from that Ice Beam and switched in at the exact perfect time.
And we will have to see if Ramberto is going to be able to recover. I like the Primate lead with the Rage Fist taking out that Drapion. Remembering that Soph doesn't really have a clear, didn't have a clear answer to it in the lead. Really weak to it with that Dunsparce. But Soph able to overcome it. And I think that Jumpluff is just weak to too many things. It's weak to the Dunsparce rollouts. It's weak to the Ice Beam. Doesn't really love that Drapion matchup either.
Yeah, and I think Soph was probably a little bit perplexed in the mid game, or in the end game, excuse me, when she saw that the Jumpluff came in at the end to answer the Dunsparce, because she would have probably expected it to come in against the Feraligatr. But again, the energy advantage that she had on that Feraligatr just so potent into that endgame. I really like the soft loss of that lead matchup into Shadow Feraligatr energy.
And instead, Ramberto, instead of hiding the Jumpluff in the back, is going to be bringing it in the lead against the Shadow Drapion. Sends it out immediately and brings in the Azumarill. After Poison Sting got buffed, look at how much damage that Drapion was able to do to the Azumarill before Soph pivots into the Dunsparce.
Yeah, really strong lead for Soph there. The Drapion not really threatened by Aerial Ace from the Jumpluff and able to do super effective Poison Sting damage. This Dunsparce, however, is in a bit of a pickle because it usually loses the matchup against the Azumarill, and I'm not sure if the damage that was done by those Poison Stings is going to be enough to flip this matchup.
The play rough is going to connect here. Will it be enough to knock out the Dunsparce? Azumarill, not necessarily known for its attack, leaves the Dunsparce down low in the red. Dunsparce is going to return fire pretty immediately here with a drill run. Soph's Dunsparce has quite a bit of energy left on it. Should be able to get to another attack, just barely. You can see Soph wasn't exact. It seems like she wasn't sure if she was going to make it.
Yeah, Ramberto now in the driver's seat, able to throw up a shield to win switch advantage. However, this is what I think this meta is all about. Feraligatr with shield or energy advantage. Ice Beam coming in. Does Soph know that this is an Ice Beam and choose to no shield? Yes, she does.
And that is not going to do much damage at all. Here comes the Jumpluff, and Soph is going to return and answer with that Shadow Drapion. Going for crunches, hoping to maybe get that defense drop early on. I can see a bit of a laugh there.
Poison Sting is coming through, doing good, super effective damage to the grass and flying type. Aerial Ace coming back, going to be doing neutral damage as well, but you can see even into a Shadow Drapion 2 doesn't quite threaten a knockout at this point.
I saw her give a little peek to the team sheet. Maybe she was just double checking. Is this thing running acrobatics? Do I have to worry? Absolutely not.
Another crunch coming back at that Jumpluff. I don't think it's going to be quite enough to knock out Jumpluff, being one of the bulkiest grass types out there. Defense drops, and Soph opting to throw up a shield at this point, going for likely a Poison Sting down.
Yes, and she's got room to do it. The switch clock is up, but Ramberto letting the Jumpluff go so he can bring in the very healthy Shadow Feraligatr. But this Dunsparce has energy. Ramberto just allowing this crunch to go through. A little surprised by that. I think both of us are, Alpha Feed.
Yeah, he knew that there was the Shadow Feraligatr in the back for Soph. Soph now able to just shield out this Hydro Cannon and get an complete Shadow Claw down, going to leave this matchup with a lot of energy. In comes the Azumarill, which is energy dry, and 2 Hydro Cannons are loaded at this point. She could have even gone for a Shadow Claw down and had 2 Hydro Cannons to go into the Feraligatr in the endgame. However, with her health advantage, I think she's going to be able to get a Shadow Claw down anyways.
And the Azumarill is gone. All that is left is this Feraligatr, and there's just not enough health left on it. And Soph with a dominating 2-0 victory against Ramberto will move into the winners semifinals for Group B to face MysticMamba, who is waiting there waiting for her.
I think Soph just really demonstrated strong mastery of the current meta, recognizing how potent Feraligatr can be, even into some of its not so great matchups like a Jumpluff, able to get to Ice Beam at the same pacing if you have energy advantage and winning charge attack tie, and Ice Beam against a non-Shadow Jumpluff doesn't quite pick up a knockout, I believe, but against one that has taken a handful of Shadow Claws, able to secure a knockout then.
I don't know. Watching that matchup made me feel pretty good about my pick for the trainer who I hope to win it all this weekend. We can take a little look at the replay again, as you mentioned. Soph really mastering just mastering the current meta and having a dominating performance here. Her technical knowledge really is unsurpassed.
And although she put herself in a position where she was not able to maintain switch advantage, Ramberto giving it up, not allowing the Shadow Claw down, Soph able to retain switch advantage crunch after crunch, able to knock out that jump bluff, and then the Feraligatr in the endgame with the shield advantage, able to secure the victory.
And quite a victory it was. And it just, again, really, really mastery of the current meta of the 6 Pokemon that she's chosen. You can definitely tell she knows exactly what her Pokemon can and cannot take.
I've got a bit of a hot take.
Ooh.
I think that the number 2 usage Pokemon here in Sacramento, Azumarill, I think it's bait. I don't think it's all that good. I think that something like Shadow Feraligatr is able to take advantage of its slow pacing, as we saw there, and even though it resists Hydro Cannon, the number of Hydro Cannons that Feraligatr can output in the time that it takes an Azumarill to get to 2 play roughs is just astounding. And you, especially if you play the matchup in a way where you pivot out with energy on the Feraligatr, if you're able to land that water type damage on other Pokemon, you can really just out-pressure your opponent and take advantage of Azumarill's slow, methodical, bulky play.
We'll have to see. Will Soph comment on Azumarill at all? We have an interview here with Rise to Occasion and famously his coach, Softo.
I don't know where this coach rumor started from, but thanks so much, Stephanie. I'm here with Soph. By the way, Soph is Soph Toph. I can call her that because I know Worlds casters on a first name basis, but it's really no big deal. Soph, you have become so well known as such a talented caster in the community, but what some people may not know is just how talented of a battler you are in your own right. You've won championships in grassroots formats. You've been as high as number 2 on the global Go Battle League leaderboard. How are you feeling making that transition from the caster seat to the competitor seat?
Yeah, I'm definitely pretty nervous because obviously I watch like almost all the tournaments, so I know exactly like how good all the competitors are, but it helps me stay up to date on the meta, and like you said, I'm pretty active in GBL, so it's not like, so even though I haven't competed and played Pokemon since like June 2023, it's not like I'm like super out of it or anything, yeah.
Of course, and I know you're a bit of an academic. Some things we don't often talk about is the studying, the preparation. Can you talk a little bit about that aspect of preparing for this tournament? What kind of went into that for you in terms of prepping for this?
Yeah, so I knew I was gonna compete at this tournament for like a couple months, so I've been scrimming and like trying different teams like every week or so, and I settled on this team like on Wednesday. I was like actually struggling to finish it, but Dune told me I could put the Gastro there, so shout out to Dune. And I've been doing a lot of scrims. Shout out also to everyone who went to LAIC who I scrimmed with. There are a lot of people, so yeah, definitely just like a lot of practice.
Dunebug, not a bad trainer to get some advice from. Soph, you are now in the winners finals. Took down a regional champion in Ramberto. Just really clean gameplay. I loved the play with the Drapion, building up all that energy and then saving it for later. Any thoughts on that particular matchup that you just played?
Yeah, so I didn't have like a super strong answer to Azu on that line, and I figured that even if I lost a swap with Dunsparce, if I got shield advantage, like Gator or Drapion would be able to sweep. Yeah, he actually told me it's like a very similar team to what Marta used in LAIC, and that team is like extremely weak to Gator. So I was like, worst case I'll get like a couple Shadow Claws and it'll be fine.
And last thing, so before I let you go, any other shout outs you want to give to anybody supporting you here in this weekend?
Yeah, I'll shout out Elam. He's been helping me prepare a lot, and then all my friends on Elite TMs and in Toftown.
Lots of great trainers on that Elite TM squad. Best of luck to you. So from a couple of casters, back to 2 more. Steph and Nick, take it away.
Thank you. That was some wonderful insight from Soph there, and it seems like she's got some wonderful scrimmage partners as well. Dunebug, Elam, really top names.
Yes, and all the trainers on Elite TMs as well. And as I mentioned, she shouted out Tophtown. We hear about it so much in those shout-outs. Congratulations, So, for making it to the winners semifinals for Group B. The other spot in the other semifinals we're actually going to be seeing right now. We just saw my trainer pick to win it all. We're about to take a look at yours.
All right, I guess I got to keep my fingers crossed back here behind the caster desk to get him his win, but it's going to be up against a trainer that we haven't seen quite as often, Habibi. I'll be curious to see how many times he's actually participated in the championship series before.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. The trainer who wins this matchup of Abhinav versus Habibi is going to go on to face Blepnir, who secured his spot in the winner's semifinals. We saw Blepnir's battle on stream earlier against Iomero.
And we have 4 different groups here, so it's a little bit more condensed. So we're seeing a bit more of each particular bracket. So as you had mentioned, we're seeing both sides of the semifinals, which we don't necessarily always see in a maybe 8-pod tournament.
And really looking forward, though, it helps build the story a little bit more. I like it to kind of watch some trainers as they progress through the bracket. Taking a look, we have winners round 3 Group B, Abhinav versus Habibi EX. I would say these are 2 very standard looking teams. We see that Galarian Moltres, we see the Ariados, which is so popular, and the Dunsparce, but a little bit of variation. We have that Shadow Kanto Marowak on the side of Habibi and the Malamar, and Toxapex, which I'm interested to see making a little bit of a comeback to counter the Azumarill, which you said Azumarill's just a bait. It's not that good, especially not against something like a Toxapex.
And it's very interesting to me because of the rise of something like Alolan Sandslash. I feel like would also push away Toxapex from the meta, but it's definitely, as you said, made a little bit of resurgence here. We also see dual Galarian Moltres, one on each side, and looking at the teams, there aren't that many amazing answers for it. Of course, Abhinav does have that Alolan Sandslash, but looking at Habibi's team, it looks like his best answer is going to be just a Dunsparce.
But just a Dunsparce. Dunsparce is quite a Pokemon. I love that it gets a little bit of love in the Pokemon Go circuit. I'm not sure it does in any other game. Maybe a little bit in the trading card game.
Maybe it's other. I don't know if it's. I think it's an evolution. Dunsparce. Maybe that gets a little bit love in the other game. So here we go into game number 1 here. It's a pretty positive lead for Abhinav. It's going to be a Shadow Quagsire, Aqua Tail, and Stone Edge against that Dunsparce with Rock Slide and Drill Run.
Yes, Dunsparce obviously needing to go for the Drill Run here, as Rock Slide would be resisted by the ground-type Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire has a lot of energy. Abhinav is going to be sending that Aqua Tail. Habibi decides not to use a shield just yet. Can tank either attack, but you're going to start to notice these attacks start to really chip away. Abhinav actually making an aggressive swap into his own Dunsparce. Let's see how Habibi decides to respond.
And looking at his backline, I think this switch is quite necessary, because otherwise the Malamar from Habibi would have been very strong into the back line. Now switching in, there's a large energy advantage on this Dunsparce, and I think by the time the Malamar reaches Superpower, I think it's going to be just inside Superpower range, so the throwing of the Drill Run was quite necessary from Habibi.
And the Drill Run is probably going to connect. Habibi looks like trying to make a decision. Do I want to preserve the health on this Malamar or not? Decides to keep that Malamar healthy. But look, the damage from the fast attack damage that Habibi's able to put on here is notable.
And so much so that he's not actually opting for the Superpower, just going for the Follow Play, which does not quite pick up the knockout. Switching into the Quagsire, though, able to launch a Aqua Tail. Abhinav trying to think he might get a knockout, but I think the Aqua Tail might not be enough.
Oh, it just barely is able to knock that out. So Abhinav standing with the Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire even with a little bit of energy, and Habibi goes right for the drill run, but is unable to use it as Abhinav is able to get to this Aqua Tail first. This is going to do quite a bit of damage, but the Dunsparce is able to hang on. There you can see the second half of that cap tie.
This time it wasn't quite enough to knock out, and in the back lines here, we see Toxapex for Habibi, and it's going to be paired up against that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and he shakes his head in frustration. Down a shield, Drill Run able to do super effective damage, and these Poison Jabs double resisted by the Steel typing of that Alolan Sandslash.
Yes, the drill runs are going to be doing a lot of damage. Toxapex just not really known for being able to output a lot of damage. Really, like Sludge Wave can be kind of dangerous depending on the Pokemon. Definitely is not going to be the move of choice here. You can see that second drill run is really going to start chipping away at the damage. I think Habibi just kind of recognizes, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here.
Now, undercharging, I don't think it matters in the slightest. The Alolan Sandslash would be able to hang on just fine. The Powder Snow down means that there's a ton of energy on this Alolan Sandslash, but not necessary. Abhinav, really strong team composition into what Habibi had brought that game. Alolan Sandslash showing the strength of its typing.
Abhinav, we can see a little bit behind the scenes. Abhinav, you need to clear out your item bag. You're not getting any rewards from these battles. You gotta work on that. 500
Dust is quite nice for those of us who power up a lot of Pokemon to play PvP or the Go Battle League.
And a lot of us, some trainers probably wanting to power up some of these Pokemon that we're seeing right now on the screen, showing as there are 6 very potent Pokemon in the current meta.
Yeah, and make sure that you're taking a look at all these movesets. These are going to be the optimal movesets for each of these Pokemon. So if you happen to have a slightly different move on them, maybe you want to use a TM to move it to the correct charge attack.
Yep, charge attack, charge TMs, fast TMs, all really important resources. You can get them a lot from raids, which are going on a lot this weekend and during this Go Wild event.
Yeah, I know that you and I have been able to do a few raids ourselves in the off time. Did you know that I actually happened to manage to get a shiny Palkia?
Really?
Origin form.
Ooh, does it have the special spatial rent?
Sadly, it does not.
That is unfortunate, trainer.
It is quite unfortunate. As we wait for our 2 trainers to lock in, I think it's going to be really important to see how Habibi adapts to that Alolan Sandslash. Will he opt to bring the Malamar again with double super effective superpower? Will he still rely on that Dunsparce for really good neutral play to almost all of Abhinav's teams? You know, the one Pokemon that it wants to see the least is probably that Quagsire, which it unfortunately did get lined up against last game.
Well, it looks like Habibi is going to bring the Malamar, but it is going to be met with Abhinav's Shadow Quagsire. This seems like a fairly neutral matchup. The Psywave damage is considerable. It just adds up so fast. We do see a quick catch onto the Dunsparce of this Aqua Tail. Dunsparce does look really solid into all of Abhinav's team. It seems like a very viable safe swap.
It most definitely is. I'm a bit curious as to what Habibi's plan here is, because I felt like that Malamar was in a pretty solid spot against that Shadow Quagsire, able to threaten so much with that Psywave damage. Now going for a drill run, Abhinav with great timing, cutting off that last rollout from that Dunsparce. Now Habibi going to be required to throw these drill runs, actually not on poor timing. He opts to go for another rollout and get that last little bit of energy.
And we are going to see Abhinav allow the Quagsire to tank the drill run, knowing it's not going to be quite enough. Habibi EX making a quick swap into the Malamar to absorb this damage.
Interestingly enough, going back into that original matchup, I wouldn't be surprised to see Abhinav bring in the Galarian Moltres. This is a really strong matchup. Even though Superpower is a hard-hitting neutral attack, it does not threaten the Galarian Moltres. It's not the most bulky Pokemon, but it still is able to very handily hang on.
Yeah, but now this second superpower, I like how Habibi used the foul play first to make sure to really, the goal would have been that Abhinav would have shielded that first super, like what he thought would have been a superpower, but instead throwing the superpower second, it would have been at full charge. Abhinav being patient, shielding that second one.
Now, I think Habibi's likely going to be coming in. Oh no, instead opting for the Kanto Marowak. I thought he was going to be going in with the Dunsparce in order to try to land a Rock Slide. Instead, actually gets the catch of the Brave Bird. This is a lot of energy going to this Dunsparce that did not need. I think an Ancient Power would have been more than enough to knock out.
Yep, and now the defense is down. Did you see what a Mud Slap just did to that bird? That did so much damage just for one fast attack. Now we're going to see Abhinav switching out the Galarian Moltres, and here comes a full health Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash should be able to handle this Bone Club pretty safely, but you can just see all that super effective damage. Abhinav just barely gets to this Ice Punch, is going to knock out that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Recognizing that Habibi did have 2 fully loaded Bone Clubs, recognizing that it is not the Shadow Alolan Sandslash on his side, so the standard is able to withstand that damage. No shielding, able to get to that Ice Punch with that last little bit of health and able to secure game number 2 and move his way on through the tournament.
Yeah, looks like your trainer to win it all is still safe in this tournament. But Habibi had some really good battles as well. Turns out this is a trainer who's been to quite a few of the regional tournaments. Maybe we just haven't seen him quite as much on stream yet.
Yeah. And I promise, my fingers weren't crossed. No jinx from me back here.
Yeah, so congratulations, both trainers. And again, Habibi's not out of it yet. Made it quite far in the bracket already on the winner's side. Now just has to fight his way through the loser side of the bracket. Let's take a look at some of the plays that we saw in in Abhinav's victory, 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, really strong Alolan Sandslash for his team, recognizing that there aren't that many hard answers for it on Habibi's side. No fighting types whatsoever. The best answer going to be that Kanto Marowak, but in that matchup, the Alolan Sandslash can fight back with that ice type damage because Marowak is a pure ground type.
We are going to see Abhinav really utilizing his Galarian Moltres. We talked a little bit about how to obtain one of those already today. Really, it's unfortunate having to utilize all this Brave Bird energy, but it didn't really matter in the end. The Dunsparce was effectively cleared out, and Abhinav was able to utilize really all 3 of his Pokemon quite well during this the second game of the series.
Typically, you don't want to debuff your own Pokemon with that Brave Bird, especially on a catch. However, because a lot of the damage from that Kanto Marowak comes from those Mud Slaps, they're double resisted. They do add up a little bit, but had that been, say, a Pokemon that is like a fighting type that used close combat instead, that damage would have been massive.
Correct, but as Galarian Moltres is a flying type Pokemon, the Mud Slaps, even though they do add up a little bit, end up not being so threatening. So it's okay to debuff yourself. That's part of really knowing your Pokemon and doing a lot of that practice, is knowing when it's okay to use those self-debuffing moves and not switch out right away, knowing when you can kind of stay in the matchup a little bit longer.
And it's really interesting to me. We've talked a lot about ground typing being the dominant typing of this max out meta. We don't see all that many flying types on teams. We've seen Mandibuzz, we've seen Galarian Moltres, but that's more or less it. I can't recall any other flying types, like no Skarmory, no Noctowl. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen Noctowl. No Altaria. At LAIC, we saw a Shadow Dragonite, but like, there's not all that much, and you would think that it would be really strong into those ground types, but oftentimes those ground types have coverage for flying types, right? We have Rock Slide on the Kanto Marowak. We have Stone Edge on Clodsire, so it can be a little bit tough to bring those flying types into those ground type matchups.
Right, but Abhinav did bring in that Galarian Moltres. Let's hear a little bit more from Abhinav and from Will.
All right, everybody, I'm here with Abhinav, who just had a very impressive win on stage. I kept saying it to Rise to Occasion backstage. I said, your Shadow Quagsire was totally uncontested. Tell us about that pick.
Yeah, so my team was not this team until like 4 days ago. It was like Azu, Moltres, and Gator. And Morpeko got unbanned, and I was like, oh, this is a nightmare. So I put Quag into the team, and the decision point was always like Gastrodon versus Quagsire. And one decision was that I think I wanted to be stronger into Talon, and Gastro isn't. But also, Quag is a mon I've used a lot. It suits my playstyle, so I was like, I should go with what I'm comfortable with. And it was really good in this matchup, so yeah, I'm glad I went with it.
I kept saying that the best answer was Ariados with the Trailblaze, right? With Trailblaze, but it's just so tough in that matchup. Abhi, you're also kind of leaning into Alolan Sandslash as well, so no fear of the Primeapes, no fear of the Annihilate, right?
Normally, I like to forge my own path, build my own team, but full credit to the people at LAIC. I was completely sleeping on A-Slash. I think it's amazing in this meta, and obviously Primeape is scary, but I think my team is okay into fighting. I know I've done sparse A-Slash, but they have a lot of things they have to be worried about as well. So yeah, I think A-Slash is really good. I think the team is good, so we'll see how it goes in the next round.
Abhi, you've competed quite a lot. What are your own competitive goals for this weekend? Would you be happy with top 8? Do you want to go further?
So that's always a tough question, because I think the mentality at some point always has to be go and win and don't settle for less. But I would be lying if I said I wouldn't be happy with top 8, because my last 3 tournaments, Worlds, Baltimore, Louisville, I've lost every win and in for day 2. So I've made it far, beaten good players, but at the final step faltered. So first goal would be to make it to day 2, and then second goal would just go as far as I can, but making it to day 2 would be the goal.
Great answer. One more question for you, Abhi. You've competed quite a lot. Who do you have to thank? Who do you want to shout out for your recent success in your career?
So always I say the same thing about thank all the people in my faction in Chicago, all the people in India who talk to me and root for me, all the people who helped me scrim, team build. But two shout outs I really do want to say is one, I've been team building and discussing strategy with players in Brazil, because I don't want to talk to NA people, because I want to keep my cards to my chest. So big shout out to the people in LATAM who helped me, and another big shout out to all the people in Chicago who've been trading me Galarian Moltres, because I am not lucky to have a Moltres. I beg desperately in the Discord channels, anybody with a Moltres, please trade me one. And I was able to get a good one. I was clearly very good here, and so I'm very happy that people know me, want to support me, and are willing to trade Galarian Moltres to me. So big shout out to the Chicago community in general.
Thank you, Abhinav. Always a pleasure. Let's go ahead and hear from T5E and Alpha Phoebe, as we're going to get into more games right now.
Thank you so much, Will, for giving us a couple of words with Abhinav. Nick, I think the trainers right now are putting on a show just for you. We just saw was your trainer to win it all. Now take a look at the trainer on the right, PCF52. You had all Shadow Pokemon in your predictions. This trainer has 5 Shadow Pokemon on their team. So let's talk a little bit about Spice. And PCF52, they are on quite the winning streak. This is their third win in a row. The last 2 were 2-0 victories. So these Shadow Pokemon may be being able to output a lot of this damage. I'm really excited to hear from you, Nick, because you've got a look of shock and awe on your face.
You hear trainers talking about how they prepare for these tournaments by scrimming against people with various different teams, but I have to imagine literally no one in the world has ever scrimmed against a team that looks like PCFs. You have Shadow Cresselia, you have Shadow Bayleaf, you have Shadow Piloswine, you have Shadow Gyarados, and frankly, for all 4 of those Pokemon, I think we've seen a Shadow Gyarados before, but I don't know if we've seen those other 3 whatsoever in the Pokemon Championship Series, but here we go. We're going to see them right now. This is an amazing lead for PCF. It is Piloswine, Shadow Piloswine into the Clodsire, switching out into Malamar, and PCF does have a pretty good answer for this in that Scrafty.
Yeah, maybe PCF is just looking at like what are the most common Pokemon in the meta and what are some really powerful counters to them. We actually do see PCF deciding to stay in for a little bit before bringing the Scrafty in. Out of Pocket is able to throw superpowers into the Scrafty though. Scrafty, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is a dark and fighting type Pokemon that really relies on counter damage to kind of ramp up. However, we are seeing Out of Pocket because Malamar was able to get a really significant energy advantage, is able to knock out the Scrafty with double superpower here, but leaves the Malamar kind of double defense and double attack drop down. PCF waiting out the switch timer before bringing the Piloswine back in.
Yeah, I was a bit... I would have preferred a faster switch out from PCF so that he could have gotten more counter damage into the Malamar. Now being forced to shield up a double debuffed superpower. The attack drop happened twice. Is he going to reach another one? No, not quite able to. This Piloswine is quite loaded on energy, but the Alolan Sandslash is coming in. Oh, actually going for a bait here. This is a great bait. This is going to pull the last shield, and high horsepower is going to do super effective damage. This would have been double resisted by the Ice and Steel type.
But instead, PCF is switching into the Shadow Bayleaf. We're both a little perplexed behind the desk because this Ice Punch is going to do a lot of damage.
Going for an Ancient Power, this is going to be neutral damage into the Ice and Steel type. This Bayleaf actually has had Ancient Power for a long time. It made it a really interesting pick against in a meta where there was a Charizard. He actually gets the attack and the defense boost there, but it does not matter. The farm down is possible from the Alolan Sandslash. First Ice Punch is being shielded up here, but I think Pocket is really close to a second.
Yeah, so actually going for the Avalanche, it is going to be resisted as Alolan Sandslash is an Ice and Steel type Pokemon. It is a Shadow Piloswine, however, it's just not going to be enough.
You see Out of Pocket make a bit of a scared look on his face there. He's like, oh, did I lose counts? I don't know the counts to high horsepower. I don't know the counts for this Piloswine, but no, he was correct. It was the double resisted Avalanche. Although it was double resistant, it still did quite a large chunk of damage to that Alolan Sandslash, but just barely able to reach that final knockout blow with Ice Punch and able to secure a Game 1 victory.
Right. PCF, I think we saw a couple of times where PCF really could have turned that around. One of them you mentioned being able to, like, if PCF had swapped a little more quickly out of the Malamar matchup, that could have benefited. But I think also swapping in that Bayleaf, I think just going straight for that high horsepower instead of swapping out to the Bayleaf could have really turned that game around.
Yeah, and Bayleaf was in a pretty tough spot there because either Pokemon it was up against would have done quite well against it, although Cloudslayer takes neutral damage from grass-type attacks. It is going to outbulk the Bayleaf significantly. We have got a pretty interesting matchup here. Ancient Power actually able for super effective damage into this matchup, but no, we actually see the switch out, and this is a double water Araquanid, as was mentioned before, but in comes the Azumarill. Thunder Punch going to do about 50% of the remaining health, maybe a little bit less, closer to 40%, and the Azumarill, if it opts to no shield another Thunder Punch, would potentially get knocked out.
I'm a little bummed out that matchup didn't go further because I don't think I've ever seen Shadow Bayleaf versus Araquanid, and I wanted to see how that plays out right in front of me. I love learning new things, Alpha Feed.
The Play Rough is just enough to knock out that Shadow Typhlosion. I have to imagine the Bayleaf comes back in. The Scrafty does not want to see the Azumarill, and I think that's exactly why we saw PCF switch out. He's playing a bit of a team that was ABB weak to Azumarill, 2 Pokemon weak to Azumarill in the back, so switching in the Typhlosion to bring out the Azumarill so Scrafty has more play in the back.
The Bayleaf has a lot of energy, so Scrafty does have a little bit more play, but I don't know how it's going to handle this Araquanid. The Bayleaf would have to try to take it out, but I don't think it's going to have the opportunity. All Out of Pocket has to do is shield, and the fast attack pressure is just going to be too much for this Bayleaf to overcome. It's not going to get to another Ancient Power to take the shield away, and additionally, like, Araquanid's going to have some pressure here against the Scrafty. PCF does have 2 shields, however.
you see a lot of players save 2 shields for their Pokemon in the back, and that is very frequently a solid play. Unfortunately for PCF here, you don't want to play that against a team that has a debuffing move such as Bubble Beam. Out of pocket, able to just throw Bubble Beam after Bubble Beam after Bubble Beam, lowering the amount of damage that this Scrafty can do. This third Bubble Beam is going to be unshielded, and the Malamar in the back is going to be able to land a super effective superpower. It does have access to Thunder Punch for super effective damage, but it's triple debuffed at this point.
It is. When we used to see Scrafty in the times of old, we would often see it running Power-Up Punch, but now that counter's just not as good, perhaps looking to have a little bit of different coverage. The Thunder Punch is really nice. However, Araquanid is free to just keep using Bubble Beam to keep debuffing the Scrafty. PCF has no remaining Pokemon to swap out to clear that debuff away. So this is going to take a lot of time. Additionally, that Malamar is still at completely full health in the back.
I'm a little bit surprised that Pocket is staying in this matchup. I think switching into the Malamar and going for a superpower would have been a little bit faster to the end game here, but a final Bubble Beam is going to put that Scrafty into Psywave down range. Psywave, double resisted by the Dark type, super effective against the fighting, is still super effective against, or is just single resisted by that Scrafty and able to secure out of pocket that second game and the match win.
Such a fun matchup, and it was really fun to see some Pokemon that I had never seen in competitive play. Pokemon that I haven't really seen a lot in grassroots play either make their debut here on the competitive stage.
And I really liked the Scrafty pick. Scrafty is the fighter that loses to other fighters because of its dark subtyping, but there aren't that many fighters in this meta. It outbulks most of the other fighters, and the typing can be very useful into some other matchups where Dark is able to shore up any Psychic type weaknesses.
My first thought when you said it loses to other fighters, I was going to say, what other fighters? It's just Primeape and Annihilate. That's really it. I also like the Piloswine pick. I think it's really, I think it has a lot of interesting coverage against something like the Clodsire. It can hit that Alolan Sandslash really hard. Just PCF, I think just having like a different strategy or not able to hit the alignment, some really interesting, like truly interesting choices here for his team.
I have to agree with you. I do like that Shadow Piloswine pick. It is very, very potent with both of its charge attacks, being able to do a lot of damage. With the addition of that Shadow boost, can just really put a ton of pressure on players. But out of pocket, able to kind of move around that matchup. You know, one of the best answers on his team for that Piloswine is going to be that Araquanid, so maybe a bit of a tough matchup for PCF, a team composition that may have favored out of pocket a little bit.
Right. I really am enjoying, too, for Out of Pocket that we're getting to see that Araquanid play a little bit more. I like that it wasn't just whispers out there, that we actually are seeing Araquanid as a viable strategy as Out of Pocket moves on with that 2-0 victory, completed the winner's semifinals, securing his place in the finals for Group A this weekend.
We'll have to see just how well that Araquanid does in Day 2, how many of that Pokemon we see in Day 2. I don't know. It's been a long time since it's made top 12 usage for Day 2 or even Day 1.
Yeah, so what I want to see right now, Nick, I want to see some highlights from the last couple of rounds. Let's go ahead and toss it to the break, but do not go anywhere. We have so many great matchups coming up as we're nearing the end of some of these groups. We're getting towards those group finals.
I don't think I have a win card.
Nice catch. I lost energy, but yeah.
GG's.
Hey Pokemon fans, Adam Watson here, aka Skarzig. We've still got a little bit of a break before we get back to our Pokemon action, of course, but I am joined in the lounge by another special artist friend of mine, Seth, who you may know again as SP Crashworks. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
I'm so happy that you could join me because we are going to be sketching some Pokemon for you today. This is a rare opportunity for me not only to have another artist here in the lounge with me, but to put a little bit more time and effort into what are normally pretty quick whiteboard drawings. So I know, Seth, that you told me earlier your favorite Pokemon was Rillaboom.
Yes.
And that is going to be the Pokemon that I'm drawing today. And do you want to know what Pokemon you're going to be drawing for our folks at home?
Which Pokemon is that?
That's going to be my favorite, Cubone.
Oh, Cubone. I like Cubone a lot too.
So we're going to get down to work, and I'll make sure to kind of keep you updated about my progress, chat. And in the meantime, we can kind of just talk about, what it's like to be an artist and how much we kind of love this work. So we dug into it a little bit earlier, Seth, but when it comes to your process as an artist, like let's say you were going to draw a fancy new Pokemon artwork to show off for the VG stream.
Yeah.
Where would you start?
So I like making my artwork look like the anime, so I like looking at references. The anime, it has a lot of references for the Pokemon, different poses, and for anyone looking for more than just that, Pokemon Home allows you, if you have the captured Pokemon, the data, after you transfer it over, you can look at the 3D models, and you can spin them around, you can have them do the different attacks, and that's another great way of learning how to draw a Pokemon.
Wow, that sounds really useful, honestly, because when you are, especially when you're first getting into art, you need to be able to translate what you see into what you're trying to capture, what you're trying to draw. And that's a kind of a great way is to get the just 3D models about the Pokemon from the video games. And after you've settled on the Pokemon you want to draw, you've got your references, and you kind of get down to business. Do you just work purely digitally?
So what I start off is I draw it on paper. It's just hard for me personally to start off drawing on my tablet. So I draw it on paper, I scan it, and then I transfer it over to my Photoshop file, and then I start drawing over that. And that's how I start getting my work done, or start at least.
And I love absolutely getting into and doing Pokemon art. It's something that has grown alongside me, being on the broadcasts like this and sharing my passion with the audience at home. And I really hope that, as we continue to make art, that someone in the audience will take inspiration from us and our processes and, make that plunge.
Yeah, so I don't really play VGC that much, but I love watching videos from content creators about it. I love watching, theory crafting or, basically what's the best Pokemon right now. Right now it's Sneasler. Rillaboom, second best right now.
Okay, Rillaboom's still going strong.
Oh yeah, him and Incineroar, all those guys. But what I like most is I don't see a lot of VGC artwork. That's why I like creating it myself. There are other artists out there, but it just seems like a really fun thing to do. I love Pokemon battling, and VGC is competitive battling, so yeah.
And that's, I think, just a major part of being an artist is wanting to make something that doesn't exist yet, right? Yeah. Being, people always say be the change you want to see, but sometimes you have to be the artist that you want to see. You have to make the art that you want to see, so.
Yeah, I understand it's hard. Sometimes you get some mean criticism, but you have to keep moving forward. You have to keep improving. Practice always helps a lot. YouTube videos about tutorials, those help too. Also just asking for advice about how someone drew something, that's always a great way to not only learn more, but make a new friend possibly.
Oh, that's very true. There's so many free resources online, like just to get in and draw. And I think one thing that a lot of new artists will run into, right, or even seasoned artists that might just be hitting a wall when their art isn't turning out right, or they feel like their artwork needs to be perfect, and sometimes you just got to get back into it and keep drawing art. And sometimes it comes out good, sometimes it comes out bad, but you just have to love the process, I think.
Yeah, if you're not really enjoying it, you know, it's not that fun. You have to always be drawing something you like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it can be something serious or goofy, or it can have meaning to it. But, you know, if you're not enjoying drawing it, I don't really see much of a point, you know?
I definitely hear that. So I think I got as much room on this whiteboard I think I could squeeze in.
Yeah, Cubone has a simple design. I think he looks pretty good so far.
That looks amazing. That looks amazing. I'm not sure. What am I forgetting? You who know all of your Pokemon references,
Yeah.
Rillaboom's your favorite Pokemon.
So I guess Rillaboom has sort of like, it's almost like cufflinks, like little grass cufflinks.
Okay.
So if you just put a little line across his,
There
something
we
like
go.
that.
Okay. Not too bad.
But
Not
yeah,
too bad.
that's really good because you got his, one of his defining details to me is it's like a music curl.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That came out pretty well here. And yeah, Cubone again.
I love all Cubones. He's so cute and round. So thank you so much for drawing my favorite Pokemon. And I hope that I can do your favorite Pokemon justice as well.
He looks great.
Any final thoughts I can actually get from you? Again, for our viewers at home who want to get into art or maybe connect with you a little bit more, where do they find you?
So on Twitter, X, Blue Sky, I'm on SP Crashworks. And if you want to get more into art, like I mentioned before, tutorials help a lot, just asking for advice from your favorite artist. They may not be able to answer all of your questions, but they may already have posts about that, what you already asked before.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just looking for outside sources helps a lot. References, yeah.
That is very well said. We talk about it all the time with Pokemon, that your favorite players love to share the game and to help other people get into the game, and it's the same with artists. They're going to take the time to give you advice and also point you towards resources to improve. So thank you once again, not only for drawing, and also you at home for staying tuned. We're going to get back to some Pokemon action and keep things underway.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Sacramento Regional Championships. It's a little bit rainy outside, not the typical sunny California weather we're used to, but these trainers are still putting in the work as we expected. Speedy's Chief 2 with Rise to Occasion.
It has been a hot start with lots of cool picks. Speedy, what jumped out to me so far is the sheer variety of Pokemon. We're not seeing a whole lot of mirror matches. We're seeing all sorts of different Pokemon taking the main stage. And like I said to you, when the most normal Pokemon on your team is Shadow Typhlosion, that says something.
Exactly, right? You're tossing your ingredients of your team into the pot, and you say, you know what? The most mild ingredient is Shadow Typhlosion. That is a spicy concoction. Rise, I heard a rumor that you actually really enjoy mirror matches. Like Lickitung mirror match is one of your favorites. Umbreon mirror match you also enjoy. Is that true?
Nothing more exciting than an Azumarill mirror match where you're just bubbling away. You throw the play rough at the same time. Who's going to survive the play rough? It gives you time to think about what the backline might be. That's some truth to that. But yeah, what these trainers are cooking up, I don't know if our co-casters Tomahawk, Butters, Martine, and Adequates, I don't know if they could handle it in their kitchen with some of this spice.
Whoa, okay, I'm just going to let that one stand as it is. But we have our next group of trainers on the stage. This looks oddly familiar. We've got StudMuffins returning to the stage against Bogish. If you remember, StudMuffins had a very impressive win over Fitzy, and Bogish took down Trainer Rem.
StudMuffins has really come on the scene as of late with some incredible performances. We've touched on the 9th place just recently at the Latin American International Championships. And two of the more standard teams, I would say, especially from StudMuffins, this is kind of what you think of right now as the traditional meta. You see the Shadow Feraligatr, the Ariados, the Clodsire, Shadow Alolan, or Kanto Marowak, I should say, and the Galarian Moltres. Whereas Bogish, a little bit more variety. The Air/Mandibuzz we highlighted last time, one pick that really stood out in his previous matchup.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Lolo Marowak, you might have been thinking of the grand finals at LAIC
Right.
on Vitorello's team, but I'm interested to see how this is going to line up, because what we saw from StudMuffins earlier was a lot of ABB approach, right? A lot of double water types. Azumarill, Shadow Feraligatr were so good for him against Fitzy. This is an interesting showcase, because now we're going to see how StudMuffins adjust to a team that's honestly very, very different.
I like the Galarian Moltres a lot in this matchup for StudMuffins. And would you look at that, leads it here in game number 1, a positive matchup against the Superior.
I'm telling you, the smile is infectious. If you just watch Bogish's camera, he always gives a little smirk or a little grin, and that good lead got exactly that. Now we see the counter swap action, Azumarill versus the Dunsparce. We've seen the Dunsparce counter swap into Azumarill a few times. I believe Sophia did that as well earlier on in the stream. It's not a clean-cut match. You still need to invest in Protect Shield here.
This is an interesting decision from StudMuffins because Dunsparce can flip this matchup against Azumarill. So he may be forced to give up the alignment in this matchup. Play rough coming through, going to connect, going to put Dunsparce at around 50% health. But here's the thing. Maybe once this Dunsparce is out of the picture, StudMuffins realizes he doesn't really need switch advantage, because if you look at how safe the Galarian Moltres is, there's not really a better check to it than the Dunsparce.
That's a great point, and we saw the Mandibuzz versus Galarian Moltres matchup earlier on in the stream. We might get more of that as we move down the road, but right now, this Dunsparce trying to put in some work against the Azumarill. Drill Run does connect, taking it down deep into the red, but that Azumarill already has the Ice Beam loaded. I think this might just be enough, Rise.
Should be just about enough if it connects, but Bogish gonna invest in the Dunsparce, putting up the Protect Shield, and Dunsparce will be able to outpace the Azumarill to this next charge attack. StudMuffins now with his first major decision. He is going to invest the Protect Shield, wants to keep the alignment if he can.
We saw StudMuffins looking over at the team sheet, trying to deduce what might be in the back. Goes for the play rough, I guess just in case there was a catch or a swap. He did not want to throw a resisted Ice Beam to, say, a Feraligatr or something. That play rough is easily enough. Dunsparce goes down, and StudMuffins maintains control of switch.
Interesting, comes in with the Mandibuzz, and we see the quick pivot into the Galarian Moltres, giving up the switch advantage, and StudMuffins is keeping a poker face, but I think internally, Speedy, he might be questioning this decision.
Well, not even that. I think Bogish watched those matches earlier with the double water strategy from StudMuffins, is maybe thinking that Superior could be the play in the back, so he is more than happy to send out this Mandibuzz right now. Ancient Power coming through, Rock-type damage is going to hurt quite a bit on the Mandibuzz, but it is known for its bulk. No boost, Rise, but a lot of damage nonetheless.
No boost, and Mandibuzz taking that Ancient Power quite well. Not the strongest charge attack in the world. Another Aerial Ace firing off against this Galarian Moltres, and oh my goodness, we see the Brave Bird. Are we gonna see a no-shield? Boglish, what are you gonna do here?
Bogish, look out!
Oh no, the Brave Bird's gonna connect!
Wow!
And there's a one-hit KO on Superior!
I'm telling you, that Brave Bird absolutely scraped that Superior off the field, and now the Mandibuzz is all alone with the Protect Shield to boot. StudMuffins did this earlier as well versus Khaleesi Fitzy, landing that Brave Bird when you don't expect it. You have to watch out for this trainer because they do unpredictable things.
I think Boglish thought he caught the Ancient Power, but StudMuffins either... It was so quick, I couldn't tell if it was a reaction or if he anticipated it. But here we go, Hydro Cannon going to knock out the Mandibuzz, and that is going to deliver a Game 1 victory for StudMuffins. Was a little bit back and forth until the end. That Brave Bird, you land a Brave Bird on a Superior, man. That game's going to be tough to win if you're Boglish.
Really, really was. And I mean, like you said, you just clear out an entire spot on your opponent's team, and it's difficult to come back from. We're going to take a little zoom out, though, and look at the overall squad here. We've seen a lot of the Azumarill and Shadow Feraligatr paired, and I really love the other 4 options here from StudMuffins because it allows him different modes of attack. If you see a Clodsire on the other side, you can bring your Shadow Kanto Marowak. If you see something like a Fairy type on the other side, you bring the Clodsire. This time he relied on that Galarian Moltres, and it paid off massive dividends.
When you have these inter-game matchups with 2 bulky Pokemon like Azumarill and Dunsparce, gives these trainers a little bit of time to think about what they want to do. StudMuffins perhaps didn't want to give his opponent a big farm down, so he looked for that instant swap. It seemed like a little bit risky, and we see the massive Brave Bird knocking out the Superior. Unfortunately, Superior did not see the field for very long in that first game. Boglish going to try and make more use of it, perhaps, or adjust his line in game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting take. And one take that you mentioned, Rise, that I really appreciated was that the Dunsparce is that key Pokemon that Boglish can use to stunt that Galarian Moltres. And if it can't get a line, he's going to have a tough time figuring out his next strategy. We're going to see, right? If I recall correctly, this is a Sludge Bomb, Earthquake, Clodsire on his side, but I don't know. It doesn't have that much play against the Galarian Moltres.
If you're Boglish, you may want to consider trying to gang up as best you can on the Galarian Moltres, because I think it is a must bring. It is coming every game for StudMuffins. And here's the thing, Dunsparce, even if you counter swap it into Galarian Moltres, that Sucker Punch plus Brave Bird is so threatening. It's not even like it's the most comfortable matchup in the world for the Dunsparce. So Bogish is going to really try to have to navigate his way around this threatening Galarian Moltres. But here we go. Game number 2, we have a lock-in. It's going to be 2 very bulky Pokemon leading it off. Clodsire into Mandibuzz.
Winners semis Group A. These trainers are very close to making day number 2, but they need to get past one another to do it. Mandibuzz can hang in this matchup quite a while, especially with the absence of Stone Edge on the Clodsire side. And we see StudMuffins actually going with a non-ABB team, right? He's got his Clodsire in the lead with Shadow for Alligator and that Galarian Moltres in the back.
This matchup may be one where Air Slash is a little bit less viable for the Mandibuzz, strictly because of the sheer lack of energy generation as compared to Snarl. You'd rather be getting off more of these foul plays, whereas the Air Slash, less energy generation than Snarl, it's going to be slower pacing for the Mandibuzz.
Slower pacing, but a little bit more damage over time. So the Mandibuzz is going to really just take that Sludge Bomb on the chin. It did way less damage than I expected, coming in with another charge attack. And these two trainers, as they feel their way through this matchup, like you mentioned earlier, are already thinking about what's in the back, already trying to predict what the opponent has. You made a great call with the Galarian Moltres and the Dunsparce, and I think that alignment is going to be super important as this matchup plays out.
The Mandibuzz should be able to hang on to this Sludge Bomb, and Bogish knows there's likely the Galarian Moltres in the back, so he's going to try to maintain switch advantage if possible. Goes for the foul play. The question is this enough to knock out the Clodsire? We're going to see a no shield here from StudMuffins. Can Clodsire hang on? No, it knocks out.
Wow, that's a big knockout into the Clodsire, but you allowed the Galarian Moltres to come in, almost get the full Sucker Punch down. Now you're forced to switch in the Dunsparce and your Switch Lock to try to counter this Pokemon. This is really tough for Bogish.
And it's not like the back Pokemon for StudMuffins is that great against the Dunsparce and the Feraligatr, but he's going to throw a Parting Charm. Guess a successful bait. That's a really nice bait for StudMuffins. Hangs onto some extra energy with the Moltres, and now the Feraligatr in against the Dunsparce. The problem if you're StudMuffins, a single Hydro Cannon is not going to be enough from this range because these Shadow Claws are double resisted.
Bogish is really kind of wedging this Dunsparce into the team composition and creating tons of problems for StudMuffins because now, like you said, Rice, he's not going to be able to fast attack down. He's got to throw multiple charge attacks to get the KO, and at any point in time, Bogish could use that final shield and keep his Dunsparce in the match.
Another drill run coming through. StudMuffins still has yet to use a Protect Shield and is going to let this go. He's putting this all on the back of the Galarian Moltres with 2 shields. These Sucker Punches chunking away at the health of Dunsparce. Does get off a Parting Rock Slide to grab the first shield from StudMuffins.
Now, if you look at the team here from Bogish, the Annihilate, the Shadow for Alligator, the Superior, any one of those 3 targets would be good, but it's the Clodsire in the back, and this bulky adjustment might be just what he needs to pull off a win here against the Galarian Moltres.
Going for the big Brave Bird. Really needs this to connect to have a chance here. We're going to see the no shield. It's going to go through. Clodsire can hang on, and Clodsire's almost at the double Sludge Bomb, so I think Bogish is still in a good position.
I think he is as well. I mean, that's a ton of damage, but like we pointed out, if there's one Pokemon that can eat the Brave Bird in the back line, it is the Clodsire. Here comes an Ancient Power bait from StudMuffins, and it looks like Bogish takes it.
The final Protect Shield is put up, but the Sludge Bomb is already loaded. Just clicks on it right away. Sludge Bomb coming through is going to even up this series and knock out this Galarian Moltres, which has caused so many issues, but a subtle 3-ball flex for Bogish in game number 2.
Sometimes you have to search for hard answers. You have to kind of bank on alignment, make the right read, put a lot of pressure on yourself when you're picking your team of 3. But other times, you just have to kind of outlast your opponent, put up so much HP in front of them, maybe, I don't know, a Mandibuzz Clodsire core, so much HP that it's almost impossible to chew through, and that's exactly what Bogish did. So StudMuffins has been all offense as of late, but he's got to find a way to play better defense against a very bulky team.
I think StudMuffins was maybe a little too soft to the Dunsparce in that game. Once the Clodsire was out of the picture, he had the Feraligatr and the Moltres left to try and deal with that Dunsparce, who has a bit of an advantage in both of those matchups. So Bogish able to position it well, like you said, Speedy. The Dunsparce just a little bit too much to handle in that endgame for StudMuffins.
So looking at the teams here, I mean, the obvious answer that jumps off the screen to me, Rise, is that Shadow Kanto Marowak. That seems like probably the most clear answer to the Dunsparce because you don't want to bring in the Bug-type Ariados. And if you play something like Azumarill, it's just neutral at best.
I guess the problem if you're StudMuffins is, like you said, your best answer is the Shadow Kanto Marowak. However, you see a Mandibuzz, you see a Superior. Feraligatr, not ideal either for the Shadow Marowak. So it's a little bit tough to bring, but you almost need to if you want to counter that Dunsparce comfortably.
We're going to see what these trainers decide. Again, this is winners semis, so the trainer that wins this matchup will head to that winners finals match, and then the winner of that will be in day number 2. So a lot on the line for these trainers, but we are still pretty early on, about lunchtime in Sacramento right now, and they're both hungry for a win.
Hungry for a win. Speaking of which, we haven't seen a Morpeko yet today, I don't believe, but
you're right.
Hopefully we'll see the hangry version later on. These trainers still taking their time to lock in, and you can't blame them in this decisive game 3. Just trying to think things over, come up, devise a line. One thing that these trainers try to do is predict what their opponent's going to bring, and it's a guessing game sometimes. Here we go. Game number 3, Feraligatr into Feraligatr. It's going to be a mirror match in this decisive game 3.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Which Feraligatr is the best of them all? We're going to see a Hydro Cannon flurry here any moment. It looks like StudMuffins confident he would win that charge tag priority tie. Does go for the first Hydro Cannon right off the rip.
Although resisted, this Hydro Cannon still does a sizable amount of damage, putting Feraligatr into the red now, going for the double up here, has the double Hydro Cannon. And what are we going to see? We're going to see a Protect Shield come up from StudMuffins. Both of them have the Hydro Cannon queued right now. What's the decision going to be? It's going to be a Charge Attack priority, and it's going to be StudMuffins getting it off. Like you said, Speedy, confident earlier, throwing first.
Yeah, this is interesting because Bogish chose to shield. He's going to fire up the Hydro Cannon of his own, trying to take that final shield away from StudMuffins and take control of switch advantage. He's going to get the former, though, and that's huge because it does clear the runway for his back line. However, he will lose the Feraligatr in the process.
Already put up both Protect Shields. You have to assume Mandibuzz enters, and StudMuffin's going to immediately pivot. Wants to preserve the Feraligatr for later, and that could be a problem for Bogish to deal with if we take a look at that Clodsire in the back. But we saw this matchup last game of these two bulky beasts going back and forth. This matchup takes quite some time as they're going to trade Sludge Bombs and Foul Play.
If I'm thinking of this matchup here, in Bogish's shoes, what you want to do is you want to put the Clodsire within Earthquake range and also store some energy on your Mandibuzz so you're prepared for whatever that third Pokemon is in the back. Mandibuzz staying in here for another Air Slash, and that Sludge Bomb will connect. Rise, I really feel like a switch is coming at any moment here.
Because of the length of this matchup, right, the switch clock will be put up eventually, and another Foul Play now coming through. Not going to threaten the Clodsire too much, but it will start to put it low. Clodsire going to absorb this Foul Play. Let's take a peek at the switch timer of StudMuffins. It is up, so he does have the switch available. Throws on alignment. Interesting decision there from StudMuffins.
That's been the second time, actually. There was one catch opportunity after the swap and the turn cycles were displaced. This is the second time that a free Air Slash has come through, and all that energy adds up to a Foul Play, but then it gets fizzled out when it's thrown into the Galarian Moltres.
Really valuable catch here from StudMuffins, absorbing the Foul Play. Less efficient method of choice for Bogish as the Clodsire now enters the game. Here's the thing, Galarian Moltres not in Sludge Bomb range just yet, but if you Brave Bird, you're definitely going to debuff yourself into Sludge Bomb range. Sludge Bomb being unleashed here. How low is this going to put the Galarian Moltres?
This is interesting, right? Because StudMuffins wants to build to the back-to-back Brave Birds, but it's almost going to be impossible to do. He's got to throw it right now. He's got to go now. Going to throw the Brave Bird. Will Bogish let this through?
StudMuffins needs to survive a couple of poison stings here, but the Sludge Bomb is unloaded first. This is going to knock out, of course, the Galarian Moltres. Clodsire going to be pretty much energy dry and very low on health.
You're going to see the Feraligatr come in. Don't forget about Feraligatr. It's got a lot of HP and some energy as well. Going to go on the Charge Attack Party tie. Rise. This is it looks like the Clodsire is going for the Sludge Bomb here.
Clodsire is going to knock out Feraligatr. Had the Hydro Cannon available, but maybe lost track of the energy. We're going to see the Mandibuzz come in, Clodsire counter swap, but I don't think Clodsire is going to be able to get the Poison Sting down in time as Mandibuzz reaches the Aerial Ace and is going to knock out this Clodsire. Bogish still had the Protect Shield. That's why StudMuffins opted not to throw the energy. Knocks out Clodsire, and Bogish is going to be advancing in Winners Group A.
I was convinced that Feraligatr was going to throw the Hydro Cannon there, but like you said, Rise, maybe lost in the sauce a little bit. Poison Stings can be a little bit tricky to count, especially with the variable movesets we see on the Clodsire, and not throwing the Hydro Cannon, not pressuring away that final shield, forced him into a farm down situation, and he just could not have enough HP to sustain that process, and eventually got KO'd.
I think you saw it on StudMuffin's face, a little bit of look of frustration in that end game, because if he does opt to throw that Hydro Cannon, maybe he grabs that last Protect Shield, and maybe the Clodsire can reach a winning Sludge Bomb in the end. So you see it happen even to the best of the best. Sometimes in these super dynamic games where there's so much charge attack pressure, so much energy generation, it can be very difficult to keep track in these tight contests.
Yeah, of course. I mean, StudMuffins, again, a very, very talented trainer, is going to fall to that loser's side bracket. And this is off the heels of going to LAIC, top cutting there, and then coming directly to Sacramento. As he said, it was a long flight, and he's still feeling a little bit of the humidity from all that time in the cabin. So StudMuffins really performing very well. And I've been super impressed with Bogish, too. I mean, Bogish is all smiles, all grins. You know, when he wins, he's smiling because he's happy. When he loses, he's smiling because he's smiling through the pain. But either way, he is smiling on stage after a 2-1 victory.
Took down a formidable foe earlier in Trainer Rem, now takes down StudMuffins, in some momentum for Bogish as he advances onto this tournament. It was a quick turnaround for StudMuffins, like you said, going straight from LAIC to Sacramento, back-to-back weekends. But Bogish riding some momentum. And Speedy, one thing I love about these competitions and these regional championships, because we talk so much about the out-of-pockets of the world, the Dune Bugs of the world. But when you have these trainers that maybe aren't as well known, it seems like every single tournament, there's someone that, dare I say, rises to the occasion. And
oh, no, he did it. Chat, he did it. He said it. He said the thing.
And makes a name for themselves. And that's how you see trainers go from unknown to staples every single season in our community.
I think it's great. Whenever you see new trainers coming in and making a name for themselves, it shows that the community is growing, that it's thriving, that it's dynamic, and I really appreciate trainers who take that chance. And I also want to emphasize that the gap between a trainer like StudMuffins or Bogish, the gap between them and Dunebug is probably a lot smaller than you would imagine. It's just shaving off that extra 5 or 10% of your skill ceiling that could take you to that next level. And if you're a Bogish supporter, I want to see some smiles in the chat. Can we get any smilers in the chat? Come on. We got to root for our friend Bogish here. We have 2 new trainers about to take the stage, but one question I had for you, Rise, is we see a few different combinations on Mandibuzz. We've seen Snarl and Dark Pulse. We've seen now Air Slash and Foul Play. Can you talk to me about the dynamics of choosing the charge attacks for the Mandibuzz relative to the energy generation from its fast attacks?
So Snarl's not going to inflict as much fast attack pressure against your opposition, but it's going to generate energy much quicker. Only 4 Snarls to the first Aerial Ace or Dark Pulse. After that, it's going to be 3 Snarls to pretty much every single Aerial Ace, pacing very quickly. That's only 9 turns. That spamminess can be very effective for Mandibuzz and has often been the more popular method of choice. However, with a shifting meta, you start to reevaluate your movesets. You start to reevaluate which typings are more effective. And Air Slash right now, we've talked about Galarian Moltres, we've talked about Primate, Annihilate, Ariados. That reliable fast attack pressure makes those matchups so much more comfortable. And even for something like Feraligatr, rather than needing 2 charge attacks, maybe you can get away with 1 plus the Air Slash damage.
No, you're exactly right. And I feel like this is like a really sweet kind of middle ground where you're still dealing that Air Slash pressure, but then your Foul Play is, you're getting it to just a little bit quicker, because I know that Air Slash plus Dark Pulse, it feels like the slowest route towards dealing damage with the Mandibuzz. And while it is fun in some of the Go Battle League Cups, it can be kind of a test of a trainer's awareness of their own team, depending on the moveset they choose for a Show 6 Pick 3 format. I think Bogish has landed on something really unique and really special here.
And one final Pokemon to add to that list that Mandibuzz can benefit from Air Slash is Drapion. Because if you're running a Snarl Mandibuzz, you may find yourself in a situation where that Drapion has a little bit of health, but you can't farm it down, and it's still spamming off those Aqua Tails. Air Slash allows you to get those farm downs on the lower health Pokemon, which can be very vital in closing situations.
On stage, we have 2 California natives. Let's take a look here, because MysticMamba and Softo return to the center stage here in Sacramento, California.
MysticMamba was able to pull off what you could say a bit of an upset against NiteTime Clasher earlier, who's been so strong in this season, one of the leaders in the Play Pokemon Championship points. And MysticMamba with a unique team, the Shadow Sableye, the Shadow Jump Bluff. We saw our Latin American International Champion Marto just go crazy with Jump Bluff. MysticMamba has it on his squad. And I've been surprised. We've seen multiple Sableye in this tournament. A Pokemon that used to be very common in the meta kind of fell off for a while, making a little bit of a resurgence here in Sacramento.
It's just tough when there's so many normal types, right? It used to be Lickitung that was the big issue for the Sableye team compositions, but now it seems to be Dunsparce, maybe the occasional Miltank. Is definitely tough to chew through all that HP when your Shadow Claws are double resisted. Rise, we talked about Softo's team. It looks very different from all the other drafts that she had leading into the tournament, but how does it do against Mamba's Shadow Sableye, against the Shadow Jumpluff? We saw her take down Ramberto's Jumpluff just about an hour ago.
Well, I think the Malamar looks fairly safe for Softo. Of course, it's going to be checked by the Azumarill, but we know Malamar can flip that matchup in the two-shield scenario. It's actually not as bad as you may think against the Jumpluff. Although it has super effective Fairy Wind, double foul play plus the Psy Waves pretty much knock out. And then Sableye, similarly, it's going to resist that Psy Wave damage, but the foul play is quite threatening. So I like the Malamar for Softo, and the Drapion, if it avoids the Marowak, can be good as well. But here we go. Game number one, going to be Jumpluff into Dunsparce. Slightly favorable lead for MysticMamba.
See the instant swap out into the Shadow Drapion. Switching Drapion into a Dunsparce is a wild play, but MysticMamba was ready. He goes right into that Shadow Kanto Marowak.
Drapion showcasing its speed. It is already at the Aqua Tail. It is only one Poison Sting away from the next Aqua Tail. So MysticMamba, knowing that, going to fire off a Bone Club. This is very smart for MysticMamba. This puts the pressure on Softo. She's going to have to put up a Protect Shield to just try and get a shield back from MysticMamba.
Yeah, also, what an interesting team composition from MysticMamba. Dunsparce lead with Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back. Those two Pokemon actually do very similar things, but bringing both of them was a hard read by MysticMamba that is paying off massively for him.
This is a difficult-looking situation for Softo because this Marowak is going to get to this Rock Slide, which do some sizable chip damage to this Jumpluff here. But Softo going to go for a big Fairy Wind down potentially against this Marowak. If you can get the Fairy Wind down before it reaches a Rock Slide, that would be really nice. It's going to be close here. Ooh. And going to settle for the Bone Club. Soph on point with her counting. Knows this is a triple resisted Bone Club.
Yeah, she's on top of things, right? Knows exactly where that Shadow Kanto Marowak is. Gets the full Fairy Wind down, and now she's got the energy she needs to fight back against a Pokemon like Dunsparce. Will we get a defense drop? Energy Ball Energy Ball always carries a slight chance that could happen.
Energy Ball connects in the immediate pivot from Soph. We're going to see this Dunsparce stay in momentarily to fire off some chip damage. And although Soph, I think, is a little bit behind the 8-ball in this game, she does create a desync in the switch timer here. Maybe this could open up some play in the endgame.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's the worst position because the one thing that's really standing in her way is that Protect Shield for MysticMamba. I mean, we know how much damage a Jumpluff would do if it lands an Energy Ball into Azumarill. We know that Dunsparce can absorb a play rough here. I still think there's a tremendous amount of play for both of these trainers.
Softo looking to double up on the Duron. This is a chart attack priority. Now, after both of these charge attacks are queued up, Softo's switch timer is going to be up. So the Drill Run connects on the Azumarill, putting it into Energy Ball range, perhaps. Play Rough is going to be fired off. Now, Softo knows that the Dunsparce can survive this Play Rough and is going to look to pivot out into the Jumpluff. Jumpluff nearly at the Energy Ball, going to not fire it though. Soph is going to probably have to use a Protect Shield on this Ice Beam, and now MysticMamba may be able to dip into his own Dunsparce.
Yeah, like you said, that seam and the switch timer was available there for Softo. She capitalized just a bit, getting a few more Fairy Winds, but now she's got to get through this Dunsparce. But once she does, I think there is a clear path to victory. The problem is that final Protect Shield standing in the way, and now the Rock Slide is ready.
All Protect Shields have been used at this point. Rock Slide queued up. Is this enough to knock out the Jumpluff? Jumpluff, very bulky. It is super effective, but Jumpluff hangs on, and that is huge. This Energy Ball is going to put the Dunsparce quite low.
Now the question becomes, Dunsparce's pacing is very, very quick. 4-3 to its charge attacks. Energy Ball connects. Switch timer not available. Softo is stuck. She's forced to take that rollout, and now she's got to come in with her own Dunsparce and try to build to 2, I guess, but can she manage?
She is not able to build quite to 2, and unfortunately, I think Soph's Dunsparce might be a little bit too low on health. Drill Run does connect, knocking out the opposing Dunsparce, but is going to be knocked down to 1 bubble here, and MysticMamba able to take game number 1.
Yeah, looking at the board there, even the drill run probably would not have been enough to KO the Azumarill. So I just want to zero back to that team composition that MysticMamba locked in. I mean, again, it's so crazy to me to see Dunsparce in the lead and Shadow Kenta Marowak in the back. Once that Drapion came out and got absolutely farmed down, it seemed like things went from bad to worse for Soph.
The nice thing about Shadow Drapion is the speed at which it reaches its charge attack. So if you swap it into a Dunsparce, although you're threatened by that super effective drill run, you can actually reach that crunch before it reaches the first drill run and really put the pressure on your opponent. Unfortunately for Soph, MysticMamba had to check every step of the way, but I admire the way she made it very difficult for him, very uncomfortable throughout, and maybe if Soph had opted to throw that energy ball before allowing MysticMamba to throw, could have opened up a little bit more play. But at the same time, you also don't want to throw on improper timing, right, if you're Soph, and give free energy where you don't have to.
It feels like some matches there seems to be a clear answer, right? Maybe a player makes a wrong team read, or maybe they switch in too early or something like that. But that game just felt so close. We can kind of speculate on it, but it's hard to say because then MysticMamba, if Soph would have made that play, MysticMamba would have had a chance to adjust as well, and who knows how it would have turned out after that.
Absolutely, and we were talking backstage about how clean we felt Soph played in her previous matchup, and she was even criticizing some of her own plays when we thought she played completely out of her mind. So Soph, so high level, gonna look to make some adjustments here in game number 2. MysticMamba has been really impressive. Maybe we'll see the Shadow Sableye make an appearance here, and we have a lock-in. MysticMamba, Softo, game number 2. It's going to be Toxapex into Dunsparce.
I was looking at the team, and I was thinking I'd really love to see Gastrodon from Softo because the only real hard check would be the Shadow Jump Bluff. Meanwhile, you can deal neutral or super effective damage across the board, and she did bring it. This is a Dunsparce double water team from Softo in game 2.
Dunsparce going to fire off the super effective drill run. It's going to connect on Toxapex, another extremely bulky Pokemon. Takes it quite well. And we're going to see MysticMamba actually pivot into the Azumarill. Now, Softo does not have an obvious answer, so going to be staying in, at least for the time being, firing off this drill run at the Azumarill.
It's such a curious position to be in because this Dunsparce is chipped down, and typically when these two Pokemon come onto the field, Azumarill, Dunsparce, it's a close matchup. But with that health advantage, I think that MysticMamba's Azumarill is making this very uncomfortable for Soph, and I'm sure, Rise, that she would love to light up her Gastrodon versus the Toxapex she's already seen.
Absolutely, and that Gastrodon in the back has play against both of the back remaining Pokemon, so if Soph actually elects to just completely stay in, it may not be the worst situation for her. Play Rough connects, does save the drill run, now pivoting into the Feraligatr. The awkward thing here for Soph is now after this Play Rough, MysticMamba may be able to switch into Toxapex and wall off the energy from Feraligatr.
This looks to be an Ice Beam and Hydro Cannon Feraligatr, as we saw earlier in her matchup versus Ramberto, which means she doesn't have the crunch. She no-shields the Sludge Wave here.
But here's the thing, Speedy. This Toxapex is now switch locked, which means this sets up Gastrodon to feast and Mud Slap down. This Gastrodon's going to farm up a lot of energy, not really threatened by the brine. I could see a no-shield potentially from Softo, and this Gastrodon is going to try and put the team on its back as it gets this massive farm down.
It's not hangry, it's just straight up hungry, and it gets the full Mud Slap down here as the brine connects. Gastrodon shrugs off that water type damage, and I really like the neutral play that she has lined up for herself. She's got a ton of energy, she's still in the green in HP with 2 shields to boot.
So much energy from Gastrodon. Earth Power might be enough to knock out the Azumarill, and we're going to see a no-shield. MysticMamba maybe trying to call the bait. It's no bait, it's an Earth Power, and it is going to knock out Azumarill, and this is all up to Gastrodon, plus I believe a drill run still banked on the Dunsparce.
Exactly right. There's still 2 Protect Shields in play for each trainer. I think MysticMamba has to make a call. The second time was the right call, and he's able to allow the Body Slam through, but he's got to get to, double, triple drill runs here and still deal with that Dunsparce in the back?
And these Mud Slaps are also chunking in terms of the fast attack pressure. If you're Softo, you may be content just going straight Body Slam at this point because there are still 2 Protect Shields in play, and if you keep no-shielding, eventually the Mud Slaps are going to be enough themselves, so another Body Slam coming through. MysticMamba does put up the first Protect Shield.
You can see him kind of looking up there. He said, well, I don't know what else I'm going to shield because Body Slams are not going to stop flowing here. Another drill run from that Dunsparce does peel away that final Protect Shield from Softo, and at this point, like you said, Rise, this Dunsparce is weak.
Gastrodon firing off another body slam, forced to use the final protect shield, and I think if you're Softo, you may just stay in and force MysticMamba to use his energy to get rid of this Gastrodon. It's gonna be a charge attack priority, which the Gastrodon wins. This body slam may be just short of knocking out, but Softo does have a little bit of energy on her own Dunsparce.
Yeah, she absolutely does. Drill Run going to come through here. This might be enough to KO the Gastrodon, but there is still, like you said, that Dunsparce in the back. Gastrodon goes down, Dunsparce comes out, Rock Slide is locked and loaded, and it tumbles into the mirror match.
Rock Slide will knock out. I think we saw a little face from Softo since Drill Run would be the more efficient, but that's what I talk about, just a perfectionist, even though it knocks out anyway, thinking I should have thrown the more efficient move.
I mean, come on, Soph. It's already KO'd. You don't need to keep throwing the right attacks.
MysticMamba and Softo putting on just a real showcase of skill, a really competitive series here in these matches. And we take a look at Softo's team, the full graphic, the jump bluff. The Shadow Drapion in her previous matchup was so strong against Ramberto, and right there, Gastrodon making an appearance. And Speedy, I think the sign of a good team is when you have different Pokemon, depending on the matchup, that are really showcasing they can take over. Different MVPs, perhaps, depending on what you're seeing.
No, you nailed it. I mean, when you have multiple ways to attack your opponent's team, it can be very, very disruptive. And as the opponent on the other side of it, you don't know what to expect a lot of the time. I really love the control and composure of Soph to no shield the Sludge Wave, not invest in a Pokemon that she knows doesn't have that much play, and instead, like you said, put it all on the back of the Gastrodon, slimy as it is.
Composure, you said it. I think that hits the nail on the head, because when MysticMamba made that swap early in the game and Softo didn't have an obvious answer, didn't just immediately swap. Some people fall into that trap sometimes, right? You swap, I swap. No, Soph was content staying in, managing the situation, and really was able to set up the Gastrodon precisely to win game number 2.
Going to game number 3, we did see the Toxapex surface from MysticMamba in game number 2. I still sincerely feel like that Gastrodon from Softo is the key, but is it too obvious heading into game number 3?
After it did so well, you have to think MysticMamba might bring the jump bluff to try and counter the Gastrodon. So this is where the mind game starts to happen, where you start to try and predict your opponent, but you don't want to fall into the trap of just straight up predicting a line, because you want to make sure your team can overcome a negative lead.
Exactly. You need to be rigid but flexible at the same time, which sounds like an oxymoron because it is very, very difficult to do. But I think that if anyone can do it, it's these two trainers on your screen. Rise, looks like we're about to get a lock-in here. All of the chips are on the table. These trainers are ready for a decisive game number 3 in the winners semis of Group B.
Winner goes to the winners finals of Group B. Here we go. Game number 3. It's going to be Malamar into Azumarill. Not ideal for Softo here, but Malamar can make this a little bit uncomfortable if you're willing to expend Protect Shields.
I mean, we saw Marto at LAIC playing a lot of Malamar, leading into a lot of Azumarill. Banking the extra energy and making the pivot is the same exact kind of mantra that he lived by. Let's see if it pays off for Softo in the future. But right now, she's got a Shadow Kanto Marowak to deal with.
Was able to save some energy on the Malamar. Great patience from MysticMamba, not falling for the catch attempt, as the Shadow Marowak is where it wants to be here against the Dunsparce. But another drill run already queued up. We know it's not going to be enough to knock out the Marowak, but it will put it extremely low.
Yeah, 2 drill runs really put a dent in that HP for the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Bone Club does connect. Sophia does trigger the charge attack priority tie here, going second, but the drill run, like you said, Rise, is going to make a big impact. No shield for MysticMamba because he knows that these rollouts are resistant.
And this Marowak is going to be forced, I believe, to throw another Bone Club here before going down. So Soph is going to let this go, and I think Soph should be able to get the farm down before Marowak does reach another Bone Club here. The problem is this Azumarill has a lot of energy, and this energy is quite threatening for Soph's backline. So this is going to be a difficult predicament. What are we going to see here? We know there's a play rough loaded. Does Soph go for the catch? No. Going to go for a foul play first, and this is probably going to connect onto the Azumarill.
Look at that surgical precision as well. 2 side waves into the foul play. A shield from MysticMamba.
That is an interesting decision, Speedy. The shield on the resistant foul play and baiting the Ice Beam, and is going to successfully bait the Ice Beam. That is difficult if you're Softo. It's hard not to shield a potential play rough there, and actually not going to opt to throw the Ice Beam at the jump bluff. I think that could have been an option, but maybe would rather prefer saving that energy for a play rough on Malamar in the endgame.
I think both of these trainers are playing it very, very safe. I think that MysticMamba recognizes there's already superpower energy loaded on the Malamar. He does not want to kind of rush his way through the matchup. He wants to put his Pokemon in their best positions, and I really feel like Dunsparce is in its best position right now against the jump bluff in this endgame.
Super effective Rock Slide connects. We can gauge based off the damage. The next Rock Slide wouldn't have quite knocked out, so that's why MysticMamba opting to go for the extra rollout here. Energy Ball being unleashed onto the Dunsparce, puts it low, does get the defense fell.
That's interesting, right? And the question is, can you fast attack down? But that Dunsparce is frustratingly bulky in terms of HP. Rock Slide comes through. Jump Bluff hangs on by just a puff of pollen, and here comes the Malamar.
And Soph actually opting to throw the foul play here, which is going to put MysticMamba in an interesting predicament. Lets it go. Going to put this all on Azumarill. So now here's the thing. Azumarill is going to pace a lot slower than the Malamar, but it has a lot of energy banked. Play rough here. Softo going to Protect Shield the play rough. That is her final Protect Shield. Has a lot of energy, but I don't know if this line of the Malamar in the jump bluff is going to be able to get this done. Goes for the superpower here.
Yeah, I think she's got a chance here. No shield for MysticMamba. She's going to try to throw, I assume, that second superpower here. And the question is, can she get to a charge attack on the jump bluff when it comes back out? Here comes a charge attack from the Azumarill. This might be it, Rise.
Play rough is going to knock out the Malamar, and that jump bluff is just so low. And there's still a Protect Shield. Soph would somehow need to reach double Aerial Ace, but it just doesn't look like it's going to happen. First Protect Shield is being put up, and MysticMamba, I think, is going to be able to get the bubble down here. Azumarill taking down Jump Bluff, and it is going to be a win for MysticMamba going into the winners finals of Group B.
Yeah, you saw the big exhale there from MysticMamba. That was a gauntlet of a series to get past Softo, one of the most impressive casters and players I think we have in the competitive circuit. What a close matchup as well, because I think that there were potential win conditions for both players, but MysticMamba really had Softo on the back heel for most of that series.
MysticMamba has been putting a lot of big names on upset alert early on, and just some really great team reads from MysticMamba. It felt like he had the advantageous lineup so dominantly in Game 1 and Game 3, and just Soph had to play so precisely to try and maneuver around and make those as close as she did.
MysticMamba and Softo, they both kind of on screen to me look like more defensive players, right? Their mechanics are incredibly sound, but they're not going to take a lot of gambles. And I feel like once you have two players like that meet on the field, they're hoping for the other one to make a mistake, but they just don't. They don't make any mistakes. So you have to be very patient, very measured in your approach. And when you have a team composition advantage like MysticMamba, you're really going to just ride that the whole way. You have to eke out any advantage you can. And I think he was able to maintain any kind of lead or any kind of advantage he was able to gain.
You mentioned the defensive play style. I think in that entire series, as many swaps as there were, as close as the games were, I don't know if there was like a single caught charge attack in the entire series, because these players are so patient and they're so calculated. So extreme patience on display in one of the most technical fought series of the day so far.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we just came off of a StudMuffins versus Bogish where you're getting smashed by Brave Birds left and right, and people are making catches and swaps, and you're sludge bombing away at things. But this series just felt like a bit more judicious, a bit more patient, a bit more meticulous, right? Methodical, if I may. It was very methodical how these trainers clashed against each other.
Measured, you could add. That's like 5 synonyms right there, all for patience.
I see you have a thesaurus on the table.
Oh, you caught me. You caught me.
Caught you there, Rice.
Vocabulary Lessons 101 here at the Play Pokemon Championships. And a congratulations to MysticMamba there. But Softo, one of our co-casters, still alive on the loser's side of the bracket in a very stacked Group B. I mean, All these groups, however, are very stacked. Whenever you have 4 pods, we've been spoiled a little bit with these 8-pod tournaments and LAIC 16 pods. When you dwindle it down to 4, there is so much talent condensed down into just 4 groups. You take a look at the roster list of these different groups, and you're like, who the heck is going to come out of this group?
Yeah, it's like, okay, I'm just going to open up my bracket and scroll. Axon. Axon's in my group. Okay, Softo. Tua Butters. It's like, oh, give me a break, right? You want a bracket that you feel like you can win, but when you're up against trainers of this caliber, there is no safe route. You have to go through the thick of it, through the storm, and try to come out of the other side. And we've seen so many talented players do that. And like we pointed out earlier as well, seeing trainers like Bogish do super well, or seeing trainers that aren't aren't competing as often, not as well known, compete is really fun as well.
No easy rounds, absolutely for sure. And as we move on in the history, right, of the championship series of Pokemon Go, I feel like if we took a look back at matches from the early days, the first season to now, the level of gameplay has just risen so much. We take a look at games from seasons ago, and now there's just so many trainers that have improved over the years, where you come to these tournaments and we see new players assert themselves and have the ability to really beat anybody on any given day.
It's always interesting once we start a new Go Battle League season, because a lot of trainers that have been playing for a long time are like, oh yeah, I'll get Legend, no problem. Like, I'll just work my way up. But it gets more and more difficult every single season because everyone is improving. Rise, I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I think creators like yourself are a big reason for that, because trainers are learning. They're able to watch these resources and figure out the best strategies, the best teams. I can't even tell you how many times I'm scrolling through my feed on socials and it's like, best team with Toxtricity or best way to play with Shadow Driftblam. There are so many guys, and it's just a resource-rich community.
I appreciate that, Speedy, and the community has just continued to grow, and the skill level in this PvP side of Pokemon Go has continued to grow, and that's something that we all share with the passion of this game. One thing that I love about the Go community and Pokemon Go is general is you have people of all different demographics that come together with this common shared love of Pokemon Go, and it's a really beautiful thing at these events, win, lose, or draw, to have the fun with the community around you and everyone coming together at these events.
I'm really excited to see these trainers on stage that you can see are getting ready to set up for their battles. We do have the Shadow Typhlosion returning to the stage. Abhinav is taking the stage as well. I always really enjoy my interviews with Abhinav because he's so humble, he's so kind, and he's willing to kind of open up about the challenges he's faced as a player and what it takes to actually succeed at a high level. As we heard him during his interview today, he said, I want to make day 2. That's the only goal I'm setting for myself. After that, anything that happens is going to be icing on the cake.
Abhinav was a very high-level trainer in grassroots formats before he took his talents to the Play Pokemon circuit, where he has accomplished a regional title. And if we take a look at his team, that Shadow Quagsire on both sides, actually.
Nice.
A unique pick. Quagsire, bit of a fan favorite Pokemon, I feel like. And it's going to be one that Blepnir really needs to avoid on that Shadow Typhlosion. However, if you look at everything else, I mean, Shadow Typhlosion has play. Of course, Azumarill and Dunsparce not ideal, but here's the thing, Speedy. Shadow Typhlosion can actually flip the Dunsparce matchup with Incinerate and Thunder Punch damage if you're willing to invest Protect Shields. And of course, the super effective Thunder Punches are not going to feel good on Azumarill.
Of course not, right? That's a lot of damage. Even though it's not the same type attack bonus, the massive attack stat of Typhlosion does lend it to a tremendous amount of pressure when you see that matchup. As I'm looking at these teams, though, I felt like Shadow Quagsire was very free for Abhinav earlier on stream. I feel like Shadow Quagsire, again, is a solid play. I would not be shocked at all to see a Shadow Quagsire Dunsparce core from Abhinav, but meanwhile, Blepnir kind of has to maneuver around it. I would not be shocked to see maybe some Cresselia from him or maybe some Azumarill.
Dunsparce looks awfully safe for Abhinav. The only real checks being the Quagsire and the Cresselia, and those are more neutral checks at best. The Alolan Sandslash seems like a risky pick for Abhinav. It has some really positive matchups, but if it sees Typhlosion, the ice is going to melt.
Hey.
And here we go.
Control, Alt, Delete, right?
Here we go. Game number 1. It's a great lead for Blepnir. Typhlosion into the Ariados.
This is scary, and that spider needs to scurry out of here. Throws the one poison sting before that incinerate damage registers. Goes into the water type Azumarill. That's a scary lead, Rise. But look, Abhinav is ready for it. He's got 2 water types in the back.
I really like this decision by Blepnir. This has been popularly coined as the chip and dip strategy of dealing some damage to the swap in, and this is going to really help secure the matchup, because if you're Blepnir, if you can just keep the alignment of that Typhlosion on Ariados, you should be in a good spot.
Exactly right. Ariados is not going to be able to deal any kind of super effective damage to the fire type, but right now, the Azumarill mirror match is playing out. Play rough going to connect here from Blepnir if Abhinav decides not to shield it, and he does not. Azumarill now deep into the red.
Azumarill versus Azumarill. Play rough, firing off, and going to take some health off of this mirror match as Azumarill endures the play rough. This gives trainers some time to think about how they want to approach the rest of this game. If you're Abhinav, do you ever consider pivoting out? You can't really though, right? Because you don't want to lock yourself in a situation where Typhlosion gets on Ariados.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Ice Beam coming through here. I really appreciate the overcharge from Blepnir as well, carrying some of that additional energy into this matchup, because he's got to expect the Ariados coming out, and he needs to try to deal any kind of pressure he can. A lot of maybe, not as talented trainers would have just thrown immediately.
You know what, Speedy? This game might be in a weird spot for Blepnir here, because if this Ariados gets a full farm down, this energy could open up some win cons. It actually is going to throw this Trailblaze now, but a boosted lunge is a little bit threatening to the Typhlosion if Abhinav decides to throw it, or he could bank this energy for later. Let's see what he decides to do here.
If he stays in to throw the charge attack, he will eat the Incinerate damage. So Blepnir waiting out that switch timer, coming in with the Typhlosion, throws it. Here comes Abhi. He's going to switch into his Shadow Quagsire. Now we're in the mirror match, but was that chip of the Incinerate enough to make a difference?
I don't know, but here's the thing. Abhinav is a mud shot ahead, which could open up some play for him in this match. Gonna land the first Aqua Tail, and now all of a sudden, these mud shots are starting to add up. Blepnir in a precarious situation. Aqua Tail being fired off. If you're Abhinav, you gotta start using Protect Shields eventually, or maybe not. Maybe you don't.
Yeah, what do we know, right? Abhinav is going to no-show that Aqua Tail. He knows that he can hang in this matchup just a little while longer. Firing off the Aqua Tail. This is the first Protect Shield of the battle at this late stage, and it does come from Blepnir.
Another Aqua Tail being fired off. Abhinav going to finally put up a Protect Shield. I wonder if we ever see a combo play here. If we see the Ariados throw energy, we're going to see the Aqua Tail be fired off before going down. Blepnir with a decision to make. Do you invest the final Protect Shield here? He doesn't.
Yeah.
He lets it go because he doesn't want to get combo played.
Yeah, this is the Typhlosion show, right? You're going to try to get the Incinerate down. The first one's not enough. And here comes the Aqua Tail.
This Aqua Tail grabs the final Protect Shield. Here's the thing. This Typhlosion, I think, is in lunge range. I think this Typhlosion is in lunge range. So we're going to see the lunge fired off. And did you ever think you would see this? Ariados might just defeat a Shadow Typhlosion to flip game number 1.
Wow. Abhinav throwing the single solitary Poison Sting. He said, I need every ounce, every inch of damage I can possibly get. Throws a single Poison Sting before that Incinerate applies, and then the lunge is just enough.
A great understanding of the mechanics, right? We saw 3 separate occasions in that game where Abhinav elected to do 1 Poison Sting and then switch out, transferring that Incinerate damage onto another Pokemon. Those decisions like that gave him enough energy in the end game to deliver the game-winning lunge. Abhinav, just a tremendous understanding of the game mechanics, some high-level plays there to flip a negative lead.
Sometimes you can't just run headfirst into a matchup. You have to dip, you have to dodge, you have to duck, and then dive into that lunge at the end.
I think I've heard that before.
To pick up the KO. I mean, some wise person once said, right?
Abhinav with a really impressive showcase there in game number 1. That was a really fun matchup. And Speedy, that can be the difficult thing with running an Incinerate user in the lead. We saw Blepnir lead the Typhlosion. Although he had a positive lead, that Incinerate being 5 turns, the longest duration fast attack in the game, it gives your opponent an opportunity to switch and get a head start on energy before you can opt to switch out, and sometimes allows them to dance around, as we saw Abhinav did beautifully.
I think that moment we just saw as well was absolutely pivotal. The Incinerate not being enough to KO the Shadow Quagsire. Shadow Quagsire mustering up one more Aqua Tail to strip that Protect Shield. That was a major inflection point. We don't have time to reflect anymore. We're going right into this next game. Shadow Quagsire, I'm seeing him everywhere.
Although we saw this mirror match already, I don't think we saw a charge attack priority, so that may still be a mystery here. We're going to see Blepnir elect to throw Aqua Tail first. This neutral Aqua Tail is going to hit pretty hard in this matchup, putting it at around half health. Looks like double Aqua Tail is about enough to knock out in this matchup, plus the Mudshot damage.
Yeah, we saw Abhinav there kind of pausing for a half second to make sure it wasn't going to be a swap. Also, I admire Blepnir's commitment to that Typhlosion. He's got it lurking in the back, but this time Abhinav tripled down. I think he's going to find a way to deal with that Typhlosion if it surfaces.
This is an interesting decision. Decides to use the Protect Shield because if you let your Quagsire go down, that's an uncomfortable amount of health to still have to deal with on the opposing Quags. They're going to fire off the Aqua Tail. A slight undercharge, maybe to try to get a Mudshot down, but no, we see the shield matched here from Blepnir.
We mentioned that Dunsparce could be a potential pick here for Abhinav. Another charge attack priority tie. Here comes Blepnir. He is going to go first. And like you said, Rise, maybe Abhinav's entire goal was to chip down the opposing Quagsire and set it up for a farm down.
We'll go for a bubble down here with Azumarill. This Quagsire will definitely reach Aqua Tail. Can it get to Stone Edge? Not quite. Going to settle for a little bit of chip damage here with the Aqua Tail, but this is not a bad situation for Abhinav. Gets a nice bubble down for some energy on his Azumarill.
I really like the patience there from Blepnir to get in that one additional Mudshot's worth of damage before the bubble applied to get the knockout. Very, very clutch, and that tiny bit of pressure could make a difference in the end. Let's find out.
The Azumarill comes in to greet, so it's been a full-on mirror match so far, but if you take a sneak peek at the back lines, it's gonna favor Abhinav. Play rough being fired off here in the Azumarill mirror match.
Play rough does connect. That Azumarill from Blepnir just wobbles a little bit. He's got a significant health advantage, and now Abhinav has a decision to make. He's going to allow this play rough through most likely, and he does. Once these Azumarill players get down deep into the red, that's when you start to see shields most of the time, if that's the chosen strategy. But Abhinav is just being very patient, trying to work his way through this matchup and set up that Dunsparce.
Like we talked about previewing this matchup, the Quagsire is probably the best answer for the Dunsparce. So now that that is out of the picture, Abhinav fully content just playing out this Azumarill mirror match, knowing that Dunsparce should be fairly safe no matter what else is in the back. Play rough coming through. I don't think this will be quite enough to knock out the Azumarill. Speedy Abhinav, I think, might enjoy what he sees in the back, but this game's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Azumarill does hang on. Instant pivot, both trainers. Heads up play. Here comes Shadow Typhlosion into Dunsparce. You can see the head shakes. Blepnir does not like the look of this.
We're going to see the rollouts spamming away. We're going to see a charge attack fired off. It's the rock slide, and the Protect Shield is put up, but here's the thing. This Dunsparce is going to be able to get to another attack as we see Abhinav. What's he thinking about, Speedy? What's he thinking about?
I mean, he says, I don't want to get hit with a Blast Burn is what he's thinking, but that's just the Thunder Punch, and we see a second Thunder Punch get queued up here. This is going to take this Dunsparce pretty low, but I think it will hang on pretty comfortably.
It's going to take it very low, and it's going to get off the drill run here. Now, here's the thing. Did Blepnir's Azumarill have a charge attack or no? We're going to see a drill run fire off. This Dunsparce doesn't quite have a move. The Azumarill doesn't quite have a move. Is it going to get there? It's going to be a charge attack priority, and the Dunsparce is going to knock out the Azumarill.
Through the fire and the flames, Abhinav comes out the other side. Drill run connects. Azumarill goes down, and that is a 2-0 victory to advance him to the winners finals.
Abhinav looked extremely locked in that series. Just incredible energy management, incredible job at reading the line and understanding once the A Pokemon, once the Quagsire was out of the picture, knowing how valuable your Dunsparce was in the back, and was able to line it up where it wanted to be against the Typhlosion.
Sometimes, Rise, and you can relate to this, I'm sure, it's just like a process of elimination. Once you see the first Pokemon, you can cross it off your list. The second Pokemon, you can cross another one off your list, and then you can really deduce out of the remaining 4 what you're likely to see. And I really appreciate that you said the Dunsparce against any of the 4 that he hasn't seen yet had a pretty good matchup. So Abhinav had to be confident going into that final stretch.
Abhinav like we said, has been a really high-level player for a long time. Personal anecdote, I remember playing a local tournament weekend in Chicago where there was something like 6 or 7 local tournaments. Abhinav and I played 5 times over the course of the weekend, so we were both like, oh, you again. And we just had some incredible back-and-forth matches there. But Abhinav showcasing what he can do, and I think that first game where he led Aridos and Typhlosion, he can put on his mixtape, his highlight reel in the Pokemon Go Championship Series. That was a really nice win to start off this series.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I mean, if there was a blazing fire in front of him, he just put on his suit and he went right into it, finding a way past that Typhlosion. As you can see, Blepnir, as soon as the Dunsparce comes out, he says, you know what? Give me the Sand Slash, give me the Galarian Moltres, give me anything besides the Dunsparce. But that is the one Pokemon he was going to struggle against, and that's what Abhi picked.
And Abhi opted for his safer Pokemon for the most part. I mentioned at the start, the Alolan Sandslash had some hard win matchups, right? The Mandibuzz, the Cresselia, the Shadow Drapion, but it also had some hard losses like the Typhlosion, like the Quagsire. So Abhinav made the decision, you know, I'm not going to risk it. I'm not going to risk bringing the RPS Pokemon, as we sometimes call it, with the Alolan Sandslash, and decided to go in a safer route, and it ended up working.
All right, Rise, I have a question for you.
Okay, hit me.
What if we did rock, paper, scissors, and whoever wins has to toss to break?
I'm down. Wait, if I win, do I decide who tosses to break?
No. If you win, you toss to break.
Okay, let's do it.
Are you ready?
On shoot.
On shoot. Okay, I like this.
Same page.
Same page.
It's always on shoot.
All right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
We'll be right back. Check out these highlights, and we'll be joined by DeFi and Alpha Phoebe in just a moment.
Good games.
Good game.
Good games.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Conrad from Portland, and I have some questions for you about this weekend and Pokemon and all that good stuff. So first things first, what are you the most excited for this weekend?
Honestly, I think I'm most excited for all of the cosplayers. I've already seen Ball Guy this weekend, and I am so excited to just meet many more cosplayers.
I mean, Ball Guy is truly everybody's friend, so... If you could be a Pokemon, who would you be and why?
Honestly, I think I would probably be Monferno, because I think he just kind of has that like kind of comeback kid energy, and I think that out of all the Pokemon, I think I just embody him the most.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. What is the coolest Pokemon that you have ever caught?
I think the coolest Pokemon I've ever caught in all of the games is probably my shiny Furret in Scarlet and Violet. That hits home for me.
I mean, it's such a beautiful shiny. I believe it's like pink instead of the brown and white. So very good choice. Very good choice. If your best friend was a Pokemon, who would they be and why?
That's a good one. I think, honestly, if my best friend was a Pokemon, I think it would have to be Slacking. I love him a lot. Don't get me wrong. Love him to death. But they are just a little lazy. They do like to just lie around, but when they get active, they get active.
Good to know. So Sacramento is the city of trees. What's your favorite grass-type Pokemon?
I think, honestly, I have to go with Torterra. Has a tree on its back, and it just reps it well.
You could probably put a whole city on the back, honestly, given how big they are. What would you say to your future self if you ended up winning the tournament this weekend?
I would say I really hope we just hit enough Dire Claws and we got enough sleeps.
There you go. There you go. I love that answer. Would you rather win one regional a year but never hit top 25 in the championship point standings, or consistently hit top 25 in the championship point standings but never ever win a regional?
That's a good one. I think, honestly, I'd probably want to win one regional a year, because that means, at the very least, even if we don't get top 25, I know that I have the ability to win a regional, and I'm able to just show people that I have what it takes to get it, even if it's not top 25.
Fair enough, fair enough. If you could attend any of the international championships located around the world, which one would you pick and why?
Definitely EUIC. I am so excited for it. I'm planning on going this coming year, and I am so excited to be in London.
It's such a fun time. I hope you enjoy it. Would you rather start every game with a positive matchup, meaning your Pokemon they're so good compared to what your opponent said or led, or always win your speed ties?
I think I have to always win the speed ties. Too important.
Yeah, that's what I would pick too, honestly. And last but not least, who is the greatest Pokemon trainer in the video game championship series?
Oh, that's a good one. I think, honestly, I have to go semi-local. I got to go Alex Underhill. Definitely best one, and also one of the nicest people I've ever met.
For sure, for sure. Well, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
All right, I am here with Heidonis, Actual, and Elite, and I've got some awesome questions to get to know them just a little bit better. Heidonis, we'll start with you. Question number 1. What are you most excited for this weekend?
I would say I'm most excited for hanging out with my chill friends this week, so it's going to be a really, really great weekend.
Elite?
Hayden kind of stole my line. I was going to say I'm excited to hang out with my friends. Yeah, I'm ready to have fun this weekend.
Well, we know you're both just a couple of really chill guys, so that's going to go really, really well. If you could be a Pokemon, which one would you be, Heidonis, and why?
If I could be a Pokemon, I would be a Charizard, because I could fly. Yeah.
If I could be a Pokemon, it'd have to be Darumaka. It's just the way it jumps. It really,
show us.
yeah. Yeah, I'll show you. Look.
All right.
All right, both fire types. I can dig it, though. I can dig it. Question. All right, next question. What is your favorite competitive format of all time? That could be Go Battle League. It could be Play Pokemon. Your favorite meta, if you could call it that. Heidonis, you're up.
I would say Open Great League. So, yeah, play Pokemon.
I'm the exact same. Open Great League, play Pokemon.
Awesome. Next question. What is the coolest Pokemon you have ever caught?
Probably Darumaka.
Shadow?
Shiny.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
What about you?
I'm going to go different here. I'm going to say it's Beware. Beware is definitely the coolest Pokemon that I've ever caught.
Beware is super cool. Does have superpower, stomp, and a bunch of other awesome moves. So this is a question for each of you. Heidonis, I know that Elite already gave his answer, but if he was a Pokemon, which one would he be?
I mean, Darumaka fits him perfectly. He did the dance pretty well. He did the dance pretty well, I would
We
say.
could say we're one and the same.
Yeah. How you do it? Wait, what would I be then?
After doing that dance, I got to say you're going to be a Darumaka, too.
Oh, Galarian.
Yeah,
you could be the Galarian.
Because I'm a chill dude, ice.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Okay, Sacramento is the city of trees. So what's your favorite grass-type Pokemon, Elite? We'll start with you.
First one that comes to mind is Rowlet. I think it's just a cute Pokemon.
Maybe like a little bit industrial vibes too, so I would say Ferrothorn.
Ferrothorn, nice. I like the grass and steel typing. Does not like Talonflame, though. Next question is, what would you say to your future self if you win this weekend? Heidonis.
I'd finally beat Elite. California King. Yeah.
I would just say good job.
Good job, me. I did it, me.
Yeah, short and sweet.
Okay, fair enough. All right, next question. Would you rather, A, win one regional per season but never hit Legend in Go Battle League, or hit Legend every season in Go Battle League but never win a regional?
I'm going to have to go with option 1. I mean, big prizes, so yeah.
I personally care much more about regionals than I do about Go Battle League, so I'm going to say win a regional every season.
Awesome. Good answers. We are in agreement. If you could only attend one international championship per season, which one would it be?
I've only been to NAIC, but I'm going to say EUIC. So
I was going to say the exact same. I've been to NIC as well, but I have a lot of friends in EU, and I love to meet them.
What about you?
It would be LAIC, for sure. Oh, wow. The crowd is insane. If you haven't been, you really should go. We filmed a whole segment on it.
NAIC is getting neglected here.
It is, it is. But LAIC is the first one and also the most hype, so that's just my opinion. Okay, final question. Who is the best player in the Pokemon Go Championship Series?
I'm going to say Elite.
Should I say myself? No, I'm going to go with my good friend, Lyle Jeffs III.
And welcome back to the action here in Sacramento. I am AlphaVeep, joined by my co-caster, DeFi-E250, and we're making our way through this tournament, getting closer and closer to these final matches to finally determine who is going to be our first player to make it into day 2.
We've spent a lot of time in groups A and B, but now we're actually going to take a little peek into Group C winners round 3 with a couple trainers, one we know a little bit more than the other. We're going to take a look at the Torian, kind of famously known as the regional champion of Carolina, Puerto Rico from last season.
Yeah, that's not North Carolina. That's not South Carolina. That is just plain old Carolina. The city, not the state.
So Carolina, Puerto Rico, he traveled there and was is the reigning champion of that tournament. On the other side, we're going to have Sylvie. Sylvie is known for being really good at Go Battle League, but I believe this is her first competitive regional tournament. So very excited to see her debut on this stage.
Yeah, I know she's friends with a lot of people within the community. One of the homies, you could say. So definitely knows a lot of people here at the tournament, and I think you're correct. It's probably her first tournament, so she's doing quite well for herself.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what these trainers have to bring. I know the Torian's Galarian Moltres is that shiny variety that we talked about earlier. Looks really, really nice.
And on the other side, it's going to be a Primeape, a little bit of a angry pig monkey Pokemon. Looks like it's going to have some pretty solid matchups all around. You know, it's interesting because the flying types of the current meta are also typically sub-dark type. We have Galarian Moltres for the Torian, and with the damage that it's typically putting out, either the Sucker Punch or the Ancient Power, you're going to resist both of those as that fighting type. However, you know, there is that Brave Bird, that hard-hitting nuke that will easily one-hit KO a Pokemon as squishy as Primeape.
Let's see just how squishy these Pokemon are as our trainers lock in. We have the Torian proudly wearing on the avatar that regional champion shirt up against Sylvie, and we're going to see just how squishy this Primeape is in the lead matchup. The counter's doing neutral damage, and the Pokemon pace pretty similarly to those really quick bait charge attacks.
Yeah, we saw this matchup a little bit before. Aqua Tail not enough to pick up a knockout against Primeape, and Primeape with this Karate Chop fast attack is going to be able to get to these close combats extremely quickly. Sylvie recognizing, okay, this is going to be enough to threaten a knockout, going to pull the shield here, going to switch immediately into the Mandibuzz, going to prevent the usage of a shield. I actually really like this play from Sylvie.
Yeah, however, this Mandibuzz is running Snarl, so it offers very little in terms of fast attack pressure. Really going to be relying on aerial aces here. The other thing Mandibuzz is really good for is just absorbing charge attacks from the opponent. You don't really need to use shields on it until the very end.
Yeah, Aqua Tail and Poison Sting not offering a ton of damage from the Torian side, but it's really starting to add up. This is going to be the third charge attack thrown into this Mandibuzz, and will the Torian opt to switch out? No. Sylvie throwing the Aerial Ace immediately lets a Poison Sting through, but has 2 Aerial Aces loaded, which will be enough to threaten a knockout into this Shadow Drapion.
Ooh, so once this Drapion is off of the field of play, we're going to have to see which Pokemon is the Torian going to use to come in here and get a little bit of farm. Looks like going for that beautiful shiny, the Galarian Moltres. It's so beautiful when it comes onto the field, always takes my breath away. But Sylvie is going to get a little bit of chip damage using this Aerial Ace, and then has a decision to make for herself. We see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this one is running Powder Snow for that super effective damage.
Interestingly enough, Sylvie should recognize that this is just an Ancient Power. It's only neutral damage, so shielding it up is going to allow her to actually have an energy advantage here into the Feraligatr. Drill Run coming through is going to do a lot of good neutral damage, but I don't think it's going to quite threaten a knockout.
No, Feraligatr can tank that even though it's the Shadow. However, those counters are going to start to threaten, especially this Rage Fist, which is going to make the next several counters going
Karate Chop.
Karate Chop. The next several Karate Chops do more damage.
Yeah.
I'm so used to saying counter. It's weird. It's weird for fighting types to run something else.
It's been forever. Counter has been the premier fighting fast attack for basically forever. Hydro Cannon coming through here. I think a second is loaded from the Torian. Sylvie recognizing that this is going to do a lot of neutral damage and probably going to pick up a knockout against this Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, it just could not handle that charged attack. So we are going to see the Torian take an early game victory against Sylvie. Now, what can Sylvie do to pivot here? I liked the lineup. I liked the Primate, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and the Manda Buzz. Is there anything you think she could switch up or maybe try to align differently?
Frankly, in that game, I thought it was pretty solid. Like the only bad thing that happened there is that she was unable to get a farm down on that Feraligatr, which was a bit tough, right? Karate Chop is going to generate energy significantly faster than counter, but it does a little bit less damage. Had she had counter on that Primate, I think she would have been able to get to a farm down, but had a lot less pressure in terms of her charged attacks. It's tough. Shadow Feraligatr is so dominant, she could maybe lean into the Superior a little bit, but if you look at the two Pokemon that the Torian brought that last game, they're both strong Superior answers, so it's kind of tough to bring that.
Right, and even a Pokemon like Manda Buzz, which resists the Shadow Claws from Feraligatr, the Hydro Cannons just build up over time. It's one of the few, Shadow Feraligatr is one of the few Pokemon that can truly take a chunk out of a Manda Buzz with just neutral damage.
Yeah, and having the access for Ice Beams for super effective damage in case shields are down is also really powerful. You have coverage for different Pokemon with your secondary charge attack with Feraligatr. Ice Beam's really great for those flyers. You lose a little bit of matchup against something like Cresselia without Crunch, but we're not seeing Cresselia as frequently in this meta.
And in the lead matchup, we have the Primate chopping away at the Shadow Feraligatr. Primate is going to outpace, is going to get to 2 Rage Fists here, but the Torian is going to fire off this Hydro Cannon first.
I think Sylvie might potentially opt for double close combat. I think a Rage Fist bait wouldn't be the worst, but actually catching the close combat onto the shiny Galarian Moltres is going to do a lot of good neutral damage, and it's going to provide Sylvie an opportunity to switch out, and she can land, I think, a farm down before the Ancient Power.
And that Galarian Moltres has done nothing. All it was a sponge to absorb that damage. This could still put Sylvie in a really good position.
The one tough thing is I believe the Torian is really close to a Hydro Cannon. Really smart from Sylvie here to throw this Drill Run immediately. I believe she would have lost a charge attack tie with that Feraligatr, and it would have put her in a really tough spot if she had to kept the Alolan Sandslash standing on the field. I also really like this from Sylvie. Again, going for the Ice Punch, recognizing the Torian would try to prevent her from getting to that move, either by a charge attack tie on the Drill Run or some other play.
And the both trainers tried to fire their charge attack at the same time, but Primate has just a sky-high attack stat. It gets to go first with the Rage Fist. Its attack is up. Is Sylvie going to let the Primate go? No, decides to keep it around. It's just too valuable as a damage dealer. So now we have the Dropion. It looks like Primate's going to go for the close combat, but was the Torian able to fire that charge attack?
I don't think he did, but this is also a boosted close combat. One-hit knockout into that Shadow Drapion. That is just neutral damage, but because of the boost from the previous Rage Fist, able to secure that knockout, and Sylvie is going to take game number 2 here with great power from that Primate.
Yes, with great power comes great responsibility, and she has been responsible with that Primate, really timing out the close combats, making sure to keep the Primate around long enough to be able to really maximize the damage.
And you can see how potent Primate is as a closer. It has really hard-hitting close combat, as well as the ability to boost its damage through the Rage Fist. So if you're able to play a game where you are able to put all your shields on that Pokemon or get a strong energy advantage, you can really put yourself in a strong position to sweep endgames with all of the damage you're able to do.
So we have a tied game here, taking another quick look at Sylvie's team. We've only seen the Shadow Alolan, Sandslash, Mandibuzz, and Primate from her, but she did bring Clodsire and Gastrodon, 2 strong ground types, as well as that Serperior. On the other side, the Torian also has brought the same line of 3 both times. Just switching up the lead, where Sylvie kept the same lead, same backline for both games that we've seen on stream so far.
And I think she just played around that Primate significantly better in that second game, allowing her to pivot around with that energy and land that hard-hitting close combat into the Drapion in the endgame, and it was going to be a charge attack tie. They were both 4 fast attacks away from the Aqua Tail in the close combat, so the Primate is going to win that charge attack tie every single time against the Drapion because, as you said, it's sky-high attack stat.
Yes, so what are the really standouts, would you say, for each trainer from what we've seen so far? I'd like from Syl, we've been seeing a lot of that Primate play. Is there any notes from the Torian so far?
He's played around the Shadow Feraligatr quite well. I was not so impressed with the Shadow Moltres in that game because it took the close combat upon entry and then it was able to be farmed down. But it does look like we do have this match under review. Going to make sure that everything happened according to plan, and we'll let our judges take care of it.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to be looking at something with the Drapion versus the Primate. It might have been that moment that I called out where I asked, did the Torian actually tap on that Aqua Tail? Could it have been that moment?
I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see and get word from our judges. But we can go back into the teams a little bit here. Both of these trainers actually opting for Serperior on their team, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've seen it brought at all, which is kind of interesting to me. Like, grass typing has very frequently been used as bench pressure, I feel like, in this meta to try to scare away some potent double water team compositions that we see very frequently, something like a Shadow Feraligatr with a Azumarill, which I think has been super common to see on teams of 3 that people have been bringing.
Yeah, but does Serperior even scare away something like a Feraligatr? I feel like Feraligatr ends up winning that matchup more times than not, just because of that constant threat of Ice Beam.
Yeah, so Ice Beam is going to be a little bit slower than Frenzy Plant, but if you are counter-swapping with a Serperior into a Feraligatr, the Feraligatr is going to have a Shadow Claw advantage, so kind of shores up that, that energy pacing disparity between the 2 Pokemon. Additionally, as the Feraligatr, you have a bit of an easier time baiting with Hydro Cannon, because if you get if you land 2 Hydro Cannons, you're really going to start threatening a farm down with your Shadow Claws. So it can be pretty tough to play that matchup out as Serperior.
It can. Serperior's matchup, I think, into Azumarill is a little less scary for it, because even though Azumarill does have Ice Beam, I think Serperior can tank the first one. Okay, it's not great. It's not great, but at least it can tank an attack, where with the Feraligatr, with its sky-high attack stat, throwing the Ice Beam, it's just too scary.
Yeah, it's attack stat and the Shadow bonus, right? Imagine if we had Shadow Azumarill.
That wouldn't help it. We talk about this. We talk about this plenty. A lot of Pokemon that really benefit from having a Shadow bonus are the ones that have a high attack stat to begin with, and it just kind of makes it better. Where there's a reason you don't see a lot of like Shadow Bastion because that Shadow bonus doesn't really help it. It's there for it to be defensive, and when it's a Shadow, it's less defensive. You're getting less of the good bit.
And we do have our ruling from our judges. It is going to be no rematch. That game is going to stand, and the score is still 1-1. This is a decisive game number 3.
And just again to pick up where we left off, we were talking about what these trainers have been doing really well. The Torian has really been navigating with that Shadow Feraligatr, where Sylvie has been using that Primate. Both trainers brought the same exact same teams both times in Game 1 and Game 2. We'll have to see. Game 3 is a lot of times where trainers do decide to make some of those changes to their teams. They've done the information gathering in Games 1 and 2, and then a lot of times this is where they make the change, if they're going to make a change at all.
Yeah, it can be tough. Sometimes you feel like the 3 Pokemon that you brought into Games 1 and 2 are your strongest 3 against the entire team that your opponent has, the entire team of 6. But as you go into Game 3, you've noticed any trends of your opponents, which 3 Pokemon they decide to bring in each battle, and you can maybe figure out a new Pokemon on your team of 6 that best counters those 3 Pokemon that your opponent's been bringing every time.
Decisive game number 3, we have the Shadow Kanto Marowak up against that Primate. We can see just how deadly those Mud Slaps are. They do so much damage against the Primate. However, Primate able to get to this Rage Fist and boost up those Karate Chops. It does outpace. So the Primate really able to threaten with fast attack pressure.
I don't think it's going to be able to pick up a knockout before the next Bone Club is loaded, and you can see just how much damage these Mud Slaps are doing. I think after the shield, the Torian might be able to get a farm down. It's going to be a little close. Actually, no, catching the Bone Club onto the Mandibuzz. This is a great play by Sylvie.
Yes, that Bone Club is going nowhere. It just kind of tickles the Mandibuzz. Got a little mud on its wings. It just kind of flaps it off. And Mandibuzz still has a pretty solid matchup into a Drapion. It does better if it has Air Slash. I just know from playing a lot of grassroots tournaments I've been seeing, I use Air Slash Mandibuzz quite a bit. However, in the Championship Series, we tend to see Snarl more.
And looking at the backline, this is a pretty solid spot for the Torian. As I will harp on time and time again, Shadow Feraligatr with energy advantage, with shield advantage is so good. And if the Torian is able to get a Shadow Claw down at any point in time, he's going to be in a really strong position. A solid catch from Sylvie again here, Aqua Tail into the Primate. I think he would have needed to throw a charge attack anyways, but it's good to try to slightly mitigate that energy buildup that he had.
And Sylvie's waiting out the clock, really trying to extend that timer, because you'll notice the Torian can switch out of this Drapion at any point, where Sylvie's kind of stuck in this matchup. So whatever she brings in, she's stuck there. Waits it out. That crunch does a ton of damage, and here comes the Shadow Feraligatr. The Torian has to make a decision. Is Sylvie going to bait? She did not. So the Torian does make a good call in shielding up this Drill Run. This Mandibuzz is going to have a lot of work to do because the Shadow Alolan Sandslash just cannot get to that final charge attack.
And unfortunately for Sylvie there, the Shadow Claw damage added up too quickly. Ice Beam coming through going to be more than enough to knock out. I think Hydro Cannon, frankly, would have been really close just by itself, but the Torian securing game number 3 there. The strength of Shadow Feraligatr in the endgame with no Pokemon that resisted Hydro Cannon from the 3 Pokemon that Sylvie was bringing just put him in a really strong position to sweep that endgame with the power that is Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, I also like how the Torian kind of switched up his team a little bit at the end, bringing in the Shadow Kanto Marowak and leaving the Galarian Moltres on the bench.
Yeah, it provided him a little more fast attack pressure against that Primate, which he was struggling a little bit against in that second game.
Yes, I'm going to be looking forward to going through these replays. Congratulations to regional champion, the Torian, for continuing on. But Sylvie, we have not seen the last of her. She's able to continue through the loser side of the bracket.
And as we get back into these replays, we can see just how solid Primate was. Not quite good enough to knock out the Feraligatr here. Feraligatr, with all these Hydro Cannons, is painting the town blue with Hydro Cannon pressure.
And we are going to see what that Hydro Cannon pressure can do in this replay. Just sweeps the Alolan Sandslash off of the field of play. And what I really liked about Sylvie during a lot of these was she had a lot of really great timing. Gotta point out that I love the close combat knockouts as well. But I really appreciated her timing throughout these battles, making a lot of really good catches, being very methodical, very patient in her play.
Aerial Ace coming through on the Feraligatr, able to pick up the knockout to secure game number 2. But then going into game number 3, the pressure from the Marowak, even with the catch on to the Mandibas, just wasn't quite enough to get Sylvie back into the game. The energy from the Shadow Drapion as well as the Shadow Feraligatr just too good into the team of 3 that Sylvie had brought.
Those were some really great games that we got to experience right off the bat. We have even more exciting games coming up soon. What have been some really standout moments so far here in Sacramento? What are some things that you've been thinking like, oh, I'm going to remember that? For me, it's going to be that Shadow Bayleaf, Shadow Typhlosion, Shadow everything team. That's something that's going to be really memorable for me so far from day one.
I think for me, it'll be the introduction of Toxtricity to the Pokemon Championship Series. Even though it didn't have the strongest show, it was still really fun to be able to see it try its best into its probably hardest counter of Clodsire.
We are not done yet with these battles. We actually have an interview coming up right now with Chris and the Torian. Let's hear a little bit more from the trainer who just won.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the Torian after a win there. It's been a quick turnaround, you straight from LAIC to here in Sacramento. How are you feeling with the travel with another tournament here this weekend?
I'm not too sure. To be honest with you, I wasn't sure I was going to do so well at LAIC, and I had this booked because it was my friend Blepnir's birthday a couple of weekends ago. And so he just said, I'm going to go to Toronto. You have to come to Sacramento. So it was.
Absolutely. The grind never stops, and an impressive win there against Sylvie, able to maneuver the Shadow Feraligatr. It seemed to me like the Primeape was a little bit difficult at times, but you managed to work your way around it. Can you tell me a little bit about your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, game 2, I tried catching a Rage Fist. It was a close combat, props to her. She full sent it. I mean, that matchup, you win straight close combat against a Feraligatr. But then again, Primeape is one of the mons because of its quick pacing, and it wins cap tie over pretty much everything, right? But then maneuvering around, catching energy here and there, I think that pretty much gave me the win. And I'm happy she caught Aqua Tail on Primeape. It would have been annoying if she hadn't. So thanks to her as well.
We talk about the narrative a lot of big names at these regional tournaments, and every tournament seems like there's newer names that assert themselves. Last season, you started to climb the championship points leaderboard. Right now, sitting at number 5, I believe, in North America. How have you felt like your journey has been in the Play Pokemon circuit? Kind of going from maybe one of the lesser-known names to quickly rising the ranks, and now when people look at that leaderboard, they see the Torian towards the top.
I mean, yes, it does help. Coming from Canada, Lyle Jeff is a big inspiration, right? I have my friends NTC, Pocket, they are so inspiring, and like, I just feel like being a lesser known and then making a name for myself does help a lot, yeah.
Well, congratulations, Torian. Best of luck going forward. Any shout-outs for people in particular you'd like to thank before I let you go?
Already shouted out Lyle Jeffs. I'm very grateful for his help, and I would like to shout out my good friends again, NTC, Aiden, Tomahawk. It's been a pleasure like chatting with them regularly, and then team building and going over the sims. It's a lot helpful, yeah.
I echo those sentiments. Lots of great names. Thank you so much, Torian. We're going to send it back to Stephanie and Nick.
Thank you so much, Chris, for giving us a few more words with the Torian. We are going to jump right into our next battles of Existing Monkey versus Caleb Pang. Existing Monkey only has a couple of competitive circuit tournaments under his belt, but they are certainly standout ones. He actually came in 3rd place in 2024 in Los Angeles, right here in California, is where I remember him from, because I remember being at that tournament. Caleb Pang, we see a lot of, right? He's behind the caster decks, he's a content creator out there, and we see him do quite well in many tournaments. Has yet to secure a 1st place, notably coming in 2nd place, not once, not twice, but 3 different times.
We'll have to see if he can do it again. I'm looking at these teams and I'm a bit intrigued. In Gdansk, there were 12 unique Pokemon. Here we almost have 12. It's actually just 10, right? We have 5 on each side and then a Azumarill. So a really interesting set of 2 teams. We don't necessarily see all these Pokemon quite so frequently, and what I mean by that is we don't see Gliscopod all that frequently. Everything else here is pretty standard meta. It's really interesting, though, that they each kind of took their own half of the meta and made it their own on their team of 6.
Yeah, except for Azumarill, which makes sense. It's the 2nd most popular Pokemon in day number 1. And we have a couple of very popular Pokemon on the stage right away. We have that shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak. How many people have this thing? Versus the Mandibuzz. Existing Monkey making a quick pivot into that Shadow Drapion. And for Shadow Drapion, I don't see a super clear answer on the side of Caleb Pang. Caleb doesn't have his Clodsire, he doesn't have a Mud Slapper to really threaten it.
And interestingly enough, I think this is our 2nd Air Slash Mandibuzz that we've seen, so maybe Caleb taking a note from your book on how nice it can be to have a harder hitting fast attack on a bulky Pokemon like Mandibuzz.
Especially when you're playing up against, like for me, it really is that Drapion matchup that is just really so nice to have Air Slash. It really helps with that matchup. We're going to see Caleb Pang going here for the Aerial Ace. An Existing Monkey is going to shield up that Shadow Drapion, giving the first shield of this matchup, and really just going to be relying on these Aqua Tails to put pressure on Caleb's Mandibuzz. We see one Aqua Tail. He's going to get to another one before the Mandibuzz can get to an attack, but you can see just how much that Air Slash really does change the dynamic of this matchup.
And the really tough thing for Existing Monkey here is that he has nowhere realistically for the Marowak to go. It's double water in the back for Caleb. And Existing Monkey is now thinking, okay, what does Caleb have on the back of his team? He comes in with the Dunsparce, which is going to have a slightly better matchup against the Shadow Feraligatr than the Azumarill because it resists the Shadow Claws. However, the Azumarill is going to have an extremely comfortable matchup into that Alolan Marowak. Bubble damage, Ice Beam damage, able to just hit so hard into the ground type.
Yeah, the only thing the Marowak really has going for it there is just it can get to its attacks faster, but that's really it. So Caleb has really set up his Azumarill for a lot of success.
Existing Monkey now opting to shield his Dunsparce, keeping it on the playing field, is at a additional drill run, but really does not have that many more moves left in this game. A catch of the drill run onto the Azumarill actually, I don't think is all that impactful. We see Existing Monkey switch out immediately into that Marowak, but no shields left on the table. Caleb able to actually farm up, goes for a charged attack tie, but a bit of a coincidence there because I think both of them had farmed up over their charged attacks.
So good timing here, and Caleb is going to throw the Ice Beam, and I don't know if this Marowak is going to be able to stand up to it. Is able to actually hang on, but it won't be able to get to another attack. Is able to get a few more Mud Slaps in, lower the Azumarill's health a little bit. However, this Azumarill is really just going to be able to knock out here with its final charged attack, or even if the Dunsparce got to the attack first, there's just too much health left on this Azumarill. So you can see Existing Monkey right away taking some notes, going back to the drawing board. Now, Nick, again, Caleb really set his Azumarill up for success in the back. Is there anything you'd like to see from Existing Monkey to be able to counter it? You also mentioned that Marowak really had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I don't know how Existing Monkey will be able to deal with this Azumarill all that well. It's extremely difficult for him to bring the Superior into Caleb's Ting. We see 3 really, if not 4 really solid checks on Caleb's Ting for Superior, that Alolan Sandslash, Clodsire, Mandibuzz, and Ariados. 4 hard answers for it. And we see the catch here again in the game. Not super necessary because of the backlines here. Caleb was in such a dominating position. I was a little bit surprised that the Ice Beam didn't quite pick up the knockout from the Kanto Marowak, but it was quite close. And even though the Dunsparce outpaces with the charge attack pacing there, the amount of remaining health on the Azumarill just meant that the game was way out of reach for Existing Monkey there.
Yeah, we got to remember Azumarill with Ice Beam, not same type attack bonus, and Azumarill just not known for its attack power. This is a matchup we see quite a bit in the competitive circuit, and even in Go Battle League. We see the Dunsparce and the Clodsire. I believe that it is Inadequate who often says one of these Pokemon can do super effective damage, but the other one is the one that wins the matchup.
Yeah, and although that is true, I still don't mind this matchup from the position of Dunsparce because you are leaving the Clodsire in a position where you can pretty comfortably farm down with something like a Shadow Feraligatr. And, you know, this is probably the 70th time I've said it today, but Shadow Feraligatr with energy is just so good. Caleb safe switching the Azumarill because Existing Monkey has not likely going to have a really strong answer for it. We see just an ABB team from Caleb, you know, Poison in the front, double Water in the back to try to cover for any grass type that Existing Monkey's brought, but he's left it on the bench once again.
Yeah, I mean, ABB, it works for, if it works, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel with some kind of creativity or an arrow battle strategy, an arrow battle alignment strategy. You can really you can go with what works.
This is going to be not as strong of a matchup for the Drapion as one might expect a Poison type going into a Fairy type. However, Poison Stings add up. The pacing is quite fast, and getting the defense drop is kind of nice, and able to throw this Aqua Tail now. And with the defense drop, it might be just enough to pick up the knockout.
Let's see, not quite. It will need that one Poison Sting, which allows Caleb's Azumarill to throw this Clay Rough for some neutral damage. Drapion being that Poison and Dark type, it does hang on. Existing Monkey not wanting to allow the farm switches immediately into that Azumarill.
And because Caleb had revealed his 3rd Pokemon here, it's a really safe switch from Existing Monkey. Either he's able to maintain this specific alignment and the Dunsparce is facing the Clodsire in the back, or the Dunsparce comes in, or excuse me, the Clodsire comes in and is going to have to face a super effective Ice Beam in the future.
Taking a look, we have a medium health Dunsparce still on the side of Existing Monkey in the back. We have a medium health Clodsire in the back for Caleb Pang, but this Feraligatr is healthy and it is just dishing out damage left and right. Already at another Hydro Cannon. Will Existing Monkey protect this Azumarill? Decides not to, thinks it doesn't have enough left to go. Really just has this this Dunsparce left, and then a very, very low health Drapion. One fast attack, I think, would knock it out.
This Dunsparce has a lot to take care of. It has, an attempted catch there, actually going into the Clodsire. Now this Drapion's going to be able to get off an Aqua Tail. I'm not sure how impactful this is going to be unless the Dunsparce can load up to a Drill Run and get the knockout with another Drill Run, but actually, not that unfortunately. The Stone Edge is reached here. I think because the Existing Monkey has a shield, he needs to shield it, but opts to no shield because he recognizes the strength of that Feraligatr in the backline.
Yeah, so this drill run, super effective damage, is going to knock out the Clodsire, leaving Caleb with only the Feraligatr left. And since the Feraligatr already has a charge attack, this Dunsparce only has 1 HP. So I think it only has 1 HP. Yeah, so even though there's a Protect Shield there, the Protect Shield doesn't actually protect from all damage. It just takes the damage that you receive down to 1. So that is a clean 2-0 victory for Caleb Pang. Will Caleb Pang make a 4th Grand Finals appearance this weekend?
He's definitely on the right track so far. I think that match really just proves my point. I think that Azumarill can just be taken advantage of. You saw how much energy Caleb was able to generate on that Shadow Feraligatr. I'd actually forgotten that he was at a second Hydro Cannon. I thought he was 1 Shadow Claw still away, which is why I thought, oh, if he builds up to double Drill Run, he has a shot to win the endgame. But Caleb recognizing, okay, my Feraligatr wins charge attack ties against basically everything. If I load up that move, I'm going to be able to get it off in the endgame.
And we can see a little bit of the replay here going actually straight to the second game. You can see the catch on that Azumarill. Azumarill really just benefiting from its bulk, able to get that play rough off here, making a lot of really impactful damage on Existing Monkey's Drapion. But like you mentioned, can be taken advantage of. You can use it to farm up a lot of energy on your own Pokemon. I do think Azumarill makes a good teammate. It can be a lot of bench pressure as well for teams, but I'm very curious to see how it's going to play in day 2, because day 1 we talk about as a popularity contest. It's which Pokemon are most popular here in Sacramento, but day 2, it's less popularity, it's more performance. Which Pokemon have performed the best? So I'm kind of hearing from you, you don't think Azumarill is going to stand as high, perhaps, on day number 2?
I hope so. We'll have to see. It's definitely surprised me in the past, and it has definitely stuck around, and there's a good reason that it's stuck around in the meta for so long. Last thing I want to comment about that last matchup is how impactful it was that Azumarill survived the Aqua Trail post the debuff. Had that play rough not been landed on that Drapion, I think there would have been a significantly better chance for Existing Monkey in that endgame because of the amount of pressure that Drapion would have been able to put on the rest of Caleb's team.
Let's actually hear a little bit more from Caleb. We have our winner's interview. Go ahead and take it away.
I'm here on the floor with the one and only Caleb Pang, who just took down Existing Monkey on stage. Can't even say my words right. Caleb, that was a really impressive match. I thought that Mana Buzz would be the key for you, but you put it on the bench in game number 2 because you were expecting the counterplay, right?
Exactly. I mean, I had a, I spoke with Existing Monkey, man.
See?
Thing's a tongue twister. But I spoke to him this morning, and he even said, my Mana Buzz is actually pretty strong to his team, so he didn't really want to see it, and I figured after that first game, because I kind of core broke him with it, it's better to leave it on the bench and just rely on the waters.
Yeah, we talked about before the camera started going that Existing Monkey is part of a really illustrious team, a very, very strong player. How do you approach this? Because some trainers you know, some trainers you don't know. Do you prepare for every opponent the same way?
I think from my past, if I know someone's good, I tend to get in my own head. So I just try to do what I can, just play how I play either way. But I knew that he was going to be a really tough opponent, and I just got a little bit lucky with my team compositions.
Right. No Basti today, right? No Bastiodon?
Just only the plush in my hand. It's not a Bastion meta, and even if they buffed Bastion, I don't think it'd be good.
I heard some cheers for the cool cats over there in the crowd. Is there anybody that you would like to cheer or you'd like to shout out to as you continue your run through the bracket here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, shout out to my teammates, the Cool Cast. They've been mostly supportive. Not as many scrims from them because a lot of them are pretty addicted to the Pocket TCG game that came out. So a big shout out to actually Flash tournaments for everyone and Lao Jess as well, who've hosted a lot of practice tournaments. I went to LAIC with no preparation, and it kind of showed. So I did some practice tournaments and didn't win any, but losing's learning, and it was really good prep to help me get here.
Well, I know a lot of people want to see you succeed, Caleb, so best of luck to you in the rest of the tournament, and Alpha and DeFi, it's back to you.
Thank you, Will. I think we need to practice a little bit ourselves here. Stephanie, with me, say Existing Monkey 5 times fast. I'm just kidding. We don't have to do that.
I really appreciated hearing a little bit about Caleb from LAIC. We actually have 2 trainers coming up here who are also just at LAIC. We're going to be looking at the C2U versus Andy. We've seen the C2U a lot. He's a trainer who goes down to the losers bracket and then just makes a tear and has a ton of really good top cut performances. Had a strong performance in Worlds this year and top cut just recently, just this month, this last weekend at LAIC.
Yeah, his losers bracket run was incredibly impressive. He took out a number of names in a row, and I think at least 2 or 3 of them in a row were on stage as well, and that has to be especially tiring with all the lights on you, with all of the focus of the crowd on you, having to keep yourself focused during all of the cheers and all of the exclamations of everyone. I definitely heard from a few of the players at LAIC that sometimes the crowd can be a little bit distracting. It can be hard to count as you can hear everyone else cheering. So I have to imagine it makes it just that much more tiring, that much more difficult to be up on the stage that many times in a row.
Well, right now these trainers are on the winners side of the bracket, which can offer a much shorter path to that grand finals. This is Group D winners round 3 that we are about to take a look at. And we just mentioned the C2U on one side. Andy, a little less known, but did just come from LAIC as well. You can see that SoCal Swablu jersey, so we know that Andy is here with a lot of support from his teammates.
And so let's go ahead and move over to the stage as our players are ready and are looking at each other's team sheets, making preparations for which Pokemon that they want to bring to the stage, to this winners round 3 battle. This is on Group D. So this is our final group of the day, but I think we're going to be bouncing back and forth a little bit between Group C and Group D for this rest of the rest of our time here.
Yeah, and the Pokemon that stands out to me most, if we take a look at these 2 groups of 6, is that Talonflame. I like Talonflame a lot, but I think it's had a bit of a tougher time in this meta. Just fewer targets for it. But that Ariados, that's what it's really going to be looking for on the side of the C2U.
Yeah, Talonflame does a really amazing job of completely walling off all of the energy there. And as you talked about, the Talonflame hasn't been as strong. I brought it to LAIC. I thought it would be really great, but I didn't bring it at all because the meta was so focused on the water types, Azumarill, as well as that Shadow Feraligatr. Whereas something like Typhlosion, I believe Arrow brought that on his team to LAIC, has the ability to fight back, or even as you are immensely frustrated by, able to win the matchup against something like Shadow Feraligatr.
Yeah, Talonflame seems like a pretty good call right now with all of the Alolan Sandslashers running around. Just, it's not going to be able to find that target on the C2U's team. No ice, no steel, the only ice pressure being from Azumarill with that Ice Beam.
And even there, like, that doesn't really threaten the Talonflame. Talonflame can pretty comfortably take the bubbles up to a Ice Beam and still land 2 charged attacks. And if it's able to land double Brave Bird, that does threaten a knockout into Azumarill, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire meta.
And our trainers are locking in and ready to go. Again, this is winners round 3, Group D, and we have a very familiar matchup. The C2U showing off both of those Woopers as the plush is on stage. This one comes from the Paldean Wooper, is how we get that Clodsire.
It's a bit of a deja vu from the beginning of that last set we just saw. However, the backlines here are incredibly different. We do see the Talonflame for Andy in the back, lurking with all of that pressure. And in comes the Malamar for the C2U. No really amazing answers on Andy's side, minus the Azumarill, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that Azumarill be brought in to hard check this Malamar. I would have almost preferred to see no charge attack being thrown by the Dunsparce because of how strong Azumarill is in this matchup.
Yeah, so no shield here on the side of Andy. Azumarill can handle these just fine. What Malamar's really using here is that really strong fast attack pressure from Psywave. Psywave is a really nice fast attack. You're able to build up energy at a reasonable pace and also do quite a bit of damage.
And you confuse yourself and your opponent with all of the visuals on the screen. In comes this next Ice Beam. This will be more than enough to pick up the knockout into Malamar. The energy, the remaining energy from this Azumarill is going to be going nicely into the Clodsire, able to do a good amount of chip damage, probably leaving this Clodsire just at the bottom of green.
Yeah, just barely above half health. And here comes the Dunsparce, able to throw that super effective drill run. The CTU actually preserving health on the Clodsire. Clodsire could take that pretty easily, but the CTU recognizing that the Clodsire is going to be able to put out a lot of really nice damage with Sludge Bombs, with Earthquakes on the rest of Andy's team. This Sludge Bomb is going to connect and is going to be just almost enough to knock out the Dunsparce, but the CTU makes a very quick swap into the Mandibuzz, so this energy goes basically nowhere as it just kind of tickles the Mandibuzz, kind of just right on the wing there.
That's a really great play, a great series of plays from the C2U. Throwing the Sludge Bomb right before the Dunsparce was able to get to its charge attack, and then recognizing, okay, the Dunsparce is on 1 HP. It needs to throw immediately, so switching into the Mandibuzz, able to take that super effective drill run and make it double resisted because of the flying type. The end game here is pretty solid for Talonflame. Talonflame loves being in a position where there are low amounts of shields left. However, this Mandibuzz is incredibly bulky, but no shields of Brave Bird.
And bringing in that Clodsire right away, which allows the Azumarill to come in that's going to clear that debuff from the Talonflame. And that Talonflame left with a significant amount of energy. The C2U, I believe, still has 1 shield remaining. So that Talonflame kind of needs to dispense of that shield to get at the C2U's remaining Pokemon.
This is going to be a bit of a complex late end game here. Because the shield goes up here, you're going to see a Sludge Bomb after 2 more Poison Stings. However, because this isn't Stone Edge, it doesn't threaten a knockout. Sludge Bomb not super effective into Talonflame. It's just neutral, allows the Talonflame to survive. The question becomes, how much energy does that Mandibuzz have in the back? I think Andy's expecting that it did have a good amount of energy, which is why we saw him going for an attempted double fly buildup, allowing the C2U to reach the Sludge Bomb in time and secure this game #1 victory.
Congratulations to the C2U for taking an early game win here in this series. Just needs 1 more to advance on the winner's side of the bracket. Much more comfortable than the loser side of the bracket, where he tends to find himself making his runs. Then we are going to have to see, what can Andy do differently here? Is there a Pokemon that you want to see? I like the use of Talonflame here. It's just got to kind of avoid, like, it doesn't love to see that Azumarill. We talked about the Ice, like, Talonflame can kind of do okay in that matchup, but it doesn't love it. You really want to avoid the Quagsire, because Quagsire can just get to those Aqua Tails and Stone Edges so quickly.
Honestly, I think the team composition from both sides was great. The only thing I didn't like from the C2U is the safe swap of Malamar, given that there is the existence of Azumarill on Andy's team. The real key moment was the catch of the drill run into the Mandibuzz. Had that been a Rock Slide, I think this game would have been completely different. Brave Bird, great throw by Andy. Immediate switch out into the Azumarill to prevent any fast attack damage from occurring to that debuffed Talonflame, but the end game just a little too slow to build up to the energy. The Sludge Bomb was able to be reached just in time to knock out that Talonflame.
Yeah, some nice precision play there from the C2U. We will have to see if Andy can make any adjustments to be able to take the C2U down.
All right, well, our players have locked in their teams. We are moving into game #2 here, and it's going to be a pretty neutral lead, but one that I think favors Azumarill because you do have a significant bulk advantage over the Shadow Quagsire.
Yeah, and look at how, like, the bubble damage is doing quite a bit to the Shadow Quagsire as well. Quagsire is able to go in and go directly for the Stone Edge, taking the Azumarill down nearly to half health. The C2U decides, I'm going to preserve the Quagsire. It might be a little bit better for me in the back. And I would say that instinct from the C2U is correct. Taking a look in the back line here, we do have this Drapion and the Dunsparce back there that Quagsire would much prefer to see.
That was a really risky team line from the C2U. It was a Shadow Quagsire lead, a Azumarill in the back. That would have been really devastating had Andy led the Superior, but as I've been talking about, Superior, it feels just like bench pressure. It's extremely hard to run into these teams that have Clodsire, Ariados, and Mandibuzz.
Yeah, again, popular, very, very popular, but may not actually end up performing for trainers in the way that other Pokemon might. We see the C2U going for the Ice Beam. Andy is going to allow that Shadow Drapion to go down, but what do you bring in instead? Looks like that Andy's going to bring in his own Azumarill that is up a lot of energy. So Andy is safe to farm up a few extra bubbles before going for the knockout.
Andy is now going to be having lost switch advantage. The Azumarill is going to likely throw an Ice Beam immediately, as soon as possible, into this Ariados. No shield, one Ice Beam does not threaten a knockout into Ariados, and in comes the Dunsparce, able to land a super effective rollout. Do we see a charge attack thrown by the C2U? Yes, opting for a lunge before switching up, helping lower the attack stat of this Dunsparce for the Quagsire that comes in after.
Yes, and getting a nice amount of chip damage in as a parting gift as well. The Quagsire really likes this matchup, is going to like it even more now that the Dunsparce is low. Attack has been dropped by one stage. The Drill Run just does a little bit less damage, and the Quagsire is resisting these rollouts.
I do like that the CTU is just going straight for the Aqua Tail. Stone Edge does do significantly more damage, but it's extremely risky to throw into a trainer that has shields. I think that would be Andy's win condition here, is to shield up something like a Stone Edge. Actually going for the Stone Edge now because, oh, and is caught into the Azumarill. Great catch there by Andy.
Yeah, so this Azumarill is going to have to take the Stone Edge. Can it do it? Just barely. And then we're going to see the Ariados, a quick switch in by the C2U, getting just enough energy to be able to throw a lunge at the Dunsparce. The Dunsparce just cleared its debuff, and now it's about to be debuffed again.
It's going to come down to how much fast attack damage we can get here. The next lunge does come out before the knockout blow from that rollout, and that is going to secure victory here for the C2U in winners round 3 of Group D. So he has moved on to round 4, which I believe is the semifinals for the group.
I will go ahead and take a quick peek at that as well. Yes, that is going to be the semifinals. So the C2U is going to end up facing OG Blastoise in the semifinals for Group D.
Not OG Blastoise, but OG Blastoise.
I believe so.
I like it.
I do as well. I also really liked that win from the C2U, a very dominant performance, lots of patience, lots of being calculated. And I really also like that the C2U showed us, I think every single Pokemon from his team.
Wow. You don't always see that. Yeah. I think I've said this like literally 30 minutes ago, but very frequently, at least how I find myself playing is I'll find the 3 Pokemon that I think are best against my opponent's team, and I'll just kind of switch them around because I feel like they're the safest, they have the most play, they have the least hard counter matchups, or maybe they are my Pokemon that have the best hard counter matchups against my opponent's team.
Right, but instead the C2U actually showing dominance with every single one of his Pokemon. We got to see in the first matchup, it was the Malamar, the Clodsire, and the Mandibuzz. Second matchup, we saw the Azumarill, we saw the Shadow Quagsire, as well as the Ariados. And I really liked that Ariados play from the C2U as well. Being able to debuff the Dunsparce consistently, just making those rollouts, making those charged attacks less impactful.
There's one last thing that I want to leave in your thoughts, viewers, for this. We saw that lineup in Game 2, that he brought Shadow Quagsire, Azumarill in the back, really goading his opponent to bring that Superior, but nowhere to be seen. Is someone going to be gutsy enough to bring it for a battle here in the future? Stick around and find out after these wonderful replays from these last few matches.
We came from far away to share a love of the game, while the island sunset glows. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, it's time to go. Come on, my, and let the games begin.
It's going to be Giratina up a shield, the signature Pokemon of inadequacy, but it's not enough.
It's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Battle can do whatever they want. They're going straight forward. The stun in the middle. Who's going to go for the secure? Race so low. Who's going to get it? It's going to be taken by Fennel. It's going to be taken by Fennel. Our champions, Fennel!
One final count, as careful as possible in this highest of stakes moment. And this is what Sakuya needs in order to become the Pokemon TCG Juniors Division World Champion.
Giratina V-Star, a pivotal card here in the Reggie Drago deck. Lost Impact, we're going to see 2 energy go to the Lost Zone here, but that's going to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX here, and that's the game. Evan Pavelski is your senior champion here in 2024 at our World Championships.
Is there anything in the deck that can get us? There's 1, maybe 2 energy. Is there an attacker? Is there a switch? We are thinking.
Just going to conclude that open vessel.
And there is the hand!
Fernando Cifuentes is your 2024 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Champion.
The grass and bug types on the field right now are not threatened by super effective damage. Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads. It's going to be more than enough for the KO. That's the forfeit. And Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world. EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the juniors division for the Pokemon video game.
Trying to make sure that you can outdamage your opponent, not take too much as Thunderbolt into the Vergraph, more than enough to bring Luke down to final Pokemon. And with the Sportive one, and the only move of choice being this foul play, does Luke have enough to close this out? Instead, the forfeit's locked in, and with that, Ray Yamanaka is gonna be your Pokemon World Champion here in the Seniors Division.
The Electro Drift into this Iron Valiant is going to be enough to secure the knockout here. You see the headset come off, and Yuta knows this might just be all she wrote. This Pelipper, the last bastion of hope here for Yuta to try to get through this game, but the rain has stopped. The protection is gone here for this Grass-type Pelipper, and as we see the forfeit locked in, we're going to see Luca Terravelli become your 2024 Pokemon World Champion.
After winning the World Championships, really I haven't still kicked in how much these things mean for me.
世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
I'm feeling very happy that I won Worlds. I did not believe in myself after day one, but my brother pushed me through it.
世界取ったぞ！最高です。優勝できたからです。
我感觉非常的开心、兴奋以及自豪。
下位チャンピオンになって、あまり実感はないんですが、すごいことをしたなっていう気持ちがあります。感謝したい人は、ここまで連れてきてくれた家族と練習を付き合ってくれた父です。
Right now I'm feeling very good. After this, I'm gonna show up to Worlds next year since I got my auto invite and see how that goes.
Realmente bien, no sé cómo explicarlo. Se siente increíble.
Welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. Chris Reisner alongside Will Dunphy. And taking a look at that commercial of the World Champions is so powerful. It gets in your emotions. We saw Yakai capture the World Championship for Pokemon Go this past year. He started as a Go Battle League leaderboarder and made the transition into the Show 6 Pick 3 format. There's a trainer coming up in our next matchup by the name of Wonder. He's never competed in a regional before, but I did a little bit of scouting, a little bit of research, and he oftentimes hits 3,300 plus ELO in the Go Battle League. He's gonna try and do what Yakai did, translate those skills to the Show 6 Pick 3 format.
I wanted to shout out to our judging staff as well, helping to inform us about these players, giving us the heads up, saying, look out for Wonder. This is a special, special trainer. I can't wait to see them take on one of the most experienced veterans in the entire competitive circuit. If you were around in the early days of PvP in the grassroots, you know the name. Valorash is a trainer that we have had on our minds and in our hearts for quite a while. This is going to be a clash. Experience versus rising star and potential.
That's a great way to describe this. Valorash has been around for quite some time and has been so consistent as of late in terms of top cut appearances and also always riding that one signature pick, Speedy. What is it?
It flies. It's on fire. It's the Talonflame.
It's been a signature pick from him. He tells the story of acquiring the shiny Talonflame with great statistics for PvP, and he was able to just be able to balance his teams around it, build around it, and has managed to bring it and run it to much success.
Yeah.
And we see it here once again.
Well, what's fascinating about the team here is, yes, you see the Talonflame, and you might have a question like, how can a team adapt to the current meta with that Pokemon? And the answer is not what I expected. I did not expect to see double flying type Pokemon on this team when Ice is so prominent, when Dunsparce seems to be the safest pick in the meta this weekend. He's got two flying type Pokemon here, but he balances it out beautifully with Gastrodon, Superior, Azumarill, and Clodsire.
We've had the pleasure of seeing so many neutral, dynamic games today. I see a lot of the other side of the coin. I see a lot of polarizing matchups here.
Yeah.
The Talonflame, if it lines up against that Dunsparce, that's not going to be a fun time. If it lines up against the Quagsire, that can be awfully rough. So a little bit more of a polarizing matchup on the surface.
Yeah.
And we'll see how these trainers try to navigate it.
It's always fascinating because what we see on the board is never what we get in reality. We can make predictions, we can make analysis, but at the same time, these trainers are seeing multiple layers of strategy. Dugong and Dunsparce on the team here for Wonder. Luckily, there are no fighting type Pokemon on Valorash's team to be concerned about, so he can go the safer route. He can go for those two bulky Pokemon, the Dugong that slows down the opponent with Icy Wind, and the Dunsparce with exceptional coverage of Drill Run and Rock Slide.
Depending on the move set for that Clodsire, I think the Superior could be a very solid choice for Valorash in this matchup. Really only wants to avoid that jump bluff, and although it's not where you want to be, as Superior, if you have Aerial Ace, you can at least fight back with some super effective damage of your own.
Exactly, right? And that's the key, right? Finding ways to fight back, because you won't always have the best possible matchup, but this is going to be a star-studded matchup. We've got Valorash on the left versus Wonder on the right.
A beneficial lead for Wonder. The Dugong against the Clodsire, an immediate pivot into the Azumarill, and we don't see an obvious answer. Perhaps the jump bluff, you may think, but with Azumarill having access to that double super effective Ice Beam, it's not the most comfortable matchup in the world for the jump bluff. So we're actually going to see the Clodsire pivot eating a super effective Ice Beam.
Already some interesting manipulation of the switch timers as well. Valorash was the first one to swap, obviously, but Wonder wasn't too far behind, was careful to bank up some additional energy before making the switch. Sludge Bomb is super effective, and it does get that same type of attack bonus. Clodsire looking to chip down this Azumarill, and that Sludge Bomb is a big step towards that.
Now, Valorash has his signature Pokemon lurking in the back, and he is probably going to try and save his Protect Shields for the Talonflame. However, there's a lot of energy saved up on that Dugong, and the Dugong is going to be putting on some pressure later in this game with that energy it has banked. Another Sludge Bomb coming through. Valorash with a big decision here. Is he going to put up a shield? No, he's going to let the Azumarill go down.
Very interesting play there by Wonder as well. If you saw him tapping, he was tapping above the Earthquake there because he was anticipating that Valorash might switch in the Clodsire and try to catch a Sludge Bomb. So he avoided that through the Sludge Bomb safely, and now we're in the mirror match.
This Clodsire's residual energy is going to be very nice for Wonder here. We see the slight overfarm. Think he might have paused as well, trying to avoid a potential catch. Super effective. Earthquake is going to grab the first Protect Shield.
Very nice play from Valorash to read the Earthquake coming. Of course, that is the expected charge attack, but still maintaining health at this point in the matchup is very, very important. The Earthquake will be enough to KO. Wonder recognizes that, does not want to fight this matchup any longer. He's going to let his Clodsire go down.
He said, Clodsire, nice work, buddy. You did a good job. Gonna let it go down. In comes Dugong. Super effective Icy Wind coming through. This also debuffs the attack of the Clodsire. So Icy Wind connects, and we're going to see the pivot to clear that debuff into the town. But what's this? If you're Wonder, you can't swap out. You got to stay in here.
Yeah, this instant pivot's really interesting. I thought Valorash was going to throw the Earthquake and try to chip down this Dugong a little bit more because, yes, you might have a general typing advantage with the Talonflame here, but this is an Ice Water type Pokemon with a massive amount of HP. It's going to be very difficult for him to get past this Dugong.
And Valorash actually able to get the Protect Shield with the Fly here. This means he's only 2 Incinerates shy of the Brave Bird, as another Icy Wind is going to be fired off here. You almost have to shield this if you're Valorash. He's got to make the decision here, and he does invest the Protect Shield. He's now double debuffed, so the question is, double debuff, is the Brave Bird going to be enough? Oh, he actually has a pivot, swapping a Jump Bluff into a Talonflame.
This is wild, and then with a decision to make, Valorash goes for the Fly instead of the Brave Bird because he knows he's double debuffed and it won't KO with the Brave Bird, so he's got to throw the Fly, switch to the Clodsire to clear the debuff, and bank the second Fly.
I absolutely love this play. Cleared the debuff, banked an attack with the Talonflame that he can use on the Dugong for later. An Energy Ball is going to connect onto the Clodsire, but it still maintains a sizable chunk of health. Sludge Bomb should potentially be enough to knock out the Jump Bluff. Oh, we're actually going to see an Undercharge.
Wow.
Undercharge the Sludge Bomb, wants to go for the farm down.
This is devious work by Valorash, looking for the Poison Sting down. Can he get it? The Energy Ball's not ready, forced to throw the Aerial Ace.
Aerial Ace coming through, it's not going to be enough. But this is uncomfortable if you're Valorash because I think the switch timer is now up for Wonder. He can, oh, the Poison Sting actually knocked out, but now we see the Earthquake coming through. And this is going to put this Dugong really low. It might even knock out.
Yeah, you see Valorash with the head nod there. Earthquake does connect. Talonflame switch timer is up. Does not want to switch into the Ice Sharp. It knows he was a charge attack priority. Fly, locked, and loaded. Here comes Talonflame.
The Fly is going to come up high and come down hard. Here we go, knocks out the Dugong, has the advantage here in the charge attack priority. And Valorash takes game one in exciting fashion despite losing that lead, Clodsire into Dugong.
I'm looking at the team here. You've got Dunsparce, you've got Shadow Quagsire to contend with, and the Clodsire as well. I mean, committing to the Talonflame. We talked about this with his team compositions and what he's been able to bring over the seasons, committing always to the fire and flying type. But in this team composition against this opponent, seemed a little bit tricky, but it paid off.
It did pay off, and Wonder elected not to bring either of his best answers for the Talonflame. So I definitely expect an adjustment from Wonder because the Clodsire is not running Stone Edge. So it's not necessarily a check to the Talonflame. Quagsire and Dunsparce are really the only hard checks to that Talonflame, which was certainly the MVP in game number 1 for Valorash.
Interesting as well. I wonder, choosing to switch into that jump left at that juncture in time, maybe you could have argued he could have stayed with that Dugong just a little bit longer and tried to avoid taking the fly damage onto the jump left. But when it was all said and done, the Clodsire was just too much for Wonder as the big Poison Sting down comes through and the Earthquake softens up an already hobbled Dugong.
You know, Speedy, looking at this matchup, an interesting pick from Wonder could be the Shadow Sableye.
Oh,
because we saw no Galarian Moltres, so if it avoids that, it looks pretty safe against everything else. But here we go, game number 2, and what a lead for Valorash, Superior into Quagsire.
What a lead. You dream of certain leads when you're prepping for a tournament, and this has to be one of them. Superior is going to get a tougher target now in the Dugong, and the problem here, Rise, is that I don't know what Valorash can do. Can he switch to a different Pokemon here?
Well, the problem is if you're Valorash, you need the Superior to take out the Quagsire, so he's actually going to get a Protect Shield advantage and then swap into Talonflame. The problem now is this Dugong has a huge energy head start. It's going to start debuffing this Talonflame, and this might be uncomfortable for Valorash to try and maintain the switch advantage.
Yeah, maybe a little uncomfortable, but that Talonflame does pack a punch. Oh my goodness, fingers crossed. Dot your eyes and cross your T's. Here comes the Brave Bird from Valorash.
I absolutely love this decision. Lands the Brave Bird, knowing that Wonder was already down a Protect Shield, didn't want to go down both Protect Shields, and now Valorash can safely invest a shield of his own and should be able to get the Incinerate down to try and take switch advantage.
Go look for the big Incinerate down, and look at that, the double debuffs. Net Valorash, an additional Incinerate. Now he's got the Brave Bird loaded and ready to go.
This is best case scenario so far for Valorash. He is debuffed, so the Brave Bird isn't going to do quite as much as it normally would against this Quack, but it's still some big damage. Puts it to around 50% health. Quagsire gets an energy head start, and of course the Superior is going to come in. Immediately swapped in is the Clodsire, and now this starts to get interesting because Valorash's Clodsire is behind energy in this mirror match.
It is behind energy. I mean, coming in a little bit late like that, you could argue he could have only allowed 1 Poison Sting through, but he did allow 2 Poison Stings through, and now the Earthquake does connect. You can just gauge right there by the damage, 50% even. If this Clodsire gets hit with another Earthquake, Valorash will lose it to the knockout.
Earthquake is queued up here from Valorash. Wonder with the decision to make. He's going to let it go through. Now, that Superior is still awfully healthy, but we're going to see Wonder outpace, of course, because he's ahead energy. Earthquake coming through to Valorash. He's going to invest the final Protect Shield. He's going to invest the final Protect Shield and probably go for the Earthquake here into this Clodsire. And Wonder forced to shield himself.
Yeah, one eye on the switch timer as well, as we saw Valorash wanted to throw this before that Quagsire swap was available. Now he goes into Superior. This is risky. He goes right for it. He's diving in, and the Sludge Bomb's going to connect. Is this a critical mistake?
I don't know about this Speedy Sludge Bomb coming through. It's going to be super effective damage. It doesn't quite knock out. And we're going to see an overfarm here from Valorash. Knows he needs residual energy for the Quagsire. So Frenzy Plant should be enough to knock out Clodsire here. But how much energy did this Quagsire have? Does it have to throw? Does it go for the Mud Shot down? It's going to throw the Aqua Tail immediately. Would have potentially gotten the Mud Shot down, but throws, and now it's going to be a race to the charge attack.
It's a race. Quagsire versus Clodsire. The Sires take the field. Let's see what we get. I think that Quagsire has a big head start. Here comes with the Aqua Tail.
Just a little bit faster is the Quagsire against his brother, his cousin. The Clodsire lands the super effective Aqua Tail and is going to knock it out, evening the series 1 game apiece.
Sometimes we get those like fast twitch reactions, right? We just feel like we need to make a switch, we need to make a play right now. And I feel like Valorash was calling the instant Quagsire pivot from Wonder, and he said the superior to meet it. He said, okay, I'm gonna rise up, I'm gonna meet you, I won't be behind this time. But it just didn't happen. Wonder stayed in, and it really kind of threw Valorash for a loop.
Absolutely. It's also possible that Valorash thought maybe he could get to that Frenzy Plant before the Sludge Bomb, but was just, I think, one Poison Sting earlier. The Clodsire was to reach that Sludge Bomb against Superior, and that ended up being the nail in the coffin there for Valorash and the Superior.
The nail in the Kofagrigus, I might say.
The nail in the Kofagrigus.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that.
Hey, there you go. That one's on the house. Next one, you got to pay for it. Going into this decisive game number 3, we got what we expected from both players, right? Valorash, very, very experienced, has been on the main stage plenty of times. We expected him to be cool, calm, and collected. But Wonder also pleasant surprise, great heads-up play, solid awareness, you know, tapping over the Earthquake in case the switch was going to come in that Clodsire mirror match, and then at the end, staying in and throwing the Sludge Bomb versus the Superior. These trainers seem like they are pretty evenly matched.
You can just tell the technical ability of Wonder. We mentioned it's his first ever tournament here in the Play Pokemon circuit, but the timing, the patience, little things, right? Like waiting a turn to avoid the catch. You can tell he knows a thing or two about what he's doing, and he's putting the pressure on Valorash, who has so many top cuts to his name, and Wonder, a first-time competitor here in a decisive Game 3 against a veteran.
In terms of team composition, I really do like that Dunsparce-Dugong duo for Wonder. Valorash is probably going to commit to the Talonflame, but if he can place his Superior just a little bit better, I think he's got a solid shot.
Game number 3, here we go. It's going to be Gastrodon making an appearance against the Dunsparce.
This is actually a pretty nice lead for the Gastrodon there. Earth Power is going to pack a massive punch, and as we've seen before, the Mud Slaps are absolutely whittling down the Dunsparce while the rollouts are resisted in the meantime.
Also, in addition to this being a positive matchup for the Gastrodon, the fact that your Talonflame in the back is avoiding the Dunsparce is really nice for Valorash. We see him waiting for the rollout to come through. Gonna throw the Earth Power here. A heavy hitting charge attack is going to connect and really apply the pressure onto this Dunsparce.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that packs such a punch and deals so much damage. Meanwhile, the drone runs coming through here. We've seen Dunsparce take on other Mud Slappers like Shadow, Kanto Marowak. 2 drone runs seem to be enough, but the Gastrodon just a little bit bulkier. He's gonna get to another Earth Power rise against the Dugong here.
This parting Earth Power is so nice for Valorash. Gonna threaten some major damage, and it does connect onto the Dugong, and we're actually gonna see a Azumarill come in, and I like this play, Speedy, because you're not as threatened by the energy with the Azumarill as you would be with the Talonflame. Talonflame, you might have to start investing a Protect Shield. Azumarill can just absorb everything here.
And also, you have to consider that it might be Jump Bluff in the back, it might be Clodsire in the back, but either way, that Talonflame does not need to fear any kind of super effective damage outside of Dunsparce, which is exactly what you said earlier.
What a pivotal Game 3 read from Valorash. In the previous 2 matchups, we saw Talonflame lined up against the Dugong, even as a counter swap, and now Azumarill is the play against the Dugong. Gonna eat another Drill Run, no problem. And do we even see a bold bubble down here, or will Valorash elect to throw energy? No, he's willing to take another Drill Run in exchange for all this energy. And Speedy, I think this is the right call.
I mean, Talonflame players saving their shields, that is to be expected. Azumarill is able to eat all that damage and keep on chugging along. In comes a Clodsire now, gonna go for one single bubble into the Ice Beam. At this point though, Rise, do you expect to switch? Do you expect to pivot into the Talonflame before this Clodsire gets ahead?
I think that's an option, but instead Valorash electing to stay in. Do we see a potential catch? No. Gets off a second Ice Beam. This is so good for Valorash. Going to either grab the last Protect Shield or connect. And now all of a sudden, this Clodsire has some dwindled health and is going to have a tough time managing this 2-shield Talonflame.
I really like the timing there by Wonder, still netting the 2 Poison Stings into that Incinerate, throwing the Sludge Bomb on great timing, but he's got to start to strip away these Protect Shields because Valorash is so far ahead.
The only concern here for Valorash is you probably will still have to eat 3 rollouts worth of damage from the Dunsparce, so keep that in mind. If this Talonflame gets a little bit too low, it could be a cause for concern. We see another Sludge Bomb. This is going to grab the last Protect Shield most likely from Valorash here. Uses that final Protect Shield, but he does have the double fly right now. Does he just throw it immediately? Yes, he does.
Yeah, I like the fly here. There's still that final Protect Shield for Wonder, though. And then the question on everyone's mind is how much energy is on that Dunsparce, and can it make a run here with one Protect Shield remaining? It's going to be tough, Rise. Here comes the fly.
You know, Speedy, I think Valorash might have been better off just committing to the fast attack down. Instead for the fly, is there any way 3 rollouts KOs? Uh-oh. Uh-oh!
Whoa!
Somehow, Dunsparce gets the farm down. Now this looks a little bit uncomfortable, but you're probably forced to throw immediately if you're Wonder.
Peekaboo? Peekaboo play? Here comes Yazoo. Oh my gosh, the Sumeral is going to absorb the Drow Run here. Does the Gastrodon have enough left in the tank?
I don't know. I think one Mud Slap's gonna knock out. Can Gastrodon hang on to one rollout? It's gonna be a photo finish, and yes, Gastrodon lives the rollout and is able to secure the win for Valorash.
Wow, somehow Dunsparce returned, but Valorash was able to excel in the end, overcome that challenge, and win the series against Wonder. But how about that young trainer on the right? My goodness, taking Valorash right down to the wire in a decisive Game 3.
It's no wonder he hits Legend in the Go Battle League every season, because he put Valorash on the, he pushed him to the brink right there against one of the longest tenured trainers in our circuit, a big name, and I am extremely impressed from what I saw there from Wonder.
Yeah, he was absolutely impressive. Like you said, Rise, the mechanical prowess and the awareness of the situation, those are the kind of skills that you really build in Go Battle League, because you don't know what Pokemon are lurking in the back. You don't know what your opponent's going to swap into, so you have to be very careful about how you approach matchups. You can't just rely on the team reading. So when you make that transition over into Show 6 Pick 3, now you can see what's on the board, what is possibly lurking in the back. It really informs your approach, and I think that Wonder is only going to improve in the future.
Couldn't agree more, and Valorash is going to find himself moving on in this winner's bracket. Once again, behind his old trusty Talonflame, brought it in every single game, despite the fact that Wonder had a Dunsparce, he had a Quagsire on this team. Valorash said, I don't care, I'm riding with the signature Talonflame, and it certainly played a pivotal role in that matchup.
Yeah, I almost expected, I mean, I think you wanted to see it too. I wanted to see the Gastrodon come out, and then right when that Drow Room was on the way, I wanted to see Valorash swap into the Azuro. We've seen the Peekaboo a few times, and we might get it later on. If not today, then tomorrow.
Peekaboos are a whole lot of fun, and it's great to see these trainers having a lot of fun here in the circuit. We've seen all sorts of different matchups today, whether it's been the spicy picks or some of the old reliable picks. That Clodsire Quagsire core is a really strong core that covers each other nicely, because Clodsire with the Sludge Bomb beating some of the grass types, that Quagsire, that's its only weakness, right? Those water, ground types only weak to grass.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Desynced actually played that in some LATAM regionals last season and excelled at a high level with those two Pokemon. So there might be something to the formula, but there's one star who's burning very bright. Let's take it down to the floor and speak with Valorash. Take it away, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Will. I am here with Valorash, and I am we had such a great show that last game. Tell me a little bit about it. It was sweaty.
Yeah, it was very, very close games. Lost game 2, despite winning the strong lead. Opponent played very well and was able to come back. But that third game, I knew that as soon as I saw Dugong, I knew that was Azu's spot, and that Talon was going to be able to clear through the back, because based on his first two Pokemon, I thought it was unlikely to be Quagsire in the back. So it worked out pretty well.
And I noticed you brought your signature Pokemon Talonflame to every single one of those battles. It's really fun to watch, especially as it's landing Brave Bird after Brave Bird after Brave Bird. Do you think Talonflame still has a really solid place in the meta?
Absolutely, of course I do, especially after watching LAIC, watching Alolan Sandslash and Superior run that tournament. I definitely, Talonflame absolutely has a place in the meta.
And I've also noticed you are 3 for 3 in attendance at North American Regionals this season. You've attended Baltimore, Louisville, and now you're in Sacramento. Are you looking to do a clean sweep of all of them? Are you looking to go to them all?
I don't think I'm going to make every single North American Regional, but I did just recently get my passport. And Climbs and I are going to Toronto and EUIC.
That's so exciting. We are looking forward to seeing you there. Are there any other shout outs that you would like to give now that you're well on your way to another top cut?
Yep. Shout out to Mama Climbs watching at home. And shout out to my local Skull, who spent $1 million Stardust to trade me a Galarian Moltres.
Fantastic. We love having friends like that. Chris and Will, back to you.
You heard him, everybody. If you are attending the Europe International Championships in February, you might just be squared up against Valorash in that bracket. So it's going to be a really exciting competition. Just like LAIC this year was a lot more kind of international vibes. A lot of trainers from EU, from NA. It's really, really cool to see that these trainers are earning these travel awards, traveling to different regions and giving it their best.
He has run that Talonflame so well over and over again, and you better bring your Talonflame counters to Toronto and EUIC, as he mentioned. Otherwise, you may get cooked. But right now, we got a trainer that's cooking even more than Valorash because, Speedy, I don't even know where to start with this team. I mentioned to you earlier, when the most normal Pokemon on your team is a Shadow Typhlosion.
Yeah.
That's some extreme spice right there.
I mean, this would make Tonton Batus and Zizwiles blush, right? This team is absolutely the coup de grace. This is the spiciest thing I've seen. On the left side, we have RF going to take on PCF, not to be confused, but both these trainers are going to look to win this next round. This is the loser semis of Group A, and I just got to say, PCF has been super impressive to make it this far.
I will say the Annihilate on the side of RF looks awfully strong, really only afraid of the Cresselia and perhaps the Gyarados. But the Shadow Cresselia, Speedy, we saw Cresselia as a staple in the meta in seasons past. We haven't seen much Shadow Cresselia at all in regional history, but we are off and away already. Game number 1, it's going to be the Alolan Sandslash led against the Shadow Cresselia here in an immediate pivot. It's going to be Annihilate countering the Scrafty.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Here comes Scrafty with Thunder Punch and Foul Play, a Pokemon that we really have not seen probably since like NAIC 2022 when we saw that Scrafty Talonflame core, but now it's on the field versus the Annihilate, new versus old.
Scrafty, once upon a time, had a more reliable place in the meta, especially to go Battle League, but you don't see it too often. It's generally the fact that it's weak to fighting. People tend to prefer other fighters, as we see the Annihilate take it down very comfortably.
Now, with a decision to make, PCF actually has that Shadow Cresselia. He has a Shadow Typhlosion. Does he have sweep potential? Who knows? We're going to have to find out because he's got to get through this Annihilate first, and it's already double Rage Fist boosted. Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness, this Annihilate is... Oh, this is a Confusion Cresselia. Well, this is a Confusion Cresselia, so it does actually get the farm down. And then we're going to see the pivot into the Typhlosion, met by the Clodsire. Now, with a slight energy lead, this Typhlosion could make this uncomfortable for the Clodsire here. We see a massive Thunder Punch Day. That is so risky to try and call. So a nice bait from PCF could put him back in this game as we see the Sludge Bomb queued up from RF.
I think that might be the difference maker, Rise. I don't think you even need to bait a second Thunder Punch. You might be able to go straight Blast Burn if you are PCF at this point, and there are no switch options. RF is not going to send in that Sandslash no matter what. So basically, it's mono-y-mono, Typhlosion, Clodsire. This is the showdown we want to see.
Sludge Bomb grabs the final Protect Shield. We're going to see the Incinerate, and now going for the Blast Burn here. RF, he's going to let it go.
Whoa!
He's going to let it go.
Wow, Clodsire might endure. It's going to try to hang on, but it can't. Typhlosion takes it down. In comes a Sandslash. Look at that damage.
But we see the swap out, and we're going to see a Grass Knot queued up. I think Sandslash could hang on to this. You still have the Protect Shield to hide behind if you want to invest in it. Going to take this, and I think we're going to see the double up on the charge attacks here from RF, and he has 2 drill runs queued up. This should knock out both Pokemon.
This might be it, Rise. I mean, if you have double charge attacks here, you KO the Cresselia, you don't take another Incinerate. Here comes Sandslash, somehow, some way, able to turn the tables on Shadow Typhlosion.
The super effective drill run would knock out from pretty much full health, and the dwindled Typhlosion goes down. What a game. That was full of surprises.
Twists and turns, if I may. Rise, my question is, like, if you're applying all this pressure with your Shadow Typhlosion, it just feel like the switch out is akin to, like, taking your foot off the gas.
Yeah, you know, he had the tough lead, PCF. He led his Cresselia into the Sand Slash, so had to try and maneuver his best around, and this team is just so ridiculously spicy that he doesn't have a lot of safe options. I feel like everything has some sort of hard check to it. Maybe the Shadow Gyarados could be an option. I could see that being a little bit safer than some of his other picks, because perhaps the best answer to it would be the Alolan Sandslash, and you have at least that Dragon Breath plus Aqua Tail pressure for it.
And that Shadow Gyarados is running Dragon Breath as well, so it can deal a lot of neutral damage across the board. The only Dragon resist on the team here from RF is that Sandslash. So you're right, just as we saw Z's Wireless playing it at Worlds, that Shadow Gyarados could be a potent core breaker for this team.
I sincerely thought the Annihilate was going to run through the entire team, and then the confusions appeared. And here we go. We're already off for game number 2. We called it. It's the Shadow Gyarados with a positive lead against the Annihilate.
I don't think we called it. I think you called it, Rise. What a great analysis by yourself. We're going to see the Aqua Tail. This is actually a charge tech priority that Shadow Gyarados is going to win because it has such a staggeringly high attack stat.
That is an impressive attack when you win the charge attack priority against the Annihilate. Going to see a Rage Fist. I think PCF electing to let the Rage Fist go, but this is concerning because the Gyarados is so glassy. I'm not sure you even reach another Aqua Tail. I think you make a counter down here, Speedy.
It takes about 6 counters to get to the Aqua Tail, and you're right. He made the calculation. He said, I can't do it. We're going to see that Shadow Cresselia paired up against that Sandslash yet again. But look at the back line, Rise. That Fire-type Pokemon is lurking for PCF.
On paper, this looks bad. You've got a Water type lurking in the back against your Fire type. However, if that Typhlosion can get an energy lead, if they can keep both Protect Shields, those Thunder Punches do an incredible amount of damage to the Feraligatr. We're going to see the Shadow Moonblast connect onto the Sandslash.
No debuff. No debuff, so that's a little bit of a positive note there for RF. He's building so much energy. We saw him close out game number 1 in this exact same way, building to the double charge attacks. He knows when to overcharge because that Confusion Cresselia is just a little bit slower than the Psycho Cut variant.
And I think one Incinerate might knock out here, Speedy.
Oh, no, it will. It absolutely will.
One Incinerate should knock out. And, oh, we actually see the Ice Punch get off. Sometimes that doesn't happen in that turn duration, but fortunate to get off the Ice Punch. So that is a break for RF there for sure. And now we're going to see Annihilate come in. Oh, and what a catch! That is a massive catch for PCF.
What in the world? In the middle of that Incinerate, throws that Gyarados back onto the field to soak the Rage Fist and clear the runway. Here comes Shadow Typhlosion. It's got a second chance at winning the battle, and it is in the thick of it.
What is happening in this matchup as Typhlosion gets the energy lead? Thunder Punch is going to grab the final Protect Shield. Typhlosion still has a shield to hide behind. Gonna get off another Thunder Punch. This is either gonna knock out or come very close to it.
There's the Thunder, and then there's the Lightning. Boom! Thunder Punch connects. Feraligatr goes down, and Incinerate looking to tie this up with a bow.
What an insane matchup here in game number 2. Expect the unexpected, Speedy. Typhlosion able to close things out there, and this is just some incredible matchup. I think I'm seeing some chatter between RF and the judge, so I guess we'll hold off just in case there is a review for that matchup.
Yeah.
But wow, what a entertaining game.
You know what, Rise? Sometimes we're so blessed to commentate these games. I feel like sometimes I wish I could tell my past self and be like, you know what? You're going to commentate a Shadow Gyarados Typhlosion game where your trainer catches a Rage Fist on a low-health Gyarados and then sweeps with Typhlosion. Are you ready for that? And I would say, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
I would not expect that. And yeah, we do get confirmation this match is under review. The judges will take a look at some of the events that transpired. I think what RF might be asking for review, Speedy, just from my first impression, was, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Annihilate did 2 counters, and then he was still able to catch the Rage Fist. So theoretically, if you do an Incinerate, that should be 4 turns versus 5 turns, and you should safely get off that Rage Fist without the potential for the catch.
So the only way that's possible is if the trainer on the left actually waited a single turn, then threw the 2 counters so that the fast attacks were aligned, 1, 2, 2, into the 5, and then on that 6th turn is when the swap could occur. So that's actually a really good point. We're going to take a closer look at that. I know our production staff is already on top of it. If that is the case, then that misalignment could be a major factor in how this game turned out.
Yeah, always unfortunate when that happens, but it was such an exciting game, and I gotta give some credit to PCF. This has got to be one of the spiciest teams we've ever seen showcase in a regional.
Yeah.
PCF was able to take down Flying Pizza as well in this tournament, a very formidable foe here in the California area. So PCF has shown that even running some of the most obscure picks, he's been able to find some success with them.
Cool fact about Flying Pizza, when Harjeff, LNDS Harjeff, you know, our LAIC champion, our Curitiba champion, let's take a look here, and then I'll get back to my story. So we see the Powder Snow into the Ice Punch against the Typhlosion. The Protectio comes up here from PCF, but the catch happens right after this, right?
Yeah, so this was actually another point in the game that actually benefited RF. And here we go. We see 1 counter, 2 counters, and the catch. So theoretically, PCF shouldn't be able to make that catch because he should be able to get that Rage Fist off before the end of the Incinerate.
Yeah. So counter is a 2-turn fast attack. Incinerate's a 5-turn. So quick maths, like Alpha Phoebe likes to say, 2 counters plus, 2 turns for each counter is 4 turns. And then that 5th turn right there is where that Typhlosion should still be locked in, and the Rage Fist should be able to come through. If we watch closely the Annihilate, it's almost like it rears back its fist another half second before it throws that first counter right there.
For sure. It'll be interesting what the judges decide to rule here, since it's funny how just 1 turn of maybe something that's not supposed to happen can make such a big difference. So the judges will make their ruling here, and PCF and RF will await. But the trainer RF noticing that, I'm not sure that's supposed to be how that functions, and always gotta respect the players. If there's a lot at stake in these tournaments, always worth asking for a review if you feel like it may have impacted the outcome of the game.
Exactly. I think a lot of these trainers have studied the matchup, studied the Pokemon so much that they know these turn cycles inside and out. You could see PCF smashing the switch button. He says send out the Gyarados, and that was the result, the catch of the Rage Fist. But yeah, I mean, sometimes there are some inconsistencies, right? There's a way that we believe the game should operate, and then other times we need to take a closer look. So I really want to give credit to our judging team here that are doing a great job giving this a fair shot.
The Shadow Gyarados adjustment for PCF ended up being nice in the lead. I think he underestimated the power of the Annihilate at the start, because he took the Rage Fist and he was staying in, anticipating he might reach another Aqua Tail, but then he's like, uh-oh, I'm getting countered down, so I got to get out of here. But the shield advantage ended up being enough for the Typhlosion in the end, unless we do see a rematch here. So it looks like the judges are chatting with RF, informing him of what the ruling is going to be, and we will get word shortly on whether it's going to be a rematch or not.
Yeah, I also want to emphasize for everybody watching at home, these are 2 trainers that we don't see on stage that often. I'm really appreciative that they brought this to the judges, because I feel like a lot of new trainers feel maybe a bit insecure. They feel like they don't want to make like a fuss or hold up the stream. It's not anything like that. We want everyone to have a fair shot at the competition here. So if anything goes wrong with your matchups, make sure to reach out to your professor. They'll do everything they can to ensure that they take that second look and give you a fair shake.
The ruling is going to be no rematch there, and PCF will be able to take that game. It will stand, so the score is tied up 1-1. But once again, I think was definitely worthy of taking a look at.
Yeah.
So RF, no problem there in asking for the judges to take a look and get a second opinion there. But we are going to head to a decisive game number 3. And Speedy, I've got no idea what PCF is going to bring at this point.
I can tell you, right? We saw the Shadow Gyarados, we saw the Typhlosion. Those 2 Pokemon in my mind are a lock. Those 2 Pokemon coming no matter what. The third Pokemon, whether it's a safe swap, whether it's a lead, whether it's your closer, I think that's really where the pressure lies in terms of PCF's team composition. I don't think that Cresselia has been getting it done for him. I think the Sandslash is way too formidable. He's got to figure out a different way to get past that Pokemon.
Both trainers still thinking things over, getting ready to lock in. We haven't seen the Bayleaf make an appearance yet in this matchup, as well as the Pylo Swine. So PCF thinking it over. Typhlosion has been really nice. And I mean, Typhlosion just looks so safe, honestly, against RF's team.
It does.
I agree with you. It's a must bring. It's a must bring. It's more about what else you want to bring with it. And I think it's really about that third, like you said. Gyarados, Typhlosion, what's the third?
We saw in game number 1 as well, PCF trying to bring that Scrafty to answer the Sand Slash, but it was met by Annihilate. Let's jump right into game number 3, though. No more questions, only answers. We're going to get our ice types on the field. This is Alolan Sandslash versus Shadow Piloswine.
And I believe that's a Powder Snow Piloswine, so going to have to dip out and a little bit ABA weak to this Alolan Sandslash. So this is not a very good matchup for Gyarados. It is going to come in here. It's going to eat the Ice Punch, and it is going to try and get off an Aqua Tail here. But here's the problem. I think this Gyarados is going to get fully Powder Snow down by this Alolan Sandslash. Aqua Tail is going to connect.
Wow.
Just doesn't quite do as much as you need it to try and flip this matchup.
Yeah, like we talked about, it takes about 6 of those 2-turn fast attacks to get to the Aqua Tail, and Gyarados unable to muster it. And now PCF is dealing with an Alolan Sandslash with energy, which has been a menace for him all series long.
Typhlosion comes in, and nice recognition by RF, throwing after 1 Powder Snow to make certain he gets off this drill run. Shield comes up, and Typhlosion will get the farm down, but now you're down a Protect Shield, and this is looking like a tough hill for PCF to climb out of.
I'm just looking at the matchup here, and PCF has the right pieces. He's just not able to put them in the right position, and that is the primary challenge of running a team like this. You're not as flexible as some of the top meta picks. You're not you're more rigid, right? And you have to find those matchups. Now we see the Annihilate come out. Here comes Shadow Piloswine. This Avalanche Rise is going to hurt if it lands.
Avalanche is queued up, will do a ton of damage, so does grab the final Protect Shield from RF. Can he get the full counter down before the Avalanche? Yes, he can, and that is devastating for PCF.
Yeah, that might be the backbreaker there. That's so tough to come back from. Now the Annihilate is so charged up. It's got tons of stored energy. We're going to see the Annihilate fire the Rage Fist, and the shield goes up. This might be the end, Rise.
If somehow he could have forced the Annihilate to expend energy against Piloswine and maybe get a farm down, could have opened up a win condition, but this close combat is going to do so much damage, knocks out the Typhlosion, and a pretty convincing game number 3 win for RF, and that is going to be the end of the run for one of the most creative, spicy teams we've seen in the championship's history.
I want to ask chat a favor. Let's please get some claps in the chat for PCF. Absolutely putting on a show with that Shadow Gyarados and Typhlosion combination. Still, I know that game 2 did go to the review. The judges did take a look at it, but that was such a thrill, Rise. That game was awesome to watch.
What an incredible series. One of the most fun matchups I think I've ever seen in any regional. And credit to RF and PCF for putting on a show there. Shadow Typhlosion really put in a lot of work. The Gyarados showcased what it could do in some moments. But in the end, RF was able to maneuver his Pokemon just in the right spots to find a way to win.
Able to weather the storm, right? The Gyarados Dragon Breath pressure, the Thunder Punches from Typhlosion, he was able to get past it. And I think that the Shadow Cresselia might have been the pick that put PCF behind the most. Unable to line up that Scrafty where he wanted it to go. Tried out the Shadow Cresselia, but Shadow Cresselia just had such a tough time against this team from RF.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned if he had the right pieces, just couldn't align them, right? If you flip the order around, right? If you flip the Typhlosion simply into the lead and you had the other 2 Pokemon in the back, it could have been a completely different story. But sometimes that alignment is what it's about. And RF with a nice team composition call. PCF ABA weak to the Sandslash ended up being just a little bit too difficult for him to overcome.
I mean, yeah, exactly like you said, Gyarados into Annihilate. I think generally you get the edge to the Gyarados. Then you would have Piloswine into Clodsire. You got to give the Ice type the edge there. And then Typhlosion versus Sandslash. We know how that goes. That is Control-Alt-Delete territory. So I think PCF brought a really fascinating team, had some really fun plays, and honestly, it's tough. When you bring a team like this to a regional championship, it is tough to make it to the loser semis, and PCF accomplished a lot this weekend in Sacramento.
I know some trainers like to show off their creativity. I mean, we started the stream with 2-0 Butters, right?
Yeah, we did.
Showcasing some very spicy picks himself, and PCF able to take it to the loser semis with that team. But shout out to RF as well. A little bit more of a standard team, but I thought he played a really solid series there in maneuvering and managing what can be intimidating when you're facing Pokemon you're not used to seeing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might not know the counts, you might not know exactly what to expect in certain matchups, and he stayed composed and able to advance on in the bracket.
I mean, if you asked me what the Magical Leaf Bayleaf counts were right now, I would crumble. I would fold like a wet paper towel.
I
would
couldn't
have
tell
no
you either.
idea.
I couldn't tell you either.
I had no
Chat,
idea.
let us know. Let us know.
Let us know what the counts are, chat. Come on, help us out. But that being said, that was a really fun matchup, and I love how Sacramento has brought us this balance. We've had Elite, we've had Caleb, we've had these Valorash, these really storied players. We've also got Wonder, RF, CTF here. We've got some really fun trainers that are not that commonly seen, and it's just credit to our stream team putting on some really talented players, showcasing some great matches, whether they're locals or they're traveling from abroad. It's just been great.
Players from all over, and we want to hear from some of you because we have some tweets that we are going to take a look at from the community watching and enjoying the stream. A Mind Joke says, round one, if this just doesn't go on stream, I'll be mad. We saw that, A Mind Joke. We got you covered. We made sure that was showcased on the stream.
I'm telling you, when you see this bracket pool right here, this is the stuff of nightmares. This is when you wake up in a cold sweat. You say, oh, Elite, round one, are you kidding me? But we saw how that matchup played out, and both trainers walked away smiling. JR Studio says, if you are at Sacramento Regionals, stop by the Free Play Lounge and see me for some retro gaming, Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Puzzle, and even Pokemon Snap. Rise, I think that was before your time, right?
A little bit before my time, blast from the past. I like that little Goldango poster. Goldango's a fun pick in the Master League. We see another tweet here. We're here in Sacramento for the Pokemon Regional Championships with the peace sign. Having fun here. Cypher Tune, shout out to you. Glad you're enjoying your time here in Sacramento.
Absolutely. Katarina Rodriguez as well, here with his daughter. Lost her first match in her first regional, but she's all smiles. Thank you to the judges for being so helpful in getting her set up for the match. She's having a blast. A debut that is 3 years in the making. And honestly, Rodriguez, I hope it is the beginning of a long and storied career.
Some awesome tweets there. Thank you guys for sharing those with us, and we want to hear more from you, so keep the tweets coming in this Sacramento Regional Championship weekend. But we have two really talented trainers coming up in our next matchup. We've seen them both on stream earlier, but now we're in the loser side of the bracket, and this tournament has so many stat groups. We take a look at some of the losers brackets in these groups, and they could be the top 8s at an international with how stacked they are. But upcoming, it's going to be Iamero taking on Softo.
This is going to be one to watch. If you recall back to our first North America Regional in 2022, Iamero took on King IV in the grand finals. This is a trainer that has competed in NA, competed in LATAM, competed in EU, tons and tons of experience. And then you've got Softo, brilliant commentator, great grassroots community member and host, and she's taking on some of the world's best, and honestly, Rai, she is holding her own.
Absolutely, and to no surprise to those that know Softo with how talented she is, oftentimes on the first page of the Go Battle League leaderboard. So there might be some casual viewers of the stream that say, hey, I know her, I see her all the time casting, and she, among the players that do know she's a force to be reckoned with as a battler as well.
I'm telling you, I don't know if there are many people in the championship series who think like Softo does. She's got a brain like a supercomputer, and it shows. Meticulous plays, perfect energy counting, great team reads. She had a bit of a tough time against MysticMamba earlier on in the stream. She's looking to continue her push into day number 2, and she's got to get through Iamero.
We have a lock-in to commence this matchup, and it's going to be the Mandibuzz taking on the Jumpluff to start things out.
We see the flying types take the field. You got to get the slight edge here to the Mandibuzz, though, because it's hard for the Jumpluff to hit it for any kind of super effective damage when it only has Aerial Ace and Energy Ball. No Dazzling Gleams on this Jumpluff, Rise.
And we see a Snarl variant this time around to the Mandibuzz. We see more Air Slash in the current meta. So it's going to chip and eventually pivot into the Drapion, but this is looking like a tough hill to climb for Softo. Right now, Iamero with the favorable alignment.
Favorable lead, favorable swap, and as we take a sneak peek at the back line, if things keep going the way they look, we're going to see Annihilate versus Dunsparce, and that is another great position for Eomero. He's going to go ahead and fire off the Aqua Tail here to the Drapion. Softo throws up that Protect Shield, hoping it was not going to be the Stone Edge, and it was just a bait.
The Drapion going to fire off another charge attack, but Eomero knows he needs the switch advantage. He's going to put up a Protect Shield, and it wasn't a charge attack priority, excuse me. Now he's going to fire off the Aqua Tail. This might be enough to knock out. I think Drapion should probably hang on just with a little bit of help.
Yeah, the Mud Shots are adding up, and the Drapion is a poison type, but it is able to capitalize on the crunch here. Softo knows her Pokemon, and Eomero recognizes he cannot survive a crunch, so he is forced to shield.
Soph at least able to get a shield advantage out of this matchup. However, a really tough hill to climb. Quagsire has energy. Jumpluff comes in. We see the Stone Edge fired off here. This is going to deal super effective damage to the Jumpluff.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in, like you said, Rise. Stone Edge, my goodness, that packs an incredible punch. But now that Quagsire is within Aerial Ace range, Sophia goes for it here to pick up the KO. She knew that that Stone Edge wasn't quite ready, so she overcharges the 2 additional Fairy Winds.
Maximizing the energy there on the Jumpluff. Eomero with the energy. Soph going to fire off an Aerial Ace before potentially pivoting. Eomero is nearly capped out on energy with this Mandibuzz. I wonder if he considers just throwing immediately, and we're going to see the pivot into the Dunsparce. And you know what, Speedy? This is going to connect. This is not a good situation for Soph. If there's any win condition, it might be trying to get to 2 drill runs if that could knock out Annihilate.
Yeah, I think the 2 drill run is the recipe that she needs. She's going to go ahead and throw the first one here on good timing. I really appreciate that the swap displaced the turn cycles by 1 turn, but Sophia's on top of it, throws the drill run. Now she's got to muster 1 more, but these rollouts in the meantime are resisted.
Drill run connects. Soph knows this is just a Rage Fist. No need to use a Protect Shield, but this is just so much ground to cover. The Jumpluff is pretty low. Another drill run is queued up, so does reach this drill run. Unfortunately, Annihilate, I think, will just barely hang on to this drill run and get the counter down.
The positive side of this, though, is that the Jumpluff can now come in, look for a big Fairy Wind down. Can it get it? It's one away, and it does get the big Fairy Wind down. She's got the Protect Shield. She's got a lot of energy. Will double Aerial Aces be enough?
I don't think so, but these Fairy Winds are adding up, and you might get a rollout or 2 with the Dunsparce. So this game's not quite over yet. First Aerial Ace is queued up. It's going to chunk at the Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz approaching double Aerial Ace itself. Soph might be forced to use the final Protect Shield here.
She needs to shield, and she needs to make a catch, in my opinion, because this Mandibuzz has so much energy. It's 1 Snarl from the Aerial Ace. What does she do? She decides to throw 1 single Fairy Wind into the Aerial Ace. It's coming right down to the wire.
Aerial Ace coming through. It's not going to be enough, but it's going to put the Mandibuzz low. If you're Eomero, what do you do here? Do you throw instantly? He's going to throw instantly. He doesn't want to take the Fairy Wind damage, and now this is going to come down to rollout versus Snarl. Can Eomero get to an Aerial Ace before Dunsparce can roll out down? It's going to be awfully close.
It's going to be close. Super effective versus neutral, and the rollouts are piling on, but they're not enough. Eomero gets to the Aerial Ace and steals away game 1 here against Softo.
Absolute unbelievable game 1 in this series. Eomero, that was invisible HP on the Mandibuzz. And Softo, are you kidding me? That, on paper, you say there's no way. This game's over right from the start. That came down to 1 HP. If that wasn't as well a trained Mandibuzz, that game might go in Softo's favor. But Eomero able to hang on just by a thread.
Yeah, the swap and the closing situation were like code red, right? It's like, oh my gosh, Annihilate versus Dunsparce. I am not going to come out of this with much HP left. And then you had the Shadow Quagsire versus the Drapion. That's also not a great position to be in, but Softo fought and brought it almost all the way back.
Fought tooth and nail, and the Go Battle League experience, the grassroots experience on display, was able to just maneuver so well in that matchup, but Eomero able to hang on in the end. This Aerial Ace, once again, that is legit 1 HP and a dream. Graphics on point, and Eomero takes game number 1 in this series.
Yeah, absolutely stunning, but don't count Softo out just yet. As we said, Eomero, very accomplished trainer, actually bringing some very interesting Pokemon this weekend as well. Not just the Sableye, but also the Abomasnow and the Mandibuzz. And I thought Toxapex was out of the meta, right? That's what you told me.
That's what I said. That's what I said, but he's got it on the squad. Eomero seems some validity to the Toxapex, the toxic pest, with how bulky that thing is. But he is going to try and close this out. Soph going to try and even up the series. And here we go. Speaking of Toxapex, we see the poison types making a debut. It's going to be Toxapex into Shadow Drapion.
I actually don't hate this matchup for the Drapion, especially if you can trigger that debuff with the crunch. Softo is going to stay in this matchup. The Drapion paces just so much more quickly than the Toxapex with 8 poison jabs to the brine versus only 5 poison stings to the crunch.
This is a matchup that can go either way. The Toxapex should be able to win the 0 shield scenario because 2 brines should be enough to knock out after the poison jab damage. If Softo is willing to invest a protect shield, she can overfarm and come out with an advantage. We're going to see the pivot into Mandibuzz, and it's met by the Dunsparce.
Yeah, this is a big deal, right? Softo just had to make the best out of a bad situation in game number 1, but now she's actually in a neutral spot and capitalizes on this switch. Dunsparce is going to take a wall up from the Dark Pulses, but it is going to drop tons of Rock Slide damage onto this Mandibuzz.
Dunsparce where it wants to be right now. Super effective Rock Slide coming down, going to chunk at the damage of Mandibuzz, but it's just so dang bulky. It actually takes the Rock Slide not too bad. Dark Pulse now unleashed onto the Dunsparce.
Absolutely, trying to chip down at each other. You give the typing advantage to the Dunsparce here, but the damage output from Mandibuzz is severely underrated. I think that's why it's surging in popularity here in Sacramento. Another Rock Slide coming through here from Softo. This might put this Mandibuzz to the red, but it's not enough to knock it out.
And we're actually going to see Iamero settle for the Aerial Ace. Soph knows it's just an Aerial Ace, knows Dunsparce can hang on, but I think she might still be forced to fire off the Rock Slide here, and she does to try and maintain switch advantage.
Maintain switch advantage she does because the Rock Slide's going to be more than enough after we've seen the first 2 connect. Mandibuzz falls, and now Iamero has a choice to make. Makes it quickly coming with the Toxapex.
Toxapex gets a little bit more energy on the farm down. You come in with the Drapion. You're going to fire off the Crunch here on the charge attack priority. Incredible counting from Soph. And now the Crunch is going to connect, putting the Toxapex quite low.
Now, if you look at the backline here, we still haven't seen the 3rd Pokemon for Iamero. Soph might say, oh, it's Annihilate, oh, it's the Abomasnow, it's the Sableye. Actually, going to be interesting to see how she handles it. She's going to shield here, Rise.
Gonna put up the shield. I don't know if I love this because now you're down a shield against the Quagsire, but do we see a shield come up? No. Iamero gonna let this Crunch go through, and Soph may look for the immediate pivot into the Feraligatr, and no drop there on the defense. This is going to be a race. If you're Iamero, you almost have to bait the Aqua Tail, and we're gonna see the charge attack priority for Alligator pulling the shield off Quag.
Do you though? Why can't she just go straight Stone Edge here?
I guess that's an option, up a Protect Shield. Perhaps that is the play. Aqua Tail is coming through. It's a non-Shadow Quagsire. Soph does shield the Aqua Tail, and she was on the same lines of thinking of use speed. She thought he didn't even need to go for the bait.
Yeah, look.
But now another charge attack is queued up. This is gonna grab the final Protect Shield from Iamero, and he is going to look to potentially overfarm here to try and have energy for the Drapion.
Yeah, no swap available here for Softo, so she's forced to take the Stone Edge here. You see her kind of looking around the stage. She realizes this is going to be very, very difficult to come out of, and that Stone Edge will connect for Alligator, falls, and now it's all up to the Drapion, and it's out of gas.
And the Aqua Tail here from Quagsire is going to be enough to knock out the Drapion. Iamero is going to advance to the loser's file. It's going to be end of the road for Softo, our co-caster. And what an incredible display from Iamero. That game 1 was so back and forth. In game number 2, we saw a more neutral game, but Iamero able to hang on for the win.
Yeah, and I think that just is a real testament to his experience as a trainer. I mean, even when he had his Mandibuzz safe switch met by a Dunsparce, he didn't seem flustered. He definitely seemed to control the situation. And like you pointed out, Rise, just maybe one shield, one swap, one call, one single mistake can lead to a loss. And I think that shield late on in the match against that Quagsire might have been the one.
You know, the sad part about that matchup was the Dunsparce losing to the Mandibuzz at the end in that first game when it barely hung on to those rollouts. And then in game number 2, had the counter swap, but Dunsparce just wasn't really able to secure that matchup in a comfortable enough way. to create any sort of advantage. All it did was just barely hang on, just giving the Toxapex more farm. So
Yeah.
Dunsparce was just a little bit underwhelming in maneuvering that matchup for Softo.
I feel like you need a hard answer to Pokemon like that when you do see them in the meta, whether it's an ice type like Dugong or maybe even an Alolan Sandslash. And Dunsparce feels like it should be that answer. But as we saw, I mean, you can see one thing on paper, but another story plays out on the field when the rubber hits the road. As you take a look back at the series, game number 2, this decisive shield call for Softo, I feel like was really tough because she did shield the Aqua Tail bait, and then Quagsire wrapped things up for Eomero.
Eomero with some nice plays from the Quagsire and able to round out that series. Like you said, having maybe a harder check to the Mandibuzz could be better off. Dunsparce just a little bit underwhelming overall in the matchup. And I've heard people say when you have to rely on the Rock Slide with Dunsparce, that's when it tends to struggle, because we saw Rock Slide's damage get nerfed this season, doesn't do that much damage anymore, and we saw it in full effect in that game.
Yeah, and it's really a curious thing because you think about your best counters to a dark and flying type Pokemon. Maybe you could say, oh, I'll bring a fairy type. I don't think fairy types are going to have much success in this meta with all the poisons running around. They're nearly ubiquitous. Azumarill seems to be the only one that has a chance to succeed. I mean, Clefable's a tough ask. Togetic, I've seen some trainers experiment with, also a very tough ask. Maybe you bring a steel type to beat the Mandibuzz. Well, ground. Ground is everywhere. Clodsire, Kanto Marowak, Gastrodon. It's so tough to bring steel or fairy. So how can you stop something like Mandibuzz?
Well, we're going to find out from Eomero himself because he's standing by with an interview with Nick.
All right, thank you, Rise. I'm here with Eomero. Congratulations on that big win over Soph. We didn't get to see you at LAIC, but we're seeing you here in Sacramento. Why that switch up for you?
Well, I have a wedding, but I'm so happy to not go because I'm so proud what the team did in LAIC. So was for the best.
Yeah, it was a really amazing showing from the team down in Sao Paulo. Talk to me a little bit about that end game in that last game. Going for the Aqua Tail bait, a little bit risky. What was going on through your mind?
Yeah, I know if I went to double Stone Age, they're gonna farm me on base and fast move, so I have to try it.
Yeah, of course. With a little bit of health that you had left at the end game, makes a lot of sense to go for that bait. Very risky, but it paid off wonders. What is remaining for you in the rest of the season? Any future tournaments that you plan on going to?
I hope to go Toronto, so let's see if I want to face some. Well, let's see.
All right, well, congratulations again. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. And we're going to go ahead and send it to a short break. Watch all of the replays from the last 3 games, and I'll see you again shortly behind the caster desk.
Good game, man. GG's.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with newlyweds Harvey and Abby. First of all, congratulations. I hear y'all are here on your honeymoon. How's that going?
It's going very well. Thank you very much.
So you met through Pokemon. I gotta ask, what's the story? How did you two find each other?
Would you like to go?
We're in a mutual community and, you know, just something to bond over, something that we share the same interests in, and someone who just gets you know?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Just found through the same community, and we just bonded over that, and that was the start of it.
Nice. What was the first Pokemon game that you both played together?
Oh, I want to say it was Ultra Sun and Moon, I believe was the first one.
Ultra Sun and Moon, yep.
And do you have any like fond memories from playing through that game, you know, getting to know each other, anything like that?
Oh, I think it was just mutually exploring the game at roughly the same time as each other. Like that discovering of new games, discovering new stuff to play, new stuff to enjoy. And
Seeing both of our reactions to it and just like, oh yeah, this is fun, and just, oh, look at this over here, you know?
Yeah, that's so fun. So you mentioned, Harvey, that you've competed a lot in the European regional circuit, but this is your first time competing in North America. Do you have any like expectations or what you think is going to be different about the experience?
I honestly have absolutely no idea what's going to be different comparing the two together. I'm just hoping to win a game, win a set, go from there, and just have a good time.
For sure. And do you have a team that you're going to be running this weekend that you're excited about?
I do indeed. I'm going to be running, well, it's a common stereotype, going to be running Rain, of course. Big rain enjoyer, big weather enjoyer. So I'm very excited to play it.
And Abby, I know you mentioned as well, you've been to some of the European events, but this is also your first NA regional. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I like just the environment. I like seeing like the plushes that people bring, and just the environment of we're all here for the same thing.
And you were playing in the Chaos Cup earlier. Was that a lot of fun? Do you have any stories from that you want to share?
It was pretty fun. Got read a couple times, but you know, that's Pokemon. But you get hacks every once in a while, and you might just win a game. That's also Pokemon.
I mean, y'all, I think, have the best luck of all, finding each other through Pokemon, celebrating your marriage through Pokemon. I have some fun questions here I want to ask you. So, what is the coolest Pokemon that each of you has ever caught?
Ooh, that is a really tough question. Oh my lord.
Ooh, the coolest Pokemon that we have caught. Like,
I think for me, it's probably the second encounter Shiny Pheromosa I got while shiny hunting in Ultra Sun and Moon. Completely unexpected.
I don't know if I can think of one.
Oh no!
What's my top coolest? I don't know.
They're all cool Pokemon.
There is so many. There is so many. I don't know.
All right.
Probably, I think I have a shiny Corphish the Recluse, which I know that's one of the hardest marks to get. I'll go with that one.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. All right, and then my last question, Abby, if Harvey was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would he be and why?
I think yeah, it's got to be a Ludicolo. He's just, you know, carefree, vibing, just going with the flow.
Harvey, if Abby was a Pokemon, what Pokemon would she be and why?
I know exactly which one. It's a Shinx. She's adorable, and I absolutely love her. She's so cute all the time, and she's just great. I love her.
Well, congratulations, you two. I think you found something truly special, and I'm so glad that you're here celebrating with us this weekend. We'll be back with more action from the Pokemon Championships soon.
Competitive Pokemon Go I got into back in 2021. Yes, that's when a lot of grassroots tournaments were happening, and I got invited by some local Discords to join. The biggest memory that sticks out to me since I started competing in competitive Pokemon Go would actually probably be in the San Antonio regional that happened back in December of last year. I made top 16 for the first time, and that was a huge milestone because I've been really trying to improve my game, and that was like a nice little milestone for me to really feel like it paid off. My favorite Pokemon, that's easy, that is Mawile, the Steel Fairy type. I think it's a really, really cool design, and it's just an awesome typing. I think one that just comes to mind immediately is Defai, one of the casters in Pokemon Go PvP. I think she's an incredible battler herself. She has incredible insight into the game, as well as just a good attitude, and she's an awesome person to be around, so that's someone I look up to. I would love to battle Lyle Jeffs, because he beats me every time, and I would love to finally beat him. I think my favorite evolution is Sylveon, just because I am very partial to fairy types, and obviously that is the fairy type evolution, and it's just really cute. There are many amazing Pokemon regions. I think Kalos is one that I really like, just because that's when the fairy type was introduced to the game, and there's just a lot of really cute Pokemon, like the Dene from Kalos, the Pikachu clone from that generation. Absolutely not. Illegal. No. Pineapple is not supposed to be hot and mushy. It's supposed to be like crisp and cold. It would have to be my sister or my brother, who are both in Sweden. So yes, I would call my siblings.
Thank you so much, Mama Climbs, for that insight. What about you, Alpha Phoebe? Does pineapple belong on pizza?
I'm going to have to go against the grain there and say absolutely. It's not about the texture, it's about the combination of flavors. Pineapple bringing a little bit of acid, a little bit of sweet, to me really complements something like bacon or jalapenos, a little bit of spice, a little bit of salt. I think together you make a nice pizza pie.
A very analytical answer from our resident mathematician, Alpha Phoebe. But we have some fantastic battles coming your way. I am so excited to continue bringing you the action here at the Sacramento Pokemon Go Regional Championships. We have 2 trainers coming up here. We're going to see the Torian, who we've seen on stream already today, have a lot of success against Shadow Mimikyu. You might not know this trainer as well, as he is yet to claim a regional championship, but this could be the weekend for him.
Absolutely, and one of your Wisconsinite locals, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a long trip from Wisconsin all the way to California, but he sure did make it here.
He did. We were actually on the same flight leaving Minneapolis. We were sitting kind of like kitty corner from each other, and we definitely agreed when we got off the plane. That is a long flight. And I was asking him, I'm like, so what's the spice? What are you bringing this weekend? And as we were on the plane, he was still building his team. So, well, thankfully, he selected some things that worked, as he is in the semifinals for this group. This is a very important match, as the winner of the loser semis in Group C is going to, or hold on, this is the
loser semis Group C.
Yeah, loser semis Group C. The winner of this is going to go on and face Caleb Pang. I believe this is the winner's semis for the group. Taking a look at the bracket here.
Well, let's take a look at the teams as well. A rare fire-type Talonflame making its marking here. And there we go. The graphics just updated. Perfect. It's winner semis of Group C. So they're both feeling great. They both haven't lost yet. They are on winning streaks. And we'll have to see if they can continue with their winnings into this next set. I think aside for that Talonflame, looking at the Torian's team, we're going to have to see how Shadow Mimikyu can deal with that Shadow Feraligatr, which I believe the Torian has used very masterfully up until this point. Starting off in game number 1, it is going to be Dunsparce versus Malamar.
And you mentioned that Shadow Feraligatr, and the Torian is going to lean in on that, doing a very quick swap into that Pokemon. Shadow Mimikyu answers with a Dunsparce. This is a matchup that we see quite often. Dunsparce likes this matchup because it can withstand a Hydro Cannon from the Feraligatr, and those Shadow Claws are not doing a lot of damage.
Interesting to see the Torian no shield the first charge attack coming from the Dunsparce. This does provide Shadow Mimikyu the agency to decide who wins switch advantage here. Now the Torian shielding up the second one before he's able to throw his his second Hydro Cannon. Shield going up almost at 2 Hydro Cannons now. Shadow Mimikyu now has an option. Do I want to throw up both of my shields here to retain switch advantage, or do I let this go? Do I get shield advantage and energy advantage on the Pokemon that I bring in after? The question is, what does he bring in? Is it going to be the Malamar or the Drapion? And the answer is right there for us. The Malamar comes in and gets a fast attack down. And Hydro Cannon able to pick up the first shield from Shadow Mimikyu, and in comes Galarian Moltres. because of the energy advantage that Shadow Mimikyu has, now he's going to be able to reach 2 superpowers before 1 charge attack is reached by the Torian. No shielding. I expect to see Shadow Mimikyu switch out after this. Debuff is applied. No, actually instead going for the back-to-back superpowers.
Let's go ahead and see how much this superpower is going to do. Galarian Moltres is both flying and dark type, so that is going to be neutral damage. We'll see the Dunsparce coming in. Malamar being the really the only fighting type pressure that Shadow Mimikyu has against this Dunsparce, but the superpower has already been self-debuffed, and you can see the defense has been fallen twice as well. Those rollouts starting to do even more damage.
We see, what is this, a 4th or a 5th superpower being thrown by this Malamar, not doing all that much damage, even though it is super effective. This Dunsparce is loaded on energy. 2 drill runs already in the bank. Shadow Mimikyu grimacing, knowing this is going to do a lot of super effective damage.
Yeah, that is a benefit of Dunsparce. It is a ground-dominated meta, and Dunsparce having access to Drill Run is just so useful. We see a quick swap out into the Brave Bird by the Torian. Shadow Mimikyu looks like he's thinking something through. He's thinking about maybe, what can I do next time? How can I rearrange things? How can I come back from this early game loss?
Even though he was able to put himself in a pretty strong position with that Malamar farm down and having energy advantage going into the end game, just not having a strong enough answer for that Dunsparce. Having a Pokemon that was a bit weak to it in the back meant that the Torian was able to take advantage of winning switch advantage in order to win himself that first game of this set, best of 3.
I am looking forward to seeing how these two trainers are going to pivot. So Shadow Mimikyu might have seen a little bit of the Torian's matches earlier on stream, but I think this is the first time we're seeing Shadow Mimikyu on stream today. So a little bit less information available for the Torian. We'll have to see, can he take advantage of that? We'll notice here the Torian does have that Superior that we've been talking a lot about. You talk about Azumarill as kind of a bait, not really worth it. We'll have to see, will the Superior make an appearance?
Will it become, will it be taken off the bench? It's been a bench warmer for basically this entire tournament. I struggle to think of a singular time that we've seen it in play thus far.
Yeah, I think I saw it one time in the battle that Chris and Will were casting with Valorash, but very few appearances. However, now we do see a shiny Superior, but this isn't really a great matchup for it. So the Torian pivots immediately into that Shadow Feraligatr, and I see a pretty solid response on Shadow Mimikyu's side with that Azumarill.
We're going to see if the Torian decides to shield up this crunch. It does come up. Azumarill does come in now that the shield advantage has been gained. However, there's now a hefty amount of energy onto this Feraligatr, almost at 2 Hydro Cannons already. Throwing them back-to-back will put the Azumarill just into the yellow, but instead actually farming up even more energy close to another Hydro Cannon stored in the bank.
So we know that these Hydro Cannons are resisted. However, Shadow Feraligatr doesn't mind this matchup very much because it can pace to these Hydro Cannons at such a rapid rate that it doesn't mind that it's resisted, because very few Pokemon can withstand Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon to be able to outlast this Pokemon.
And we see the same thing as last time. The Torian has invested 2 shields into this matchup in order to win switch. Shadow Mimikyu, no shielding here. The difference here, though, is that the Pokemon that the Torian has in the back, that Alolan, or excuse me, not Alolan Marowak, the Cantonian Marowak, is not going to like taking these Aqua Tails from Drapion. Hydro Cannon coming in from the Feraligatr, going to pick up a first shield from Shadow Mimikyu. Crunch now being thrown before another Hydro Cannon is reached by the Torian.
And the Crunch is going to send that Feraligatr back to the Pokeball, and Marowak is going to come out. Shadow Mimikyu immediately has to pivot out, as you do not want to take any mud slaps on a Drapion. They just do too much super effective damage. So we're going to see the much more neutral matchup here before the Torian switches back into the Superior. Look at how much energy is on this Malamar from Shadow Mimikyu. Not quite at 2 charged attacks, but here this first one is ready to fire.
This is really smart from Shadow Mimikyu. Throwing before the Aerial Ace was available to the Torian. Great, because had that Aerial Ace came through, it might have been able to pull the last shield or pick up the knockout from the Malamar. Now a second foul play coming through. Will the Torian reach double Aerial Ace? He has, so now Shadow Mimikyu should not shield this, because there would be another one in the back and would be able to pick up the knockout anyways.
And there is that second Aerial Ace. I don't know if Shadow Mimikyu can. That is such a tough call, because you risk being knocked out by a Bone Club, but you're going to risk getting knocked out by these Mud Slaps anyway. So is this Aqua Tail going to be enough? It's a Shadow Drapion into a Shadow Kanto Marowak. I just don't think it will be, though.
Yeah, if that was same type attack bonus Aqua Tail, I think it would have been enough, but Drapion, no water typing to its name, not able to pick up the knockout. Marowak reaches the Bone Club, picks up the knockout, and that is going to be a 2-0 win for the Torian, really showing the strength of dictating switch advantage through powerful Pokemon such as Shadow Feraligatr.
Yes, that was fantastic gameplay, really by both trainers. That was a really good showcase of all of these different Pokemon. I really liked how the Torian, like you mentioned, has really dominated with that Shadow Feraligatr, brought it in on the safe swap both times. And even though Shadow Mimikyu had a solid answer in Azumarill, Feraligator's just too strong. It can power right past it.
Yeah, he opted to take shield advantage, but shield advantage was unfortunately not quite enough to secure him the victory. And here in game 1, we see superpower after superpower after superpower. Even though the Dunsparce takes super effective damage from that charge attack, because of the debuffs having added up, it just wasn't quite enough damage to secure a knockout and secure victory for Shadow Mimikyu.
But that is not the end of the road for Shadow Mimikyu. This is a double elimination tournament, and we just were watching the winners semifinals. So Shadow Mimikyu will go on to face, I believe it's BJ Pewat in the losers round 6. So it still has a chance to make a losers bracket run, where the Torian is going to advance to face Caleb Pang tomorrow in the winners finals for Group C.
And it's kind of like a reminder for those of you who aren't necessarily paying attention to the bracket, because we are only running 4 pods instead of the typical 8. This means that people who are in the winner semis have made it a little bit further than you might have expected through the tournament as compared to when we have smaller pods. So going down into the loser side of the bracket here means that there's not that much left of the tournament for them to be able to make it into day number 2. So although he's in the loser side, he's really close to being able to make it to day 2.
Correct. So that would be losers round 6. We have a losers round 7, and then losers round 8 is the finals for that group. So very close. It is, though, a longer road ahead once you drop down to the loser side of the bracket. Staying in the winner side, if you just keep on winning, it's like a shortcut.
Especially in day number 2, if you're on the winner side of the bracket, your day is significantly shorter. I think everyone would choose to opt for that shortcut if they could.
Yes, but some trainers are known to make fantastic runs through the loser side of the bracket. We mentioned the C2U as being one example of a trainer who can do so well on that loser side of the bracket against the odds. And honestly, I think the losers bracket is a lot more fun to watch. There's more on the line. It's win or go home. The stakes are higher.
More fun for us. Probably a little bit less fun to be on the stage. Don't need all of those extra, all of the extra stress, all the extra anxiety from being that close to being knocked out of the tournament.
Yes, and I believe it is a lot easier to make it into grand finals and actually winning the whole thing if you stay on the winner side of the bracket. If you come into the grand finals from the loser side, you have to beat the other trainer not just once in a best of 5, but twice, which is a mighty task. Speaking of mighty, we have two mighty trainers here on the stage. We have Valorash and S. James P, who are going to face off.
SJ able to secure his first regional victory not that long ago, and I think Valorash is still vying for his first victory, so we'll have to see which one of them has the strength to secure this win in this best of 3 up right now.
Yes, I had an opportunity to interview Valorash after his win on stage a little bit earlier. His signature Pokemon is that Talonflame. Brings it all the time, just about every single tournament has been bringing Talonflame, and he says Talonflame still has a very secure spot in the current meta.
It's going to be a bit tough against S. James' team, though. There are three, in air quotes, water types on that team, the Feraligatr, the Azumarill, and then Shadow Drapion. I just said it doesn't have same type attack bonus on that Aqua Tail, but it does have Aqua Tail, so I'm going to count it.
Okay. Water pressure, right? Has water pressure.
Water pressure as opposed to water force divided by volume? Is that pressure? I'm a science guy, but I don't know what pressure is apparently.
We'll have to look that up. Let us know in chat if you know the equation for pressure. Certainly that is an equation that Shadow Drapion knows well. Has a lot of that charged attack pressure. Fast attack pressure on the side of S. James is going to be from that Kanto Marowak, that Shadow Kanto Marowak with the Mud Slaps.
And we see, once again, another Superior. But, you know, we've made the joke a couple of times saying, oh, Superior's the superior grass type. But on S. James' team, he has a even better grass type, especially into a grass type mirror matchup. The Aerial Ace from Superior versus the Aerial Ace from the Jumpluff are going to do about the same amount of damage, but fast attack damage from Vine Whip is going to be double resisted, whereas Fairy Wind is completely neutral.
Correct. And again, though, I have been underwhelmed by Jumpluff. However, what I have been noticing is that trainers are more willing to actually bring it off of the bench and play it versus Superior, where, like, I think it probably would perform better, but trainers just tend to leave it on the bench. I do specifically remember seeing it, though, in that last matchup that we saw Valorash on stage.
Right, of course. It was brought just to prove me wrong, to show that, hey, I can bring Superior to this match. I guess I did kind of ask people to start bringing it, and it worked out, right? The player that brought it, the Torian, ended up winning that match.
Taking a look, we will have to see as these trainers lock in what they are going to bring. I really appreciate that Valorash also mentioned he got this Galarian Moltres because a trainer, I think, spent, he said, like 1 million Stardust. It was some crazy number to be able to make this trade. So we'll have to see if Valorash puts that bird to use or if he's going to rely more on that Talonflame. He brought the Talonflame in that onstage match 3 times out of 3.
Very quick aside, just wanted to correct myself. Pressure is force divided by square foot. So I was close. I was off by 1 unit of measure, but let's get back to the action here. It is going to be a quick swap into the Clodsire, which is answered by the Shadow Feraligatr. This is a strong matchup for the Shadow Feraligatr. However, Clodsire does threaten a hard-hitting Earthquake while being able to easily survive 1 Hydro Cannon.
And Clodsire here is going to be able to start pressuring with these Sludge Bombs, forcing an early shield on the side of S. James. We're going to see Clodsire gets to the Sludge Bomb. However, S. James keep patiently waiting and throwing the Hydro Cannon right on that charge attack priority. Now that Sludge Bomb is going to automatically register from the side of Valorash. Does S. James want to shield again?
I actually think no, and this is a bit of a interesting play from S. James. He went for the charge attack tie on the move that he was pretty comfortable no shielding. He does it again. Had Valorash built up to the Earthquake, that would have picked up a knockout, and he would have been able to reach it before this 3rd Hydro Cannon. We now see Feraligatr pulls a 2nd shield from Valorash, the next Sludge Bomb coming through, and it's going to be a fast attack down for SJ here. Feraligatr is going to come out with a good amount of energy. Instead, we see the Moltres come in, answered by the Azumarill. All shields are down. That means Brave Birds are going to be landing. Same with super effective Play Roughs.
You can see that kind of head nod from Valorash, like, yup, that is exactly what this Pokemon did not want to see in the back. Azumarill going to be being able to deal super effective damage with both of its charge attacks. However, Play Rough with that same type attack bonus, because it is a fairy type attack. Azumarill is a fairy type Pokemon, is able to send Galarian Moltres out of the field of battle. Valorash now having to answer with the Gastrodon.
And unfortunately for Valorash, I think he might have a guess as to what is in the back for SJ, and it is that Jumpluff. It is Gastrodon's worst nightmare of a matchup. If the Gastrodon had a move such as maybe Icy Wind, it wouldn't be so bad, but I don't think it learns Icy Wind.
I don't think so either, Alpha Phoebe. And really, what Valorash needed, he needed he needed his Clodsire healthy to be able to take on the Jumpluff. Clodsire has a great matchup against Jumpluff, being able to throw Sludge Bombs at it and resist the damage from Fairy Wind. You can see it takes several Fairy Winds just to eliminate that last little bit of HP from Clodsire. So I think if Valorash had been able to preserve some health on Clodsire in the back, perhaps that could have presented a win condition. However, S-James P able to capitalize on, able to capitalize here.
We're gonna have to see how Valorash decides to pivot around that Shadow for Alligator. As I have mentioned time and time again, it is just so potent. I really wish he had, instead of throwing the Sludge Bomb as soon as he got it, I wish he built up to the Earthquake, because he could have left that matchup with a shield advantage as opposed to just shield parity. Here we go again in the replay. The Sludge Bomb picking up the second shield. He pivots out, but at this point it's already too late. He would have been able to be farmed by the, down by the Feraligatr. He goes to try to get the snipe with the Sucker Punches, but S-James on point there, able to pivot out before the knockout.
You said earlier that Azumarill is just a bait. I did not see a bait here from that Azumarill. It went right for the Play Rough to knock that Galarian Moltres out of the sky.
And really great counting from SJ there, honestly. Throwing right before the Brave Bird was reached from Valorash, he went for the Ancient Power, maybe hoping to get the boost, maybe just trying to get a little bit of chip before the next, before a Brave Bird is thrown to maybe try to pick up a knockout. I think it would be a little tight. I'm not sure if Ancient Power plus Brave Bird plus all the Sucker Punches is able to knock out an Azumarill.
That's a lot of addition.
And I'm all out of math. I ran all out.
That's unfortunate. You're the math guy. I need you for the math. Now what are we going to do?
I'm going to have to go order some from some math providing service. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think I have one of those apps on my phone.
My phone's out of battery, so.
How are you going to play the Go Wild event, Alpha Phoebe? You need to catch the mighty Pokemon.
I do. Actually, so many of them have fled from me today, so it's been a little bit disappointing. But you know what's not disappointing? More PvP battles here. Let's get back into the action. It is going to be a great lead for SJ. It's that Clodsire into that Shadow for Alligator. However, Valorash does have the option to try to win the Zero Shield matchup. And here's the problem. What do you see in the back for Valorash that has no play for SJ? Or no play into SJ, sorry.
Has zero play. Well, yeah, the Superior, because what Superior would rather see is the Shadow for Alligator in the lead. It doesn't love the Feraligatr, like as I've mentioned, because of that Ice Beam, but that's definitely where it would rather be.
We see Valorash get the bait and another charge attack die. He's done this 2 times in a row now, and now that SJ recognizes that this has to be a Sludge Bomb, he could easily no shield, but instead opting for the no shield, getting knocked out. In comes the Drapion, and looks like Valorash is staying in to get a bit of chip damage here. Frenzy Plant going to do a little bit more total damage than Aerial Ace, and I expect to see a switch out at some point potentially in order to get into a slightly more positive matchup, but no, just staying in, looking to possibly soak up this crunch.
Yeah, perhaps Valorash is recognizing that the Superior isn't going to have a lot of play in the back, and he's going to have to rely on that Galarian Moltres. So perhaps just allowing the Superior to go down.
2-shield Galarian Moltres has been a win condition for many trainers this season. Aquatail not quite able to pick up the knockout. It's great for Valorash. This Aerial Ace coming through, going to put a lot of chip damage onto this Shadow Drapion, and an immediate switch out into the Galarian Moltres, able to get 2 Sucker Punches worth of energy into this Sand Slash.
Yeah, and those Sucker Punches are doing quite a bit of damage. However, this is a Powder Snow Alolan Sand Slash. So rather than resisted Shadow Claws, it's going to be super effective fast attack pressure. So this Galarian Moltres is going to have to do a lot of work. S. James says, you know what? This isn't the Brave Bird. This is only going to be an Ancient Power. I'm fine.
And of course, it's an Ancient Power that hasn't been already boosted by another Ancient Power. We see another Ice Punch is able to be reached by this Alolan Sand Slash. And the question becomes, does Valorash have enough fast attack pressure to knock it out? No, instead actually opting to go into the Feraligatr. In comes another Ancient Power. SJ opting to shield here because he thinks that he has enough energy advantage on this Feraligatr to reach a charged attack to pick up a knockout here. And it looks like this is going to be a 2-0 sweep from SJ.
Yeah, the Galarian Moltres goes down, and the Superior is going to go down to that Shadow Claw. But we immediately see the handshake on the side of Valorash. Like, good games, you bested me here. Congratulations, it's James P, on your 2-0 victory here in the winter semis for Group D.
We saw one Superior one match ago, and it did really amazing. And we saw one Superior in that match, and unfortunately just had nowhere to go. And I feel like that's the answer, or that's the story of grass types here in Sacramento and also in the max out season, is that if you bring them and they go into the right spot, you're having a great time. But if you don't find that right alignment, then they just really struggle in losing matchups. They don't have great coverage.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of that neutral play that we like to see from a lot of Pokemon. Like, Azumarill has quite a bit of neutral play, Alpha Feed. Let's take a look at the replay. We do see that Galarian Moltres, and here, again, here's where it's tough. Perhaps Galarian Moltres would have a slightly better matchup if these Shadow Claws were resisted. That might help it out a little bit, but even so, I think this would be a really uphill climb. Maybe makes Valorash miss that Talonflame a little bit, seeing it on the, seeing it there in the back.
Yeah, opting for another 2-shield endgame with a different flying type. I think it would have been a bit tough for Talonflame to have won that endgame as well because of the super effective damage you would have had from the, the Feraligatr. But it would have loved that Alolan Sand Slash, that's for sure.
Definitely, and I mean, nothing, even if it's just regular damage from Feraligatr, nobody wants to see that. It is such a dominant Pokemon throughout this entire season right now, and we are in the max out season in Pokemon Go that is coming to an end very, very soon here in December. Will Shadow Feraligatr, I wonder, continue to stay a dominant force in the upcoming season?
I think it is. And in addition to the season, we have an event this weekend. It is the Wild Area event. We see the Rockstar Snorlax, I'm assuming, with the leather jacket, not quite able to buckle that belt in front, but he's got the 3 Pokeballs on his lapel, I guess, and it looks quite slick.
Yes. Out there, have you been enjoying playing this event? Maybe you're playing a little bit, you have it on like Twitch open on your phone as you're playing, as you're going out there, trainers, to catch Pokemon. Just like this Gigantamax Toxicity. I absolutely love this form. And I was able to catch both a Rockstar Pikachu and a Popstar Pikachu, but I'm a little jealous of the one you caught, Nick.
I would love to show it to the stream, but as I said, my phone is out of battery, but I did get that shiny Rockstar Pikachu, so I'm very stoked about that. Make sure that you're doing your photos, your AR photos with your Pokemon, with your buddies, in order to try to get those spawns from the photo captures.
Yes, we love, so, because it's a guaranteed encounter. You get a good handful of them, so be sure you're taking pictures of your buddy Pokemon, and also just getting those buddy hearts. One other thing I want to point out really quickly, the Valorash not out of this tournament yet. We do see that he will be playing Golf Professor 27. He's going to Losers Round 6.
What do you think a Golf Professor does?
professes on golf.
Professes his love for golf?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. We have our trainers up on the stage. They are going to be getting ready. We'll be ready just in a moment. Let's talk a little bit more about Toxtricity. Have you had the opportunity to challenge one in a raid battle yet?
I have, and it is really great if you have a lot of Garchomps to battle it with, because this Pokemon is double weak to ground type pressure. That's perhaps why we're not seeing so many of them in the tournament today.
Gibbettle Community Day, anyone? Hopefully you got the chance to participate back then, so you have plenty of Garchomp to counter it. And if you're extra lucky, like our co-caster 2 Butters, maybe you'll get a shiny one that you can bring to the Pokemon Championship Series.
And even if you don't win with it, you get the cool points for having that shiny available. Moving on to our 2 trainers that are about to take the stage, we have Tony Jr. on the left-hand side and King Magikarp 314 on the other side of the screen. And King Magikarp running a Pokemon that Palasha is really known for championing, and that is a Magnezone. However, this Magnezone is a regular one, not a Shadow.
Yeah, I think it was... I forget if it was Zwilus. It was someone from the European region who said, I think that normal Magnezone is the play this season. It's not Shadow Magnezone. Personally, I actually would like to disagree, even though I am not a Magnezone aficionado myself. And that would be because of the Feraligatr matchup. You're able to farm down very cleanly with only utilizing 1 shield with a Shadow Magnezone, whereas a non-Shadow requires you to utilize 2 shields in order to win that matchup. We are looking at the teams here, and another Pokemon I want to call out is the Drifblim from King Magikarp. It's not the Shadow variant, so a little bit less damage with those Astonishes.
Yeah, but Drifblim is a really fun Pokemon to use. We don't really see a lot of Ghost pressure in the meta right now. We see a little bit from the Rage Fist on an Annihilate or on a Primeape, but that's really it.
And it's been a while, but this very morning we saw a Shadow Sableye do quite well as well.
That is true with that Shadow Claw pressure, but no Ghost-type charged attacks on the side of Sableye, where here I believe Drifblim now runs Astonish. Am I correct? It was Hex, and then Astonish got a buff, and you can run it with Shadow Ball, and then you have a couple options for its secondary move. A lot of people like running Icy Wind. However, it does also have the option of Mystical Fire. It depends on what is going to do better in the matchup you're currently in. So if you're running Drifblim in Go Battle League, for example, you can take a look at what Pokemon are allowed in the cup or the meta that you're looking at, and you really have quite a few options of what you can run there.
I think it's extremely uncommon, but if you're feeling extra spicy, you could run Icy Wind and Mystical Fire. Be a little bit of a fantasy lover if you would like. Looking at the rest of the team here, we're seeing another Abomasnow here. I think players have recognized this as a Pokemon that has the ability to break some common cores here. It's going to do quite well into the water types because of its grass subtyping, but it's also going to do fairly decently into the ground type of Clodsire. One difficulty is that Clodsire, no matter which move it takes, whether it's Stone Edge or Sludge Bomb or Mega Horn, it's going to have super effective damage to hit back at. I guess I could take Acid Spray, but that is technically still super effective damage.
Technically. Always on a technicality. Taking a look at this, though, our trainers are locking in. This is losers round 6 for Group C, so it is win or go home. There is a lot on the line. The winners here will move on to losers round 7, and then the losers finals for the group, which will take place tomorrow.
And most importantly, we see a Superior. Will it line up correctly? Will it not? This is going to be the tie-breaking Superior, theoretically, since we are currently 1 win for Superior and 1 loss for Superior.
Well, there might have been, Nick, there have been so many Superiors probably out on the floor. The battles that we see in front of us are they're only a fraction of the battles that take place here at the Championship Series for Pokemon Go.
I am a baby. If I don't see it, it doesn't exist.
Object permanence is important, Nick. And the two objects that I see in front of me are Primeape and Azumarill. We are going to take a quick swap out of the Primeape into the Malamar. And look at that, Nick. It is a Serperior on the field of battle. What do you think about Serperior's matchup into Malamar?
It is a solid matchup for Serperior. Serperior has really great bulk, and with same type attack bonus on these Frenzy Plants, it paces at the same pace as Malamar to those foul plays, and extra bonus, the third Frenzy Plant only is 5 Vine Whips, so you can outpace that final foul play. Though at that point, the Malamar is likely going to be going for Superpower anyways, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
And we're going to see that foul play connect with a shield. The first shield being used here by King Magikarp. Serperior being able to win the matchup and exit with a lot of energy for the cost of that Protect shield. And the energy has a decent place to go in this Abomasnow. Abomasnow is a very interesting Pokemon. It is a very offensive Pokemon. It can output a lot of damage, and it has a lot of play that way, but defensively, it is rough going. You are weak to so much, including this flying type damage from Aerial Ace. You're forced to shield. We look at Tony Jr. perhaps looking to get a quick sneaky farm down with those Karate Chops, but Azumarill pops back in to absorb this damage.
King Magikarp able to maintain switch advantage here is key, because in the back is that Alolan Sandslash. It does not want to see a fighting fast attack from this Primeape whatsoever.
This matchup will continue on. Primeape is just going to continue ramping up with these Rage Fists. The fighting type pressure from the Karate Chops not going to be so effective on the Azumarill, but these Rage Fists are going to continue to get more and more powerful. And as we've mentioned, Azumarill paces so slowly with its charge attacks, where Primeape can just go Rage Fist, Rage Fist, Rage Fist, Rage Fist.
There is one win condition here, and it would have been a catch. However, King Magikarp on top of it, not allowing Tony Jr. to catch a play rough, excuse me, on to the Abomasnow. Abomasnow, all of its energy is completely walled off by this Alolan Sandslash. Ice Punch coming through. The question now for Tony Jr. is, can he build up enough energy on that Primeape to be able to get to back-to-back Rage Fists on the Azumarill? Going for another charged attack here. This is going to be double resisted. I think it might put the Alolan Sandslash barely into the yellow.
And then Tony Jr. starting to see those Karate Chops. However, even though the Icy Wind brought down this Alolan Sandslash's attack, it still does a lot of damage, able to get like one more quick Karate Chop in, but it's just not enough. King Magikarp walks away with a 1-game lead here from that matchup. One more win secures King Magikarp into losers round 7.
Alolan Sandslash is a fighting counter confirmed. Am I right? Barely able to hold on to those last few Karate Chops. Really goes to show the difference between something like Annihilate and Primeape. Primeape not able to get that fast attack pressure because Karate Chop is a more energy-focused fast attack.
I would like to point out that we saw the Serperior in this match, and King Magikarp won the match.
Exactly. It managed to get appropriate alignment. Had it got matched up against either the Primeape, actually the Primeape's probably significantly more neutral, but had it got matched up against that Abomasnow, it would have been really, really tough. And as you see here in the replay, getting lined up into a Malamar, it's a very safe Pokemon in neutral matchups. Psychic and Dark typing don't interact with Grass typing whatsoever, so Serperior thrives.
Yeah, and it was really key here, I think, for King Magikarp to expend that shield early to allow Serperior to win that matchup and exit with a lot of energy. We're moving right into the next game. We're opening with a Dunsparce versus that Alolan Sandslash. We see a quick swap, perhaps trying to make a catch, and then we have the Abomasnow into the Azumarill. You have to give it a little bit to Abomasnow, having that same type attack bonus, energy ball to be able to hit for super effective damage against the Azumarill.
It has an additional bonus over other grass types too. The sub-ice typing means that it actually takes neutral damage from Ice Beam as opposed to super effective. So this is one of the premier counters to Azumarill out there in the meta. And unfortunately for King Magikarp, although he had a pretty tough matchup with the Alolan Sandslash versus Dunsparce in the beginning, look what he might have in the back. There is that Primate for Tony Jr.
And the Abomasnow faints there, and the Dunsparce comes back out. The Dunsparce has a lot of energy and is going to have to expend it here if it wants to clear the Azumarill off the field of play. Azumarill is pretty tanky, however, so it looks like it tanks on 1 HP. I thought maybe it'll tank that on 1 HP, and it did. But now King Magikarp can kind of force, can kind of choose how he wants the alignment to go. And here is that Alolan Sandslash.
This is an incredible read from King Magikarp, bringing in the Alolan Sandslash, potentially reading it is the Primate in the back. Tony Jr. going for the Drill Run being caught on the Superior. Another great play by King Magikarp, but now everything's on the table. Tony Jr. is going to be able to bring in the Primate here, and if it's able to get Rage Fist boosted, it's going to potentially land onto the Alolan Sandslash in the endgame and be able to do double super effective Karate Chops.
That is going to be something to see, and let's watch as it plays out. We're going to start seeing Rage Fist after Rage Fist after Rage Fist. As we've mentioned, Primate paces to that very quickly with Karate Chop. Both trainers saved all of their shields for this kind of mid-game matchup, so that's what we're going to start to see. We're going to see the Rage Fist come through. It's going to get boosted again into this Superior. We see the shield come up, and then here is another Aerial Ace. Tony Jr. forced to shield again. Can King Magikarp get this Primate off the field of play before it wreaks havoc on the Alolan Sandslash?
Oh, actually opting for the catch here. It's a great catch from the King Magikarp, able to take... Actually, I'm not sure. I'm divided here. I think it probably would have been okay to not catch, unable to get to that Ice Punch because of it, and now another Rage Fist is going to be able to land into the Superior. A shield's available, but he sees the writing on the wall. This game is over. There is no good answer for Primate in that endgame.
No, so we saw Tony Jr. make a really good pivot after losing that first game. Continued to bring Abomasnow and Primate as his primary Pokemon, but left Malabar on the bench in favor of that Dunsparce, whereas King Magikarp kept the same 3 Pokemon as the first game. So now it's all on King Magikarp to make that pivot. How is he going to respond to this Primate from Tony Jr. that wreaked havoc last game?
It's pretty tough. If you look at the team of these two players, you see Primate, and the answers for Primate on King Magikarp's side are Azumarill and Drifblim. What are the answers to that for Tony Jr.? It's one of the best answers to both of those Pokemon is going to be the Abomasnow. So I expect to see Primate and Abomasnow every single game from Tony Jr. The question is, what Pokemon could King Magikarp bring in to help shore up that matchup? It's tough. It's really tough. The Abomasnow looks really, really good into the team, and he's got to try to get it aligned onto that Alolan Sandslash. Basically, his only answer to that Pokemon.
Our trainers are locked in. Let's see how they handle it. We have the Abomasnow into the Azumarill. As you mentioned, Abomasnow is a great counter to Azumarill. We see both trainers deciding to stay in this matchup. It looks like we've got Primate and Dunsparce in the back for Tony Jr., where King Magikarp has the Alolan Sandslash and the Superior again.
In comes the first energy ball. This is likely going to go no shielded by King Magikarp. He's happy to see this Pokemon here. It means that his Superior in the back is going to be hopefully uncontested by the rest of Tony Jr.'s team.
Yeah, Superior has a lot of play into both Dunsparce and the Primate. So King Magikarp could potentially set this Superior up for a lot of success.
Energy Ball number 2 coming in at this point. I expect to see a no shield from King Magikarp. it's going to pick up the knockout, and he's got to come in with the Alolan Sandslash. We see a pivot into the Dunsparce, but now if he pivots out with this Alolan Sandslash, it's possible for it to get lined up against that Annihilape in the back end. There is still a good amount of health left for Tootie Jr. on his Abomasnow, so King Magikarp needs to play really carefully here in order to preserve both this Alolan Sandslash and his Superior.
Tony Jr. has 2 drill runs on this Dunsparce and is going to allow this first one to fire off. It is going to connect with the Alolan Sandslash, goes for the second one, but King Magikarp is able to fire off this Ice Punch first. It is not going to be enough to knock out the Dunsparce. Just kind of chip it a little bit down to about a third of its health and allows Tony Jr. to build up to several more attacks. Tony Jr. caught that this was the Superior coming in and correctly threw the Rock Slide rather than the resisted drill run. So now we got to see how are we going to deal with the Superior Ice attack damage.
This is really tough for King Magikarp. The amount of health that's remaining on this Abomasnow. Oh, actually, Tony Jr. opting to no shield here. I feel like the fast attack pressure from the Abomasnow would have been a lot, but instead he's putting everything in his trusty Primeape, 2-shield Primeape, Rage Fisting through the world.
And we are going to start to see these Rage Fist build up. It only takes 4 Karate Chops to get there. So we see this Pokemon just ramp up in energy, and King Magikarp putting on an early Protect Shield here on the Superior. The first shield of this decisive game 3, and we see a nice catch on to the Alolan Sandslash, kind of acting as a third shield, just enough to kind of disappear, like make that damage disappear.
I'm afraid it might not be enough. Although Karate Chop is not as hard-hitting as Counter, you can just see how much damage these double boosted Karate Chops are doing, and the farm down comes in, and Tony Jr. is going to take game number 3 over King Magikarp and is going to be the winner of this Losers Round 6.
Yeah, so Tony Jr. will be moving on to Losers Round 7 and will face the winner of the matchup, the other Losers Round 6 matchup, which was Shadow Mimikyu, and I believe it's BJP Watt.
And it was really tough. There weren't that many answers on his team, King Magikarp's team, for that Primeape. Maybe expecting the fighters to not have a strong appearance, hoping to maybe not face so many of them. But you got to see just how strong Primeape can be. I honestly want to compare Primeape and Annihilape right now to Annihilape upon first release, as well as the Galarian Moltres earlier in the season. I feel like players didn't play with those 2 Pokemon, early release Annihilape, as well as the first introduction of Galarian Moltres, all that well. And I feel like Galarian Moltres players, as well as Annihilape players, started to understand how to utilize their Pokemon to those best efficiencies. And I feel like it's the same story now for Annihilape Part 2 and Primeape, where we're seeing trainers getting used to how to play around these Pokemon. A little bit frail, but ramping ability, really solid.
And Tony Jr. saw some really solid play there with that Primeape. We're excited to see how far he continues to go. Don't go anywhere, you watching there at home. We're going to show you some highlights from the last couple matches, and then we have more battles for you coming at you soon.
Tap once more.
Yeah, I know. I know. I got you. I got you. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that. GG's, brother.
GG's.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Electric Keeley, and I have some fun Pokemon-themed questions for you about this weekend and Pokemon in general. So to get started, what are you the most excited about this weekend?
I'm excited to compete. I'm excited to see all of my friends who play Pokemon from across North America. I'm just happy to be here.
All right. It's always a good time when all the friends show up, for sure. If you could be a Pokemon, which Pokemon would you be and why?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like I'm gonna go with Meowscarada. I am a huge cat person. Anyone who knows me knows it's gotta be cat. So I'm a big Meowscarada fan. That one.
All right. I mean, it's probably the top cat in the VGC format. I can't think of any other cats that would be popular right now. So next question. What is the coolest Pokemon you've ever caught?
The coolest Pokemon I've caught? That's a good question. Maybe just the situation. I feel like the most exciting Pokemon I caught was when I caught a shiny Buzzwole in Pokemon Go. I don't know. Catching shinies in Pokemon Go with friends is always fun.
It's always really exciting when you finish the raid and then it shows up shiny and like everybody cheers, for sure. What is your favorite VGC format of all time?
I think I'm a pretty new VGC player. I only started playing in Scarlet Violet, so I've only really played a few formats. I think my personal favorite that I've played was Regulation F. I had a lot of fun playing Gouging Fire and Chien-Pao and Dragonite. That was definitely my favorite format to play so far.
Those were a lot of fun teams as well. If your best friend was a Pokemon, who would they be and why?
Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I want to go with a different cat because I feel like we would just be best friends and like a Litten and Meowscarada. You know, I think that's cute.
I think that covers all your bases as well. So you have a fire cat, a grass cat, and maybe someday a water cat.
One can hope.
So Sacramento is the city of trees. What's your favorite grass Pokemon that maybe isn't Meowscarada?
I love starter Pokemon. I'm a big fan of Grookey as well. Maybe not so much its evolutions. They scare me, but I love Grookey.
Fair enough, fair enough. What would you say to your future self if you won the tournament this weekend?
You did that. Wow, I would be very proud of myself. That's for sure.
Would you rather win one regional a year but never get top 25 in the championship point rankings, or consistently get top 25 in the championship point rankings and never win a regional?
I would want to win a regional. That's such a cool title to have. Yeah, win a regional.
Fair enough. If you could attend any of the international championships, which one would you attend and why?
I would probably want to attend the LAIC Latin American International Championships just because I feel like I was just in Brazil, the amount of culture there that's so different from here in North America would be a lot of fun.
They also have the best crowds, so. And our final question, would you rather start every game with a positive matchup, or would you rather win all of your speed ties?
Win my speed ties.
All right, well, you heard it here first. Thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
My friend Charlie, she got me into Pokemon and she doesn't play anymore. I'd been into Pokemon my whole life, but I'd never actually picked up Pokemon Go. I picked it up 2 years after everyone else.
And of course, we've got Abhinav at the top there, the regional champion.
First starter I picked in the first Pokemon game I played, Pokemon Platinum, Torterra. Such a cool Pokemon, great design, best grass type, and overlooked Pokemon. Yeah, I love Torterra. For a long time I was hesitant, like, should I take part in PvP? Am I good enough? Am I cool enough? Going to tournaments with like fellow Chicago locals, seeing them in person, battling in person, bonding, talking, having a good time. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for those tournaments back then. And I will always remember that my first big tournament win, sitting in my dorm room in the middle of COVID, no one around me. I told myself, if I can win this tournament, I can surely do bigger and better things.
He competed in Indianapolis, the North American International Championships, then the Open India qualifier as well, getting 9th place in that. And then now in 2024, the year of Abhinav.
I'm in a transitional phase of my life, just graduated college. So I told myself, push hard this season, qualify for Worlds, and then one last hurrah. Now that I've done it, I have to kind of recalibrate my goals for the rest of the season, I guess. Portland definitely is maybe the biggest notch in my belt, but a lot of boxes ticked, you know. Wanted to do it for like India and for Chicago, wanted to qualify for Worlds. I feel like I proved not just to the world, but to myself that this is something that I'm really good at and that I should continue doing because I'm one of the world's best.
So it's really all on the line here. Whoever wins this series is going to go to the World Championships.
It's a very emotionally charged experience playing this game because things happen in the flash of a second, and in a completely non-Pokemon context, I've learned about who I am as a person, what makes me happy, what makes me sad.
And Abhinav will be your Portland Regional Grand Champion.
I'm on a faction or like a team. We're called the Chicago Stars. And our captain for the longest time was a trainer called Barnabas. He sadly passed away recently due to cancer, and I have so many great memories playing in-person tournaments with him for so many years, and one of the biggest reasons I've grown into who I am right now.
It's all about growth. It's all about the journey. And these trainers are trying to make that first step towards Championship Sunday tomorrow. We have some exciting matches yet to go. So if you're still with us, we are happy you're here. I'm Speediest Chief 2 with Rise to Occasion.
We have two big names coming up next on the loser's side of the bracket. It's going to be Shadow Mimikyu taking on BJ Pawat. And BJ, a trainer that has competed in other regions. He actually was a champion in the Thailand regional playoff qualifier last year for the World Championships. So BJ, no stranger to big-time moments, big-time competition. Shadow Mimikyu, actually from my home state of Wisconsin, Speedy.
Oh,
and
awesome.
in his first ever regional, he managed to top 8 in Milwaukee last year.
Wow.
Or 2 seasons ago, my mistake.
2 seasons, but still, that is a way to begin a career. I'm really excited to see these two trainers go. I've heard a lot of good things about Shadow Mimikyu. He was on earlier on in the stream, very, very talented player. And like you said, BJ competing in APAC, I just have to say it, a lot of the APAC qualifier tournaments are a grind. You have to go through multiple rounds, take on tons of opponents. I think last season, I actually looked back at the records. I think BJ won like 13 or 14 rounds in a row between the qualifiers and the playoffs.
We've seen players in the past like Crescent Angels put APAC on the map. Remember Godon Hada at the World Championships in that inaugural season against Dancing Rob, and BJ representing Thailand as well as competing here in the United States. Just a tremendous talent.
Tremendous talent, and he's going to put it all on display for us here in Losers Round 6. So these trainers are on the precipice, on the cusp of day number 2. They just have to fight a few more battles to get there. Shadow Mimikyu has been a formidable trainer. He's got Gastron, Malamar, which I did see him play a lot earlier on the stream, but he even favors the double darks a bit more. He likes Malamar, Shadow Drapion.
Was top 8 in his first ever regional, has competed a few times since then and hasn't quite replicated the same success. So looking to get back into that day 2 top cut. Shadow Mimikyu, in that Milwaukee tournament where he topped 8, he ran a Shadow Dragonite and a Pelipper. So he's no stranger to the Spice Picks, running a little bit more of a traditional team though this time around.
I do adore the plushies we have on stage as well, but let's get down to the action because our trainers are locked in and ready to go. We've got Azumarill into Primeape.
Azumarill going to be favored in this matchup, but don't doubt the Primeape. We're seeing BJ elect to stay in here and is not messing around, going straight for the Rage Fist, wants to boost that attack as soon as possible.
No, absolutely. You want to ramp up, and it's only 4 Karate Chops to that first step. Now we're going to see the Primeape try to build to another one. Going to go for the Rage Fist here. Great timing by BJ, which is what we've come to expect. Shadow Mimikyu probably doesn't need to shield yet, but the third one is going to be really risky to no shield.
Now we have the ability to see that BJ is ABA soft to this Azumarill. There is a Mandibuzz in the back, so he may try to invest shields in this Primeape just to get rid of the Azumarill and try and open the runway, clear the runway for liftoff for the Mandibuzz.
Exactly right. Primeape already at a Rage Fist and a half. Here comes the first glove, trying to fire into the Azumarill, and Shadow Mimikyu forced to protect shield up. He wants that Ice Beam and to continue to apply pressure to the fighting type.
Going to throw the Ice Beam after one bubble, and PJ going to invest in both Protect Shields. But this Primeape is so fast, it is going to be able to reach 2 Rage Fists here before Azumarill can reach its next attack. So BJ is going to fire this off, and I have to assume Shadow Mimikyu is going to be forced to let this go down.
Yeah, it's really tough because you know that Primeape has 2 Rage Fists ready to go. Here comes the right hook, and then we're going to see a left jab as soon as that next Pokemon hits the field. It will be the Malamar. Do we see a close combat? No.
Oh, interesting. Electing to go for the Rage Fist, but if you're Shadow Mimikyu, you almost have to Protect Shield this because a boosted close combat would say bye-bye to the Malamar. So we see the Protect Shield used. We've already had all Protect Shields expended in this game. There are no Protect Shields remaining. Shadow Mimikyu going to safe swap the Shadow Drapion, and it's met by the Mandibuzz. However, it's a Snarl Mandibuzz. Yeah. This is going to be a really neutral matchup. I'm not sure who's going to take this one.
Yeah, I really like the choice there by BJ to bring the Superior into that Malamar, because that Drapion, maybe a potential Talonflame in the back would be really, really detrimental. But this matchup he's in right now is not a clear-cut one, because he's got to fire off these Aerial Aces and chip down that Drapion. But the Drapion's Aqua Tails are going to come out fast, and they're going to come out heavy.
I believe you're going to need 3 Aerial Aces to knock out this Drapion. Drapion's going to be spamming off these Aqua Tails so quickly, and the Aqua Tail is coming through, chipping away at the Mandibuzz. You already have another Aqua Tail banked, but going to elect to go for the Poison Sting here. Aerial Ace coming through, going to put this Drapion quite low.
This is a matchup, if you played a lot of Willpower Cup, I'm sure you're familiar with. You really wish you had Air Slash here, but BJ has to work with what he's got. That Drapion has double Aqua Tails loaded and ready to go. Rise, if both of those connect, will they be enough?
I think so. I think both Aqua Tails are enough, so are we going to see a catch potentially on the second Aqua Tail? Oh! Pulls off the catch, waited to turn, and then caught the resisted Aqua Tail onto the Superior.
Rise using Future Sight here in this matchup. What an impressive catch there by BJ. He's already got the Aerial Ace too. This matchup is starting to flip.
But now, can Shadow Mimikyu get 2 charge attacks before the Superior can reach a charge attack of its own? Superior's going to commit to the Frenzy Plant here. Aerial Ace is not enough. There are 2 charge attacks loaded right now on the Malamar.
Yeah, but the trick is, this foul play, I don't think will be enough. Superior does hang on deep into the red. Can it get the Frenzy Plant? Yes, it's got it.
Oh my goodness, Frenzy Plant is being queued up here. This might be enough to knock out the Malamar, and it goes down, and BJ hangs on to take game number 1.
Wow, just wiggling his way out, finding that gap and shooting right through it to find that win condition. BJ, very, very impressive there. You saw him, as soon as he saw that Shadow Drapion come out and he sent out the Mandibuzz, he shook his head. He's like, this is not the matchup I want. I can't win this if this goes the way it looks on paper. I have to move the pieces around, and he did exactly that in the end.
Shadow Mimikyu had an opportunity there to throw the superpower to knock out the Superior before the Frenzy Plant, but in the moment, it's such a difficult decision, because if you're Shadow Mimikyu, are you thinking, if I debuff myself with this superpower, does that simply just allow the Mandibuzz to then do a few charge attacks and knock me out? So that was a really difficult decision Shadow Mimikyu had to make. Decided that he felt like he needed more energy perhaps, or he couldn't afford to debuff himself.
Yeah.
But it would have been close. Maybe if he had superpower there, could have survived a foul play potentially, or a Dark Pulse rather, and knocked out the Mandibuzz. Really close endgame.
Well, Malamar is about average when it comes to overall stats and bulk, right? So it's not, like a Primeape, and it's nowhere close to something like a Toxapex. It's somewhere in the middle. And I feel like if you do debuff yourself and take that neutral foul play from the Mandibuzz, it is very threatening. So, like you said, Rise, it was like a split-second decision. Do I risk it all, or do I just try to farm down with the Psy Waves and make the most of it? Tough spot to be in, but Shadow Mimikyu is looking to bounce back here in Game 2.
Also, a tremendous showcase of what Primeape is capable of. On the surface, right, you'd think that's a dominant matchup for Azumarill, but by using 1 extra Protect Shield, the Primeape was not only able to defeat the Azumarill, but also got off a parting charge attack against the Malamar, essentially eliminating that shield advantage for Shadow Mimikyu.
That was wild, right? The Primeape absolutely put in work, and yes, BJ had to give it both of his Protect Shields, but I think that the cost-benefit analysis was definitely in the positive there for him, getting the KO and the Protect Shield to boot, and Rise controlling switch advantage, a third bonus, which is absolutely stellar.
These players just about set to lock in for game number 2. BJ just thinking it over for a moment longer, and now we do have the lock-in. BJ against Shadow Mimikyu. It's going to be a relatively neutral matchup. Shadow Drapion into Mandibuzz.
We're back where we were in the middle part of game number 1, and it feels really tricky to try to switch in anything here, but Shadow Mimikyu does take the hit. He goes right in to the Dunsparce. Rise, I see you signaling. What's going on?
This is not a good spot to be in for Shadow Mimikyu. However, we did see a slight delay on the swap from BJ. So right now, this Dunsparce has double Drill Run. If BJ doesn't throw immediately, we may see Shadow Mimikyu get the shield of it, and that's what's going to happen. He's actually going to be able to pull a Protect Shield advantage here, potentially, from BJ.
Look at BJ. He's like, come on, I'm a Primeape. I should be beating this Dunsparce. Why is it giving me so much trouble? If this is a Rage Fist, there's no need to shield. Shadow Mimikyu, with a big decision to make, decides to go ahead and let it through.
Close combat going to knock out the Dunsparce. And now going to come in with the Azumarill. I like this decision personally because you can eat this damage a little bit better. If you come in with the Drapion, you're almost required to shield the close combat, but Azumarill can actually withstand this damage.
Oh, actually going for the double Karate Chop, converting that into the close combat here, boosted by the Rage Fist. This is a one-stage attack boost, and Primeape gives it all it's got, taking that Azumarill down to the yellow.
Wow, Primeape just put the Azumarill down to about 40% health or so, and this looks like a tough situation for Shadow Mimikyu to climb out of. However, he is up a Protect Shield. He is going to have to rely on the power of Drapion as well as the energy from Azumarill to try and make something out of this game.
This is interesting too because Shadow Mimikyu switching in that Dunsparce allowed the switch advantage to now be in BJ's control. He has that Superior in the back and the Azumarill's in the back for Shadow Mimikyu. If those two get aligned, it's got to lean BJ's way, but he needs to get through this Shadow Drapion first.
With the speed of Drapion, the switch timers are going to come into effect here. After this Aerial Ace and after maybe an Aqua Tail, the switch timer will soon be up. So Shadow Mimikyu could try to maneuver around in this endgame to try and open up some sort of win condition. But right now, just building up some more energy and saving the energy. Aerial Ace coming through, not going to throw into knockout, but going to put the Drapion into the red health.
Yeah, there's not a lot of fast attack pressure to be told on BJ's team. He's got no Mud Slapper, he's got no Charm user, no Incinerate user, so I think that lowering the HP on the Drapion is a calculated decision here by Shadow Mimikyu. Aqua Tail connects. Now we're going to see another Aqua Tail get queued up, but will it reach it in time? Yes.
This Aqua Tail will knock out the Mandibuzz if it connects. BJ has to make the decision. He's going to let it go. He's going to put it all on the back of the Superior. You know that it has a positive matchup against the Azumarill. However, Drapion gets off a Party Crunch. A debuff here on the Crunch could be absolutely massive in this endgame here. Here we go. You can't clear the debuff if it happens at the last Pokemon. No debuff.
No debuff, and look at this. It takes so many Poison Stings to get up to the Aqua Tail. He's only going to muster that much. A real test of BJ's counting. Is it the Crunch? Is it the Aqua Tail? He calls it.
Oh, immaculate counting from BJ. Knows he can withstand the Aqua Tail. You can't withstand the Ice Beam. He saves the final Protect Shield, and he's only one Vine Whip away from the double Frenzy Plant.
And Shadow Mimikyu recognizes it. He says, it is lights out for me. Unfortunately, I cannot topple this Superior and BJ's incredible awareness and counting.
BJ able to take the series 2 games in a row. Very precise gameplay there from BJ, and one of the best showcases of Primeape I think we've seen thus far today. In a negative matchup against the Azumarill, did great. Got in a positive matchup against the Dunsparce and was able to manage the extra energy to take out like 60% health of the Azumarill as well.
I'm looking at this team for Shadow Mimikyu, and I see the Shadow Drapion, I see the Talonflame. Talk to me, Rise, about BJ's commitment to that Superior, because it felt like there were tons of obstacles to it, and it was a very risky choice. Do you agree?
That's a good point. That's a good point. On paper, you have some hard checks there, but here's the thing. The Talonflame is a little bit afraid of that Dunsparce, a little bit afraid of that Feraligatr, so maybe just made the call, I'm going to call your bluff. I don't think you're bringing the Talonflame. You're just going to bring the Drapion as your superior answer, and it ended up working out for BJ.
We talked about this heading into this series as well. Shadow Mimikyu relying on the double dark strategy, pairing the Malamar and the Shadow Drapion together quite often in the earlier stream matches. I know these competitors want to invest every single amount of energy and attention they can to winning these games. I wouldn't be surprised at all if BJ was watching those games, watching those matches, and said, you know what, double dark, I'll find the checks.
Sometimes that is a strategy here at these regionals when you can maybe do a little bit of scouting, see what your opponents on stream have been going with running. And we saw the Mandibuzz Drapion matchup play out a few times. And even without the Air Slash, Mandibuzz really held its own because of the ability to withstand so many Aqua Tails and just spam off those Aerial Aces.
It's one of those interesting matchups where you feel like you're getting to the charge attack so much faster as a Shadow Drapion. You're firing off so much high-octane offense, and the Mandibuzz just eats it all. It just takes Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail, and it's really difficult to remove that Pokemon. I want to shout out that clutch play in game number 1. BJ switching in the Superior to soak the Aqua Tail. That was one of the most precise, just perfectionist plays I've seen all day long.
Way to turn as well to make that catch, which is easier said than done. You have to have those precise reactions and also have the wherewithal to know your opponent is going to wait as well. It's you know that I know that you know that I know, so I'm going to make the catch.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, couldn't have said it better, right? We have a new trainer taking the stage, but BJ is going to stay exactly where he was sitting for that previous matchup. No breaks, Rise. We're going 0 to 100 real quick.
Right back at it against Tony Jr., who had a really impressive win in his last match on stream. Tony Jr. is from the Chicago area, I believe, where there are so many talented trainers. We've seen Abhinav today play exceptionally well. Abhinav also battles a lot in that area. And Tony Jr. was really able to use that Abomasnow in his previous matchup in speed. I gotta say, once again, Abomasnow has some really solid play here. Beats the Superior, can beat the Clodsire, can beat the Mandibuzz. And the Feraligatr matchup, a little bit uncomfortable because you really just have that Energy Ball to threaten it.
Yeah.
And of course, wants to stay away from the Dunsparce and the Primeape.
I'm telling you, shields down, Abomasnow will go to town on this team from BJ. That Primeape needs the close combat. That Dunsparce needs to land 2 Rock Slides to pick up a KO against an Abomasnow. Meanwhile, you're throwing so much Ice and Grass type damage at your opponent, you can really put in some work. So if I had to take just a quick snapshot right now, I would say that Tony wants to take those shields down and unleash the Abomasnow, but he's got to find the offensive pressure to do it. Maybe Primeape or Malamar could be the key for him.
Also, the Clodsire looks really solid for Tony Jr. Doesn't really have a hard check. I gotta say, Clodsire on both sides looks awfully solid. Tony doesn't really have a hard check to Clodsire himself. Perhaps the Abomasnow and the Malamar, you could say, but Clodsire can really fight back well against both of those Pokemon, whether it be the charge attack pressure against the Abomasnow or the sheer bulk. Sometimes Clodsire, in the zero shield scenario against Malamar, can actually withstand 2 foul plays and win that zero shield scenario getting to 2 charge attacks.
That's absolutely bonkers. When you're dealing 1 turn, same type attack bonus, super effective Psywave damage, and the Clodsire just absolutely stands in the microwave, takes the heat, and still gets to those charge attacks. That is wild.
We'll see if BJ elects to utilize the Primeape as much as he did in the previous matchup. I think it has a few more checks, perhaps. This time, the Clodsire, not a great matchup for Primeape. The Malamar, of course, not great. And Azumarill, I mean, I would say not great, but honestly, we saw how well it did against Azumarill in the last matchup.
Right. I think that the tell of the tape is to kind of gather that energy, deploy it where you can, and find your opportunities. So I wouldn't count any of these Pokemon out, to be honest. And we've seen a lot of trainers kind of pushing against the tide as well. If you don't think a Pokemon is a particularly strong pick, that is when you bring it because your opponent can't see it coming.
Also, the Superior looks solid. This looks like a relatively neutral matchup. I think these trainers could go many a which ways with their Pokemon selection.
I like Superior Clodsire for BJ, but I feel like the core breaker then would be that Abomasnow. So maybe if I'm formulating a team, maybe you lead the Primeape, try to make some headway, break some shields, and then you have the Superior Cloudsire. Maybe Cloudsire as your safe switch to pull out the Abomasnow, and then Superior will just reign free.
And of course, with that Icy Wind ability on the Abomasnow could come to be a factor in this matchup. Sometimes the ability to debuff a Pokemon first and then come in with something, and that can really wreak havoc and set yourself up for a huge advantage. Both trainers running a Primeape on their team. Speedy, I would never want to be in a Primeape mirror match because that is just a big baiting game. And here we go. Okay, okay. I swear I didn't even see this happening. We've got the Primeape mirror match.
Yeah, Rise, whatever you say. Primeape mirror match on the field. The first time we've seen this in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Rage Fist coming from Tony first. Fires it off to the opposing Primeape. The first one, usually you don't want to shield. But when you are as fragile as Primeape, you gotta shield it.
That's a really interesting decision to me, to shield the immediate Rage Fist, knowing it's a Rage Fist. But I guess maybe if you take it, there's a chance that they invest shields and then they just end up karate chopping you down. But here we go. Going to catch the second. Oh, wait a sec. Speedy, I don't know about this play.
Hey, it's unconventional, but it might just work. Rage Fist, Ghost type charge attack going into the normal type Dunsparce. But now you are pinned against a boosted Primeape.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Does throw an alignment, afraid of the drill run, so a free rollout does sneak through. Is BJ's going to invest.
Oh my gosh.
He's going to shield, and because of the timing there, he's actually going to outpace the 2 drill runs before the next close combat. So if you're Tony, he's going to let it go.
He's going to let it go, right? Just like Elsa. And at this point, that damage will come through. Primeape gets knocked out. Now we see the Malamar coming in. I really like this play though, Rise, because you send out the Malamar. Maybe, yes, you soak 1 drill run, but if you can Psywave down this Dunsparce, you are a dangerous Pokemon for your opponent's back line.
That energy could be really useful. However, I think the Dunsparce was about to reach another drill run, so gonna opt to throw the foul play to not take that drill run. And now BJ is going to come in with another Pokemon. Comes with the Superior, of course. You don't want to come in Primeape against the Malamar, so he's going to build up to a charge attack, and we're going to see the Malamar fire off a foul play first.
Is there any situation where you send in that Primeape to soak a resisted foul play and try to get some energy together? Because now, look at the play by BJ. He throws the Aerial Ace.
He throws the Aerial Ace, and it's a catch, but it's a super effective catch onto the Abomasnow. That's the move BJ would want to throw anyway. Immediate pivot. Remember, the Primeape still had a Rage Fist loaded. So if you're Tony, this is so difficult.
Yeah.
Because now you shield, but now the Primeape is potentially going to get to another Rage Fist at the same time as the Icy Wind. It's a charge attack priority.
I'm telling you, this is a master class in a Primeape gameplay. If you were looking for a rubric to study, you better take some notes, because this Primeape for BJ is going absolutely bananas.
It is double boosted. It's a negative matchup, or at least it's supposed to be Primeape. Oh, doesn't quite get there. It gets Psywave down, and now there's a move. There's an attack loaded, the foul play. I think this might be enough.
It's going to be close. Can Superior hang on? This was the MVP for BJ in the previous series. Can it hang on through the foul play? It looks like it can!
Oh! 1 HP and a dream!
Wow.
The Superior hangs on, gets the Aerial Ace in one of the best games of the day as BJ takes game number 1.
You know what, Rise? Sometimes you have to be realistic, and sometimes you just gotta believe. And I think BJ believed in that Superior, and it paid off big for him. Probably a 1 HP situation there to clutch that game number 1.
That Superior better get some raspberries, some nanab berries.
It better get best buddied is what it better get.
Best buddied after that one. That's a good job, buddy. With the Superior hanging on there by a thread. What an incredible game. Just seemed back and forth. And Speedy, BJ was the one that caught the attack on the Dunsparce, right?
Yes.
He caught the Rage Fist. He swapped his Dunsparce into a Primeape, and he won the game.
And you see there as well, he sent in that Pokemon and he smiled because, Tony swapped in the Abomasnow and BJ's grinned because he knew He threw the aerial ace and was going to deal some super effective damage. Tony wanted the frenzy plant. He didn't get the frenzy plant, but BJ's aerial ace was enough to clutch up this decisive game number 1.
You see the smile on BJ's face as his Superior was able to hang on to get off the winning aerial ace there. Unbelievable. The aerial ace was all you needed at the end, and here we go. Game number 2. Are you serious right now? Another Primate mirror match.
Oh my goodness. We saw how they played this out the first time. Tony's Primate will likely win the charge attack priority tie again. He's going to go straight forward. This time BJ kind of biding his time, goes for the extra karate chop. Also, no shield here, Rise.
No shielding this time, and I like the decision. You know you lose the charge attack priority, so why not build up more and at least threaten the close combat? Now this becomes a difficult decision for Tony. Do you try to call them? He calls the bait. He calls the Rage Fist.
Nah, no way that was going to be a close combat, right? BJ knows it. He plays a ton of Primate. He knows other Primate users as well. Going to go on the charge attack priority tie here to force the opponent to throw. Tony looks like he's going to pick up the knockout and control switch. No, excuse me. BJ shields up at the last second.
This is interesting. I personally don't know about that shield because if you're Tony, now you're just content letting this go. There's not a whole lot of health left on the Primate. Now he's going to take the shield advantage and go for a farm down potentially with the Clodsire.
Ooh, I like this play a lot. Coming in with the Clodsire. Oh, he's being ambitious. He's pushing for the close combat. It is resisted, but this is actually same type attack bonus. 2 stages buff. This might actually leave a mark.
It's such a strong move. Takes out about half health of the Clodsire. In comes the Dunsparce, and this could be a poor setup for the back Pokemon of BJ, but Dunsparce right now coming in as the Clodsire is approaching Drill Run range.
Yeah, I mean, Tony shook his head, but honestly, if you're seeing the Dunsparce right now, this is the best place to see it because it's not aligned against your Abomasnow when it's your final Pokemon, and you still have 2 Protect Shields, so it uses the first one here on the Clodsire.
Clodsire puts up that first Protect Shield. Earthquake coming through. Not going to be quite enough to knock out the Dunsparce, but will put it low. We're going to see BJ elect to let this Earthquake go through. It connects, building up towards the Drill Run here. Nice counting, farming up a little bit of extra energy that could come into play. Tony has to make a decision to shield or not to shield. That's the question. He's going to let this go.
I think Clodsire might actually, Clodsire hangs on. That is a potential sacrificial swap down the stretch, but can Abomasnow get it done? Yes, it can.
And that farm down is just going to make this impossible situation even more unlikely as the Icy Wind is already being queued up. Now the Superior forced to take it, and I don't know if the Superior, it would probably need 3 aerial aces at this point because there's still a shield to hide behind. So BJ knows what's up. He's just going to elect not to throw the charge attack and is going to concede this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, if game 1 ended in fireworks, this one ended in a fizzle. Really tough position to be in for BJ, but I do think that choice to send the Dunsparce into the Clodsire was intentional. He was trying to call out something else in the back, maybe a Azumarill, maybe Malamar, anything besides that Abomasnow, and unfortunately, that's what he got.
After we sung the praises of the Superior game 1, Tony said, I'm not letting Superior win game number 2. He went with the Sludge Bomb, Clodsire, and the Abomasnow in the back, and that Superior didn't really have a great place to go.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, he was ready for it. So resetting the table, fresh start, going into game number 3. Yes, you take the information from the previous matchups, but you also have to kind of stay present, stay in the moment. How do you adjust in game number 3? Because if you do the same thing twice, your opponent might see it coming.
It's a mind game. It's about reading your opponent, making that prediction, and we are locked in here for a game number 3. All tied up. 1 game apiece. Winner take all. Here we go.
Losers, semis, Group C. We're going to get Abomasnow facing off against Shadow Feraligatr.
This is surprisingly a matchup where you'd almost prefer to be the Feraligatr because the Powder Snow damage is not very threatening and builds up to the Ice Beam, going to bait the Hydrokin and gets the Protect Shield straight away. BJ in the driver's seat here.
That was an instantaneous Protect Shield from Tony. I'm really interested to see if he's going to bait or if he's going to go for the big attack. BJ, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. If this is Icy Wind, it's a wasted shield. And he calls the Energy Ball.
What a big shield. Has made both correct 50-50 calls thus far. Shielded correctly, baited successfully, and now is going to go for the Ice Beam on charge attack priority. And Tony's going to let it go. And Speedy, this Feraligatr is still so healthy after this lead matchup.
Yeah, and there's no grass type there for Tony to take it down. His grass type just got KO'd. He's going to come in with the Malamar now, taking neutral damage from the Shadow Claws, but the Feraligatr Hydro Cannon is going to hurt.
Hydro Cannon is going to grab the final protection. You see Tony shaking his head. He knows he's behind right now, has to make something happen. If you're BJ, you could even consider protection, but no, he's going to let it go. He says, Feraligatr, you've done enough. You've gotten me a shield advantage, you've gotten me switch advantage, and now he's going to elect to come in with the Superior, and we're going to see Tony stay in momentarily.
I think he's going to stay in for a while because he does not want to take an Aerial Ace from the Superior, and he needs to get that Protect Shield away from BJ. Tony's going to fire off the Foul Play into the Superior. We saw it survive 2 Foul Plays before. He sends in the Primeape here, Rise. What's going on?
Primeape is sent in, but the Superior has so much energy, super effective. Aerial Ace is going to inflict some serious damage and is going to reach for a second Aerial Ace. Elects not to throw immediately. That's interesting. Wants to invest a shield here on the range. You probably could withstand it, but I think BJ's just trying to play this extra safe, perhaps?
Yeah, perhaps, but at this point, the Superior can overcharge. BJ getting 2 Vine Whips. He might have even been able to get more, but he wants to maintain a little bit of HP on that Superior, throwing the Aerial Ace for the knockout. Now that Malamar from Tony is cornered. This is his last Pokemon in a decisive Game 3.
And BJ saw it through to his win condition there. I mean, I think he had multiple avenues to win that endgame, but just decided to overfarm with the Superior, lands the Frenzy Plant, and BJ is going to be moving on the loser side of the bracket.
You say BJ, he can't believe it. What an incredible series against a very talented Tony 3850. Incredibly well played by both players, but BJ gets the better of him, just trusting in that Superior. I gotta tell you, Rise, I don't care if you're running it into a Talonflame Drapion team or an Abomasnow, Malamar, or Clodsire team, whatever it is. If Superior survives the Foul Play to clutch Game 1 for you, you've got to put it back on the field Games 2 and 3.
He doubled down. He invested in the Superior, and it paid off. BJ with some really impressive gameplay there. We saw the Superior hang on by a thread in that Game 1. And when you steal a game like that, you get that momentum, you get that confidence. It really does something for the psyche. Tony responded. Game number 2, able to makeshift away and won Game 2 rather convincingly.
Yeah.
But BJ wasn't phased. He said, let me go back to the drawing board. And that Feraligatr made its first appearance in game number 3, and put in so much work, just setting him up in a position where it was almost unlosable after the lead matchup.
And it was such a tricky position to be in, that Game 3 lead situation with the Abomasnow versus the Feraligatr. But let's take a look back at the series overall. The tale of the grass types. I feel like a lot of this matchup would pivot around these 2 grass type Pokemon. The Abomasnow found a good target in game number 3, but in game number 1, it really struggled against BJ.
The Primeape was an absolute menace, and when you saw this sideways down just before the swing of emotions, right? The face palm into the huge smile and fist bump as BJ gets the 1 HP and a dream. Superior, oh my goodness, what an incredible game in game number 1. Add that to the highlight reel.
I mean, Malamar just hanging on by a tentacle, Superior by a bare leaf, and he was able to get that victory. Now in game number 2, excuse me, we're now in game number 3. BJ can't believe it. He's so excited. Gets to the Frenzy Plant here against Tony. And I just want to say, the emotion that you see, this is a big win for BJ. He's super excited. Tony's got a lot to be proud of as well, because although he is eliminated from the tournament here in Sacramento, he pushed one of the best trainers in the world to their limits.
And these trainers, I'm sure, were familiar with each other, battling oftentimes in the Chicago area. And Tony Jr., he is really an exceptional player as well. I'm sure we'll see him more on the circuit in tournaments to come, and took down some really big names here in Sacramento as well.
Yeah, exactly. So much to be proud of, and just kind of adding more notes to that resume. But let's hear from the winner of a very, very exciting series to watch. Here's BJ and Alpha Feed.
Thank you, Will. I'm here with BJ, and that was a very impressive win, one of the best sets that we've seen all day. I've talked a lot today about Superior. Talk to me about how you felt like it did in that matchup and its place in the meta.
Well, Superior place in meta is kind of weird because of how the mon is built around, having a lot of neutral play into a lot of things, but with the moveset and typing, it also gets hardballs by a lot of things. So it's kind of like what we call RPS, or like, yeah, just by luck, whether we align it properly. The last match was Tony beat me earlier from the winners and knocked me down to losers. So it is a very tough matchup because his abo is very good to my team. But luckily, I somehow made it out with, I don't know, I don't even know how, but yeah, I'm very happy to make it.
And for Alligator was definitely the key in that game number 3 to be able to win switch advantage against that Abomasnow, right? You're able to land that Ice Beam in the end game to knock it out. That was really, really key. Talk to me about for Alligator and your usage of it. Is it a Pokemon that you're comfortable with? Do you like playing with it? Would you prefer the meta was built around something else?
The reason why I chose for Alligator in the game 3 was because I wanted something to lead that has neutral play into everything. So the thing is, like, I know Abomasnow is like grass type, which for Alligator is not supposed to be great into. But the thing is, like, if I need my Serperior to like be doing well, and if he end up leading Abomasnow, and for Alligator like need to see it, then like my Serperior don't need to see it, right? So I was like, okay, let's just do this. If he doesn't lead Abomasnow, then great. I have like all the great matchup, but if he does, then we'll just play it out. So yeah, that's what I feel about for Alligator right now. But yeah.
Well, thank you for the insight. As a last question, is there anyone that you'd like to shout out? Any friends or family at home who might be watching?
A lot of people I want to shout out. So my friends who come here with me, Existing Monkeys, and a few other friends, my teammates in Cool Cats, people from Draco Biz, my friends basically, my mom and my dad for always supporting me, I guess. And yeah, that's about it.
All right, well, congratulations again. Good luck in the rest of the tournament. I'll send it back to the casters.
You can see the emotion that these trainers wear on their sleeve, how much it means to them, and it just brings a smile to your face to see how much this means to BJ securing that win there. I just love seeing these trainers persevere and achieve more and more on this circuit.
It's one of those things where you probably don't realize it until you get up to do that winner's interview and they ask you who you want to thank. And like feels like the list just goes on and on and on and on because there's so many people who've been a part of the journey. And you saw BJ at the end there. He was like, I think my mom, dad, my friends. He went down the list. He said, I think that's everyone. But I'm sure there's some other person he want to say thanks to as well.
People oftentimes are able to make so many friends in this community that you can reach out for scrims and practice. Sometimes there's practice tournaments, like our friend Martine hosts sometimes that people like to utilize. And BJ, I'm sure, has a lot of people that he'd like to thank, as he said there, for some of his success and some of his amazing skills that he should credit himself for showcasing to us.
Yeah, absolutely should, right? But sentimental music stopped playing. We're back into the cool music. We got to pump up the energy here, Rise. We got Valorash on the stage versus Gerald X. I really enjoy watching Gerald battle in previous seasons. He leaned a lot on Altaria. He's a very, very innovative trainer, and this is the first time you've seen him on the stage. This might even be, Valorash's 3rd or 4th trip to the main stage so far today.
Valorash with a lot of stream time. We've seen the signature Talonflame working well for him. Going to potentially have a lot of play in this matchup. Has to watch out for the Dunsparce, but other than that, really has a lot of play everywhere else. Even the Azumarill, Speedy, isn't the worst matchup in the world for the Talonflame because a Brave Bird plus Fly threatens to knock it out.
Dude, that's absolutely wild, but that is definitely the case. That Pokemon's got a ton of play, and Valorash is probably more experienced with it than anyone. You could argue that Lurgan Rocket maybe is the best Talonflame player in the world because he did finish the highest with it at Worlds. Or maybe Rocha Babyface from Mexico, and maybe he's the best Talonflame player. But Valorash, I gotta say, he's got the most miles flying high.
He's flying high. Gerald, I know, is a bit of a break dancer. He's got a secret talent there, a secret skill. Is he going to be able to channel the break dancing into dancing around with his maneuvers in this battle? We'll yet to see. Maybe that's a little bit of a stretch.
That's not a stretch at all. I was going to, dude, if he wins a battle here, I'm definitely going to use that. I'm going to say, break it down, Gerald.
Okay. and Gerald, he really made a name for himself, I believe, on some West Coast regionals last season, a Worlds qualifier as well. So Gerald, always competing with a smile on his face, has a lot of fun in this game, and a really talented trainer as well. So Valorash, we talked about as one of the OGs, has been around so long, has been such a staple in this community. Gerald, one of those players that really came on the scene last couple seasons and has asserted himself as a very talented player as well.
Yeah, I mean, I remember all the way back to the grassroots in 2020, I remember Valorash winning a tournament and just seeing his teammates dogpile him as soon as he came out of that room. I mean, fond memories of these trainers as they've competed over the years, and we are just getting started with the championship series as well. So there will be many, many more chapters yet to be written. Gerald is on the right side of your screen. He has favored Altaria quite often, but I don't think that is the top meta pick that he's going to lean on today. He's got an interesting team with Gastrodon as well as Dunsparce and that Mandibuzz. I'm telling you, Rise, I picked Mandibuzz as a core breaker for LAIC. I was just a week too early.
We see a Gastrodon on both teams here. And, you know, it looks very tough, I have to say, for Gerald to bring the Gastrodon in this matchup. You have the Galarian Moltres, you have the Superior, you have the Talonflame. Although it's a water ground against a fire, that flying typing makes that a very good matchup for the Talonflame. So it's going to be difficult to bring the Mud Slapper here for Gerald.
Exactly right. I mean, unless you have that Water Pulse tech, which I definitely did try in Go Battle League. It was a nasty surprise for the Talonflames I faced off against. But we've seen the team sheets, and as a reminder to everyone who's new to the championship series, once you lock in that moveset, that is what you keep for the entire tournament. Like you said, Rice, look at Gerald. He's just smiling on stage.
He's cheesing. He's always having a good time, and he's thinking about his line. I think the Mandibuzz has an awful lot of play for Gerald. It avoids the Azumarill, really has play against everything else on Valorash's side. And Valorash, we saw him, right, utilize the Talonflame. Galarian Moltres in this matchup has quite a bit of play if it can avoid the Azumarill in the Dunsparce. So these players thinking it over, and multiple potential mirror matches, right? With the Azumarill, with the Gastrodon. But here we go. We have Valorash locking in Gerald, just thinking it over for a moment longer.
Dunsparce has been a difficult Pokemon for Valorash to get past due to that double flying type composition. Can he soar above Gerald and his Dunsparce in this series? Let's find out. Game number one, starting off here, we've got a Clodsire lead from Valorash into the Dunsparce from Gerald.
We are closing out the day strong with these two bulky Pokemon going back and forth, and Clodsire going to be slightly favored, believe it or not, in this matchup. Can win the Zero Shield scenario with double Earthquake, because you can actually withstand the double Drill Run.
Yeah, absolutely, and those rollouts aren't resisted by the ground typing of the Clodsire, so if you dish out the damage, if it connects, you can win that shielding scenario. But look, Gerald is going to shield up the first Earthquake. That is going to flip the dynamic of this battle.
Nice Protect Shield. When you're able to successfully shield the Earthquake, that is ideal as opposed to the lower damage Sludge Bomb. Drill Run being queued up here, and this Clodsire now into the red health. If you're Valorash, I wonder if you consider pivoting out at this point, or if you're just gonna stay in with the Clodsire.
I think Gerald is reading Talonflame, Galarian Moltres, possibly both of them in the back line, and that's why he is investing early into this Dunsparce. But he is going to go for the Drill Run here, try to pick up the knockout against that Clodsire, and I appreciate what Valorash is doing as well. He's staying in this matchup, maybe trying to whittle this Dunsparce down and send that signal to Gerald that there is a flying type in the back.
And Speedy, Valorash sensing switch advantage could be really important here. Does Gerald invest the protection?
Ooh.
No, he doesn't. And this is absolutely massive. We look at the back lines. You have almost a perfect setup here if you're Valorash. And you know what? He might even reach an Earthquake here before going down. This is going to be absolutely massive. Gerald tried to potentially go for a catch, but now he's going to be forced to Protect Shield on his Clodsire.
Yeah, Gerald with the one-turn swap was not exactly aligned with the opposing Clodsire, unable to get out of a sticky situation, but now he's got to throw the Sludge Bomb potentially to KO the Clodsire. That's just how bulky it is, Rise. When you are triple resisting poison, you cannot poison sting this Pokemon down.
Those poison stings doing next to nothing. In comes the Gastrodon, and Gerald is going to fire off an Earthquake here before, I presume, he'll pivot into the Mandibuzz. But Speedy, I think he's in for a rude awakening when he sees what's in the back.
Oh, it's going to go from bad to a little bit worse here because Gastrodon does have the energy. In comes the Mandibuzz, and here comes Valorash with the Azumarill. We see the knowing nod from Valorash. Gerald makes no reaction at all because he is still locked in and going to try to find a way out of this situation.
if there's any way to overcome this, it might rely on trying to maneuver the switch timer, maybe trying to find a way to land an Earthquake onto the Gastrodon. However, the problem is there is still a Protect Shield that Valorash has to hide behind. I think that shield disadvantage makes this really difficult for Gerald to overcome. Right now, Valorash just in a commanding spot.
I really like the play here by Valorash. He knows that the Ice Beam and the Play Rough are both super effective, but you need 2 charge attacks regardless. So what I expect here is him to gather some extra energy in the situation that there might be a switch, but he is going to go ahead and throw that Ice Beam when he's ready to do so.
Valorash building up some extra energy, anticipating the potential swap, and gonna save this energy for the Mandibuzz later on. Earthquake is fired off, just going to invest the final Protect Shield. Remember, there are no Protect Shields remaining on Gerald's side, so Valorash just gonna simply fire off this Earth Power, and this super effective charge attack I think will be enough to knock out the Clodsire.
Yeah, Earth Power absolutely going to rattle this Clodsire and send it back into its Pokeball. Gastrodon is still on the field. It's got to throw some energy if it can, but this Mandibuzz needs to deploy the Dark Pulses and get the Gastrodon off the field as well.
Mandibuzz may be able to knock out the Gastrodon, but remember, the Azumarill has energy. It has a charge attack loaded, and if it wasn't already in range of 1 charge attack from the Azumarill, this Body Slam surely will put it within range.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing about being sure, and then there's one thing about being definite, and I think that Valorash wanted to be definite that he's going to take this game number 1. Like you pointed out earlier, Rise, that lead situation, Valorash getting that 6th sense, right? All that experience, all that knowledge really kind of, I guess, triggered him to say, you know what, I need control of switch advantage because I think I'm cooking here.
If he doesn't invest that first Protect Shield in the Clodsire and fight for switch advantage, that could have been a completely different game. Yeah. But once you got the alignment of the Gastrodon, the Clodsire, and the Azumarill on the Mandibuzz, it was next to impossible for Gerald to overcome. So Gerald is going to try and maybe change up the strategy here in game number 2, or maybe we'll fight a little bit harder for switch advantage this time around.
I really appreciate Valorash also trying to pull the rug out from under Gerald by not bringing either of his flying type Pokemon. No Galarian Moltres, no Talonflame. He did not give Gerald the targets he was looking for when he brought his Dunsparce.
The Mandibuzz just couldn't find itself in the right spot, and Azumarill can take the Aerial Aces no problem here, as we see Valorash very commanding game number 1 win, and it's back to the drawing board for Gerald, going to try and devise a strategy in game number 2.
Yeah, this is a very pivotal match. This is the losers semis of Group D. The winner will advance to the losers finals and day number 2. So there's a lot on the line for both these players. Their tournament run might be coming to an end in a few short minutes, or we could be waking up to a bright morning full of potential on Sunday.
After a long day of battling, especially on the loser side of the bracket where sometimes you have to play some extra matches, it's nice knowing that you can qualify for day number 2, come back, have a good night, and that's what these players are fighting for right now, trying to stay alive in the tournament and go out to dinner perhaps tonight and have something to look forward to tomorrow beyond that of just enjoying the community, but trying to stay alive and fight for that regional title.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to stay present in the moment and kind of shrug off the fatigue, try to power through these final games, because you don't want to look back and say you pushed this long and then at the very end you wavered. We're going to jump right into game number 2. We got Valorash on the left. Gerald is on the right. Talonflame takes to the skies, and Clodsire is going to rise up to meet it.
Here we go. Game number 2, Talonflame in a fairly neutral matchup here against Clodsire. There's no Stone Edge, so you can't afford to take a charge attack from the Clodsire, but double Sludge Bomb will knock out the Talonflame. And this is a little bit interesting from Valorash. Elects not to throw and is at 100 energy, so Valorash will probably have to throw immediately here. Otherwise, he's wasting energy. He's going over 100, so forced to throw immediately now.
Yeah, once you reach that cap, any additional fast attack it will net you the fast attack damage, but it will not gain you any additional energy, so it's really kind of wasteful, like you said, to power through that. We're going to see another fly get fired off here by Valorash, trying to peel away that Protect Shield or get the knockout. He's going to get the former against that shiny Clodsire. Gerald staying in here. I think Valorash is going to shield in kind, right?
But here's the thing, Speedy. I believe Gerald's only 2 Poison Stings away, so after this Protect Shield, Gerald is actually going to reach the third Sludge Bomb before this fly here. And now Valorash has to make the decision. He's going to invest both Protect Shields into the Talonflame.
But now I think the adjustment is to Incinerate down, right? Because now the Sludge Bomb, you need additional 6 Poison Stings. Maybe he can go for the full Incinerate down to the Clodsire.
Oh.
Gerald recognizes it, but it might be too late. Oh, that rollout!
Oh, the rollout, because the one-turn swap, the second rollout didn't register in time, so Valorash will get off a parting attack here, and it's shielded. Unfortunately, did let some energy go to waste, but did secure the switch advantage.
This is massive too, because we've seen Gastrodon really struggle against flying-type Pokemon, in particular Mandibuzz. Valorash doesn't have a hard answer to Dunsparce, but this Gastrodon is about as close as he can get with his team composition.
This is where Gastrodon wants to be, right? But
yeah,
there's still a neutral matchup lurking in the back. This game is very far from over. Gastrodon unleashing the Earth power on this charge attack priority. It's not going to be quite enough to knock out, but it's going to put this Dunsparce into a potential farm down range. Oh, but you know what? After this drill run, the switch timer is going to be up for Gerald, so he can pivot out.
No way. He's going to bring in the Mandibuzz to try to snarl down, perhaps?
Well, I don't know if he can snarl down.
That would be a big snarl down.
That'd be a big snarl down. But Valorash able to pivot out as well after those charge attacks. And now we have a very neutral matchup. If this was a Stone Edge Clodsire, it'd be a pretty comfortable match for the Clodsire. With Sludge Bomb, it's very neutral.
I think the Clodsire needs to land 3 Sludge Bombs to KO the Mandibuzz, maybe even 4 if Gerald has caught a very, very strong Mandibuzz here. First Sludge Bomb going to get fired off. We're going to get a really good idea of how much damage Valorash needs to deal to get the knockout here. First Sludge Bomb, no, honestly, Rise, it's going to be 4. It's got to be 4 Sludge Bombs here.
It's close. After the Poison Sting damage, perhaps 3 will be close, but maybe just barely not enough. Another Dark Pulse unleashed onto the Clodsire, and we're going to see Valorash throw another Sludge Bomb. Keep in mind, there's still a little bit of health on some Pokemon that are remaining in the back that have pivoted out. And maybe that opens up an opportunity for a catch attempt here in the endgame.
Come on, Rise, it's 4. It's got to be 4. Look at the health of the Mandibuzz.
You're right,
it's already
you're right.
eaten 2. We're going to see the Dark Pulse from the Mandibuzz get fired off here. And like you said, Rise, there are some sacrificial switch opportunities for both players. Gerald's got 2 in the back. He's got his Dunsparce and the Clodsire. Actually going to throw another Snarl, eat another Sludge Bomb, and this is going to hurt.
This is going to put Mandibuzz awfully low. Now for Gerald, are you forced to pivot out? No, he's not quite in Poison Sting down range. He's going to overfarm slightly, gets off the Aerial Ace. I think this might be enough to knock out Clodsire.
It's going to be really, really close. Clodsire is tremendously bulky. Aerial Ace, not the best charge attack, but it gets the job done. And now we've got a Gastrodon from Valorash. All his hopes lie on this Pokemon, and it's not going to move any further than this.
Aerial Ace going to knock out the Gastrodon, and it looks like Gerald is able to even up the series 1 game apiece. Still had 3 Pokemon in that game with a combined maybe 10 HP.
Yeah, right. But still, the Pokeball icons were there. That is a 3-ball flex if I've ever seen one. And Rise, I've heard the rumor that you actually like to do the 3-ball flex even when you don't need to.
You know, sometimes you got to have a little bit of fun, whether it's in the Go Battle League or not. What would you say is the better flex speed? I think I've heard this talked about on stream in the past.
Yeah, go
but
ahead.
Would you say the 2-shield flex or the 3-ball flex?
It's got to be the 2-shield flex, right? Right, we're in agreement here.
I think I'd go the same way, same route.
Let us know, chat. Let us know what you think. We're heading into a very serious, decisive game number 3, though. So all jokes aside, Gerald fought back really hard in that game number 2. He cornered the Mandibuzz. He didn't really allow Valorash much room to maneuver. He's going to look to do the same thing here in game number 3. Valorash, I feel like he's itching to bring the Talonflame. He wants to play it. He wants to send it out there. He wants his star Pokemon to succeed, but it might be at his detriment at times.
Sometimes you have that emotional attachment, right? That signature Pokemon. You want to showcase it. You want to bring it. It has that sentimental value perhaps, but does that emotional attachment, does that sentimental value cloud the judgment of whether it's the right pick in the matchup? We saw Valorash utilize it to great effect, to great success in previous matches. Right now, he brought the Talonflame in for game 2. It didn't really work out, and the pivot to Dunsparce, I think, was a critical moment there from Gerald.
Yes.
As Valorash had so much energy, but only got off 1 charge attack. But here we go, Speedy. Decisive. Game number 3.
Last battle of the day. We need everybody in the chat to get active, everyone in the venue to get hyped. We got Gastrodon leading into Azumarill.
This is a neutral matchup, and What I'm going to be interested to see here is if Gerald elects to go for Play Rough or Ice Beam. Because if you go for Ice Beam, which he's doing, I believe this is the correct play. Because you actually get to double Ice Beam before the double Earth Power. If you go for the Play Rough, it's going to be a charge attack priority. So Ice Beam is actually going to allow Azumarill to outpace here in this matchup.
That's really, really clever, and the bubble damage is doing the rest of the work. Here comes the Earth Power from Valorash, not willing to give up the shield, a potential bait. Gerald lets it through, and just like you said, Rise, look at this. He gets to the Play Rough, actually, and avoids the charge attack priority.
Play Rough coming through onto this Gastrodon, and we're going to see Valorash invest a Protect Shield, going to build up some extra energy, has so much energy here, and this Body Slam will be enough to knock out the Azumarill at this low of health.
He's got Azumarill, he's got Clodsire in the back. Valorash wants control of Switch advantage, and control of Switch he will get. Here comes the Dunsparce. These rollouts are resisted, Rise. This Gastrodon has been a nuisance for Gerald.
This is a hefty rollout down if I've ever seen one. Earth Power connects, inflicting some big damage into Dunsparce. I don't think you can roll out down before, he's actually forced to unload a drill run here.
Wow, that's really, really tough because you don't want to give up energy and Switch and HP, and Gerald has lost all three of those things to that ground and water type. Now we see the Azumarill counter swap met by the Clodsire. What are your thoughts, Ice?
Well, super effective Sludge Bomb is going to be threatening to Azumarill. Ice Beam being traded as well. Gonna pull up Protect Shield from Gerald, and right now Valorash just has a significant health advantage. The shields are even at this point in time, but now a Sludge Bomb being queued up, and Clodsire does outpace this Azumarill. It's a little bit faster to those charge attacks.
Just a little bit faster, but it's taking a lot of damage. We're gonna see the Clodsire switch in now for Valorash. The trick though, I don't think that this Clodsire from Gerald is within Earthquake range.
Right, this is awkward. A single Earthquake not gonna be enough, and now Valorash faced with a big decision, gonna let this first Earthquake go through. You see the big, super effective damage. You have to assume you go for the Earthquake. A bait just seems way too risky against this Clodsire, and a Protect Shield is pulled. That's the final Protect Shield from Gerald.
That was an incredible position to be in. Like you said, the bait is way too risky, but maybe it was the key play that Valorash needed to make, because now the Switch timers are displaced. Dunsparce is on the field. I think it hangs on here.
I think it hangs on, and I think it has a drill run loaded right now, and it's gonna fire it off before going down. This won't quite knock out, but it's gonna put Clodsire really low. What do you do if you're gonna let it go? You're gonna hope maybe you can Poison Sting down?
No, you stay in. You gather some energy here. Poison Sting down, but now what? You can't even get to the Sludge Bomb, can you?
He's gonna pivot out. I think he reaches Sludge Bomb speed. I don't think he reaches Earthquake. The problem is this Clodsire's almost at double Sludge Bomb. Valorash knows he's in a really tough situation. He needs to somehow hang on to the Sludge Bomb to get off the Ice Beam, but I don't know if Azumarill can do it.
Yeah, Clodsire musters up a second Sludge Bomb. Bombs away, says Gerald. Sludge Bomb gonna connect to the Azumarill. Can it hang on? I'm looking at the HP. Does it? No!
Oh, just barely, not enough, and reaching for the Earthquake. Oh!
Hold
Gets
on.
off the Earthquake, hold on!
Hold on. Hold on. X-Gerald crosses his fingers. Valorash wants it. Does he get it? No! X-Gerald gonna pull through here. He's got just enough health to get it done.
Not quite enough. A battle for the ages to end day number one as Valorash and Gerald trade mirror matches. It was just a sliver of health in the Clodsire mirror in the end. That's going to be the difference, and Gerald hangs on to win the match.
That was an intense series there between those two very talented trainers. My gosh, the Clodsire mirror matches, the management of the HP, not being able to get to that Ice Beam. Honestly, Rise, that game came down to just one or two Poison Stings. If X-Gerald doesn't have that much energy, or if Valorash has a little bit more energy, it could swing either direction.
Honestly, I think that Sludge Bomb on the Azumarill did just barely enough to knock out. It was a game of inches. If that Azumarill hangs on with 1 HP, it's a different result. If the Clodsire maybe had a few less HP, the Earthquake knocks out. Just such an incredibly close game, and I think these two trainers have a tremendous amount of respect for her. What an absolute showcase of skill.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that I thought you and I were going to get another BJ Superior situation where he held on with just a sliver of HP, but that was not the case. Sludge Bomb was enough to pick up the knockout, and Gerald will advance into day number 2. I think that's the end of Valorash's tournament.
the end for Valorash, but he said we'll see him in Toronto, UIC. So hope to see some success from Valorash there. A nice run in this Sacramento tournament. We are going to take a look at some of the highlights over the course of the incredible matches today, and we'll be back in a few to wrap things up from day one here in Sacramento.
Wild, BJ.
It's gonna be close, man.
It's close, man.
Good game. Congratulations on day 2.
Thank you.
I think an area Pokemon trainers can focus on in order to improve is to just remember to work with others while playing. Sometimes when you're by yourself, it's kind of hard to tell maybe where you're doing well, where you're doing bad. And also just playing with other people makes it a lot easier to, feel confident, and it just makes it a lot more fun in general.
So one area that Pokemon trainers can focus on to be great is kind of just focusing on yourself and not on others. I know a lot of times I compare myself to other players like, oh, they're so good and all this stuff, but really it's about you at the end of the day and how you feel playing as a player.
I think community building is probably one of the biggest things. You need a community, you need people to bounce ideas off of, bounce play styles off of, bounce all types of things off of, just to have really a successful career as a Pokemon trainer.
One area Pokemon trainers could focus on to be great would be kindness. This is my first time at regionals, and everyone here has just been so kind and helping me out, giving me tips on how to make my deck even better and how to just play differently. Even just like supplies, like card sleeves and other stuff to just be a better trainer.
Focusing on yourself in Pokemon Go is so important. A lot of players might play the game differently, but going at your own pace and finding your own play style, whether it's in grinding, in raids, Stardust, XP, or Go Battle League, or the Show 6 Pick 3 format, it's so much fun. And going at your own pace, learning it your own way, and playing your own way is the absolute best thing you can do.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and just playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for new players to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
with day one. I'm here with my co-casters, starting with you, Rise. What has been your overall take from today?
That if Shadow Typhlosion is the most normal Pokemon on your team, you may want to rethink your team, or maybe I want to take some lessons from team building because that was one of the most entertaining teams I've ever seen.
So my personal take is that a lot of these trainers are very talented. They've taken down some of the favorites that we had planned to make it into day two, make it into top cut. Elite, Softo, it's Axon. So many talented players have fallen early on in day number one. I cannot wait to see what day number two has in store.
I know the matchups were so exciting. We had so many nail-biting finishes, especially that last matchup with Valorash and with Gerald going down to just those last couple poison stings. I loved seeing Gerald with that little fingers crossed at the end. He brings so much personality. I'm really excited to see him continue on tomorrow.
And for me, it'd have to be, if you're going to bring a spicy Pokemon like Toxtricity, make sure that you put it into the proper alignment and not try to get it into Clodsire. That's it for day number one. For day number two, make sure that you're tuning in. We start at 9:45 a.m. Pacific time. So those of you on the East Coast or in Europe, you can sleep in a little bit. We have so many more matches tomorrow, but let's go ahead and take a look at the season that we've been through so far. Of course, this is only our third regional in the North America circuit thus far. We have so many more to go. Rise, what regionals are you looking forward to next?
You know, I'm looking forward to watching Toronto coming up soon. Lots of trainers from Canada are so talented that maybe stick to that sort of up north region that we're going to see make some debuts. And San Antonio, I'm a new Texas native, so looking forward to potentially competing there.
I'm really excited for Atlanta in particular. In all our years of travel, I know a lot of us have connected in Atlanta, connected in Dallas. It's one of those major hubs where I feel like people can easily fly into. So if you're on the fence about going to those tournaments, I think Atlanta is a really accessible one. It's going to be really fun.
We also have one that is yet to be announced. It'll be after the Milwaukee Regional. And of course, I'm going to be excited for the Milwaukee Regional in my home state.
Of course, in addition to all these regionals, we have the ICs as well. 2 of them still left on that roadmap. Rise, out of the 2 remaining, which would be your favorite?
It's got to be NAIC here in North America. And, you know, UIC, it's always fun going over to London, the Excel, but NAIC got to represent home turf North America.
We also have some Pokemon.com promotions. Make sure to follow all those channels. #PlayPokemon. Follow the stream. Tag us in any photos that you're taking. And make sure that you follow all the action on the websites. Follow those channels on YouTube or on Twitch. And show us some of your pets. You know, that's something I always love to call out. As we move through the rest of today, any final thoughts about what's happened here in Sacramento?
We've seen a little bit of it all. We've seen the amazing spicy picks. We've seen the emotion that some of these trainers are wearing on their sleeve. And one of the most stacked brackets of the season, because we didn't have 8 pods, we had 4. They were condensed, and these groups have been absolutely insane. Just looking forward to tomorrow.
I think the return of Shadow for Alligator and Clodsire was most eminent at LAIC, but now I'm seeing lots of Mud Slap and Flying types, whether it's Galarian Moltres and Gastrodon or Mandibuzz and Shadow Kanto Marowak. I think that core is one to watch out for. We might even have a champion playing that kind of core tomorrow night.
Nick and I talked a lot about during our matches the Pokemon that do well as bench pressure, or will they perform on the field? We spent a lot of time like with Superior, with Azumarill. I'm really looking forward to seeing which Pokemon are going to be at the top of the day 2 bracket, because that really shows how well the Pokemon performed versus day 1. That's just a popularity contest. Day 2 is where it's really at.
I'm going to have to combine your 2 points together. I think the answer for Shadow for Alligator is what I'm looking forward to the most. Is it going to be Superior? Is it going to be one of the dark flying types? Tune in tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. Pacific time to find out, and we'll see you then.
Come on, man.
match.